The thing they're talking about is pure yang art, once the absolute peak technique of its era. Just reaching beginner level was enough to crush anyone at the same rank, and the growth speed left others miles behind. If someone mastered it completely, calling them invincible wouldn't be an exaggeration. But the requirements were insane. You had to comprehend the origin of heaven and earth, and you needed the innate sword body talent from birth just to qualify. So for thousands of years, aside from the female emperor who founded Mushan sect, no one even reached the entry level. However, there was one exception, and that person was him. Yigulu, the only one to fully master pure yang art, current sect master of Mushan sect, dual cultivator of talismans and sword, already in the Earth Saint realm at a young age. Top cultivation on the continent, strongest sect, plus 99 immortal swords and 108 rare supreme treasures in his hands, basically a walking power ceiling. With that kind of background, the title of strongest on the continent was practically uncontested. In simple terms, Yegulu was almost unbeatable in this world. But ironically, this big boss was now stuck with no way forward or back, even thinking about escaping through a void tunnel. The reason was simple: a beauty was chasing him down. The girl directly took out a spirit talisman. After chanting the incantation, Liu Xiaoyu activated her spell. The #1 female talisman master of Tianxi Mansion, Earth Saint Realm, and clearly not someone to mess with. The moment she opened her eyes, the talisman erupted with violent light. A beam shot straight into the sky. It was the 5th level divine lightning of Shen Xiao, so powerful it blasted off the peak of Longhu Mountain on the spot. The raging lightning slammed forward. Even Yi Gulis' expression changed, and he took the hit head-on. His body went numb, his blood and chi shook violently. The lightning pierced through his 5-sword immortal barrier. Even Ye Galu had to admit Liu Xiaoyu was on another level. But before it could end, another figure rushed right up to him. The moment Yi Galu saw this person, he was stunned. A white-haired woman with healthy bronze skin and overwhelming presence. Fei Hong, current leader of the demon sect, also an Earth Saint Realm powerhouse. Yi Gulu forced a dry good morning, because Fei Hong had leaped to this height with pure physical strength, a true human monster. Seeing her silent, he even tried to stay calm, and asked if she had eaten breakfast. Fei Hong did not answer, and directly activated a secret technique. Giant arms began growing one after another behind her. Then she coldly commanded them to smash straight at Yi Gulu. Just one punch. Yi Gulu was blasted from the sky and slammed straight into the ground. This time he was genuinely shaken. The impact exploded the earth. Rocks flew everywhere. Lucky he was the protagonist, or anyone else would be long dead. A casual strike from Fei Hong shattered his protective artifact. No wonder cold sweat ran down his back. But before he could recover, another disaster approached. A beautiful young girl hurried over from afar. It was Yun Yuyu, current vice-sect master of Mushan sect, anxiously calling out Yu Gulis' name. Seeing him on the ground, she immediately checked his pulse with concern. But when he said he was fine, a suspicious smile curled on her lips. It seemed him being uninjured was exactly what she wanted. Yun Yu placed her hand on Yu Gulis' meridians and instantly activated the wind god binding law. In a flash, his body felt like it was crushed under a mountain. Strange spatial rifts appeared all around them. Terrifying pressure kept grinding everything within its range. Yi Gulu was so shocked he did not even know what to say. Meanwhile, Yun Yu sat beside him and gently stroked his hair. She softly said only this way could Yi Gulu stop running. Right then, a little girl riding a flying gourd appeared in the sky and told Yun Yu to wait. Murong Yusei believed the current seal was still not enough to hold Yi Gulu. As soon as she finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue, then lightly licked her own palm. In an instant, her arm turned purple-black as if struck by a deadly poison. Murong Yusei gently flicked that strange liquid toward Yu Gulu. The blue droplet floated in midair. Then it stuck right onto his forehead. Instantly, Ye Gulu felt something inside his body start to change. Half his face twisted and distorted. The substance was eroding his immortality, leaving him horrified and desperate to ask Murong Yusei why she attacked him. Before he could speak, another female voice sounded from behind, saying Murong Yusei's poison alone was not enough to hold him. Mubai pointed out that with all the artifacts on Yi Gulu, suppressing deadly poison was nothing unusual. Hearing that, his face turned pale, silently praying that Xiao Bai would not join in and turn against him too. Unfortunately, he guessed right. Mubai raised her hand and pointed straight at Yi Gulu. A flying sword tore through the air from above, and its target was Yi Gulu without a doubt. This single strike carried pressure so intense the surrounding air trembled. The entire area felt suffocated by her aura. Every single one of them was terrifying. After a moment, Ye Gulu cried out in pain. Wasn't this the dragon-slaying sword formation, dragon-trapping court? The irony was that he had taught this move to Mubai himself, and now she used it to pierce straight toward his throat. Yi Gulu, the only one who mastered pure yang art, dual cultivator of talismans and sword, Earth Saint Realm at a young age. From cultivation to sect to artifacts, everything about him stood at the top of the continent. Normally, he had almost no rivals. But fate loves a cruel joke. The so-called unbeatable expert was now surrounded by the 5 strongest women, and the worst part was he did not dare fight back. Trapped in a circle of beauties, Yahello forced a smile and softly asked what he had done to deserve being hunted like this. He even tried changing the topic, asking if they needed help or wanted to discuss cultivation instead. But the 5 of them had only one goal, forcing Yahello to answer who he truly liked among them. The moment he heard that, cold sweat poured down his back, because this was a fatal question. And to understand why he was this terrified, we have to go back to pure yang art. This technique was heaven-defying, making its user nearly unmatched in the same realm. But in exchange, it had one absurd taboo. The cultivator must never engage in romance, break it, and at best you vomit blood and convulse. At worst, you die on the spot. When Yahello learned this secret, he exploded at his master for not telling him earlier, but by then, he was already halfway through training it. Worse still, if he forcefully abolished the technique, his body would explode instantly. Hearing that, Yahello turned pale, unable to accept that such an overpowered art had such a ridiculous weakness. He even thought his master was joking. And to make things worse, besides his monstrous talent, Yahello was also ridiculously handsome, attracting attention everywhere he went. He had received countless tokens of affection, once even thinking he should enjoy life a little. But reality hit hard. When standing before Liu Xiaoyu, waiting for him to take the initiative, Yahello could not move a single step forward. The same happened with Yun Yuyu. Even Xiaobai was no exception. Whenever the atmosphere grew slightly romantic, his body would instantly vomit blood and convulse. Only then did he bitterly realize his master had told the truth. Day after day, Yahello suffered in silence, hating pure yang art for forcing him to cut off every possible romance. If this continued, he would remain a virgin forever, cultivating alone until the very end. But after spending so many years together, some bonds are not that easy to sever. To save himself, Yahello seriously talked to them like a grandmaster discussing the Tao, urging them to focus on cultivation and strengthen their sect. In his view, romance was simply not worth worrying about. Hearing this, Xiaobai frowned, feeling her senior brother was being far too serious. Yun Yu showed clear displeasure, saying they had grown up together. Was he really going to abandon her like this? Fei Hong stood there blushing, and boldly declared Yahello had to become her man. Meanwhile, Murong Yusei did not mind drugging him with a love potion if he kept dodging the question. Liu Xiaoyu was even firmer, saying she would not let Yahello leave without a clear answer. Yahello held his head and forced a laugh to hide his fear. Honestly, he wanted to choose all of them, but saying that would get him beaten to death. After thinking hard, he considered just picking one at random. But he quickly rejected that idea. The other 4 would definitely kill him on the spot. What if he refused all of them? Just imagining that future drenched in blood made him drop the thought instantly. After a long silence, Liu Xiaoyu lost patience and demanded an answer today. His immortal sword was destroyed, and his protective artifacts were gone. With a ceiling formation, poison, and a sword hanging over his head, Yahello had no escape. He lowered his head in silence. They were right. Even with invincible power, he was cornered. But it seemed they forgot one thing. Did they really think they could trap him with techniques he taught them himself? The moment he finished speaking, countless light sparks filled the sky. A massive shockwave erupted, and all 5 women changed expressions. Yahello directly summoned heavenly tribulation to shatter the killing formation. A giant pillar of light engulfed him. Even his soul began leaving his mortal body. Turns out he had prepared for this all along. If one day he was cornered by the 5 strongest women in the world, then he would ascend on the spot. Yahello had long reached the human limit. He just never expected ascension would come like this. After a lifetime of ruling the world, he now questioned whether his life had any real meaning. He once fought to raise Muxian's sect to the top, faced the entire world to save countless ghost clans, even suppressed ancient giants and wiped out primordial beasts. Talisman, sword Tao, alchemy, he perfected them all. Yet even if he could fool the world, he could not fool his own heart. None of his achievements filled the emptiness and regret inside him. Thinking that, Yahello could not stop his tears. What he truly wanted was just an ordinary life. Now as he ascended, he only regretted ever cultivating pure yang art, wondering if he would ever see Xiaoyu again. Or Yu, Mubai, Fei Hong, and Yusei. They chased him, but they were still lovable. Lost in thought, Yahello suddenly sensed 5 other terrifying fluctuations. He looked around and froze. The sight before him was horrifying. 5 other pillars of light shot into the sky. The 5 women were ascending with him. Yahello clutched his head and screamed, completely unable to accept this. There was truly no escape. His consciousness quickly faded, and before losing it completely, he thought goodbye pure yang art. Maybe next life he would not be invincible, but at least he would not suffer like this. The scene then shifted to a peaceful place, filled with birdsong. Gentle sunlight poured into an unfamiliar house. Yi Gulu jolted awake there. He sat up in confusion, having no idea where he was. The strange architecture made him think he had entered the afterlife. After testing his cultivation, Ye Gulu realized all his power was gone, meaning he truly had a chance to start over. In the quiet room, steady breathing beside him caught his attention, and when he turned his head, he froze. A beautiful girl was lying right next to him. Just one glance made his heart race wildly. He swallowed hard, thinking she was unbelievably beautiful. Silky hair, long elegant ears, and a delicate face, her beauty could rival Liu Xiaoyu. Yi Gulu kept staring from every angle, silently amazed that the fairies of this world were truly on another level. The immortal realm was truly different. No wonder everyone risked their lives to ascend, and thinking back to all the beauties around him, that pure young art locked away, it was unbearable. Then Ye Gulu suddenly paused, and his eyes lit up like he realized something huge. Because he was no longer cultivating pure young art, he was finally free. Well, no, he was a gentleman. He should not think like that right away. Yi Gulu began imagining slowly getting to know her, building feelings, and waiting for her to willingly accept him. But his thoughts drifted further and further. He ended up curling on the ground, grinning like an idiot, with zero dignity left. Just then, Ye Gulu felt a burning gaze fixed on him. And yep, he was absolutely right. The girl's eyes looked like she was about to execute him on the spot. Sensing danger, Ye Gulu hurriedly claimed it was all a misunderstanding. Sadly for him, the beauty gave no chance to explain, blushing as she immediately started beating him up. After that violent heart-to-heart talk, Ye Gulu was hung upside down on a tree in the village, while everyone gathered to gossip, the young girls staring at him with complicated looks. When the girl angrily accused him of sneaking into her room while she slept, the others agreed that a pervert like this should be punished. But then one girl suddenly said he was way too handsome. The crowd instantly switched sides, suggesting they let him down, making the girl furious. While they argued, Ye Gulu did not care at all. He was just thinking about enjoying his new life. Even hanging upside down, his eyes still drifted toward certain curves below, truly hopeless. At this point, Ye Gulu was completely certain. There was no doubt anymore. This place was the immortal realm. Just as the crowd grew louder, another woman approached from afar. The girls called her village chief, and Luna immediately pointed at Ye Gulu to accuse him. She claimed he was a dangerous pervert, and that he broke into her room while she was sleeping. Hearing that, the village chief frowned and stepped forward angrily, clearly ready to deal with him if it was true. But the moment she saw Ye Gulu's face, she froze. He was unrealistically handsome. She turned to Luna and asked if he was really bad, saying no Rose could possibly look that good, and the other girls nodded in agreement. The village chief happily stepped closer to admire Ye Gulu, declaring he must be a lost traveler, even inviting him to rest in her room, leaving Luna speechless. After Luna reminded her, the village chief quickly regained composure and seriously asked if he had done anything. Luna blushed and shook her head, saying he only lay on the ground staring at her. Ye Gulu immediately shouted that he had eye problems and needed to squint to see clearly, meaning no disrespect. The village chief then asked the other girls for their opinion. Instead of doubting him, they felt sorry for such a handsome man having an illness. The village chief nodded as well. The excuse sounded strange but oddly convincing, leaving Luna completely confused. Then the village chief shamelessly ordered that Ye Gulu be taken to her room to rest. After returning to her private room, she gently apologized for the misunderstanding, while Ye Gulu sat stiff as a statue sharing a room with a beauty, and suddenly she placed her hand on his shoulder. She said to make up for earlier, she would personally take good care of him. Ye Gulu forced a smile. Inside he was in chaos because this village chief was bold, her chest brushing against him without noticing. He stayed calm and said he came here to learn about local culture and customs. Hearing that, the village chief blushed deeply, misunderstanding that he wanted a deeper exchange with the locals, thinking he looked honest but was secretly bold, and if he did not mind a woman like her then. Hearing that, Ye Gulu forced an awkward smile, and quickly told her to wait. She clearly misunderstood him. But the problem was, the village chief had already lost control, and suddenly pounced on him. Ye Gulu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Luckily, Luna kicked the door open at the critical moment. If Luna had been a second later, Ye Gulu would have been done for, and only then did the village chief stop and ask what was so urgent. Luna immediately reported that the scouts had finished tracking the Oros. According to the intel, they were advancing fast and would reach the village in 3 days. As she spoke, she walked straight toward Ye Gulu. Her eyes locked onto him with pure suspicion. The village chief sighed helplessly. She understood the situation, but still did not get why Luna loved beating Ye Gulu so much. Luna rushed up and punched him again, suspecting he might be an Oro's spy, while the village chief was speechless, because with that face he looked nothing like those monsters. Luna said she understood, but her fists clearly did not stop. Soon Yahello lay curled up with a bloody nose, wondering what sin he had committed, while Luna and the village chief began discussing serious matters like requesting city reinforcements. But the village chief sighed again, saying it was already too late. Since things had reached this point, the village chief suddenly knelt before Yahello. On behalf of the village, she begged him to help them fight their ancient enemy, the Oros. Legend says that in the early days of the world, the moon god and the earth god were close friends. They played together in the forests every day, living in harmony. But one day, everything changed. The moon god gently reminded Sidamu that as a noble deity, throwing a used cucumber on the ground was not elegant. The earth god exploded in anger, accusing the moon god of blaming her like a street demon, and even suspecting the moon god was the real culprit. The moon god frowned, saying Sidamu was lying over something trivial, unworthy of a deity. And just like that, the two gods started arguing. The argument turned into shoving, like bickering children. It escalated into hair-pulling, gods acting like middle schoolers. From then on, the once closest gods became enemies, a divine war lasting ages before they parted ways. After finishing the story, the village chief explained that their elf tribe descended from the moon god, and the hateful Oros came from the earth god. All this tragedy started from one cursed cucumber. Yahello rubbed his forehead, finally understanding the basics, but still wondered why they believed he could help. The village chief admitted the village had long been harassed because they shared a fatal weakness. Whenever facing the Oros, their legs turned weak, faces flushed, and they completely lost the will to fight. Yahello instantly got it. The weakness strangely matched the bizarre origin of both races. But he realized the village chief seemed to have targeted him from the start. She smiled and said everything was written in prophecy. According to the final prophecy, a traveler would awaken between two mountains and cleanse this land, though the one who led the final battle would eventually leave. And all signs pointed to Yahello. While the village chief spoke and clung tightly to Yahello, Luna suspiciously flipped through the prophecy book. When she touched the still wet ink, she immediately exposed that those lines were freshly written. Caught red-handed, the village chief insisted it was an ancient family prophecy that revealed itself automatically. But Luna was not convinced, especially after finding lines like, "Please grant me a man." With no way to hide it, the village chief lunged to snatch the book back, flustered and swearing those words were absolutely not written by her. Yahello could only sigh at the scene before him. He truly had no idea how this immortal realm was even functioning. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as another possibility crossed his mind. From Yahello's experience, this looked exactly like one of those legendary fated encounters that often led to a huge power boost, like casually picking up a rotten log that later turned out to be a peerless divine sword, or saving a random fish that returned years later as the ruler of the oceans to repay the favor. Some people even stumbled upon heaven-defying cultivation arts just by entering the wrong cave, or falling into a cliff and thinking it was over, only to find a great opportunity and a beautiful companion along the way. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yahello became. He felt this trip could make him much stronger, so he immediately agreed and told everyone to leave it to him. Hearing that, the village chief beamed with joy and kept praising him as a rare good person. They originally planned to reward Yahello with 100,000 gold coins, but he immediately refused and acted like a noble hero. The moment they mentioned 3 beautiful elf maids, though, he went completely silent. His perverted side instantly showed. Yahello even cheerfully suggested sending them to his room tonight. The village chief could only laugh awkwardly and joked that she could visit his room too if he wanted. Just as the atmosphere started heading in a strange direction, several lightning-covered punches suddenly flew toward him. In an instant, a huge bump appeared on Yahello, making him behave immediately. He quickly changed the subject, said business came first, and confirmed he would take the mission. The village chief then suggested discussing the plan, but Yahello raised a hand and stopped her, saying he needed to prepare a few things first. He then headed to the restroom to take care of business, while reviewing his current situation. Part of him admired the world's impressive architecture, while the rest checked what he still had left. His cultivation was completely gone as expected, but thankfully his talent remained, meaning regaining his strength was only a matter of time. Yahello accepted that many of his artifacts were no longer usable, but after checking carefully, he discovered his chest box was still intact. Inside were 99 undying swords, and the Guishu bag, containing 108 top-tier treasures. Yet he barely paid attention to them, as if something even more important existed. Yahello then snapped his fingers, instantly opening a spatial rift. He confidently reached inside with a smile, certain everything was fine now. He was already imagining himself returning to the peak once again, and even ruling this world. It seemed Yahello believed his era was about to return. But after several flashy bursts of light, what came out were only a paper doll and a cheap wooden sword. That one really hurt. Yahello froze on the spot while holding the 2 items. His pupils shrank, and his whole body went stiff. Where were his immortal swords? Where were his high-level treasures? What in the world was happening? Then a terrifying possibility suddenly came to mind. Realm lock. Yi Gulu forced out a bitter smile in shock. He could not accept being this unlucky. Thinking he grabbed the wrong items, he immediately threw them back into the storage space. Then he tried again with eyes full of hope, desperately clinging to his glorious past. But reality was cruel. No matter how many times he tried, the result never changed. Yi Gulu was on the verge of losing his mind as his worldview shattered. Back then, out of sheer boredom, he had created a realm lock on his own treasure vault. Now he was suffering from his own trap. With no cultivation and only ordinary items in hand, how was he supposed to fight anyone now? Just as he was sinking into despair, Yi Gulu suddenly noticed someone secretly watching him from outside. He instantly rushed out and caught the shadow on the spot. The person he caught was none other than Luna. The moment he saw her, Yi Gulu switched to teasing mode. He pointed out how serious she acted around the village chief, yet here she was spying on someone's in the restroom. Luna immediately pulled her hand away and insisted she was only passing by and definitely not a pervert. Even a child would not believe that excuse. If she was just passing by, why was she peeking through the window? Luna got exposed and snapped back, claiming she was only monitoring Oros's spy to see if he was up to something. As they kept arguing, the village chief walked over and asked what the noise was about. Yi Gulu immediately accused Luna of spying on him in the restroom, and Luna firmly denied it. Yi Gulu then narrowed his eyes and suspiciously asked if Luna had seen his two treasures. The village chief froze the moment she heard that. Just a few seconds later, her face turned bright red. She hesitantly asked if Yi Gulu really had two of them. Yi Gulu's brain nearly exploded. One look and he knew the chief had taken it in a very dangerous direction. He quickly tried to explain. But before he could speak, the village chief suddenly pulled him close with intense pressure. Yi Gulu looked completely helpless, like a fish on a chopping board. The next day, the elite force of the elf tribe fully assembled. In front of Yi Gulu stood a group of blonde beauties with shy expressions. But behind that cute look were the village's top archers. When asked about the plan, Yi Gulu confidently revealed a strategy so simple it was unbelievable. According to him, everyone just needed to hold their position and wait for orders. After that, Yi Gulu began giving a full tactical lecture to the team. He did not just talk, he personally adjusted each girl's bow posture. But whenever Yi Gulu tried to get a little too close with hidden intentions, Luna would instantly appear and land a few perfectly accurate punches. After all, Yi Gulu's perverted nature was not easy to fix. One moment his eyes drifted upward, the next they slid downward. He could not stay serious for long, so Luna's discipline was honestly well-deserved. Eventually, the training session came to an end. The girls looked fine, but Yi Gulu's face was clearly bruised. Even so, he maintained his teacher persona and praised the elves for their great talent. He then casually added that anyone who did not understand could visit his room tonight for private tutoring. The atmosphere instantly turned silent, and Yi Gulu even offered to pick someone himself. The moment he called out Cleo and Thomas, the two girls nearly burst into tears. Clearly, no one wanted that private lesson. Yet Yi Gulu stayed shameless as ever. Despite being beaten all day, he still grinned and praised them as beautiful and hard-working, perfect for visiting his room tonight. But the moment he finished speaking, a chilling killing intent rose behind him. Luna once again chased Yi Gulu everywhere, while he ran for his life holding his head. At this point, if he still did not understand why he was getting beaten, that was truly hopeless. After a long chase, the two finally stopped. Just then, a panicked girl rushed over to inform the village chief that the Oros had arrived. The chief's expression changed instantly. She did not expect them to show up so quickly. It had only been one day. At the same time, the Oros had already broken through the defenses and stormed into the elf village. A few tribe members tried to resist, but the moment they saw those monsters, their limbs trembled uncontrollably. They simply could not fight back. Even so, one girl gathered her courage and thrust her sword at an Oros. Sadly, the attack was like scratching an itch. It did not even leave a mark. The Oros lowered its head and looked at the girl. She had almost no strength left, her entire body shaking. Crying and gasping, she could only watch helplessly as it stepped closer. The monster slowly raised its club. A heavy impact echoed through the air. Meanwhile, other Oros flooded the village and began capturing the elf girls. One large Oros even reminded his subordinates not to strike too hard, in case they damaged the elves' beauty. That figure was Dusha, the prince of the Oros tribe. Before long, many elf girls had been subdued. The Oros forced them to line up in front of them. Dusha looked down arrogantly, claiming that being noticed by him was already an honor. In his eyes, elves were born to be slaves of the Oros. After saying that, he coldly ordered all of them to kneel. With no way out, the girls gritted their teeth and knelt to save their lives. But at that exact moment, a command echoed from afar, ordering the archers to fire. Arrows glowing with light shot into the sky, then rained down perfectly into the Oros formation. However, the arrow aimed at Dusha was easily blocked. He glanced at his injured subordinates with disdain, clearly seeing them as useless. Yi Gulu had no intention of stopping. He ordered all firepower to focus on Du Sha. White Tiger, Lu He, Ju Tian Tian Xin, Tianju Jiashen Gung, Jiashen Ren. Arrow after arrow flew in, yet Du Sha casually waved and snapped them mid-air. Still, he began paying attention to the direction of the attack, surprised the elves even had a battlefield commander. That surprise quickly turned into contempt. In his eyes, this tiny force could never threaten the Oros. Meanwhile, Ye Gulu and the village chief were hiding on a rooftop, and she still doubted whether this plan would work. Ye Gulu stared at the battlefield with absolute confidence and told her to trust him. The plan would succeed. Almost the moment he finished speaking, an arrow pierced Du Sha. A flicker of shock crossed his face. Seizing the chance, Ye Gulu shouted more formations, Xuan Wu Jia Shou Yi Jia Yin Gui Life Gate, then commanded another synchronized volley. With Ye Gulu's precise control, Du Sha was slowly pushed back, arrows sticking into him as he roared in anger. Seeing the effect, Ye Gulu stood up proudly. Turning arrows into flying swords and forming a sword array really worked. This was the sword formation of a cultivator, the first step toward reclaiming his peak. Du Sha lowered his head and let out a cold laugh. His eyes grew interested. The battle was finally getting fun. Suddenly his body shook violently, and every arrow embedded in him blasted outward. Not a single wound remained on his skin. Du Sha's face darkened. He never expected this small place to push him that far. But that only fueled his brutality. He wanted to see how long the elves could last, then pulled out a strange object shaped like a cucumber. It immediately emitted eerie waves. In an instant, all the elf girls collapsed, their bodies burning hot and strength completely drained. Forget fighting back, they could not even stand. The village chief was also heavily affected by the power of that Oro's sacred relic. It was created to suppress elves, almost impossible to resist. Watching the elves fall one by one, Du Sha laughed in delight. He borrowed this from the elder for safety, and today it proved useful. The village chief gritted her teeth in unwillingness. She could not accept this outcome after everyone trusted her. No matter what, she would not let Du Sha achieve his goal. She bit her fingertip and let blood flow, then used it to draw symbols on her staff. This was a self-sacrifice ritual to call upon the fire god. Seconds later, massive magic power descended, and the gem on the staff blazed brightly. It quickly condensed into a giant fireball. The village chief was ready to risk her life to protect her people. Du Sha's expression changed. He recognized sixth-year magic, something only Imperial Archmages could cast. One mistake and he would die. But soon he laughed mockingly, calling the elves naive. So what if she was an Archmage? Without him here, they might have stood a chance. But unfortunately for them, Du Sha was not an ordinary master. He was a grandmaster. With that, he swung his blade. A massive slash tore the fireball apart mid-air. The remaining force struck the village chief directly. Taking the hit head-on, she was severely wounded. Nearly in complete despair, the village chief choked back tears and apologized to her people. At that moment, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Ye Gulu, face smeared with nosebleed, supported the village chief and smiled, saying she had done well. To him, her desperate stand was unforgettable. The chief gave a bitter smile, thinking he was just comforting her. In her eyes, he should run now. But Ye Gulo suddenly reminded her of their earlier promise. The one about giving him 3 elf girls, along with herself. Her face instantly flushed red, eyes turning teary. Back then, she only said it to persuade him. Ye Gulu gently helped her sit down and told her to relax. From here on, he would handle everything. As Ye Gulu stepped forward, Du Sha looked surprised. Then he burst out laughing, mocking who would send such a weakling onto the battlefield. Ye Gulu showed no anger. He calmly introduced himself. Du Sha sneered, saying with that tiny body, one casual swing would blow him away. Ye Gulu looked aside with a nostalgic gaze. He once stood at the peak and enjoyed the best of everything. But now things were different. Right now, 3 beautiful elf girls and the village chief were waiting behind him. Did Du Sha really think he would give up this rare chance? Ye Gulu just wanted to shout that he had finally escaped impotence, so nobody better block his happiness. Seeing his annoying confidence, Du Sha's veins bulged as he slashed down in fury. Ye Gulu remained calm and simply raised 2 fingers. He caught Du Sha's attack between them mid-air. The clash sent out violent shockwaves, shaking the ground. Ye Gulu looked at Du Sha with disdain as if saying, "Is that all?" Du Sha began sweating cold. He could not understand what kind of monster stood before him. Even the village chief behind them was stunned speechless. Ye Gulu had blocked an attack strong enough to shatter her 6th-year magic with one hand. In truth, that block nearly injured him internally. He had used a life-saving treasure. The paper doll could only withstand one strike from a nascent soul expert, and it was single-use. Even so, Ye Gulu kept a calm face and opened his storage space. Slowly, he drew out a wooden sword. Du Sha paused in confusion at the sight of it. Ye Gulu smirked. In his eyes, Du Sha was not even qualified to enter the nascent soul realm. As he finished speaking, he casually swung the wooden sword. In the next instant, Du Sha's body was split in 2. Even the ground behind him was carved open by a terrifying slash. Dusha vomited blood violently, then collapsed to the ground. The village chief stood frozen in shock. An Oro's grandmaster defeated with one slash. Was that a legendary divine sword? In reality, she was overthinking. It was just an ordinary wooden sword you could buy anywhere. The difference was that Yi Gulu had modified it to an absurd degree. Years ago, during his duel with Heavenly Master Liu Xiaoyu, Ye Gulu grabbed a random wooden sword for style and reinforced it with his refining technique. The result was obvious. He won that battle. Liu Xiaoyu's high-grade divine sword was shattered by that wooden blade. Their master once held it and sighed in disbelief. A peachwood sword with almost zero damage. Each refinement barely increased power and risked breaking. Yet Yi Gulu refined it successfully 1,999 times. On the outside, it looked like trash. Inside, its power surpassed ordinary mid-grade immortal artifacts. It had its own name, the 1999 times refined wooden sword. Every time Yi Gulu recalled that name, he felt speechless. It sounded ridiculously lame. Who would have thought that a joke from years ago would save his life today? He really should thank Liu Xiaoyu for that duel. Sadly, no matter how strong it was still mortal grade. That final slash meant its mission was over. The wooden sword in Yi Gulu's hand slowly turned to dust. But right after that, he flashed a smug grin. He even brushed his hair back like a total badass. In his mind, a few Oros were nothing to worry about. The mission was done. Time to collect the reward. Ye Gulu skipped forward happily, already picturing 3 cute elf girls waiting for him. He headed straight toward Luna with a wicked smile, and declared her tsundere personality was totally his type, so she would be first. Luna's face instantly filled with panic. She froze without replying, leaving Ye Gulu confused about what he said wrong. He was just choosing her, right? A few seconds later, he finally realized why she looked so scared. Dusha was not dead. The Oro's bloodline skill had activated, Battle Blood. After taking a fatal blow, they enter a berserk state far stronger than before. Dusha roared madly as a terrifying aura crushed down, almost suffocating Yi Gulu. Only then did he realize he had been too careless. Dusha's massive blade came crashing down with overwhelming force. In that critical moment, Ye Gulu did not think. He just shoved Luna out of the attack range. If he had to die, he would at least protect her. Even he did not understand why he was willing to risk his life for Luna, after knowing her for so short a time. But there was no time to think. He might not even survive this. Suddenly, Luna shouted and called him an idiot. Then she directly summoned the 5 directions, lightning art. The dark sky split open as a massive bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. Dusha screamed the moment it hit. In an instant, his body was swallowed by lightning and erased completely. Yi Gulu dropped to the ground in shock. After a while, he slowly turned to look at Luna. Her golden hair gradually shifted into a familiar white. Even her outfit changed. Luna revealed her true form. She was Liu Xiaoyu. She looked at Yi Gulu coldly and said not to misunderstand. Saving him did not mean she cared, idiot. The moment he saw her face, Yi Gulu's eyes widened. It really was Liu Xiaoyu. Then he remembered she had ascended at the same time as him. Liu Xiaoyu stared at him with an icy gaze. She delivered a deadly question. Why did he ascend only to lose all his cultivation in the lower realm? Facing her true form, Ye Gulu could only give an awkward smile. He admitted he had no idea what happened and suggested talking it out calmly. His answer was a powerful kick from Liu Xiaoyu. That kick nearly ended his manhood. She knew how monstrous he once was. Surrounded by 5 of them and still ascending successfully, ending up in the same world as him felt unbelievable and irritating. Yet deep down, she also saw it as a strange kind of honor. Seeing her terrifyingly cold face, Ye Gulu sweated and mumbled that he truly did not know what was going on. His innocent act only made Liu Xiaoyu angrier. She immediately summoned lightning to strike him again, bringing up the 3 elf girls. Then the private room invitation at night, and the overly enthusiastic perverted tutoring. He even dared to choose her first as his personal elf. Yi Gulu was blasted by lightning repeatedly, running in circles with almost no escape. But when pushed too far, anyone would fight back. Gathering his courage, he pointed back at Liu Xiaoyu and demanded how she could use a 5th-level lightning formation and what realm she had reached. Seeing him dare to point at her, Liu Xiaoyu answered with another bolt of lightning. After a long bickering session like sworn rivals, Liu Xiaoyu finally explained everything. Only then did Yi Gulu learn she had been living in this world for 3 months already. When she woke up, she was only at the Golden Core stage, but in just 3 months, she broke straight into Nascent Soul. After that, she used Mirror Flower Watermoon to change her appearance. Then she cast Dream Butterfly Art to seal her true consciousness. Hearing this, Ye Gulu instantly got it. He asked if she used the Joe Dreams of a Butterfly Dreams of Joe concept to lock her mind and hypnotize herself into becoming a spirit, and what the trigger to break the seal was. Liu Xiaoyu said the seal would undo itself if she faced real danger or met another cultivator. The moment he heard that, Ye Gulu realized Liu Xiaoyu had planned everything from the very start. But before he could finish, she snapped and cut him off, warning him never to bring it up again. After that talk, the two of them stepped outside. By coincidence, the village chief was already there, saying she had sensed something strange since Luna appeared in the village 3 months ago. Liu Xiaoyu lowered her head and thanked the chief and everyone for taking care of her, but the chief shyly said they should be thanking her for saving the whole village. Everything happened just like the prophecy said. A traveler from afar would appear and cleanse the corruption ahead, allowing the spirit tribe to keep their dignity. Liu Xiaoyu only smiled, saying helping this much was enough, and they would likely leave tomorrow to continue their journey. Hearing about leaving, Ye Gulus suddenly remembered something and told them to wait. He forgot an item. He dashed off like an arrow, muttering that his treasure was still back there. Not long after, Ye Gulu returned with a face full of despair. Staring at Du Sha's charred corpse, he trembled, wondering if this still counted as loot. He almost cried while digging through the body, but found nothing. No weapons, no valuables, everything gone. Just then, a few tiny sparks flickered in the ashes. Ye Gulus' eyes lit up as he rushed over, convinced some treasure had to survive the lightning. But the more he dug, the uglier his expression became. The glowing stuff turned out to be Oro's waste. He dug more and it was still waste, just in smaller pieces. What a brutal scam. Furious, Ye Gulu stomped around and cursed the Oros for leaving behind something so disgusting, even in death. But while raging, his foot kicked something hard under the ground. His eyes instantly shone again. He quickly lifted his foot to check. Right beneath it was the sacred relic of the Oros tribe, still glowing. Ye Gulus' eyes widened as memories about the relic flashed in his mind. A few seconds later, a sly grin spread across his face. He swiftly hid the relic on himself, then acted disappointed, and claimed he found nothing at all. Not stopping there, he shamelessly blamed Liu Xiaoyu, saying her lightning was too strong and destroyed all his treasures. After securing his prize, Ye Gulu happily ran toward the village chief. Then he casually lifted his shirt to show off the cucumber he had picked up. The moment the chief saw it, her body went weak. Seeing her reaction, Ye Gulu beamed, thanked her warmly, and wished her good night, while she blushed and stammered that he should probably destroy such a terrifying item. After staying one night in the spirit village, at dawn, Ye Gulu and Liu Xiaoyu prepared to leave and continue their journey. The female spirits were reluctant to see them go. Some even had red eyes from holding back tears. Just as they were about to depart, Ye Gulu suddenly leaned in and whispered to the chief about the 3 spirit girls from before. But before he could finish, Liu Xiaoyu threw a warning punch that shut him up instantly. After that, she bowed to the chief and said they had to get going. With that, they turned and walked straight ahead. But suddenly the chief hurried after them and called out Ye Gulus' name. She gently grabbed his hand, then softly placed a lingering kiss on his cheek. After that, the chief quietly thanked Ye Gulu for everything. Standing beside them, Liu Xiaoyu stayed silent with a deep frown, clearly in a terrible mood. Meanwhile, the chief even winked at Ye Gulu, hinting that he should come back next time. Ye Gulu gave a knowing smile. Looks like he already had an answer in mind. But in that exact moment, Liu Xiaoyu moved like she teleported. She chased after him and declared there would absolutely be no next time. Not long after, a massive beam of light suddenly descended from the sky above the spirit village, and with it, a spatial gate slowly opened. The sight instantly threw the entire village into panic. The chief quickly reassured everyone that it was only teleportation magic. Then from inside the gate, a pair of slender legs stepped out. Their owner was a breathtaking beauty, with an icy and suffocatingly arrogant aura. The spirit girls were stunned. One look was enough to tell. She held an extremely high rank among the knights, at the very least captain level, so the chief immediately stepped forward and bowed in greeting. And she soon realized the visitor was Yi Shi-ni, the church knight overseeing Ida City, a figure rumored to have stepped into the sub-saint level. Yi Shi-ni then asked about the scout report, claiming this place had been attacked by Oros. The chief pointed at Dusatz's corpse and confirmed it, saying someone had already dealt with everything. After that, a hooded girl stepped forward to inspect the body. She picked up a remnant and noticed the battle showed no trace of mana or divine power. Yet the opponent still killed a Grand Master level Oros, which made no sense at all. The hooded girl suggested interrogating the spirits, but Yi Shi-ni refused to avoid causing trouble. They both guessed that if the killer was a hero, the Oros sacred relic was definitely taken as loot. The relic itself was not too important, but its holder might belong to the holy relic hunters they were tracking. Yi Shi-ni immediately ordered them to find Ye Gulu and capture him alive. The hooded girl fell silent at that command. A moment later, she removed her hood, revealing herself as the female knight Livia. She calmly stated she would obey every order given. After leaving the spirit tribe, Ye Gulu and Liu Xiaoyu finally reached the outskirts of Ida. Liu Xiaoyu felt this place was completely different from the immortal realm she once knew, like a foreign world. Ye Gulu agreed, saying the spiritual energy here operated under unique laws and cultivation was much faster. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu grew suspicious. She could not understand how someone without cultivation could even see spiritual energy, and Yi Gulu just scratched his head with a silly grin. He said he went to sleep and woke up already at Foundation Establishment, basically leveling up out of nowhere. Liu Xiaoyu was speechless. That speed was simply absurd. Yi Gulu, however, sighed helplessly, feeling that cultivation would not stay this easy, and he did not want to recall those memories either. Because truth be told, what he had gained so far was not purely from effort, but mostly from sheer fate. That right after reaching Foundation Establishment, his master kicked him down the mountain to train. Not long after, he ran into a nascent soul, thousand-eyed demon tiger, 4 major realms above him. Young and reckless, he believed fighting above his level would make him stronger, and with full confidence in pure yang art, he charged in. He barely managed to kill it after a brutal fight, but before he could rest, another 1,000-year tiger showed up, the dead one's mate. He was completely exhausted and could not even run, yet he forced himself to fight for pride. Luckily, the female tiger had been heavily injured by a cultivator before. In the chaos, he accidentally stabbed its old wound with his flying sword and killed it too. He took both inner cores and looted their cave, finding piles of treasure and a dying senior cultivator imprisoned there. The old man had crippled limbs and a shattered core after fighting the tiger. Saved by Ye Gulu, he passed down all his techniques and treasures before dying. That very night, Ye Gulu jumped straight into the nascent soul realm. After finishing the story, Liu Xiaoyu just rolled her eyes, because he had told it at least 800 times. Liu Xiaoyu looked at the sky in despair, saying no female cultivator would be impressed by that story, and Yi Gulu immediately protested since he never mentioned impressing women. After 3 months in this world, Liu Xiaoyu gathered enough information and realized becoming an adventurer was the best way to hunt monsters. Yi Gulu instantly grew curious. Liu Xiaoyu explained that adventurers were brave individuals who traveled around slaying monsters and upholding justice. The more monsters they killed, the more experience and fame they gained. Top adventurers could even become heroes admired by all. Plus, the job came with tons of perks, like talking to whoever you want, going anywhere without restrictions, and keeping any treasure you find. Hearing that, Yi Gulu's eyes sparkled. This job felt made for him. He immediately decided to become an adventurer, but Liu Xiaoyu reminded him they first had to register at the guild and complete commissions. So the two headed toward the nearest adventurer guild in Ida City. What they did not know was that their every move was being secretly watched. The one observing them was the blue-haired girl, Livia. She noticed Yi Gulu and Liu Xiaoyu were heading straight to Ida City. Livia chose to stay cautious, since these two had turned a Grandmaster-level Orochi into ashes. Not long after, the pair arrived at the Adventurer Guild in Ida City. At the front desk, a beautiful maid stepped forward with a warm smile. She politely asked Yi Gulu and Liu Xiaoyu how she could assist them. The moment Yi Gulu saw her outfit, his eyes lit up. Some strange knowledge in his brain unlocked again. He never expected the fashion in this world to be this stimulating, and even imagined Liu Xiaoyu wearing it. Just thinking about it made him drool. He almost got a nosebleed on the spot. Used to his nonsense, Liu Xiaoyu casually punched him awake before turning to register as adventurers. A short while later, the bunny maid introduced beginner-friendly quests, including one to eliminate demon vines. The moment Yi Gulu saw that quest, he revealed a wicked grin. In his mind, he pictured Liu Xiaoyu tied up by vines and weakly calling for his help. Excited by his own wild fantasy, he accepted the quest without hesitation. But not long after, reality slapped him hard, because the one tightly bound by the demon vines was him, not Liu Xiaoyu. With no other choice, Ye Gulu had to call Liu Xiaoyu for help. After a few bolts of lightning struck down, the demon vine quest was finally completed. From a distance, Livia continued tailing them without revealing herself. She's carefully recorded everything she observed. In Livia's evaluation, Liu Xiaoyu had extreme mastery over lightning magic and could cast without chanting, likely above Grandmaster level, while Yi Gala's main skill was charging in and collapsing first. Back at the guild, the bunny receptionist cheerfully praised their speed and offered a harder quest. But Yi Gulu flatly refused, saying this time he would choose something that suited him. Instead of being a human punching bag for Agent 007, he picked another mission, since he had no desire to become Pikakus Lightning Rod again. The next day, they headed out to hunt monsters, and Ye Gulu looked like he was marching to war. This time he swore to defeat a monster in front of Liu Xiaoyu and prove he was not useless. Just as his fighting spirit peaked, a terrified scream came from behind him. Liu Xiaoyu was trembling, eyes watery. The source of her fear was just a bouncing slime ahead. Yi Gulu found it soft and kind of cute, but Liu Xiaoyu shut her eyes and urged him to eliminate it immediately. That was when Yi Gulu finally understood. Liu Xiaoyu was terrified of slimy creatures. He called out her name, then smiled mischievously and said, "She looked really cute right now." Liu Xiaoyu froze, and even the slime seemed to pause. Yi Gulu kept rambling that she was already adorable, and even cuter when flustered. Whether she was angrily blasting him with lightning or acting weak in front of monsters, she was always charming. He even said the way she was scared, but still trying to stay strong, made her even more lovable. After that, he pointed at the slime and scolded it for scaring Liu Xiaoyu. At that moment, he decided to get serious. With determined eyes, Yi Gulu declared he would risk his life against this slime for the beauty behind him. But the slime instantly used its shape-shifting skill. Ye Gulu became alert, thinking it was about to unleash something dangerous. In his mind, transformations were just visual tricks and nothing threatening. But a few seconds later, the slime transformed directly into Liu Xiaoyu. Yi Gulu went completely silent. In front of him stood a naked Liu Xiaoyu. His brain shut down on the spot. The slime tilted its head at him in confusion. Then it even copied his pose, making him realize he had underestimated this enemy. From his current angle, Yi Gulu began trembling, like he had been struck at his fatal weakness. Part of him even wanted to compliment the slime. Before he could attack, he lost by default, nosebleed gushing out. He collapsed to the ground, looking miserable yet completely satisfied, leaving Liu Xiaoyu genuinely horrified. She turned to glare at the slime, then immediately invoked 5 Thunder Righteous Law. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down. The slime was reduced to ashes. Behind them, Livia kept updating her observation log. She concluded that although Liu Xiaoyu feared slimes, her lightning power was terrifying, while Yi Gulu was perverted, weak, and useless. After days of surveillance, even Livia grew wary of Liu Xiaoyu's strength, so she decided to act only when the two separated. After that incident, Ye Gulu and Liu Xiaoyu returned to the guild again. Yi Gulu walked while clutching his head, complaining that his hair was fried like a bird's nest, and that Liu Xiaoyu always aimed for his head. But if he wanted to fight above his level, it seemed he had to use his ultimate secret weapon, and as he thought about it, he reached downward as if checking something. He stared at the glowing part with confidence, and swore he would make Liu Xiaoyu kneel and beg him one day. With that in mind, Ye Gulu immediately went to find her. The moment he saw Liu Xiaoyu, he switched to a sickly sweet voice and called her name, then shamelessly begged her to demonstrate the disguise technique for him. Liu Xiaoyu shot him a look of disdain, saying it was nothing special, and he could study it himself. Yi Gulu instantly acted pitiful, saying her realm was higher so she could at least give him some guidance. Seeing him lower himself like that, Liu Xiaoyu was secretly overjoyed but kept a calm face, even holding back laughter, because it was the first time he admitted being weaker. In the end, she relented and agreed to teach him some basics. But she warned him to watch carefully, because she would not do it twice. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Xiaoyu cast Mirror Flower Water Moon to alter her appearance, and layered it with Dream Butterfly art to distort perception, instantly turning into a flawless blonde spirit. The two techniques combined made it nearly impossible to see through her true identity. Ye Gulu stared in shock, because without prior knowledge, he would believe she was a real spirit. Right then, Ye Gulu suddenly took out that bizarre cucumber. The moment Liu Xiaoyu saw it, her expression changed, because it was the Oro's sacred relic. Her face stiffened, sweat forming, as she cautiously asked what he planned to do. Ye Gulu grinned wickedly, tossing the cucumber in his hand and saying he only had a few small requests. First, she could not sulk anymore. Second, no more lightning strikes on him. Third, she had to call him Onachan and obey him. Yi Gulu felt extremely smug, like he had finally found revenge for all the lightning abuse. He even mocked her for being too naive to realize he still had this item. But before he could savor his victory, the cucumber suddenly slipped from his hand. With a sharp crack, it hit the ground and split in half. Yi Gulu's face turned pale, his soul practically leaving his body. He teared up at the broken relic, yet forced himself to stay strong, and quickly stuffed the two halves into his pants. Then he instantly changed his tone, smiling and telling Liu Xiaoyu she must be tired lately and should rest, while he would head out first. With that, he slammed the door shut, and vanished so fast only dust remained. Liu Xiaoyu stood there, completely confused. After a while, she muttered that he was truly hopeless. Because even without that relic, he could have just said those words to her directly. When night fell, deep inside a cave, the painful roar of a dragon echoed violently. Yi Gulu was holding the quest sheet he had just accepted. The target was a legendary level monster, far beyond the nascent soul realm. With his current strength, he could barely handle a nascent soul opponent. To put it bluntly, his realm was still too low. Not long after, Ye Gulu slowly walked out of the cave. His body was covered in fresh blood, yet his expression was calm. From afar, Livia watched him exit the young dragon's lair in shock, because without a team or healer, how could someone she labeled useless hunt a dragon alone? The more she thought about it, the less it made sense, since this was the first time he acted alone, so Livia decided to capture him for questioning. Just as she was thinking, a cold female voice sounded behind her, asking if she had been waiting for Yi Gulu to separate from his partner. Livia spun around in vigilance, saying she was carrying out a mission for the church knights, and outsiders should not interfere. But when she saw the other party clearly, she realized it was a succubus. The girl smiled and said how coincidental, since both of them were waiting for Yahello to be alone, though Livia's purpose made her curious. Livia frowned and replied she had no time to verify whether the succubus was legal, but if she continued obstructing the investigation, there would be consequences. Before she could finish, the girl coldly interrupted, saying Livia seemed to misunderstand something. What she wanted to know was who gave Livia permission to follow her senior brother, and how exactly Livia wished to die. Hearing that, Livia frowned even deeper, unable to understand how Juju dared speak like that to a knight pope, but she didn't even get the chance to react. Juju already swung her hammer and charged straight in. As she attacked, she sneered and asked if Livia knew what happened to those who once stalked Yahello. The massive's hammer came crashing down, and Livia barely raised her shield in time. But the shield clearly couldn't handle that terrifying power. In an instant it shattered, forcing Livia to retreat fast. Juju kept pressing forward like she'd gone mad. Seeing that, Livia quickly activated holy water illusion form, just in time to block the next strike from the spiked hammer. She then controlled the water flow, and forcefully knocked the weapon aside. Seizing the moment, Livia drew her sword, and launched a counterattack. But Juju calmly chanted as if she didn't even see her as a threat. In the next blink, Livia's sword was wrapped in a strange light and froze completely. Juju lightly tapped the blade and mocked her, asking if she really thought that was enough to fight her. Forced into a corner, Livia gritted her teeth and demanded to know what kind of magic this was. Juju didn't bother answering and casually summoned a massive celestial formation. A giant yin-yang formation appeared in the sky, unleashing wave after wave of crushing attacks toward Livia. Overwhelmed, Livia lost her balance and fell hard. In that critical moment, she covered her body with holy water illusion form to reduce the damage. Even so, the impact with the ground was devastating. Livia was heavily injured and passed out on the spot. From above, Juju coldly looked down at her. She then glanced at the glowing seal on her body and frowned, realizing her current energy wasn't enough. It seemed absorbing energy from women alone still wasn't enough for a full recovery. So Juju decided to find her next meal, but first she had to retrieve her lost hammer. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, the rabbit receptionist brought out a new mission for everyone. It was about capturing a succubus who used forbidden magic and harmed many innocent girls. While in the corner, Liu Xiaoyu sat bored, annoyed that Yahello had disappeared again. Right then, the rabbit girl placed the mission in front of her and asked if she wanted to take it. But the moment she saw Dudu's face on the paper, Liu Xiaoyu froze. She suddenly slammed the table and stood up, then snatched the mission sheet straight from the rabbit girl's hand. At the same time, outside, Yahello was curiously staring at something that had just fallen from the sky. It turned out to be Livia lying unconscious on the ground, and he couldn't help wondering if beauties really did fall from the sky in this world. Looking at her face even reminded him of Dudu, just slightly more well-endowed. Just as Yahello was about to check her condition, his gentlemanly conscience suddenly kicked in, reminding him not to take advantage of someone in danger, even if the view was tempting. After a long inner struggle, Yahello kindly carried Livia away to treat her. He brought her into a nearby cave. The scene looked extremely easy to misunderstand, with Livia lying there, drenched in sweat like something out of a forbidden movie. Meanwhile, Yahello was channeling his inner energy to heal her. The warmth of his chi made Livia's body tremble instinctively. After a while, she slowly regained consciousness and turned her head. In front of her was Yahello, fully focused on healing her, making her wonder who he really was. Noticing she was awake, Yahello opened his eyes too. But the moment he saw her wronged, teary expression, he panicked. Yahello hurriedly explained that he was only using inner energy to improve her blood circulation so she could recover faster, but the heat was too strong and her clothes might have burned her. So he had no choice but to remove them to save her life. Absolutely no dirty thoughts involved. Yet Livia's eyes clearly said she didn't believe a word. Yahello kept explaining, but Livia didn't listen at all, crying and calling him a true pervert. She screamed, covered herself, and ran straight out of the cave. But the moment she stepped outside, the cold wind hit her, making her sneeze nonstop. Instinctively, Livia looked down to check her current condition. Then her face turned bright red and she rushed back into the cave. Standing before Yahello, Livia was so embarrassed her mind nearly shut down. Just seeing him threw her emotions into chaos, even though he hadn't really done anything wrong. After crying her eyes out, she demanded that Yahello give her clothes immediately, or just go die already, you pervert. Yahello was speechless, thinking this girl was way too fierce for someone he had just met. Yahello opened his storage space to look for something, but Livia kept demanding her old clothes back. He pointed at the pile of torn fabric on the ground, and admitted they were ruined while he was saving her. The moment she saw that, Livia exploded and kicked Yahello, while calling him a shameless pervert. Holding his head, Yegulu complained that fighting now would only make things worse. Hearing that, Livia finally calmed down a little. Yegulu searched through his storage space again, then pulled out several outfits and said they were old keepsakes from before his ascension, so she could pick whichever one she liked. Livia stared at the clothes with trembling eyes, while Yegulu turned away and said he could find something else if she didn't like them. But the next outfits he pulled out had even less fabric. In Yegala's eyes, they were already very conservative, and they were all he had left. Livia looked completely helpless, like she was about to cry at any second. Yegulu had no idea what to do, so he turned to leave, but the moment he did, Livia hurriedly called him back. In the end, she shut her eyes and picked the bright pink dress, since she really had no other choice. After that, things continued. Following Livia's request, Yegulu waited outside the cave, but after a long time with no response, he finally called out. Livia immediately answered from inside, complaining that she still wasn't done, because the outfit was too difficult to wear. Hearing that, Yegulu suddenly remembered something important. He had forgotten to teach her how to put it on. More time passed. Yegulu called out again to ask if she was finished, but the answer was the same. She still wasn't done, and even suspected he kept rushing her because he had ulterior motives. Yegulu could only explain that he wasn't thinking anything strange and was just worried about her injuries. Then another long stretch of time passed. After waiting until he was nearly exhausted, Yegulu asked once more. This time, Livia quietly replied that although the outfit was embarrassingly revealing, she had finally managed to put it on. Only then did Yegulu let out a sigh of relief. He slowly walked back into the cave, but the moment he saw Livia standing there, in that thin pink dress, Yegulu froze for several seconds. Livia's face turned red as she explained that, since a pope held the highest position, she had no choice but to wear his clothes and told him not to get the wrong idea. Yegulu panicked and hurriedly waved his hands, explaining that those clothes weren't even his. Livia had clearly misunderstood, but that wasn't the important issue right now. The fall from such a terrifying height had seriously damaged her internal organs. If not for that, the pain would have already overwhelmed her. Livia stubbornly argued back, saying she was a knight pope blessed by the gods, so it couldn't be that serious. Before she could finish, Yegulu suddenly raised 3 fingers and started counting down. 3, 2, 1. At that exact moment, Livia collapsed to her knees as if crushed by immense pressure, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time, she couldn't argue anymore. Yegulu walked over and knelt beside her, saying that with injuries this severe, she would suffer for a long time and might not even survive the night if treatment was delayed. Even with blood at the corner of her mouth, Livia still insisted that Yegulu swear before the gods that he would only treat her and do nothing else. Yegulu could only sigh helplessly and ask what kind of person she thought he was. They were complete strangers, and he had no obligation to save her. He only helped because he was kind, and perhaps this was her good fortune. If she still didn't trust him, he could simply leave her alone. Hearing that, Livia bit her lip and hesitated. After a while, she finally admitted that as a knight pope, her faith was sacred to her, and when she first woke up, her mind had been a complete mess. Yegulu looked confused and asked if she was calm now, but Livia reminded him that he had said treatment required removing her clothes. According to her faith, the human body carried sin, and reproduction itself was considered impure. If she agreed to do this before Yegulu while fully conscious, then it would mean she had willingly given him a promise afterward. In other words, she would belong to him from that point on. Meanwhile, in Ade City, inside a certain house, Yoon Juju was absorbing spiritual energy from a young woman. After satisfying herself, she revealed a pleased smile, then casually thanked the girl who was still asleep on the bed. Stretching as she got up, Yoon Juju decided it was finally time to deal with the little pest who had been following her for so long. At the same time, at the Adventurers Guild, Lu Xiaoyu paced back and forth anxiously. She needed to find Yegulu and warn him about Yoon Juju. Soon, both Yoon Juju and Lu Xiaoyu cast tracking spells at the same time, one searching for Livia and the other for Yegulu. Some time later, both of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously after locating their targets. Back at the cave, after Livia's shocking declaration, Yegulu was completely stunned. The situation was so awkward that he stood there thinking for quite a while. The sudden silence made Livia so embarrassed, she didn't know where to look. After a while, Yegulu finally spoke and said he understood what she meant. He explained many other things afterward, but Livia's mind was already in complete chaos. She barely heard any of it, and only understood that Yegulu had agreed to treat her. Quietly, she prayed for the Holy Sun's forgiveness because she believed she could no longer preserve her purity. In her mind, the man before her had already tainted her body. After finishing his explanation, Yegulu asked Livia to turn around. Though extremely embarrassed, she reluctantly obeyed to save her life. Yegulu stepped close and softly told her that it might hurt a little at first, but it would be fine afterward. Livia immediately squeezed her eyes shut and let out a trembling sound. She steadied her breathing and quietly said she was ready. At that moment, Yagulu's hand rested on her shoulder, making her heart race and her whole body tense up. But moments later, she suddenly shouted that even though she knew little about relationships, treatment definitely couldn't just be rubbing someone's back. And what were those strange noises behind her anyway? Yigulu froze for a few seconds, completely confused by her assumptions. He explained that healing naturally required channeling chi through her back, and the noises were simply part of the cultivation process. Hearing that, Livia blinked in confusion. He had already explained that earlier, hadn't he? A few minutes before, Yegulu had clearly said that the outfit was just ordinary clothing, and that she didn't need to repay him with her body. They were simply treating her injuries. Unfortunately, Livia's imagination had run wild, so none of his words got through. Meanwhile, Yegulu remained completely calm, despite facing such a beautiful woman. Yegulu looked at her speechlessly, and asked if she really hadn't heard a single word he said. By now, Livia's head was buzzing as if it might explode, and she was completely lost. In the end, she surrendered and told him to stop asking, because she couldn't understand anything anymore. After that, the two finally focused on the treatment. While channeling chi, Yegulu also reminded her not to casually make life-changing promises like that again. Thinking that way in this era was simply unbelievable. Livia explained that it was part of the Holy Son's teachings, and as a Knight Pope, she was required to believe and follow them. Hearing that, Yegulu became curious about this Holy Son she kept mentioning. Livia gently clasped her hands. Closing her eyes as if in prayer, she slowly explained that the Holy Son was the Son of God, as well as the Pope and Master of the Holy Temple, the one who represented the supreme will of the gods in this world. In their belief, everything from birth to adulthood and even death existed to serve the Holy Son, and all their actions were meant to repay his grace. Yegulu gave a faint laugh after hearing that. He found the idea interesting. Instead of living for themselves or their loved ones, these people devoted everything to a deity. It seemed their higher power must be truly extraordinary. Livia looked at him strangely and asked whether people where Yegulu came from were all so disrespectful toward the gods. His world was completely different. A memory surfaced in his mind of a girl who called herself Lu Chimu Xian, an extremely arrogant empress. She once declared she believed in no gods and bowed to no one. Instead of worshipping immortals, they would become immortals themselves. In Yegulu's world, the idea of a supreme god no longer mattered. From a Knight Pope's perspective, saving Livia counted as serving the Holy Temple, so Yegulu casually asked if there was any reward. Livia instantly brightened up, thinking he wanted to join the Holy Temple, and excitedly said they always welcomed newcomers. Plus, the nearest church wasn't far. They were clearly on different wavelengths. While Livia kept talking passionately, Yegulu only cared whether the reward involved beautiful women. Livia immediately shook her head. He then asked if there was at least money. The answer was still no. Yegulu guessed maybe there were magic artifacts. Livia looked dizzy from the questions, and explained that to get magic artifacts, he first had to become a Knight Pope. Yegulu laughed and refused right away. Without material benefits, he wouldn't even bother holding candles for a small cult, let alone joining one. More time passed. Yegulu casually asked if Livia felt better now. She blushed slightly and nodded. He stood up and explained that he had used chi to heal her internal injuries, and a few days of rest would fully restore her. Livia immediately thanked him. Yegulu just smiled and said helping others wasn't a big deal. But right after that, he suddenly asked why she had been injured and unconscious in the middle of nowhere at night. As he spoke, his eyes slowly turned purple as he secretly activated soul-seizing technique. Strange rays of light began to spread from his gaze. Livia's mind gradually fell under his control. In a blink, her rationality faded completely. Seeing this, Yegulu smiled in satisfaction. His spiritual imprint had remained in her body during the healing, making this soul-seizing almost guaranteed to succeed. It was only a low-level spell, but more than enough for what came next. Yegulu was never the type to casually save a strange girl in the wilderness without precautions. If he were that naive, he wouldn't have survived in the cultivation world. He might not know Livia's true purpose, but she had delivered herself right to him. Now extracting information from her was as easy as taking candy from a child. Meanwhile, outside, Yundudu had returned to the area. She could sense Livia's aura lingering nearby. With injuries that severe, Livia couldn't have gone far. It didn't matter. Yundudu had already traced the trail close enough. In another part, deep within the forest, Lu Xiaoyu followed the direction guided by a strand of Yu Golus's hair. As she walked, she grumbled, wondering what shady thing that guy was up to that made him run this far. Back in the cave, Yegulu continued questioning why Livia appeared here. Even under the soul-seizing technique, she tried to hide the truth and vaguely said she was just passing by. Yegulu instantly knew she was lying and flicked his finger impatiently, then coldly ordered her to tell the truth. Livia's mind was suppressed even harder, and her body trembled in fear. Her lips parted unconsciously as broken words spilled out, mentioning beastmen and a holy relic. Ygula's eyes changed the moment he heard that. Livia continued, saying her master had ordered her to find the one who took the beastman's holy relic. Panic filled her heart as she realized she had no control over her mouth, and all her secrets were being exposed. Ygulu immediately asked who this master was. Livia struggled to answer. It was Lord Sheer, the Night Pope, and she was merely his servant. After hearing this, Yahello stepped closer, bracing one hand against the rock, and asked what she planned to do if she found him. Livia replied with difficulty that Lord Sheer wanted Yahello brought back alive. Ygula's expression turned strange, so from the beginning, she planned to capture him. Livia honestly nodded. The original plan was to capture him alive and use torture to interrogate him. The moment he heard that, Ygulu slowly raised his hand. A loud smack echoed through the cave as Yahello directly slapped Livia's backside, making her scream. That was instant payback on the spot. Ygulu complained that he had protected the elf village and done countless good deeds. Yet those people still wanted to capture and torture him. The more he talked, the angrier he became. So he gave her a few more smacks, while asking where justice had gone, and whether the law meant anything anymore. Livia's eyes filled with tears, and her voice trembled. After a while, she held her aching backside and shakily admitted that she was only following her master's orders, and didn't dare disobey. Ygulu looked puzzled, unable to understand why Sheer cared so much about the beastmen's holy relic. Livia honestly explained that although it was only a low-grade holy artifact, it was tied to a high-priority wanted order from the Holy Church. The matter was extremely serious, but as soon as she said that, a painful groan escaped her lips. She gritted her teeth and struggled to stop herself from revealing more. Clutching her head in pain, Livia suffered while Ygulu realized the soul-seizing technique was failing because of her fierce resistance. Still, he had already learned plenty, including the fact that the Holy Church was targeting him. Thinking about how much effort the spell had taken, Ygulu suddenly decided to tease her a little more and flashed a mischievous grin. He casually asked how a female knight would handle falling in love under such strict religious rules. Livia looked confused for a moment before honestly answering that she had never been close to any man before. Today was her first time. In fact, her heart was beating unusually fast right now, and the feeling was incredibly strange. Hearing that, Ygulu proudly lifted his chin, convinced that his charm was simply irresistible. Not stopping there, this shameless guy even asked for Livia's measurements. She was so embarrassed, she wanted to disappear into a hole, but under the spell's influence, she couldn't resist. Her voice was too quiet for Ygulu to hear, so he deliberately leaned closer and told her to speak louder. Livia felt like crying, but in the end, she could only shout her measurements with a bright red face. But right then, Livia suddenly grabbed Ygulu's robe. In a trembling voice, she demanded that he immediately release the mental spell. A knight of the Holy Church could never allow herself to be humiliated like this. Ygulu was surprised. Had she really used every ounce of willpower to break the soul-seizing technique? Because she exerted too much force, Livia lost her balance. As a result, both of them tumbled to the ground. Ygulu landed directly on top of her. At that exact moment, footsteps began echoing from outside the cave. The person who appeared was none other than Yundudu. Seeing her senior brother again after so long, only to find him in such a compromising position with another woman, Yundudu smiled as if she were about to cry and asked whether Ygulu was very busy. She even asked if she should leave and give them some privacy. Ygulu was completely stunned. This girl called him senior brother, and those ears and tail looked remarkably similar to Liu Xiaoyu's disguise technique. Could this really be Dudu? Yundudu kept that sweet smile, but every word carried dangerous sarcasm. She said she never expected Ygulu to give her undergarment to another woman. He really knew how to have fun. Looking at the gentle beauty before him, Yundudu even remarked that she almost felt jealous herself. Every sentence sounded more dangerous than the last. Ygulu immediately jumped off Livia and rushed toward Yundudu. He hurriedly explained that there was a reason for everything and begged her to calm down and listen first. Yundudu continued smiling as if nothing was wrong. She agreed to let him explain, but in the very next instant, she suddenly attacked with the Yunrong formation and Heavenly Blade. Ygulu was genuinely shocked. He never expected Yundudu to attack him without holding back. He immediately cast a spell and created an immortal sword to block her strike. Yundudu was slightly surprised. It was clearly an imitation immortal sword, and she didn't expect someone only at the Foundation Establishment realm to achieve that level. After blocking the attack, Ygulu also began feeling the pressure. Yundudu was already in the nascent soul realm, and if the fight dragged on, he would definitely lose, so he tried to explain again. Yundudu only coldly asked whether her feelings still mattered to him at all. All she knew was that she had missed him so much she was going crazy, but had he ever thought about her even once? Seeing Yoon Yuya's hurt and gloomy expression, Ye Gulu could only scratch his head awkwardly. He said they had grown up together, so she should understand him best. Besides, there were outsiders in the cave, so it would be better to talk outside. But Yoon Yuyu only smiled. Outsiders. The moment he said that, she activated a formation. In an instant, Ye Gulu was trapped inside. Yoon Yuyo's voice turned noticeably bitter as she pointed out how close the two of them looked. At that point, that girl hardly seemed like an outsider anymore. Then she lowered her hand. The Yunrong formation and Heavenly Prison formation struck at the same time, bombarding Ye Gulu non-stop. After the dust settled, Yoon Yuyu slowly walked over. She even smiled and asked if she had accidentally beaten her senior brother to death. But when no reply came, she began looking closer in confusion. Right then, countless cracks suddenly appeared across the formation. The next second, Ye Gulu and his immortal sword shattered the formation and charged out. In the blink of an eye, all of Yoon Yuya's formations were completely destroyed. In the end, Yoon Yuyu obediently knelt and admitted defeat, yet she looked happier than the winner. She gazed at Ye Gulu with sparkling eyes full of admiration. As expected, her senior brother was still the strongest. Even at the Foundation Establishment realm, he had left her completely powerless. Ye Gulu could only sigh helplessly. He told her to stop messing around, because copying the immortal sword had drained him badly. Yoon Yu lowered her head and smiled. She said she knew. But then, a formation pillar suddenly appeared and instantly shattered Ye Gulu's immortal sword. The counterattack caught him completely off guard. And Yoon Yuyu didn't stop there. She rushed forward with another wave of attacks. Sometime later, Ye Gulu struggled to his feet while Yoon Yuyu looked down from above. She remarked that even with a whole major realm advantage, he still always held back against her, which honestly moved her. As she spoke, Yoon Yuyu stepped closer. Then she directly sat on top of Ye Gulu. Seeing this, Livia immediately spoke up. But Yoon Yuyu simply flicked a finger. A formation instantly appeared and trapped Livia inside. Yoon Yu gently caressed Ye Gulu's face. Meanwhile, Livia froze on the spot, looking like the brightest third wheel in the cave. Then Yoon Yuyu boldly leaned in closer. Livia blushed so hard she covered her eyes, though she was clearly still peeking. Right before her eyes, Yoon Yuyu kissed Ye Gulu. After a while, Yoon Yu finally pulled away with a deeply satisfied look. Her eyes were filled with joy because she had finally absorbed his essence energy. She even commented that Ye Gulu's essence energy was incredibly rich, and his body was overflowing with vitality. Ye Gulu's face turned red to his ears as he awkwardly asked if she could let him go now. Yoon Yuyu licked her lips charmingly and asked if he was joking. As she spoke, she untied the ribbon on her leather outfit. She even started removing part of her clothing, saying their business wasn't finished yet. Ye Gulu was so nervous that sweat poured down his face, and he looked ready to burst into steam. Over on the other side, Livia was dying of embarrassment, yet her eyes stayed wide open from pure curiosity. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, another woman appeared at the cave entrance, her hair flowing in the wind. Livia was the first to recognize her. The newcomer was none other than Lu Xiaoyu. But the moment she saw the scene before her, her face instantly turned red with anger, as if she were about to cry. Lu Xiaoyu's first glance landed on Livia, making her jump in shock. Then her murderous gaze shifted to the half-dressed Yoon Yuyu. After taking in the situation and everyone present, Liu Xiaoyu clenched her fists through gritted teeth. She had thought Ye Gulu went on a solo mission today, for something important, not this. Well done, Ye Gulu. Seeing another junior sister arrive, Ye Gulu immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly tried to explain. Unlike him, Yoon Yuyu simply smiled warmly and greeted Xiaoyu. But Liu Xiaoyu immediately questioned Yoon Yuyu first. Back then, hadn't they all gathered to demand an answer from Ye Gulu? Had she already expected this day would come? Hearing that, Yoon Yuyu calmly stood up and adjusted her clothes. She explained that the idea had indeed been hers at first, but after ascending, countless unexpected events happened one after another, completely outside her original plans. But Liu Xiaoyu clearly wasn't fully convinced and immediately stepped closer. Then she directly questioned Yoon Yuyu. If everything was really an accident, why had she been sitting on Ye Gulu just now? And on top of that, there was a strange woman wearing her clothes. Seeing this, Ye Gulu quickly jumped in and explained that Livia's situation was actually just a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, before he could finish, the pressure from the two girls shut him up on the spot. While the three of them argued noisily, Livia quietly bit her fingertip. Then she let drops of blood fall onto the ground. She was taking advantage of everyone's distraction to secretly prepare something. Outside, Yoon Yuyu and Liu Xiaoyu still showed no signs of stopping. Yoon Yuyu argued that this kind of thing should obviously be judged by who came first. She and Ye Gulu had grown up together since childhood. If those others hadn't interfered, they might already have a huge family by now. Just thinking about it was enough to make her angry. Liu Xiaoyu snorted and turned to Ye Gulu, asking if he had ever told Yoon Yuyu who took his first kiss. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere instantly became dangerous. Yun Yu flashed a frightening smile and stared at Yi Gulo. Panicking, he explained that it had only been an accident, but the battle between the two girls was far from over. Refusing to lose ground, Yun Yu decided to unleash a killing blow. She scoffed and said that a kiss was no big deal. She and Ye Gulu had even bathed together before. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she stared directly at Yi Gulu. Meanwhile, he became so flustered that he could barely speak, hurriedly explaining it had only happened when they were children. Liu Xiaoyu immediately shot back at Yun Yu. She couldn't believe she was bragging about childhood events, but Yun Yu remained completely calm and asked what difference it made. Then Liu Xiaoyu pointed straight at Yun Yu and said that no matter how many advantages she had, she still hadn't truly taken the final step with Yi Gulu. Those words nearly sent Yun Yu's fighting spirit through the roof, but she kept smiling and asked if Liu Xiaoyu had done it then. At that moment, Ye Gulu cluelessly interrupted again. He said he could actually explain. In the past he couldn't because of the pure young technique, but now he could. Before he could finish, the two beauties immediately joined forces and forced him into complete silence. Yun Yu then looked at Liu Xiaoyu and bluntly asked if she had come here today to fight. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and replied that she wasn't afraid of Yun Yu. The next moment, Yun Yu directly summoned the Yunrong formation. On Liu Xiaoyu's side, she quickly prepared the Five Thunder formation in response. Meanwhile, Livia seemed to have finished her secret preparations. Not long before that, in another part of Aid City, a man and woman were desperately explaining to a female knight that they had never done anything wrong. The pair repeatedly begged her to let them go, but Ashir coldly replied that someone had reported them for kidnapping an elderly woman. Hearing that, the gray-haired woman immediately denied it. She claimed that the young man had abandoned his elderly mother in the mountains to avoid responsibility. She had only brought the old woman back to the village out of kindness. Yet Ashir didn't seem to believe a single word. She directly took out holy water. Then she splashed the liquid straight at the woman. Instantly, the strange substance corroded the woman's wrist, making her cry out in pain. The man beside her panicked. He quickly held his wife tightly and anxiously asked if she was all right. Ashir coldly walked toward them and asked whether they still intended to keep making excuses. The substance she had used was holy water meant to identify undead aberrations. The woman burst into tears from the pain and repeatedly insisted that she had never done anything evil. The man immediately pulled her tightly into his arms. He blamed himself, saying he never should have let her get involved in someone else's affairs. The woman trembled as she asked what they should do now. The man gently stroked her hair and comforted her, saying everything would be fine because he was still by her side. After saying that, he carefully helped his wife sit down before standing up with a cold smile. In his eyes, the so-called church was a complete joke. When his wife had been abused to death in the past, no one stepped forward. Now all he wanted was to bring her back and live quietly together in the deep mountains. Yet they still came knocking at his door. But it seemed those knights truly thought he was so weak they could crush him like an insect. At that moment, a strange power erupted from his body. Dark crimson patterns spread across his arms, and even his eyes turned a terrifying shade of red. Then he placed a hand on the ground, as if awakening an ancient creature sleeping deep beneath the abyss. In a low voice, he apologized for disturbing its slumber. He knew very well that the monster had long since died, because nothing in this world could escape destruction. But just this once, he prayed that the decayed existence could return in its most glorious form, and bring disaster upon his enemies in his place. The ground instantly cracked apart. From deep underground, something horrifying burst through the earth, like death itself being forcibly awakened. The abyssal dragon appeared. A colossal black dragon manifested before Ashir, its roar shaking the very sky. Even so, Ashir remained motionless, her gaze completely steady. The man spread his arms and laughed. He believed a young council knight like Ashir could never have imagined encountering a legendary necromancer in such a remote place. Unfortunately, it was already too late. If this world refused to accept his kindness, then he would make the entire world taste his cruelty. As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon threw back its head and roared again. By then, Aishir had already identified him. The man before her was the heretic Fei Shai, a legendary necromancer, and the culprit behind the Peyton Baron family massacre. She raised her hand, and in the name of the Papal Knights, declared judgment upon him. Hearing that title, the man's expression immediately changed. He was clearly shaken. He never expected the young woman before him to be a saint-level figure of the church. This time, he had truly picked the wrong target. But Aishir had no interest in further discussion. The moment her incantation ended, a terrifying pillar of light pierced straight through the black dragon's body. In an instant, the massive creature exploded. Its remains were erased from existence without leaving a single trace behind. The shockwave from the explosion then swept toward the couple below. The man panicked and turned to shield his wife with his body, but the final outcome was still too tragic to accept. Sometime later, everything returned to the silence of the night, as though nothing had happened. Just then, Aishir received a message from Livia. She immediately asked if the beastfolk sacred relic had been found. If so, she might as well conduct another judgment while she was at it. Back in the present, after receiving the signal, Aishir immediately opened a teleportation gate to Livia's location. The moment she stepped out of the portal, she praised Livia for doing a good job. Seeing her master, Livia lit up with joy, as though she had finally found support. At the same time, Aishir's arrival immediately drew the attention of the three people who had been arguing. Yi Gulu was completely stuck in an awkward position. The moment he saw another beauty, he asked who she was and casually warned her to leave, because two tigresses were causing trouble here. But Aishir merely looked at everyone coldly and announced that she would begin the judgment. Hearing those words, Yi Gulu paused. It seemed the woman before him was likely the master the young knight had mentioned. He quickly defended himself, claiming he was just an innocent citizen and had no idea what crime warranted a judgment. Livia immediately spoke up beside him. She accused Yi Gulu of hiding a sacred artifact and even trying to humiliate her with mental magic earlier. Hearing that, Yun Yu and Liu Xiaoyu both looked at Yi Gulu suspiciously and demanded to know what he had done. Meanwhile, Yi Gulu was so embarrassed he wanted to run away and suggested everyone keep talking while he left first. Aishir silently observed the chaotic scene before her. Then she directly charged Yi Gulu with concealing a sacred artifact and insulting a church knight, ordering him to return to the church with her for judgment. Yun Yu and Liu Xiaoyu immediately looked unhappy. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and asked Aishir what exactly she was trying to do. Yun Yu instantly guessed that this woman intended to take their senior brother away. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu was briefly stunned. But Yun Yu became even more certain, declaring that Aishir was obviously trying to steal their man. On top of that, the opponent was likely the legendary Papal Knight, a powerhouse equal to the Soul Formation realm, two major realms above them. Fighting her head-on was basically suicide. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu calmly asked, "So are you saying we strike first?" Yun Yu grew annoyed. Someone just showed up to steal her man. Who could tolerate that? After the two whispered to each other, Liu Xiaoyu lifted her head and coldly asked Aishir if she was really trying to take him away without asking their permission. Aishir kept her icy expression and gave no reply. Seeing the silence, Yun Yu said there was no need for more talk. It all came down to who made the first move. Liu Xiaoyu snapped her fingers and accepted the challenge. In the next instant, bolts of lightning rained down wildly over the area. But Aishir merely shifted her steps and dodged everything. At the same time, she entered combat mode. Liu Xiaoyu continued casting the 5 Thunder True method without pause. Just as a massive bolt of lightning was about to strike, Aishir controlled her sword to block it and charged forward to counterattack. 2 swords slashed out at incredible speed. The shock waves were so powerful that even the cave was affected. Liu Xiaoyu, along with the others, were stunned by the scene. The entire cave began to tremble and then collapsed. Yun Yu quickly pulled Livia out from the falling rubble, then casually tossed her outside. Livia fell onto the grass, looking extremely weak. She looked up at Yun Yu and softly thanked her. But Yun Yu smirked and said not to misunderstand. She only saved her because she didn't want the undergarment ruined. After saying that, she took off her outer robe and threw it straight over Livia's head. She told her to change quickly and remember to return the undergarment later. Priorities totally misplaced. Meanwhile, after escaping the cave, Yi Gulu stood watching the battle in the sky. Liu Xiaoyu and Aishir stared at each other cautiously, both completely serious now. Liu Xiaoyu finally asked if she was truly the Papal Knight. Rumor said only saint-level powerhouses held that title. Seems the rumor was true. Aishir also evaluated Liu Xiaoyu's strength. At first she thought it was only legendary rank, but the more she sensed, the more wrong it felt. This power was nearing an extreme level, perhaps even beyond a low-tier beastfolk sacred relic. Yet such a person was protecting that man. Truly puzzling. Liu Xiaoyu simply sneered and asked, and what if she was? That idiot was under her protection now. She even declared that even if Yuanshi Tianzun came, no one would take Ye Gulu away. Hearing those strange titles, Aishir looked briefly confused, having no idea what Yuanshi Tianzun was. But that didn't matter. Anyone who refused to cooperate would be labeled a heretic. Liu Xiaoyu couldn't care less. Aishir coldly said she was too arrogant. No matter how strong Liu Xiaoyu was, her realm was still 1 level lower. Liu Xiaoyu laughed in disdain. If Aishir meant cultivation realm, then she clearly didn't understand cultivators. They were famous for defeating enemies beyond their level. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Xiaoyu hurled lightning straight at Aishir. Aishir swiftly raised her sword to block the attack. The two forces collided mid-air, creating a violent shockwave. Neither of them held back. At that moment, Aishir suddenly controlled a second sword. Yun Yu instantly sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the second sword shot toward Liu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Yun Yu hurriedly cast a spell. She summoned the Heavenly Prison Formation Shield for defense. The formation quickly covered Liu Xiaoyu's position. The two of them coordinated perfectly. Yun Yu used the formation to withstand the pressure of both incoming swords, but within seconds, cracks began to spread across the barrier. Seeing the danger, Yun Yu rushed forward. She directly took the attack in Liu Xiaoyu's place, and as a result, she absorbed the full strike herself. Yi Gulu was stunned. Even Yun Yu's strongest defensive formation had been shattered. This was unbelievable. Soon after, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu were blasted down hard onto the ground. Amid the dust, Liu Xiaoyu tightly held Yu in her arms. She anxiously called her name again and again, while Yun Yu weakly replied that she wasn't dying so easily. Even so, Liu Xiaoyu wasn't at ease. She immediately used the Snow Willow healing talisman to treat Yun Yu. At the same time, Ashir slowly walked closer. Suddenly, an immortal sword shot down and stabbed into the ground in front of her, blocking her path. Yi Gula's voice turned ice-cold, warning her not to take another step. He stepped out in full killing intent. You hurt his people. Had she thought about the consequences? Ashir remained firm and demanded he hand over the beastfolk's sacred relic and return to the church for judgment. Ye Gulu sighed. Looks like she was the type who never listened to explanations. Then he unlocked his spatial treasure. He had sworn never to use this forbidden pill, but now he had no choice. He took out a glowing golden pill. Everyone understood. This was about to get out of control. Without hesitation, Ye Gulu threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Within seconds, his eyes changed, as if divine light ignited inside them. A violent gale swept around him. Ashir's expression immediately shifted. That Tao aura was so overwhelming that even the papal authority felt suppressed. Through the swirling dust, Ye Gulu slowly stepped forward. His aura was bone-chilling, the pressure so intense it made it hard to breathe. At that moment, he seemed to have stepped back into the land immortal realm. Ashir's pupils trembled, cold sweat forming on her back. The being before her now was a true saint, and at a terrifying peak level, the crushing pressure locked her body in place. Yet Yi Gulu kept walking toward her. He stared at Ashir coldly, holding a small bottle in his hand. A tiny knight dared cause trouble? With that, he splashed the contents of the bottle onto her face. The liquid instantly soaked her. Confused, Ashir wiped her face and demanded to know what it was. But when she looked up again, the three of them had vanished without a trace. At the same time, in Aid City, a teleportation array suddenly appeared inside the Adventurers Guild. Ye Gulu held a beauty in each arm, finally bringing his two girls back safely. But standing so close to them made his brain freeze. The three of them just stood there awkwardly. Liu Xiaoyu reacted first. She slapped Ye Gulu and told him to put her down. Then she stormed off, leaving the other two stunned. Yun Yu frowned, unwilling to lose out. So she gently gave Ye Gulu another slap. Ye Gulu held both cheeks in grievance. He could understand Liu Xiaoyu, but Yun Yu had just been about to get intimate with him earlier. After a while, Liu Xiaoyu called that idiot back for questioning. She wanted to know why he had forcibly taken them away. Hadn't he just restored the land immortal realm? Yi Gulu sighed again. It wasn't that simple. It was all fake. Hearing that, both girls froze. Liu Xiaoyu immediately asked how he managed to scare Ashir like that if it was fake. Even she had believed it. Yi Gulu honestly admitted he had used the empty grand momentum pill. It was a special pill from the ruins of return. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator could unleash supreme-level pressure for a short time. But in truth, it was only for intimidation and had zero real combat power. Liu Xiaoyu looked at him in disdain. She had almost believed such a miraculous pill really existed. At that moment, Yun Yu curiously asked about the bottle he had splashed on Ashir. Yi Gulu explained it was tracking mist water refined by Marong Yusei. It could nullify all tracking spells for 10 hours. In other words, Ashir wouldn't be able to find them during that time. Liu Xiaoyu still wasn't convinced. She didn't understand why they had to be so cautious. Even if they teamed up, couldn't they defeat Ashir? Ye Gulu simply shook his head. Right now, they still couldn't win. Liu Xiaoyu instantly got mad. Just 2 minor realms higher, what's so scary about that? But Yi Gulu shook his head. The problem wasn't cultivation at all. The real scary part was Ishishi's weapon. There was something seriously strange about it. Hearing that, Yun Yu told Liu Xiaoyu to check the wound on her back. Liu Xiaoyu gently touched it, feeling guilty for being careless. But she still didn't see what that had to do with Ishishi's sword. Yi Gulu then asked if they had heard of a personal formation from Muxian sect called Dao Bei Changshen. Liu Xiaoyu nodded. It was one of Muxian sect's most insane formations. It could block one attack from anyone below Earth Immortal level, no conditions. The effect was broken, but the difficulty was terrifying. In the entire sect, only the Grand Ancestor and Yun Yu had mastered it. That's why Yun Yu was known as the strongest defensive formation master. And scarier than that, she was also among the top offensive ones. Even after hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu still didn't get what it had to do with Ishishi's sword. Yu Gulu explained that Dao Bei Changshen was a personal formation, so Yun Yu always had that protective layer on her body. He turned to Yun Yu to confirm. She nodded. Before getting injured, that layer had always been there. Liu Xiaoyu grew even more confused. If the defense was active, how did Yun Yu still get hurt? Yun Yu hesitated, unsure how to explain it. Yi Gulu finally spoke up. He believed the answer lay in the power of rules. Only rule-level power could bypass Dao Bei Cang Shen and directly injure Yun Yu. Liu Xiaoyu frowned. Could the power of rules really be tied to how this world operates? Yi Gulu nodded. This world was different from their old one, but when they once reached Earth Immortal, they had already touched and borrowed rule power, so this place must have something similar. The clearest example was Ishishi's twin swords. Yun Yu immediately asked what the true ability of those swords was. Yi Gulu began analyzing. He noticed that although Ishishi handled the twin blades flawlessly, her attacks always came in a fixed sequence. No matter what result the first strike caused, the second strike would absolutely land. So Yi Gulu concluded that the real ability of those swords was simple. If you dodged one blade, the other would definitely hit, no escaping it. From these tiny details, it was clear Yi Gulu truly was a monster who once stood at the peak. After just one clash, he had almost completely seen through Ishishi's sacred weapon. The cross-twin swords had a sequential attack mechanic. If the first strike missed, the second would guaranteed hit, and it would ignore defense to deal direct damage. And once rule power was involved, dealing with it became a real headache. Even so, Yi Gulu believed that if he recovered to nascent soul realm, he could suppress Ishishi. After saying that, he even blamed the two girls for lacking coordination, which was why he had to drag them away earlier. Liu Xiaoyu sighed in exhaustion and asked what they should do next. The mist water would only last 10 shichen. After that, wouldn't they be tracked again? And the enemy even had a teleportation array. Yi Gulu could only nod helplessly. They truly had just 10 shiken left. So, during that time, he planned to forcefully break through to the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the grassland, after Yi Gulu's group left, Ishishi was still trying to spit that strange liquid out of her mouth. After a while, she wiped her lips. She stood up to leave, while Livia called out worriedly from behind. Ishishi quickly regained her usual cold expression and said she was fine, but being humiliated like that, she would never let it slide. Livia felt even worse and secretly wiped her tears. Her master didn't even look at her once. Was she being blamed? At that moment, Ishishi suddenly raised her hand forward. She even patted the air in front of her like someone was standing there. She assumed that spot was Livia, praised her for doing great as a night attendant, and swore to judge those who insulted her. Meanwhile, Livia stood far behind, completely stunned. A moment later, Ishishi decided to stay and investigate the scene a bit longer before returning to the holy church, preparing for the next pursuit. From behind, Livia loudly replied that she understood, but the second she finished speaking, Ishishi walked straight into a tree. Livia panicked. Turns out what Yi Gulu threw at her was topical medicine. It accidentally got into her mouth, amplifying the effect and leaving her dazed like this. At the same time, at the Adventurers Guild, after hearing Yi Gulu's plan, Liu Xiaoyu couldn't hide her worry. Even Yi Gulu felt there was no reliable opportunity lately, and they couldn't show themselves openly. Breaking through to nascent soul within 10 shichen was almost impossible. But then he suddenly remembered something, and asked Yun Yu if she was no longer in her mirror flower water moon state. Yun Yu nodded. After ascending, her body changed strangely. It didn't affect cultivation, but she became a succubus who had to absorb female essence to maintain stability. Liu Xiaoyu was shocked. Aren't succubi supposed to drain the opposite sex? Hearing that, Yun Yu immediately hugged Yi Gulu. She admitted succubi usually absorb male essence, but if she did that with someone else, wouldn't that be betraying him? Female essence wasn't as filling as male, but with frequency it worked. She also mentioned this ability was called red absorption. Yi Gulu instantly turned red and coughed awkwardly. He had just personally experienced it. Liu Xiaoyu exploded on the spot and lunged at him. What exactly did they do behind her back? Yi Gulu ran in panic, shouting that it wasn't what she thought. What he meant was, the succubus ability reminded him of a very famous sect, the Hehuan sect. The moment those 3 words came out, both Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu blushed. The Hehuan sect had a dual cultivation art called Dragon Level Water. It let partners forcibly absorb each other's cultivation through intimacy. Sinister and twisted, they even marked their victim count on their bodies. Liu Xiaoyu felt disgusted just hearing about it. But Yi Gulu explained that Dragon Level Water was scary because it only took and never gave back. Still, its conversion efficiency was terrifying. Red absorption was different. It was more mutual. While the succubus absorbed essence, the other party's body was also nourished. Their spirit strengthened and blood energy flourished. As long as it wasn't abused, there were almost no side effects. After personally experiencing red absorption, Yi Gulu quickly analyzed its structure and mechanism. Then he fused it with the core of Dragon Level Water and completely modified it, creating a brand new technique. Give and take, borrow and return. He named it Pearl Harvest Art. Hearing that strange name, Liu Xiaoyu frowned. According to Yahello, pearl harvest art allowed two people to temporarily borrow each other's cultivation through intimate actions, break through quickly, and later return it the same way. A true win-win method. Liu Xiaoyu immediately raised her hand and asked what exactly counted as intimate actions. Yun Yu leaned over and whispered the details into her inexperienced sister's ear. Within seconds, Liu Xiaoyu's face turned bright red. She even screamed on the spot, then angrily called Yahello a certified pervert. Yun Yu covered her mouth and laughed in delight. To her, this was normal. Liu Xiaoyu had always focused only on cultivation, older in age but mentally still as innocent as a young girl. So for something this embarrassing and nerve-wracking, Liu Xiaoyu was never going to accept it easily. But the situation was urgent, and time was running out. They couldn't keep hesitating. So, Yun Yu took the initiative and suggested that she and Yahello try cultivating the pearl harvest art first. As she spoke, she moved closer to him with a playful look in her eyes. As for Liu Xiaoyu, she could just stand guard outside for them. Anyone could tell Yun Yu was thoroughly enjoying herself. Liu Xiaoyu finally snapped and grabbed her by the shoulders. Then she coldly said that Yun Yu sure had quite the imagination. The two immediately started arguing. Yun Yu even teased back, asking if Liu Xiaoyu wanted to take her place instead. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with defiance. Why would she be afraid of anyone? Yun Yu pressed further, asking why Liu Xiaoyu seemed so knowledgeable about these sensitive topics. That question instantly left Liu Xiaoyu speechless. After a while, she awkwardly made up an excuse, saying their celestial master manner had studied subjects like this. Besides, she had read a few dual cultivation manuals before, so knowing a little was normal. Yun Yu immediately dug deeper and asked if she had ever personally tried it. Liu Xiaoyu blushed all the way to her ears and loudly denied ever doing such a thing. But the harder she denied it, the more suspicious it sounded. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. She immediately pointed back at Yun Yu and asked if she was actually the experienced one. Unlike the embarrassed Liu Xiaoyu, Yun Yu calmly admitted it. That answer left both Liu Xiaoyu and Yahello stunned. But Yun Yu continued casually. She said she had indeed conducted practical research on the matter herself. Liu Xiaoyu froze, thinking Yun Yu meant something else, and stammered as she asked if that was really what she meant. Yun Yu simply covered her mouth and smiled mysteriously before calmly confirming it. Liu Xiaoyu immediately cried out, feeling that this girl's courage was on another level. Yun Yu fired back, saying her private life was nobody's business. Did she need to report who she was thinking about too? The atmosphere instantly became tense. The two girls glared at each other while Yahello stood nearby, unsure whether to be excited or terrified. Liu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and declared that there was no need to argue anymore. Today, she was definitely learning the technique, no matter who tried to stop her. Yun Yu immediately mocked her. A moment ago, she was calling someone a pervert, and now she was suddenly this proactive? Liu Xiaoyu blushed angrily and said nobody needed to interfere with her decisions. Yun Yu continued arguing. Other things could slide, but the order absolutely had to be settled. She boldly declared that she would go first with Yahello, and Liu Xiaoyu could wait her turn. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu nearly exploded with anger and insisted she should be first. The argument grew more heated by the second. They looked ready to start fighting on the spot. Just then, Yahello nervously raised a hand and softly said he had a suggestion. In his opinion, they could simply choose a 3% cultivation method. The moment they heard that, Yun Yu and Liu Xiaoyu instantly kicked him in the face without hesitation. Yahello took the full combo and rolled across the ground. His whole body ached, but he still tried to explain. Seeing that, Liu Xiaoyu directly took off her high heels. Beside her, Yun Yu did exactly the same. Then both girls threw their shoes straight at Yahello's face, yelling that dual cultivation wasn't enough for him, and now he was dreaming even bigger. The two continued kicking him, while Yahello desperately begged them to let him finish speaking. Hearing that, they finally stopped. At the very least, they gave him a chance to explain himself. Yahello was so touched, he nearly cried. Then he reminded them that the current goal was helping him break through, since only then could he deal with that little night girl. Yun Yu and Liu Xiaoyu frowned at him, signaling for him to continue. Yahello began explaining that the problem was that if he only cultivated with one person, something huge could go wrong. The two girls exchanged confused looks, not understanding what he meant. Yahello pushed himself up from the ground and brushed the dust off his clothes. He reminded them that he was born with two innate physiques. One was the innate sword body. The other was the primordial Tao embryo. The innate sword body, also called sword embryo, meant he was born with heaven-given sword intent, almost destined for the sword path. Most monstrous sword cultivators in history had it. The primordial Tao embryo was a universal physique, perfect for Tao arts, talismans, and formations. Rumor said anyone with it was at least qualified to become a sect master. Yi Gulu nodded. That was exactly what worried him. Before Foundation establishment, it wasn't obvious, but after that, everything changed. The two physiques became extremely dominant. Lu Xiaoyu's expression shifted in shock. Yi Gulu continued. These two heaven-defying physiques inside him were like rival forces splitting the world and fighting for control. If he dual cultivated, with only one person to force a breakthrough, one physique could completely overpower the other and shatter the balance. And once that happened, he would explode on the spot. Hearing this, both Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were stunned. Liu Xiaoyu thought it through and realized it made sense. If the balance collapsed, he really would self-destruct. Not even immortal medicine could save him. Yun Yuyu agreed. Dual cultivation was already risky. Forcing a breakthrough overnight made it even more dangerous. Seeing they finally understood, Ye Gulu almost cried in relief. He knew they would sympathize. But Liu Xiaoyu suddenly changed perspective. If more people joined, the benefits might actually increase. Yun Yuyu caught on instantly. If Yu Gulu truly broke through, his combat power at the same realm would be nearly unbeatable. Fighting 3 or 4 realms above wouldn't be impossible. Hearing that, Ye Gulu grew smug. He felt that analysis was completely accurate. So to put it simply, he wasn't looking down on anyone. Everyone here was a rare genius. But his nascent soul realm would clearly not be on the same level as theirs. The moment he said that, Liu Xiaoyu rushed over and punched him straight in the face. She laughed in anger. Oh, just an innate sword body and a primordial Tao embryo, that's all? Strongest under heaven, huh? Yun Yu couldn't even stop her. Yi Gulu was beaten until his face was covered in blood. He trembled as he explained that both of them once stood at the peak of cultivation. They should understand this best. He even swore to the heavens that this plan was purely for a joint breakthrough. Absolutely not, because he was attracted to their beauty. The second he said that, both Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu jumped him together. That denial sounded fake as hell. And just like that, his loose mouth earned him another tragic beating. After the chaos, Yun Yuyu and Liu Xiaoyu finally sat back down on the bed. Yun Yuyu rubbed her temples, thinking about what to do next. Liu Xiaoyu blushed and asked if they were really going to watch that idiot blow himself up. Yun Yuyu frowned slightly. It didn't feel that hopeless. But Liu Xiaoyu cut in. Other than that method, what choice did they have? Yun Yuyu looked at her embarrassed expression and softly asked if she truly wasn't uncomfortable. Liu Xiaoyu stammered that even if she was shy, worrying about it now wouldn't solve anything. As she spoke, she subconsciously licked her lips in nervousness. Yun Yuyu quietly watched her. Then Liu Xiaoyu suddenly called her name. After hesitating, she admitted she had only been acting tough earlier, in that area. She was completely inexperienced. Hearing that confession, Yun Yuyu burst into amused laughter. She said she had already seen through her long ago, making Liu Xiaoyu so embarrassed, she wished the ground would swallow her. Seeing that, Yun Yuyu gently walked over and patted her head, telling her there was no need to feel ashamed. For them, this was just another form of cultivation. As long as they cooperated, it would be fine. Liu Xiaoyu lowered her head and stayed silent. Meanwhile, Yi Gulu was still curled up on the floor complaining. At this rate, forget breaking through, he might lose his life first. Just as he was silently whining, Liu Xiaoyu suddenly called his name. He immediately turned over and froze on the spot. The two girls were already lying on the bed in incredibly alluring poses, urging him to hurry up and start cultivating. Yi Gulu quickly got serious and took out a special treasure called Immortal Warm Jade. It was woven from high-grade immortal silk and boosted yin-yang circulation, a famous item for dual, triple, or even group cultivation. He carefully spread it over the bed, explaining it would speed up cultivation conversion. Seeing that, Yun Yu remembered something and took out 2 warm jade pillows from her storage. Yu Gulu instantly understood. The Grand Ancestor hadn't forgotten. He had given them to Yun Yuyu. Liu Xiaoyu watched all this and felt something was off. It looked way too prepared. But Yi Gulu wasn't done yet. He took out another item. The Good Night Screen, a Hehuan sect treasure with adjustable sound isolation. Low grade, but extremely practical. Liu Xiaoyu immediately snapped, saying he was clearly the one disturbing the neighbors. Even Yun Yuyu started feeling suspicious. He seemed way too familiar with the Hehuan sect. Not just their techniques, he even had their artifacts. Yi Gulu hurriedly defended himself. The screen was publicly sold in the treasure pavilion back then, and topped sales for 5 straight years. As for Hehuan techniques, their sect library had copies. He even teased Yun Yuyu, saying she must have read them too. She only smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, a high heel flew straight into Yi Gulu's face. Liu Xiaoyu's face was red as steam, sweat forming as she demanded to know if he was starting or not. Yi Gulu blanked out for a second, then honestly answered that of course he wanted to. Sometime later, Yi Gulu suddenly shrank into a tiny version of himself standing before them. Yun Yu laughed in delight. So this was his young Divine Lord avatar, small and kind of cute. But right after that, his body began changing. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as he gradually returned to full size, and the transformation kept going. Yun Yu covered her mouth, amused. Her senior brother's talent was truly outrageous. Yi Gulu, meanwhile, was enjoying being fully released from the suppression of pure young art. In this state, he felt freer than ever before. After a while, back to normal, he looked at them and asked who would go first. Blushing hard, Liu Xiaoyu brushed her hair and bravely volunteered. Yi Gulu immediately grabbed her wrist and said there was no time to waste. They had to begin now. He pulled her behind the screen, ignoring her flustered protests. Yun Yu calmly watched from outside. Even she was surprised at a few moments. Half a shichen later, Liu Xiaoyu stumbled out looking exhausted, asking for a break, but Yi Gulu dragged her back in, saying time was short and the cultivation wasn't enough yet. In a blink, another full shiken passed. Finally, it was Yun Yu's turn. Seeing Ye Gulu breathing heavily, she asked if he needed rest. He shook his head. Even if tired, he couldn't stop now. Then he pulled her inside. For him, breaking through was still the top priority. And just like that, the entire night quietly passed. The next morning, Yun Dudu and Liu Xiaoyu were completely exhausted, fast asleep on the bed. Yi Gulu glanced at the two girls and chuckled softly before turning to leave. He slowly stepped out of the room. Checking the power inside his body, he realized that even after absorbing their nascent soul cultivation, he had only barely reached the Golden Core realm. Still, Yi Gulu didn't care much. The gap between him and that little knight was now just 3 major realms, and that was enough. Right then, the sky above suddenly burst with dazzling light. A teleportation gate opened, releasing a crushing pressure that froze the air. Yi Gulu's expression turned serious. He knew Senza Chibing had finally arrived. The massive commotion woke Yun Dudu and Liu Xiaoyu, and they rushed to the window, worry written all over their faces. Yi Gulu looked up at them and smiled, saying he'd finish this quickly, then casually asked if they wanted breakfast buns later. He then turned to Axe Shear and asked if they could change locations if she wanted to fight. Axe Shear agreed almost instantly without hesitation. Hearing that, Ye Gulu lightly snapped his fingers. Countless flying swords appeared, spinning around his body. He told her to meet him in the sky. The next second, Ye Gulu transformed into a streak of sword light and shot upward. Axe Shear frowned slightly, then quickly chased after him. Soon the two stood face to face high in the air. Ye Gulu slowly raised his hand. The sword tip pointed straight ahead. He coldly declared, Ye Gulu of Muxian Sect challenges you with his sword. After he left, Yun Dudu and Liu Xiaoyu stood outside for a long time without going back in. Liu Xiaoyu couldn't hide her anxiety. She feared Ye Gulu might be in danger this time. But Yun Dudu answered with absolute confidence that he would definitely win, because he was her senior brother. Suddenly, Yun Dudu recalled last night and laughed, saying that in the second half Liu Xiaoyu had suddenly become very proactive, which surprised her. Who would have thought the Grand Celestial Master of Tianxi Mansion had that side? Ye Gulu really knew how to bring out someone's true nature. Teased like that, Liu Xiaoyu blushed and waved her hands, telling her to stop talking nonsense. But she quickly turned serious again, asking if Yun Dudu was truly not worried, since even after absorbing their cultivation, he was still only at Golden Core, 3 major realms below that knight. Yun Dudu remained confident, saying that if she remembered correctly, the opponent was also a sword cultivator, and once Yi Gulu entered a sword challenge state, he had never lost. Even so, Liu Xiaoyu still couldn't fully relax. The gap this time was just too big. Yun Dudu then repeated what their grandmaster once said, that after she ascended, the one destined to become the strongest sword cultivator under heaven could only be Yi Gulu. No one else was qualified to take that position. Even Mu Bai of Shushan Sect had once received sword guidance from Ye Gulu himself. Born with an innate sword body, wielding the Kunlun Bell 99 immortal swords, and once standing at the peak of the sword path, Ye Gulu was never someone who could be judged by common sense. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoyu gradually calmed down, realizing that defeating a monster like Ye Gulu was never easy. Meanwhile in the sky, their battle had already turned extremely fierce, and after a brutal exchange, even Axe Shear began to show signs of exhaustion. Yi Gulu casually lifted the sword he had just taken from her and pointed it back at its owner. He calmly commented that the weapon didn't seem all that special. Axe Shear, now covered in wounds, panted heavily and demanded to know what kind of monster Yi Gulu really was. On the surface, he was only at the Grand Master level, yet he could neutralize the Holy Sword's special ability, and even snatch the sword straight from her hand. Yi Gulu only gave a faint smile, saying that the so-called special ability was nothing more than the second strike automatically hitting if the first missed. Axe Shear's expression changed instantly. She had only attacked him twice. But Yi Gulu remained calm, saying that breaking this ability was simple. Just make sure the first strike missed on purpose. As for how he took her sword, had she ever heard of the innate sword body? The moment those 4 words left his mouth, Axe Shear was stunned. Yi Gulu smiled and explained it simply. An innate sword body means he can directly communicate with swords. He glanced at the blade in his hand and said that even now, it still kept praising its former master. Akshir's eyes trembled when she heard that. She never imagined such a heaven-defying physique could exist, and quietly formed hand seals behind her back. Yi Gulu noticed the small movement, then chuckled, and told her there was no need to stall for time. Akshir froze. It was obvious he had already seen through her plan, but he didn't stop her, instead telling her to go all out. He truly wanted to see how strong a high-ranking church knight's divine descent could be. Akshir frowned and coldly said he would regret this. Yi Gulu answered with an icy gaze that possibility didn't exist. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. At the same time, Akshir began chanting a divine spell in her mind. Soon, her eyes burst into blinding light. The instant the final verse was completed, a pillar of holy light descended from the sky and slammed down on Yi Gulu. When he opened his eyes again, he was stunned. The space around him was magnificent yet colorless, making him wonder where he had been dragged to. But the shock didn't stop there. From afar, a woman holding a holy sword slowly flew toward him. Every step carried terrifying pressure. The most frightening part was her unbelievably massive size. Yi Gulu instantly recognized it as the church's divine manifestation form, and the aura had clearly reached peak land immortal level. Meanwhile, somewhere else, after using the spring restoration immortal medicine, Yundudu began taking care of Lu Xiaoyu. She used a special technique to massage her. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu let out a soft moan. Her face flushed with comfort as she said the feeling was amazing. Yundudu just smiled proudly. After all, it was Muxian Sek's secret immortal medicines, plus her exclusive massage technique. Of course, the effect was overwhelming. But the main reason was that Liu Xiaoyu went too wild last night, being that enthusiastic on her first time. No wonder she was sore. After finishing her back, Yundudu grinned and said next was the front. Liu Xiaoyu obediently turned over. Embarrassed, she asked if the front needed care too. Yundudu didn't answer and simply pulled her legs apart, then started working with professional precision. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed, and the sky outside suddenly darkened with roaring thunder. Yundudu immediately stopped. Liu Xiaoyu also turned to look outside. Both felt an indescribable unease. The air outside was clearly abnormal. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and said that even without cultivation, she had just sensed a terrifying aura in the sky. Yundudu also grew worried. That pressure, though brief, felt painfully real. She couldn't help but think of Yi Gulu. That idiot better not let anything happen. Meanwhile, inside the summoned divine realm, space trembled violently. Yi Gulu's immortal sword struggled against a terrifying holy power. Under that pressure, the sword looked tiny and fragile. After the clash, Ye Gulu was forced backward. He was breathing hard, blood streaming down from his forehead. Yet despite his injuries, his eyes remained razor-sharp. He silently glanced at the scattered magic treasures on the ground. Seeing his resistance weaken, the divine manifestation showed contempt, saying a mere mortal daring to challenge a god was seeking death. Yi Gulu stared back coldly, knowing this was only a projection, but facing Peak Land Immortal at Golden Core was still too much. Meanwhile, the divine figure stepped closer, then suddenly stretched out her foot, right in front of Ye Gulu. The divine figure ordered him to kneel and kiss her feet, then swear loyalty, and she would spare his life. Ye Gulu paused for a moment. Then he burst out laughing, slowly stood up, and said the idea of licking feet actually sounded pretty interesting. He said he wouldn't mind trying it someday, but if she was interested, she could visit his room tonight, and he'd gladly teach her a few fun tricks. Hearing that mockery, the divine figure immediately lost her patience. In her eyes, a lowly mortal like Yi Gulu should have died long ago. She only spared him because his talent seemed decent. She even promised that if he served her faithfully, she would grant him a high-ranking position among the church knights. Yi Gulu fell silent for a moment. Decent talent? Someone had once told him the exact same thing. If this divine figure ever met that person, it would be quite interesting. His thoughts drifted back many years, when Yi Gulu was still a small child. A woman suddenly appeared before him and asked if he was Yi Gulu. The young boy stayed completely silent, while the woman laughed and remarked that the child truly had extraordinary potential. She looked at the spiritual light above his head and said that for someone so young to possess such terrifying aptitude, he was a once-in-a-generation cultivation genius. But Yi Gulu remained indifferent and said nothing. Seeing that, the woman introduced herself as Lu Qi, the sect master of Muxian's sect. After that, she even reached out her hand to greet him. To her surprise, Ye Gulu turned around and walked away. Lu Qi quickly stopped him and explained that she really wasn't a bad person. She then pulled out a recruitment booklet and showed it to him, pointing at an illustration and saying that the woman in the picture was her. Ye Gulu stared at it for a while, then quietly glanced at Lu Qi's flat chest. The moment she noticed his gaze, Lu Qi blushed and pinched his cheek, explaining that the artwork was exaggerated. Then she led Ye Gulu up the mountain. At first, Ye Gulu had no intention of following her, but in the end, a candied hawthorn skewer successfully won him over. Along the way, he bit into the candy and curiously asked what cultivation was really about. Lu Qi happily laughed and explained that cultivation was about refining the heart and mind, understanding the laws of heaven and earth through practice, and that it contained endless profound knowledge. Yi Gulu nodded and asked if that was basically the same as what scholars taught, and what exactly refining one's character meant. Lu Qi smiled gently, then turned around and softly patted his head. At that moment, Yi Gulu's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Qi told him about an endless northern snowfield trapped in eternal winter, where darkness lasted all day and even the sacred sex's eternal flame had once frozen out. Yet in that frozen wasteland stood a nation called Kaiming. Its people had transparent bodies, felt no cold but feared sunlight. Even a single ray could turn them into mist. At the far end of the eastern sea lay a chasm called the Dark Abyss, so black that even the strongest illumination formations could not reveal its depths. Later, people learned that an ancient beast that devoured light had been sealed there by the first generation of saints, forcing it to survive by feeding on light instead of threatening the world. This world was far larger than anyone imagined. From the endless void to the deepest darkness, the human realm alone contained countless nations fighting for supremacy. Rare treasures and mythical beasts could be found everywhere. The demon clans ruled vast territories, while the underworld remained a chaotic land where life and death were reversed. There were also mysterious races, unexplored secret realms, and countless wonders never recorded in history. The unknowns of this world were so vast that a lifetime would never be enough to witness them all. After finishing her story, Lu Qi smiled and asked what Yi Gulu thought. The boy's eyes sparkled as he honestly admitted that the world was truly incredible. Lu Qi then asked Ye Gulu how he would react if someone claimed everything in this world had been created by immortals. Without hesitation, Ye Gulu called it a scam. How amazing could immortals really be? Hearing exactly what she wanted, Lu Qi laughed in satisfaction and casually ruffled his hair, saying Ye Gulu wasn't bad at all. After all, she never believed in those so-called immortals, which was why she wanted to see for herself what the true gods were actually capable of. If those beings were truly unimaginably powerful, then she would personally challenge them and decide the winner herself. But if they were all hype and no substance, then she'd wipe them out completely and leave nothing behind. She alone would be enough. That was the true style of a cultivator. The memory slowly faded, and Ye Gulu returned to reality. He laughed to himself. Why couldn't a golden core challenge a land immortal? His entire cultivation path had been one miracle after another. Cultivators had always been those who defied the heavens, using golden core sword chi to clash against a peak land immortal's sword intent, and cutting down a fake divine projection along the way. What was so strange about that? In that case, one sword strike would be enough. Hearing Ye Gulu's arrogant words, the emotionless divine figure suddenly changed. Her empty eyes suddenly gained life. Then she smiled faintly, finding Ye Gulu interesting, and asked who he really was. Only then did Ye Gulu realize that the figure before him was no longer a simple projection. The true consciousness of the divine being had descended here. Even so, he remained calm and coldly replied that he had never hidden his identity. He was He's father. The divine being seemed slightly surprised, then let out a soft laugh. At that very moment, a beam of light suddenly split her figure in two. Before disappearing, she left behind only one sentence: they would meet again. The light grew stronger and instantly tore apart the entire projection. Ye Gulu stood silently in place. Even beneath his feet, streaks of light began to spread. The earth split apart like paper. In the blink of an eye, the entire world around him collapsed. Yet Ye Gulu calmly walked out of the chaos. That sword light pierced through the thick clouds, allowing sunlight to shine upon the land once more. The people of Spirit Village stared in shock at the sight. The once gloomy sky had become bright and clear. Even the pink humanoid slime was staring blankly upward. The beam of light stretched all the way toward the church. Inside, Livia was so worried about her master that she couldn't sit still. The sword light continued across the Adventurer Guild. The light shining through the window left both Yun Dudu and Lu Xiaoyu stunned. Lu Xiaoyu instantly recognized it as Ye Gulu's sword intent. Yun Dudu nodded and sighed in admiration. One sword strike had created a phenomenon on the level of a land immortal. Her judgment of people was truly flawless. It seemed Ye Gulu had definitely won this time, and she needed to get dressed and welcome him back. Lu Xiaoyu immediately denied it, saying she had no interest in welcoming that guy. If Yun Dudu wanted to go, she could go alone. Yun Dudu happily agreed. Then she changed clothes while humming a tune, clearly in a great mood. Lu Xiaoyu, however, kept frowning. He only won a fight, so why make such a big deal out of it? Though that idiot really was amazing in battle. Meanwhile, Yun Dudu carefully adjusted her outfit. Lu Xiaoyu was still arguing with herself. After all, fighting a land immortal as a golden core cultivator must have left Ye Gulu badly injured. But whatever, he deserved it. Yun Dudu checked herself in the mirror one last time. After a long silence, Lu Xiaoyu changed her mind. Going out to greet Ye Gulu for a moment probably wasn't a big deal. Seeing her still hesitating, Yoon Dudu urged her to hurry up or shed leave first. Liu Xiaoyu stubbornly told her to go ahead. Yoon Dudu finally stopped talking and turned to leave, but a mischievous idea suddenly crossed her mind. So she came back and secretly took all of Liu Xiaoyu's clothes with her. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyu hadn't noticed a thing. She was still struggling internally before finally deciding to meet Yi Golu. That guy had better be grateful, or she'd beat him up herself. After deciding, she went to change clothes, only to discover that none of her outfits were anywhere to be found. A short while later, Liu Xiaoyu finally panicked when she realized every single piece of clothing had disappeared. But after thinking it through, she immediately figured out that Yoon Dudu had to be the culprit. Damn it, that girl never wanted her to come along in the first place. Thinking that, Liu Xiaoyu opened her storage space. Then she climbed inside and searched everywhere. No way she was missing out. She vaguely remembered having an old Taoist robe stored in one of her treasures. After digging around for quite some time, Liu Xiaoyu finally found what she was looking for. It was an old-style Taoist robe from Tianxi Mansion. But the thought that only the outer robe remained made her scalp tingle. Meanwhile, after the pillar of light in the sky vanished, Axe Shear also fell from the air. Just then, a hand suddenly caught her by the leg. The person who appeared was none other than Yi Gulu. He looked at Axe Shear and let out a soft sigh. A while later, Ye Golu brought her to rest beneath a quiet tree. When she woke up and saw Yi Golu in front of her, Axe Shear was shocked. She couldn't understand why he had saved her. But before she could finish speaking, a sword tip was already pointed at her. The next moment, Ye Gulu stabbed the sword into the ground. He simply told her to leave. Axe Shear frowned in confusion. She had come to judge him, yet he was letting her go? Yi Gulu only smiled at her. He said that acting like a cold and proud iron-blooded judge must be exhausting. The truth was, Axe Shear had never actually killed anyone from beginning to end, right? The moment she heard that, her pupils shrank as if her deepest secret had been exposed. Yi Gulu laughed and told her not to react so strongly. He knew someone very similar to her, always talking about killing, but turning pale at the sight of blood. She constantly spoke of judgment and execution, but during her fight with Liu Xiaoyu and Yoon Dudu, she had clearly held back. Her second sword strike could have seriously injured Yoon Dudu, yet she deliberately let it pass behind her. Besides, he had already mentioned it before. Her sword had told him many things. It said that Axe Shear had never truly wanted to give her life for the church. They always claimed the world was a garden of the gods, and humans were merely summer flowers, waiting to be picked. Old memories slowly resurfaced. It was the mission where Axe Shear hunted a designated target. Back then, the entire building had exploded. Yet the red-haired girl survived completely unharmed, because Axe Shear had intentionally spared her from the very beginning. She even told her to change her name and disappear forever. The red-haired girl was so shocked she couldn't believe it. This church hound, no, this honored knight, was actually standing on their side? People called Axe Shear the Divine Walker, but she had never truly represented the will of any god. Another memory surfaced, this time involving the blue-haired woman. She cried tears of joy, because her husband had finally awakened. The man reached up and touched his neck. Only then did he realize his head had been reattached by his wife. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. As a church knight, Axe Shear definitely knew how to completely eliminate a necromancer and his family. There was only one explanation: she had deliberately shown mercy. Even the blue-haired woman realized that Axe Shear had never truly tried to kill them. Both of them understood there had to be a reason she spared their lives. In that extermination case, the man had only killed those who abused his wife and never harmed any innocent people. With the church's investigative abilities, uncovering the truth would have been easy, but the truth was never what they wanted. Thinking about it, the man suddenly understood everything. He believed Axe Shear had secretly let them go. Church Knight Axe Shear. People say fear is like chains pulling a person in every direction, but willpower is different. Ever since Axe Shear became a church knight, countless members of the church had been astonished by her talent. She nearly shattered every precedent and was seen as someone favored by the gods. In the eyes of others, she was unbelievably fortunate. From the day she became the divine figure's sharpest sword, those two sword spirits had always remained by her side. But deep down, she never forgot that she was never some divine walker. All of them were merely flowers forcibly plucked away. It was only because her compatibility with the holy relic was exceptionally high that she had been brought before the High Pontiff. Everyone believed she would become the most perfect church knight, but no one knew. The thing Axe Shear truly wanted was never that position. What she wanted was simply to go home. Back then, she wasn't even 5 years old. Because of her extraordinary compatibility with the holy relic, she was forcibly taken by the church and trained into the youngest church knight in history. But deep down, what Aeshir truly wanted was simple. She just wanted to go home. Back to the present, Ye Guluo looked at her in confusion. If she never wanted to be a holy knight, why not just leave the church? Aesir lowered her eyes quietly. After a moment, she looked up and asked him, was he really not afraid of the gods at all? Yahello laughed in disdain. Afraid of gods? So in the end, Aesir chose to betray them, huh? Aesir nodded and explained. Divine descent means turning the god's mark on her body into an avatar. Once the avatar is destroyed, the god can no longer track her through that mark. Yahello chuckled. So he got played. Still, he let it slide and asked what she planned to do next. Aesir went silent. Then she admitted she had no idea. Even without the divine mark, she still carried a holy relic. The god could track her through that. Hearing that, Yahello stretched out his hand and told her to give it to him. He sighed helplessly. It's just a holy relic, right? Aesir's eyes widened in shock. But she still obediently handed him the 2 swords with both hands, a hint of hope on her face. Yahello took the swords and casually tossed them into a spatial rift. He snapped his fingers and sealed the crack. Once it's in there, even a god won't find a thing. Aesir softly thanked him. Yahello asked again, so how would she live from now on? Aesir lowered her head. She lost to him, and her holy relic was gone. That meant she could finally return to being an ordinary person. For the first time, a truly happy smile appeared on her face. After saying goodbye to Aesir, Yahello returned to the Adventurers Guild. From afar, Yunyu happily ran toward him. The moment she saw Yahello, she jumped into his arms and kept praising how amazing he was. Meanwhile, in another corner, Liu Xiaoyu stood there in a loose yellow Dao robe that looked like a sack. She softly called his name, but he couldn't hear her over the hugging. Liu Xiaoyu grew annoyed and called out again. Only then did Yahello notice and quickly tell Yunyu to get off him. He walked over to Liu Xiaoyu and asked why she was hiding here. But the moment he got a clear look at her, Yahello froze on the spot. Liu Xiaoyu in that Dao robe looked both seductive and shy as she softly welcomed him back. And the very next second, blood shot out of Yahello's nose like a fountain. After that, the 3 returned to a room in the guild. The 3 sat on the same bed in silence. The air felt unbearably awkward. Every time Yahello glanced at Liu Xiaoyu, he had to look away fast or the nosebleed would start again. Right then, Yunyu cleared her throat. She curiously asked what happened to that night girl. Yahello honestly replied that Aesir had gone back home to farm. Liu Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Yahello then started bragging seriously. He claimed his peerless sword technique, enlightened Aesir, and made her abandon conflict for a peaceful farming life. But he quickly changed the topic. He asked if the 2 girls wanted their cultivation returned now. Liu Xiaoyu instantly jumped up and punched him. What was this guy thinking in broad daylight? At least wait until tonight. But Yunyu calmly said she urgently needed it, and he could help her first. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu's face turned red as she shouted that she needed it too. She even grabbed Yahello directly. Yunyu refused to lose and lunged forward as well. What happened next you can imagine. Just like that, a full day and night passed. Yahello opened his eyes with a blank expression. Then he subconsciously glanced at Liu Xiaoyu, and once again his nosebleed burst out. That damn Dao robe was dangerously unforgettable. Yahello got out of bed and changed his clothes. In theory, their cultivation should have been fully restored by now. Right then, Liu Xiaoyu also woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she called Yahello's name. But her expression suddenly changed after checking her body. Her cultivation had not returned. She realized in shock that she was still only at the Foundation Establishment realm. Even Yunyu jolted awake in panic. She was also stuck at the Foundation Establishment realm. The 2 of them had no idea what just happened. Yahello stood there frozen. His mouth trembled, words refusing to come out. Cold sweat poured down his back. This was bad. A moment later, after hearing his explanation, Yunyu and Liu Xiaoyu were completely shocked. That single sword strike had wiped out their nascent soul cultivation? Yahello hurried to explain. Back then he had to face a peak Earth Immortal. And not just any Earth Immortal. It was a monster-tier one. Surviving and winning was already a miracle. Seeing their faces turn darker, Yahello quickly promised not to act rashly. He would restore their cultivation. He just needed time to break through. 2 months. No, 1 month. He swore he would return their realms. But then Yunyu and Liu Xiaoyu remembered something very important. Yahello had already lost all his cultivation. And yet this guy still rolled around with them. For a whole day and night? Yahello scratched his head awkwardly. He muttered softly, "Well, neither of you told me to stop." Liu Xiaoyu nearly exploded in anger, while Yunyu covered her mouth and laughed behind her. And just like that, the morning began with Liu Xiaoyu chasing Yahello everywhere. Total chaos. At the same time, near Aid City at Hongyan Ridge, 2 figures appeared before a famous cave. Inside, a massive monster roared violently. It was the legendary tier lava dragon. The red-haired man grinned in excitement. Legendary monsters were exactly his type. As he spoke, he drew the blade from his back. Nothing thrilled him more than fighting bosses head-on. The girl beside him began chanting support spells. Light radiated from the book in her hand. A magic formation formed beneath their feet. The energy quickly buffed the red-haired man. After preparing, he stepped forward slowly, eyes burning with excitement. He wanted to see whose flames were stronger. Then he charged. His blade ignited in fire and clashed head-on with the lava dragon. In just a few exchanges, the legendary dragon was chopped into pieces. It was brutal. After finishing, the red-haired man checked the mission board. The target was indeed the legendary lava dragon. He had finally completed the quest. This man was Kester, a legendary ranked hero. He basked in victory, fully convinced he was unstoppable. Their next destination was Aid City. But first, they would rest and gather more resources nearby. After all, Aid City was famous for its treasures and beauties. That was the real reason he came. Meanwhile, Yahello sat with his two girls, smiling mysteriously. Now came the most thrilling part, dividing the loot. Let's see what treasures they got this time. The first item was a holy weapon. A pair of swords from Duitiancheng, each housing a sword spirit. Yunyu gasped. Weren't those the swords containing the rule of intelligence? Yahello actually got them? Yahello grinned proudly, of course. Look at who he is. Liu Xiaoyu frowned in suspicion. She couldn't understand how Asura would hand over such divine blades. Yahello repeated his old story. Didn't he say already? He used his peerless sword technique to enlighten her, and she went home to farm. But Liu Xiaoyu's overactive imagination ran wild. She pictured Yahello forcing Asura to witness his so-called massive and powerful sword technique, while the poor knight blushed and resisted. The more she thought about it, the more shameless it seemed. Liu Xiaoyu suddenly rushed up and slapped Yahello hard. Yahello held his cheek in shock. He had no idea how his sword technique offended her again. He quickly returned to the main topic. According to Asura, the swords still carried the Son of God's mark. Using them carelessly could expose their location. So for now, it was safer to seal them inside his spatial artifact until they grew stronger. Next, there's one more thing. As he spoke, Yahello took out two glowing crystals, one big and one small. Liu Xiaoyu asked curiously what they were. Yahello explained that he had fought a peak Earth immortal projection. To be precise, it was a divine projection, and these two crystals were the fragments left behind. Yunyu leaned in to observe. Sure enough, a strange power still flowed inside. Yahello sighed in regret. His sword strike was too overpowered, so only these scraps remained. But that same decisive slash split the opponent before it could even react. Deleted before loading finished. Now the fragments had lost all tracking ability and divine rules. They were just passive energy. Liu Xiaoyu and Yunyu stared at them curiously. But with their current techniques, refining it wouldn't restore much cultivation. Hearing that, Yahello suddenly sighed. If only this thing had a humanoid form, then they could. Before he finished, the crystal suddenly flashed violently. Yahello froze. Right in front of them, a humanoid figure identical to the Son of God appeared. Liu Xiaoyu and Yunyu felt their scalps go numb. Even Yahello was stunned. Did this thing just activate by voice command? He immediately stepped closer to inspect it. After examining it, he concluded that although colorless, its internal structure was surprisingly complete. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and asked what he was implying. Yahello curled his lips into a wicked grin. What else? Using the pearl extraction art on this statue would be perfect. Liu Xiaoyu and Yunyu both turned to stone. Yahello continued analyzing. They already mastered the strongest conversion method of the pearl extraction art. If luck was on their side, this could at least restore part of their realm. His voice grew excited as he urged them to try it immediately. The two girls were completely stiff. Their minds instantly ran wild, and yeah, you get the idea. The next second, Liu Xiaoyu blushed furiously and said this was absolutely impossible. But Yunyu tilted her head and said maybe not. Liu Xiaoyu turned to her in disbelief. She snapped, "Are you crazy? How can we do that with something completely unfamiliar?" Yahello looked confused. Weren't they just trying to increase cultivation? Besides, it wasn't even a real person, just an energy puppet. But Liu Xiaoyu firmly refused. If anyone wanted to absorb it, Yahello could do it himself. To their shock, Yahello immediately started taking off his clothes, saying he could handle it and transfer the cultivation back later. Liu Xiaoyu rushed over and beat him up on the spot. Who asked him to transfer anything? If he wanted to do something, go rent another room. Don't do it here. Yahello stood there, stunned from the scolding. Then he sighed. It was just cultivation. But performing pearl extraction art in front of others was indeed awkward. Didn't expect Liu Xiaoyu to have such bold tastes. Liu Xiaoyu choked on her words, her face red beyond saving. She finally shouted that she meant he should go get a private room. Not long after, at some inn, Yahello really brought the statue to his room and stared at it. After some calculation, he estimated the figure was around the illumination realm. With his current state, he had to be careful. Even after absorbing Liu Xiaoyu and Yunyu's nascent soul cultivation before, he had only barely reached the golden core realm. So this illumination level energy would likely just boost his foundation establishment a little. Still, better than nothing, and no risk of imbalance or unstable breakthroughs. After thinking it through, Yahello made up his mind. Cultivation came first. As long as it wasn't evil, even a drop of power was precious. What a pity. He even hoped to watch Liu Xiaoyu and the others perform the pearl extraction art. Plan failed. Yahello took off his shirt and tossed it aside. Then he grabbed the humanoid figure with one hand. But he quickly realized using pearl extraction art on a lifeless object was way too troublesome. It just didn't feel right on a dead thing. So he chose the simple route, direct devour. Light from the figure flowed into the mark on his back. But not long after, his expression changed drastically. The figure slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor. Yahello spat out a mouthful of blood, and of all places, it splashed right onto a very awkward spot on the statue. In that instant, he realized how serious this was. He quickly sealed his acupoints and meridians. Was this a breakthrough sign? He immediately sat down to regulate his breathing, suppressing the chaotic cultivation surging inside him. Sweat poured down his body. His breathing grew heavy. He forced himself to stay calm. Luckily, he barely broke through to the illumination realm. Otherwise, his body might have exploded. Yahello glanced at the statue beside him. Something felt off. Devour was never as efficient as pearl extraction art. Yet this puppet stored cultivation and converted it at an absurd speed. It even outperformed Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu. Just then. Outside, a girl was explaining that the room was occupied and asked them to find another. But Kester ignored her and barged in, openly claiming hero privileges. He pushed the door open without hesitation. What he saw was Yahello completely naked, and on the bed lay a humanoid statue. Blood was splattered underneath. Kester froze on the spot. After a few seconds, he exploded in rage and demanded what Yahello had done to the Son of God. Yahello looked at them blankly. Why did weird stuff always happen to him? A moment later, he calmly picked up his clothes and told them to wait. He said he would finish up quickly. Then, he cleared his throat. Instantly switching to a polite smile, he casually asked who they were. The red-haired man introduced himself as the registered Hero Kester. He bluntly admitted he was here to seize privileges. Midway, Kester sensed something wrong and demanded why the Son of God was on Yahello's bed. Yahello also caught on, so they came to rob him. Perfect timing. He happened to have a supreme treasure to show. He began rummaging through his storage space. Soon, he pulled something out and presented it to Kester. Yahello solemnly declared it a priceless family heirloom statue, specially gifted to the great hero for eliminating evil. Kester took it skeptically. It looked black and crude, nothing like treasure. Yahello slung an arm over his shoulder and passionately hyped the craftsmanship and unmatched value. Kester and the blue-haired girl leaned in to examine it closely. Suddenly, the base of the statue glowed. Before they understood, it exploded. A strange liquid splashed all over their faces. It was a fake antique made by Tong Duoxiang, loaded with gunpowder and concentrated Duan extract. The goal was simple. The unbearable stench would force the enemy to run for a bath. By the time Kester recovered and looked up, Yahello was gone. Kester roared in fury, but chasing was impossible. The smell was beyond disgusting. Bath first, revenge later. Meanwhile, Yahello used Earth Escape to return to the Adventurers Guild with the statue. The moment he appeared, he was drenched in sweat. Liu Xiaoyu watched while eating snacks and teased him. So weak. Not even an hour out and he's already out of breath. But right after that, Liu Xiaoyu noticed something strange. Her face changed instantly. She angrily demanded what Yahello did to the puppet. Why was there blood everywhere? Yahello hurried to explain that the blood was his. Yun Yu looked heartbroken. She didn't expect him to be so weak he coughed up blood. She even said she knew it. Going all day and night like that was too much. After that, she and Liu Xiaoyu could barely even walk. Yahello froze and frowned. Then why didn't they tell him to stop? Were they that desperate for cultivation? The moment he said that, both girls kicked him straight in the face. Still talking about cultivation? Holding his bloody mouth, Yahello explained the blood was from a breakthrough, but that wasn't the main point. The real scary part was that he had just caused a huge disaster. Liu Xiaoyu grew serious and quickly asked what happened. Yahello slowly told them everything. After hearing it, Liu Xiaoyu panicked. He was caught red-handed doing shady stuff with the puppet, and the other party recognized it as the Son of God. Yun Yuya's eyes turned cold. She clearly wanted to silence him. Yahello quickly stopped her. The opponent wasn't weak, and his identity was sensitive. He was a registered hero. Yun Yu frowned. This was real trouble. Official heroes usually had high cultivation, divine weapons, and tons of privileges. Not easy to deal with. Most importantly, their current realms were still too low. Liu Xiaoyu immediately blamed everything on Yahello. But right now, the only thing they could do was disguise themselves. Liu Xiaoyu wondered if he meant using Mirror Flower Water Moon. Yun Yu shook her head. With their current strength, that spell would leave traces. It would expose them instead. Yahello fell into deep thought. Then suddenly, his eyes lit up. If that's the case, there's only one way. Return to simplicity. A moment later, Liu Xiaoyu appeared in a completely different outfit. Details, you can imagine. Next was Yun Yu, and she was just as impressive. Yahello stared wide-eyed. Liu Xiaoyu asked what he was looking at, while Yun Yu instantly got into character as a maid. Ye Guluo could only sigh. They really went all out for this disguise. Liu Xiaoyu stepped closer and asked if this was what he meant by returning to simplicity. Ye Guluo laughed awkwardly. The actual plan was Yun Yuya's idea. A few minutes earlier, she suggested they disguise as a merchant with 2 maids. A very common combo in this world. They could prepare the maid outfits themselves. Just learn proper etiquette, and no one would suspect them. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and asked what maid etiquette even meant. Yun Yuyu answered immediately. Absolute obedience. Follow every order from the master. Back to the present, Yun Yuyu smiled and hooked her arm around Liu Xiaoyu, reminding her of their current identities. They were maids now. They couldn't act casually with their master anymore. She even turned to Ye Guluo and sweetly asked if she was right, Master Sama. Ye Guluo felt his whole body tingle. At this point, anything she said was correct. Liu Xiaoyu, though unwilling, reluctantly played along and muttered that she understood. Then she blushed and softly called him master. The moment Ye Guluo heard that, evil thoughts started forming. Even Liu Xiaoyu called him that now. Maybe he should just follow destiny. Seeing his shameless grin, Liu Xiaoyu punched him immediately. Don't push your luck. Ye Guluo held his face with tears in his eyes. His nose even started bleeding again. Just then, Yun Yuyu suddenly knelt down. She gently supported Ye Guluo, instantly healing his wounded pride. Lowering her head, she softly asked if Master was hurt anywhere. Ye Gulu weakly admitted it hurt a lot, but with that kind of pressure, he was more than willing to endure it. Hearing that, Yun Yuyu put on a worried look and asked if Liu Xiaoyu would get mad if they kept acting this close. Ye Gulu said nothing and buried his face against her legs. Seeing how much he enjoyed it, Yun Yuyu pretended to worry about getting beaten up by Liu Xiaoyu later. She even claimed Liu Xiaoyu was fierce, unlike her, who only knew how to make her master happy. At that point, Liu Xiaoyu finally exploded and told them to stop overdoing it. But Yun Yuyu refused to stop and laughed, saying they were only joking around. Was Liu Xiaoyu really angry? Liu Xiaoyu frowned and shot back that there was nothing impressive about using tricks like that. Anyone could do it. Yun Yuyu just smiled and fired back with a killer question. Could she really do it though? A moment later, the one lying on Liu Xiaoyu's lap had become Ye Gulu. She leaned down and asked how it felt. Ye Gulu enjoyed it so much he could only say one word. Perfect. The view was even better than with Yun Yuyu. Liu Xiaoyu froze for a second. The view? A few seconds later, she slapped Ye Gulu across the face and demanded to know what was so good about it. Was he insulting her? Just as the atmosphere turned chaotic, a knock came from outside. A voice complained that it had taken half a day of bathing to wash off that awful smell. He also grumbled that Aid City was unbelievably poor, like someone had already looted the place clean. The moment he heard that voice, Ye Gulu jumped up. He recognized it instantly. Liu Xiaoyu also realized things were bad and quickly used a healing talisman on him. This time, there was no avoiding it. Meanwhile, Yun Yuyu wiped Ye Gulu's nosebleed and adjusted his fake mustache. Her expression turned serious as well. Right then, the door was kicked open. Jiesi and the blue-haired girl strode inside. They acted like bandits while pretending to be polite. He greeted the innocent villagers first, then introduced himself as a hero and announced he was here to enjoy his special looting rights. But when he saw the people inside, Jiesi suddenly paused. Ye Gulu only smiled calmly. Jiesi narrowed his eyes. The face looked strangely familiar. Ye Gulu immediately broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, Jiesi soon dismissed the thought. To him, ordinary people all looked pretty much the same. After saying that, he casually walked into the room and declared that he was starting his search. He turned the bookshelf upside down, then moved on to every chest. Even under the bed wasn't spared. During all this, Yun Yuyu quietly observed the blue-haired girl beside him. She seemed to be Aura, but for some reason, she was. Suddenly, Jiesi let out a cry of despair. He couldn't believe how poor this place was. There were no treasures in the chests, and even the monsters barely dropped resources. The more he talked, the more his hands trembled. Meanwhile, the man responsible for cleaning out the entire area was standing right beside him. Ye Gulu, the king of looting. Just then, Jiesi suddenly let out a surprised sound. His eyes had landed on Liu Xiaoyu, clearly drawn by her appearance. He even praised Ye Gulu for keeping a succubus maid around, though it wasn't really his type. Then Jiesi turned toward Ye Gulu. He casually pointed at Liu Xiaoyu and told him to hand over the white-haired maid. The moment he heard that, Ye Gulu's gaze turned ice cold. Jiesi laughed and asked if there was a problem. It wasn't like he planned to skip payment. Ye Gulu forced a polite smile and slowly replied that it would be difficult. He explained that she looked normal, but there was actually something wrong with her head. At night, she would stick her butt up and dig in the dirt like a pig. And during the day, she wasn't much better. Sometimes she even bit people like a rabid dog. Liu Xiaoyu trembled with rage. The next second, she sank her teeth into Ye Gulu's hand. Wincing in pain, Ye Gulu forced a smile and told Jiesi to see for himself. It was basically like that. Jiesi stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he burst out laughing and said it was no big deal. She was just a little slow. His teammate knew healing magic. Fixing something like that would be easy, and Yi Lu wouldn't lose money either. With that, JC walked over and tried to drag Lu Xiaoyu away. Yi Lu immediately grabbed his wrist. At the same time, he pulled Lu Xiaoyu behind him with his other hand. The smile on Yi Lu's face twisted as he coldly asked if JC had a death wish. His grip on JC's wrist tightened more and more. JC frowned and his voice turned cold as he asked what Yi Lu was trying to do. Yi Lu did not answer right away. He simply revealed an extremely fake smile. JC couldn't understand why everything felt off today. It was like the saying, third time's the charm. Yi Lu repeated that Liu Xiaoyu belonged to him and had an incredibly fierce temper. Even a hero like JC might not handle it. Hearing that, JC's eyes lit up. The fiercer she was, the more he wanted to see for himself. At that moment, Liu Xiaoyu finally snapped. She wrapped her arms around Yi Lu's neck, leaped up, and launched a powerful kick at JC's face. The impact was so strong that he instantly spat out blood. Liu Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy cold. She asked what exactly he wanted to try. Yun Yu watched from the side with obvious jealousy. She wanted to hug Yi Lu like that too. As for JC, the kick left him completely stunned. The blue-haired girl quickly asked if he was alright. She immediately cast healing magic on him. In the blink of an eye, all of JC's injuries were completely healed. He wiped away the blood and laughed in amusement. No ordinary person had ever dared attack him before. Then JC raised a hand and pointed directly at Liu Xiaoyu. He swore in the name of both himself and his mother that he would make her his. After hearing that, Yi Lu could only smile, though it looked worse than crying. But right then, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in the sky outside as thunder roared wildly. From within the rift, an immortal sword slowly emerged. The moment it appeared, it shot straight downward. It pierced through the roof in an instant. Then it stabbed into the ground right in front of JC. The sight left him staring in shock. Yi Lu casually walked over and grabbed the sword's hilt. Pretending to be surprised, he laughed and said today was truly strange. An immortal sword had fallen from the sky right into his house. He asked JC if that wasn't rare, and suggested he leave soon before the sword accidentally killed him. JC immediately got angry and told Yi Lu to stop trying to scare him. He then turned to the blue-haired girl and asked if Yi Lu was bluffing, but she simply shook her head. Yi Lu kept his harmless smile and said JC was joking. He was only a weak commoner. How could he dare disrespect a great hero? That only made JC even more suspicious. He turned to the blue-haired girl again and asked if he was being rude, but she still shook her head. In the end, JC could only leave behind an angry warning and told Yi Lu to wait for him. Just then, a loud announcement echoed from outside telling everyone to pay attention because a legendary rank monster had appeared near the eastern side of the city. The situation was extremely dangerous. All Grand Master rank adventurers and heroes were ordered to join the subjugation immediately. The moment he heard that, JC became excited. He felt that his big moment had finally arrived. Before leaving, he pointed at Yi Lu and declared that he would come back next time to settle the score. Then he immediately ran off. Yi Lu stood there in a daze, not expecting them to leave at such a perfect time. But right after that, a chilling gaze suddenly appeared behind him, making his skin crawl. Then came the beating. Liu Xiaoyu turned into a raging dragon and beat Yi Lu non-stop. Idiot pig. Naturally fierce today, she would show him what real fierceness looked like. Yi Lu was beaten so badly he couldn't even fight back. Holding his head, he pitifully explained that it was all part of the act, and they had to endure it to keep things smooth. Even so, Yi Lu eventually sighed with tears in his eyes, regretting the emergency golden core flying swords he had hidden in the clouds long ago. If he still had them, he wouldn't have needed to endure all that humiliation. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoyu suddenly paused. So Yi Lu had really gotten angry because of her. Her face instantly turned red. She quickly got off him, turned away, and muttered that he was still thinking nonsense. What a pervert. Meanwhile, Yun Yu fell into deep thought. She felt that move earlier was worth learning. Next time, it would be her turn to try it. A while later, the group finally got serious. That legendary monster was clearly no joke. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu both felt they were 5 major realms behind. Fighting now would be too risky. They needed to grow stronger first. Speaking of cultivation, Yi Lu suddenly remembered something. He searched his storage and asked them to guess what he got from the Kai Guang realm. Then he took out a small dongtian. Even though it was low grade, it was still extremely useful for cultivation. Yi Lu told Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu to train inside first. He was only at Kai Guang realm, facing a legendary monster 4 realms above him, but he still wanted to try his luck. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu both pointed at the dongtian, confused about what he was planning. He gave a mysterious smile and said they would understand once they stepped inside. It would be very straightforward. So the two of them entered the dongtian. Yi Lu immediately stored it away. Then he headed straight toward the legendary monster. At the same time, a fierce battle was happening near a cliff. Yi Lu used 5 elements earth escape to quietly approach. He arrived just in time to hide nearby and observe, and he watched very closely. Suddenly, an attack flew straight at him, making Yi Gulu jump in shock. He had indeed been careless, but that was fine. It was the perfect chance to test his new flying sword after breaking through Kai Guang realm. However, before he could act, a figure rushed in front of him. JC blocked the attack with his blade. He turned back and recognized Yi Gulu as the villager from earlier. Yi Gulu simply smiled in greeting. Seeing his calm face, JC got annoyed and demanded to know what he was doing here. This place was dangerous. He should run back to the city. He even said they could talk about the maid later. For now, leave the battlefield to him. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the other side. The speaker said his son passed through Adit City and never returned. Another roared for them to hand over his son and return the Orc clan's sacred relic. Jesse immediately entered battle mode and told Xiao Ai to support him precisely. This time he would fight 2 realms above his level. In front of them stood 2 legendary orcs, one named Wangzu Erjia, the other Queen Gujialu. Back to the battlefield, Yi Gulu continued observing quietly. Looking at the 2 orcs, he frowned and clicked his tongue. No wonder they looked familiar. They were family of the Sheep Prince from before. That meant they still did not know what happened at the elf village. The queen probably had no idea her precious son was already burned into charcoal. Right then, Gujialu swung her warhammer down. JC barely managed to block it, but the terrifying pressure still blasted him backward. He stabbed his blade into the ground to stop himself from sliding further. JC panted while staring at the 2 enemies. It looked like 1 versus 2, but most pressure came from the big one. The smaller one stayed behind, constantly launching blade-like energy attacks. Even as support, the power was frightening. So this was the strength of the legendary rank. Definitely not easy to handle. Watching from afar, Ye Gulu had to admit JC was truly passionate. Sadly, his brain lagged a bit. Anyone would think the big one was the main force, while the smaller one only assisted. But in reality, the smaller one's attacks decided the outcome. The large queen was simply creating openings for the real killing blow. Interestingly, even if Jesse did not realize this, his body seemed to. In battle, when speed gaps are not overwhelming, dodging and blocking must be distributed wisely. Aside from the first time he saved Yi Gulu, he later focused most of his dodges on those seemingly harmless energy blades, while stubbornly blocking the warhammer head-on. Was that battle instinct, or his body's survival reflex warning him? What exactly was hidden inside the smaller one's attacks? At this point, Jay-Z finally realized that if this dragged on, he would definitely lose. He immediately called out to Xiao Ai. He told her to stack all defense, speed, and recovery buffs on him, and to use the strongest attack enhancement magic as well. Xiao Ai did not hesitate. JC decided to bet everything on this one move. One strike to decide it all. The next second, he shot straight into the sky. The sword in his hand dragged a massive trail of flames. Yi Gulu was stunned. This guy gave up all defense to Alan on offense. Just as he expected, JC sliced the cliff in half. Yi Gulu frowned and cursed him as a reckless idiot, then quickly pulled out a Dian Kang Ban. The idea was not bad, but did Jesse think this was a chess match? Did he expect the enemy to just stand still? In the next instant, Yi Gulu used lightning escape and appeared right in front of JC. Even while saving him, his heart ached. He had just wasted his only Dian Kang Ban page. A split second later, both of them were smashed by the warhammer. Yi Gulu and JC fell into the abyss with Wangzu Erjia, while Gujialu barely grabbed the cliff edge. Xiao Ai was horrified when she saw this. Gujialu was still trying to climb back up. Xiao Ai was so scared she burst into tears. Then she screamed in despair. At the same time, deep in the abyss, JC was covered in injuries but still forced himself to stand. Wangzu Erjia laughed coldly. Jesus' plan was clever but not enough, because his specialty was wind magic. JC frowned. He knew something felt off. An orc with such a small body, so he was actually magic-oriented. A rare anomaly indeed. Wangzu Erjia laughed even louder. Humans had heroes and champions, so of course the orc clan had special variants like him. Jesus' eyes hardened. Fine, the terrain kill plan failed, but now it was a true one unknown. Just legendary rank. With his current strength, crossing realms was not impossible. He just had to end this fast, then go help Xiao Ai rescue that villager. Suddenly, flames erupted from Jesus' body. Even Wangzu Erjia was briefly surprised. Jesus' battle aura skyrocketed to a whole new level. This was enhancement magic only Xiao Ai could cast, yet now it was on him. JC pushed himself up with his sword and declared coldly, a hero like him was not someone to look down on. With that, he charged forward. His blade aimed straight at Wangzu Erjia. The orc reacted instantly and prepared Iron Cleave. Wind blades and Iron Slash collided midair, creating a terrifying shockwave. Just a few minutes later, the once quiet mountain trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Amid the chaotic aftermath, something was blasted away. It was Jesus' sword. When the dust settled, Wangzu Erjia was seen gripping Jesse by the throat and lifting him off the ground. JC twitched in pain as Wangzu Erjia sneered. Did he think only humans had special talents? Their kind had them too. With that, he casually hurled JC into a nearby tree. The impact cracked his armor apart, completely brutal. JC spat blood and collapsed. Wangzu Erjia mocked him, admitting his disguise was decent, but in front of true talent, it was a joke. Jesse knew he was finished. Yet he still glared hatefully and told him to just kill him if he could. Wangzu Erjia slowly walked over and crouched in front of her. He asked directly if she was the one who killed the sheep prince. Jesse immediately denied it, saying he had no idea who that was. Hearing that, Wangzu Erjia grew impatient. He pressed his hand beside Jese's face. Then he revealed a twisted smile. Since she was already crippled, death and rebirth would solve everything. With his variant bloodline combined with her hero blood, he was curious what kind of monster would be born. Just as the tension peaked, Ye Gulu suddenly stood up from the bushes, holding 2 broken pieces of armor with deep regret on his face. Wangzu Erjia recognized him instantly. JC panicked and shouted for Ye Gulu to run. This place was too dangerous. But Ye Gulu ignored it and kept staring at the broken armor, lamenting how such a good spatial treasure was ruined. What a waste. Both of them froze on the spot. Ye Gulu just smiled innocently. He said earlier he felt something very sturdy on Jesus' chest. Now he finally understood it was that huge thing. She probably used a spatial artifact to hide it because it was inconvenient. Hearing that, JC blushed instantly. She quickly explained it was not a spatial tool at all. It was just gear to cover up those 2 troublesome parts. That way she would look more trustworthy. Ye Gulu clapped in admiration, praising the hero's deep calculations. JC grew even more embarrassed and said she only learned it from books. Ye Gulu got curious and asked what kind of book taught something like that. JC enthusiastically introduced an ancient famous work called The Forbidden Painful Adventure of the Female Hero. Ye Gulu was speechless. A female hero reading that? Meanwhile, Wangzu Erjia mocked human books on the surface, but secretly found it useful. Then he realized something was wrong. These 2 were chatting like he did not even exist. Annoyed, Wangzu Erjia unleashed bone-shattering wind blades. Right then, Ye Gulu jumped out to stop him and told him to wait. Wangzu Erjia's eyes filled with killing intent. He demanded a reason good enough to spare his life. Ye Gulu bowed slightly and pointed to the side. Wangzu Erjia turned, and his face changed when he saw his clan's sacred relic lying there. Ye Gulu instantly played pitiful, saying he knew the relic was being searched for, and brought it specially to exchange for their lives. Wangzu Erjia let out a small sound of surprise. Ye Gulu continued smoothly, saying real or fake, Wangzu Erjia would know at a glance. Sure enough, he sensed the familiar aura even from a distance. It could not be mistaken. He declared he would spare them for now. After retrieving the relic, he would decide later. If in the mood, he would kill the man and take the woman back for the clan elders. With that, Wangzu Erjia walked toward the relic, but just as he was about to touch it, it suddenly glowed. 2 talisman spirits appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the relic, and ran off. Realizing he was tricked, Wangzu Erjia roared in fury. But the 2 humans had already vanished, making him tremble with rage. No matter how angry he was, the relic came first. He turned and chased the talisman spirits. Meanwhile, inside a cave deep in the mountains, Ye Gulu used Earth Escape to bring Jisi to safety. He carefully helped her sit down. Jisi finally relaxed and thanked him for saving her life. Ye Gulu just smiled and told her not to be so polite. Hearing the distant tone, Jay-Z blushed and told him to call her JT instead. No matter how slow she was, she knew he was not an ordinary villager. He had a human sacred relic and mysterious magic. His true identity had to be extraordinary. Ye Gulu immediately grew awkward. But suddenly, JT seemed to realize something, and excitedly said she knew who he was. Silver hair, black clothes from head to toe, appearing at the perfect moment to save someone. Everything matched the legendary great hero who had been in seclusion for years, Senior JC Daitesi. She had seen his portrait before. Ye Gulu froze for a few seconds. Yet on the surface, he calmly nodded and accepted the identity. In truth, he had no idea who that was, but going along with it would make things easier. JT believed it completely, and even guessed the 2 maids were his teammates secretly protecting him. After hearing that, Ye Gulu could only nod along. The more JT thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She had actually tried to recruit the people around the senior into her own team before. It was pretty rude. Ye Gulu just smiled and said everyone makes mistakes when they're young. Then he got curious and asked why she was so determined to recruit that white-haired maid. After all, who could resist the charm of a long white-haired maid? And if she was Ye Gulu's teammate, she had to be incredibly strong. Just look at that long-haired maid. She was obviously a close combat expert. Ye Gulu looked confused. A close combat expert? JT immediately praised Lu Xiaoyu's kick from earlier. It was the move of a true master. Hearing that, Ye Gulu recalled the painful memories of being beaten up by Lu Xiaoyu. Thinking about it now, she really did have terrifying combat talent. After chatting for a while, Ye Gulu finally returned to the main topic and asked about JT's injuries. JT still acted tough and claimed it was nothing serious. She could keep fighting. Gulu directly asked how many ribs she had broken. JT calmly answered 10. She even insisted that a few broken bones were no big deal. Hearing that, Gulu sat down beside her. Then he gently touched her waist. A miserable scream instantly echoed through the cave as JT rolled around on the ground in pain. Looking at her shattered bones, even Gulu was impressed. Anyone else would be bedridden, yet she was still standing. Heroes really were built differently. Still, he warned her not to force herself, because his talisman spirits probably couldn't hold that beastman for long. So he decided to treat her injuries first before discussing the next plan. JT immediately agreed. Gulu suddenly became serious and said that, although there should be boundaries between men and women, most of her injuries were around her chest area, so some accidental contact might happen during treatment. JT nodded in understanding, then immediately pulled up her clothes with her mouth. She even urged Gulu to hurry up. Gulu froze on the spot. He quickly covered his nose and told her to calm down. He had not even finished explaining the procedure, yet she was already this proactive. JT did not think it was a big deal. In her eyes, a hero's duty was to fight and protect people, so getting healed and returning to battle was the top priority. Besides, heroes having a little privilege was perfectly normal. Gulu was completely speechless after hearing that logic. After a while, he nodded and told her to lie down first. The two quickly prepared to begin the treatment. Gulu briefly explained his method. First, he would apply a special medicine to the injured area, then use internal energy to guide the medicinal effects deep into the body and stimulate recovery. Since they were of opposite genders, he would keep his eyes closed during the treatment, while JT would guide him to the injured spots. JT obediently agreed and told him not to worry. Hearing that, Gulu began the treatment. The moment he touched her, JT let out a soft groan. Gulu instantly broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly asked if it hurt badly. JT bit her lip and said she was fine. The medicine was just a little too cold. Only then did Gulu continue examining the first injury. JT endured the pain and tightly shut her eyes. At first, Gulu followed the procedure very seriously. But as time passed, his hands started drifting off course, making JT's body tremble repeatedly. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately blushed and apologized, explaining that there were injuries nearby Before he could finish, JT cut him off with a red face and begged him not to touch that area because it was very sensitive. Hearing that, Gulu immediately became serious again and promised to be more careful. After a long treatment session, JT finally let out a relieved sigh and thanked Gulu because she felt much better. Gulu nodded and said the area near her chest was finished. Next would be her waist. It might tickle a little, so he told her to endure it. With that, they continued the treatment. But the ticklish feeling was too much, and JT laughed until tears formed in her eyes. She flailed her arms and legs wildly. Then she accidentally grabbed Gulu's fake beard. It fell straight to the ground. JT stared at his real face in shock. She immediately recognized him as the man who had appeared with the divine envoy before. Cold sweat poured down Gulu's back. This time, he thought he was finished. But to his surprise, JT lowered her voice and said it was normal for respected seniors to have a few strange hobbies. Gulu nearly choked on that explanation. He quickly denied it and claimed he had actually been carrying out a secret mission that day. JT looked confused. Gulu instantly got into character and explained that the statue had once been a divine envoy but had fallen under a terrible curse. Anyone who looked at it would suffer body aches, mental exhaustion, and a draining loss of vitality. His mission had been to remove that curse. Hearing that, JT curiously asked about the strange thing that exploded when he took off his clothes. Without changing expression, Gulu claimed it was a sacred anti-curse tool used to dispel evil magic. As for the foul-smelling liquid he splashed on them, it had actually saved their lives. Without his timely intervention, they would all be bedridden by now. But JT still did not understand why he had run away afterward. Gulu immediately explained that he did it to protect client privacy. For him, completing a mission also meant keeping absolute confidentiality. JT fell silent in thought. A moment later, she blamed herself for being narrow-minded and praised his words as deeply insightful. One trip with a senior really taught her a lot. Gulu was stunned. He never expected such a ridiculous story to actually work. After clearing up the misunderstanding, they resumed the unfinished treatment. Sometime later, JT tested her body. She stretched energetically and felt almost fully recovered. Only Gulu kept reminding her not to move too much. But none of his warnings got through. The moment she picked up her sword, her fighting spirit flared up again, and she wanted to rush out to save Xiao Ai. Then reality hit fast. After taking one strong step forward, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gulu hurried over to support her and scolded her non-stop. He had warned her not to move around. Her bones had only just reconnected, while the internal injuries remained. Only then did JT truly feel the pain spreading through her body. She clearly was not ready to fight. Yahello frowned and analyzed the situation. That beastman's attacks were extremely strange. Even though he was only at the legendary rank, he could attack from a distance and unleash damage 2 or 3 times stronger than normal. But JT could only think about saving Xiao Ai. Yahello sighed and said there was no point rushing. In her current condition, she simply could not join the battle. In his opinion, they should carefully plan their next move first. As for rescuing their teammates, they could only rely on the Adventurers Guild for help. Meanwhile, in Aid City, a fierce argument had broken out inside the Adventurers Guild. Some believed that a guild of this size could not just leave the matter to those two alone. They were all adventurers. Now that reports had come in about a support mage being chased into the Forest of Lost Fate, how could they simply ignore it? The person opposite immediately frowned and asked, how exactly were they supposed to help? Their enemy was a legendary rank beastman, while they were little more than weak kittens in comparison. At that moment, another young woman spoke up and agreed with Lao's opinion. Once they had received the report, pretending they knew nothing was no longer an option. But Bela thought both of them were being unrealistic. Their opponent was legendary rank. They were not heroes who could defeat enemies far above their level. Not to mention that high-ranking beastmen possessed the blood rage talent, becoming even more terrifying as they neared death. With their current strength, even sending 10 more teams would only provide food for the enemy. Qiao still disagreed. In her view, they were a complete team, and they should at least make an attempt. Bela grew increasingly frustrated and reminded them that the Forest of Lost Fate was one of the most dangerous regions in existence, a place where even legendary monsters appeared. They might all die in the forest before even finding the person they wanted to save. Lao was about to argue back, but Bela cut him off. She declared that if the team insisted on going, she would quit. She refused to die for nothing. Hearing that, Lao gritted his teeth in anger. Then he turned and walked away with Qiao, feeling deeply disappointed in someone he once respected. Qiao stood firmly on Lao's side. Just then, the guild doors were suddenly pushed open, and the one who rushed in was Xiao Ai. She ran inside crying and begged everyone for help. Lao instantly recognized her as the support mage chased into the Forest of Lost Fate. What shocked him was that she had actually made it back alive. Xiao Ai quickly told them everything. Qiao was horrified to hear that the legendary beastman had encountered a legendary monster, and both had died together. Xiao Ai nodded to confirm. She explained that shortly after entering the forest, she ran into a legendary green serpent. It fought the beastman to the death, and both perished. Lao laughed and said her luck was like a story protagonist. She truly had a huge life. After a while, he awkwardly spoke to Bela, admitting he had been too heated earlier, and asking if they could still remain teammates. Bela shyly responded with a quiet agreement. Only Qiao looked displeased. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai kept crying. She continuously begged for help. She pleaded with them to hurry and save JT. After more debate, the guild finally made a decision. The legendary beastman was too dangerous, and other teams were on missions, so they would send a request for reinforcements to the nearby Royal Maiden Knight Order. At the same time, inside the Forest of Lost Fate, the legendary beastman King Hogu Ralu and the legendary Green Serpent had both died elsewhere inside the cave. JT still felt guilty. This time, she could only rely on Yahello for help. Just thinking about it made her embarrassed, since Xiao Ai was her teammate. Yahello frowned slightly and said that for special reasons, his strength had greatly declined. By their system, he was only around senior rank now. JT was completely shocked. After a few seconds of freezing up, she burst into tears, thinking Xiao Ai was doomed. In her eyes, Xiao Ai had it too rough. She had just joined her team and was already about to die. Yahello felt speechless and said he actually had another way. Hearing there was hope, JT instantly stopped crying and urged him to speak. Yahello turned serious and said that to use this method, he needed to borrow something from her. He admitted the item was very important to her, so he felt awkward asking, but he promised to return it intact. If she found the request unreasonable, she could refuse. He just truly had no better idea. And if she agreed, he would definitely be gentle. Before he could finish, JT clutched her chest and blushed, shouting if he meant to take her virginity to gain power. Meanwhile, he had only wanted to borrow her sword. Hearing that completely off-track response, Yahello panicked and explained that such a thing would not increase power at all. It sounded ridiculous. JT apologized in embarrassment, but said a book once claimed that if the Demon King took a hero's virginity, he would become stronger. Yahello held his head in despair. It was that book, the humiliating forbidden adventure of the female hero again. He did not understand why she believed it. Besides, he was not a Demon King. But JT argued that the story also said the Demon King used to be a hero. Yahello froze on the spot. After a moment, he angrily complained about her spoiling the plot because he had not read that far yet. After that nonsense, Yahello returned to the main point. If she lent him the sword, they would have a chance to fight. JT hesitated. Lending it was fine, but This sword was special. It seemed no one but her could use it. It was as if it had already acknowledged her as its master. Yi Gulu simply smiled. His hand brushed lightly across the blade as he said, "Acknowledged a master? So there is a loyal sword spirit inside." But to him, that was not a problem. He would personally get acquainted with her. With that, Ye Gulo activated his innate sword body. After a short while, his consciousness entered the space inside the sword. Seeing a figure approaching, he even greeted it cheerfully. He thought they could slowly build a good relationship. The sword spirit lady should not be hard to talk to, but the other side did not move any closer. At that moment, Yi Gula's eyes narrowed. He realized the being before him was not a normal sword spirit. The presence inside this blade was clearly the soul of a living human. Right then, the other party coldly said she had seen everything. "You bastard." The figure gradually became clear. It was an extremely beautiful red-haired woman, but her gaze was icy as she asked what he had done to her daughter. Even inside the sword realm, Yegulu felt nervous and quickly said it was all a misunderstanding. But Luani did not listen. In her eyes, he had made her daughter lower her guard, smeared medicine all over her, and touched her everywhere. It looked suspicious no matter how you saw it. Yi Gulu frantically explained that he was only treating injuries and did nothing improper. Hearing that only made Luoni angrier. She accused him of using treatment as an excuse to take advantage of her daughter. Even the humiliating forbidden adventure of the female hero had never described such shameless tactics. Yi Gulu was speechless and carefully asked, "Was that book written by her?" Luoni admitted it without hesitation. She was the one who left it for Jiati to read. Yi Gulao frowned and asked if she truly thought it was normal for her daughter to read that kind of book. Luoni immediately argued back. She claimed the book was imaginative, thrilling, and completely addictive. Ye Gulu held his forehead helplessly. They were clearly not on the same page. Luoni then seriously asked if GT was not still too young for such matters. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, demanding to know exactly what he had done. Was her daughter not mature enough yet? She even claimed that in some aspects, JT had already surpassed her mother. Ye Gulu could only sigh. What he meant had nothing to do with that. This mother and daughter had clearly been influenced too much by strange novels. But Luoni would not let it go. She demanded he confess every little thing he had done. Ye Gulao sighed again and insisted it was all a misunderstanding. Yet Luoni's gaze only grew sharper. Under that stare, Ye Gulu felt pressured and kept denying everything. Luoni lightly bit her lip and called his name. She even complained that with his level, acting so lightly and ending things after barely touching was unreasonable. She suggested he could have been more forceful. Ye Gulu nearly had a heart attack and reminded her that JT was her daughter. Only then did Luoni calm down slightly and admit JT was indeed still young. But the next second, she shifted the topic to herself and said he could be more forceful with her instead. Ye Gulu immediately begged for mercy. Luoni simply stayed silent and pressed her lips together. Then she concluded that Ye Gulu had failed her test. This level of temptation had no effect on him. Ye Gulu grew even more confused and wondered how far she planned to escalate this test. Luoni casually asked if he really wanted to know. For example, like this. As she spoke, she gently pulled down her collar with one finger. Ye Gulu instantly shut his eyes tight. In the Radiant Sword realm, few would dare enter Luoni's domain freely. He understood that barging in had disturbed her peace, which was why she treated him this way. Thinking that, he decided to give up and immediately turned to leave without hesitation. Luoni stood there with her lips slightly pressed. After a moment, she said Ye Gulu was indeed a rare upright man. Hearing that, he turned back and asked if everything had just been a test. Did she really have to go that far? Luoni shook her head. She said she was about to entrust him with something extremely important, so she had to be certain. Then she opened the second trial. Flames covered her body, and terrifying heat and pressure spread everywhere. Ye Gulu frowned. The fire in this sword realm felt like true fire, yet not entirely. Could it be origin fire? In the next instant, the flames surged into a massive pillar of light. Ye Gulu's expression turned completely serious. Luoni now felt like a towering existence full of oppression. Even Ye Gulu had to step back and silently marvel. Luoni's eyes turned icy as she declared that after what he did to her daughter, he would not escape punishment. Ye Gulu looked up and forced a smile, so she was serious this time. Luoni then condensed a flame curse. Without hesitation, she fired it at him, and he barely dodged in time. While evading, he was puzzled. The sword did not look high grade, so how could it touch the concept of origin fire? Luoni seemed surprised and asked, "Not high grade?" She said JT was too young to unleash its true power, then launched another wave of flames. Ye Gulu immediately summoned 2 immortal swords to block. But the terrifying part was that the flames began corroding even those immortal swords. Only then did Ye Gulu understand. The sword's true power far surpassed its current display. Luoni narrowed her eyes and sighed that the flame curse had fallen so low over the years, then decided to show him its true form. As she finished speaking, her crimson eyes flared open like molten lava. The surrounding flames exploded even more violently. After a while, Yi Gulis' cold voice rang out. He said he had no time to keep playing this game. At that moment, the entire space began to tremble violently. In an instant, Luani's proud expression turned into shock. Yi Gulis' voice echoed again. In the sword realm, sword intent was everything. The stronger the intent, the greater the power. He calmly introduced himself as an innate sword body, possessing peak immortal slaying sword intent, and recognized by 99 immortal swords. Then he asked if Luani truly wished to provoke him further in this place. Meanwhile, outside in the real world, the atmosphere was just as tense. Yi Gulis' body was stiff, clearly under immense pressure. JT stood beside him, watching closely. She leaned in curiously to observe him. Was this the legendary great hero JCDC? Compared to the portrait she had seen, he looked different in real life. In person, he was even more handsome. Even though Yi Gulu had lost most of his strength, he was still secretly active across the immortal front. He had even improved many tools to support everyone's missions. Truly worthy of a legendary senior, the kind people could admire for a lifetime. The more JT thought about it, the more her heart fluttered. She secretly decided that if they saved Xiao Ai, she would ask to become Yi Gulis' disciple. But then she felt she was nothing special. With his strength, she might not even catch his eye. So, if she could not ask herself, she would wait for her mother to return and help arrange it. While lost in thought, another detail caught her attention. Come to think of it, in the portrait of Senior JCDC, there had been something strange about the black hair behind him. At that moment, Ye Gulu slowly opened his eyes. The two accidentally locked eyes. JT froze and stammered. Ye Gulu was still dizzy and not fully awake. As a result, he lunged face first into the dangerous terrain right in front of him. The soft impact seemed to bring part of his consciousness back. But his head was still spinning. He had clearly left the sword realm. Yet everything before him was pitch black, and he could barely breathe, as if completely suffocating. By pure survival instinct, Ye Gulu grabbed the two hills in front of him and pulled himself out like a fish on dry land. Once free, he gasped for air like he had just survived a disaster. Right then, JD blushed and softly reminded him about what he just did, because he actually hurt her a little. Ye Gulu finally realized where his hands were and instantly let go in panic. An awkward silence filled the air. After a while, Ye Gulu calmed down, and Jiedi nervously asked if he was okay since he looked exhausted. Ye Gulu forced a calm face and said he just used too much energy, nothing serious. Jiedi casually patted his shoulder and said it is normal for a man to feel powerless sometimes. Ye Gulu instantly flared up and snapped back, asking if she was saying he could not do it. He stressed how dangerous it was in there, especially with something that huge. But mid-rant, Ye Gulu suddenly froze. He quickly changed his tone and told Jiedi to just pretend she heard nothing. Jiedi grew even more confused, remembering he once said he was only at 4th Abyss level now, so his peak must have been terrifying. Thinking someone like him had to push himself for her sake made her feel guilty. Ye Gulu was completely stunned and had no idea what Jiedi was imagining. Jiedi then curiously asked about the sword. Ye Gulu finally smiled and assured her everything was settled, because she had agreed to hand the sword over to him. Meanwhile, outside in the forest, Zhu Ye was still frantically chasing the sacred relic. Just as he was about to grab it, the relic suddenly vanished without a trace. Zhu Ye showed a face like he had just seen his worst nightmare. At that moment, Ye Gulu appeared behind him and coldly said he had worked hard. Zhu Ye spun around, eyes filled with killing intent. Without hesitation, he unleashed Spider Gale Slash at Ye Gulu. Ye Gulu only frowned slightly. He casually swung his sword once. In the next instant, flames exploded into the sky. They swallowed Zhu Ye's wind attack whole. Not a single trace remained. Ye Gulu's gaze turned icy as he declared he was the great hero GDTC. Turns out he had promised the female knight to say that line before dealing with Zhu Ye. He announced that forgotten names should not disappear, and the sword in his hand was the Nai Lei Nishi Di sword, a holy blade of the following saint tier. Its true title was Supreme Flame Lord. The moment he finished speaking, Ye Gulu slashed down, and a massive flame tore through the sky, shaking space itself. Back in the cave, Jiedi sat alone, lost in thought. Before leaving, Ye Gulu told her to hide well, so he would not be distracted in battle. Even so, she worried he might be in danger, but quickly pushed the thought away. Because in Jiedi's heart, Ye Gulu was the strongest existence of all. Outside the forest, the entire area had been burned pitch black. Only ashes and ruins remained. Zhu Ye lay heavily injured against a giant rock, looking utterly miserable. Ye Gulu stood in the distance watching him. Then he slowly walked closer step by step. Seeing this, Zhu Ye hurriedly shouted for him to stop. He began rambling that he never meant to do evil, that his special bloodline made his clan treat him as a breeding tool, forced to mate daily with beast women to preserve their mutant lineage, and even the captured female prisoners were not his choice but the clan's order, claiming all beastmen were like that, not just the queen, until Ye Gulu's face turned dark, and he cut him off for dragging it on too long. Zhuer Ye panicked and begged Ye Gulu to spare his life. Ye Gulu coldly replied that begging was useless, and that explaining his special ability would be more valuable. Before he could finish, Zhuer Ye blurted out that his mutant talent was called Venus Killer, dealing double damage to female targets, and begged to be taken in, promising he would be useful someday. Ye Gulu thought for a moment, and admitted that ability was actually pretty useful. In that case, killing him outright would be a waste, so he immediately cast a spell. The moment Zhuer Ye saw the soul-sealing technique, his face turned pale with fear. He instantly shouted in rage, telling Ye Gulu to just kill him if he had the guts. But the next second, Ye Gulu grabbed his face with one hand. With a cold smile, he said at least there would be no more beast women there. In the blink of an eye, eerie blue flames swallowed them both, and agonized screams echoed everywhere. Sometime later, Zhuer Ye's body began crumbling apart little by little. In the end, only his floating soul remained. Ye Gulu casually grabbed it, opened a spatial rift, and threw him inside. Dongtian Alliance, Martial Prison Pool. At the same time in the Dongtian Alliance at Shenong Market, night had already fallen. Liu Xiaoyu was still grinding her teeth in anger. Yun Yuyu stood beside her and told her to calm down since it might all be a misunderstanding. But Liu Xiaoyu could not let it go and swore she would teach that idiot Ye Gulu a lesson after getting out. Yun Yuyu laughed and suggested they check again in case they misunderstood. So the two decided to take another look. What appeared this time was Zhuer Ye's massive chest and muscles. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu both stared in shock. Yun Yu blushed bright red. No way, it was that huge, and Ye Gulu still handled it. Senior brother, you really are unbelievable. And on that very day, Yun Yu broke through to the Enlightenment realm once again. After everything was settled, Ye Gulu returned to the cave. The moment she saw him, Jietti happily rushed over, hugged his arm, and kept praising him as the strongest. But for Ye Gulu, the distance was way too dangerous, and those two mountains were making things very awkward. Just then, Jietti suddenly remembered the main reason and hurriedly said they needed to save Xiao Ai. Speaking of that, Ye Gulu explained that he had met some adventurers earlier and asked about the situation, only to learn that Xiao Ai had already returned safely to the guild. Jietti froze in surprise after hearing that. Then she burst into tears of joy. Earlier, she had been sure Xiao Ai had suffered something terrible. Yet in the end, she was completely safe. As expected, the teammates she chose were all trustworthy people. Hearing her wild imagination, Ye Gulu got annoyed and flicked her forehead, asking how she could come up with such strange ideas. But instead of getting mad, Jietti only grinned even wider. Seeing that smile, Ye Gulu could not help laughing too. Aside from those annoying hero privileges sometimes, she really was not a bad person. This deal was not a loss after all. Just then, Jietti suddenly said she had something she wanted to ask. Ye Gulu nodded, and said he happened to have something to tell her too. But they both spoke at the same time. Ye Gulu wanted her to travel with him from now on, while Jietti asked if she could become his disciple. After speaking, both of them stared at each other in surprise. The next second, Jietti jumped with excitement because her wish had finally come true. Some time later, the two sat facing each other, and Jietti curiously asked what ceremony came next after becoming his disciple. Ye Gulu fell into thought for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said there was no need to make it complicated. From now on, she could just call him master. Jietti was completely baffled. She could not believe becoming a disciple was that simple. Was there no body examination or initiation ceremony? Hearing that, Ye Gulu nearly panicked, and quickly asked if she had learned all those strange ideas from random books again. He then seriously explained that being a master was about words, actions, and years of teaching, not fancy rituals. He even mentioned how he was once so naive that he got tricked over a single candied hawthorn skewer, leaving Jietti completely absorbed in the story. In the end, she obediently nodded and said she understood. Satisfied, Ye Gulu patted the head of his newly accepted disciple. But right then, he suddenly remembered something extremely important. According to him, this was a major matter directly tied to survival, and Jietti absolutely had to remember it. Jietti innocently asked what it was about. Trembling, Ye Gulu explained that it involved how she should address his two companions. He almost called them two tigresses by accident. A short while later, Ye Gulu cast a spell and opened the mini Dongtian. Then he called Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu out. In the next instant, two auras appeared at the same time. What happened next was beyond description. It turned out Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu had been in the middle of a bath when they were pulled out. The moment Ye Gulu saw them, he nearly sprayed a fountain of nosebleeds. It was a direct critical hit. Standing beside him, Jietti reacted exactly the same way. Ye Gulu even unconsciously gave them a thumbs up. He casually praised Liu Xiaoyu's current hairstyle. His mind even drifted into some bizarre daydreams about Liu Xiaoyu's carriage, running incredibly smoothly. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu was so angry that veins popped out on her forehead as she demanded to know what nonsense he was babbling about. The very next second, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. A little later, While holding his head in misery, Ye Gulu quickly explained everything, leaving Liu Xiaoyu shocked to learn he had taken in a disciple. Jieti then politely bowed and addressed Liu Xiaoyu as master's wife. She also apologized for her previous disrespect and asked for forgiveness. Liu Xiaoyu instantly blushed so hard she could barely speak. She stammered that she was not Jieti's master's wife. Jieti looked confused since her master had said otherwise, but she quickly figured out the issue. So Jieti turned toward the other target. Then she obediently bowed and greeted Yun Yu as master's wife as well. Yun Yu was delighted by the title and praised Jieti for being such a smart and sensible child. She then generously gifted Jieti a secret manual she had recently copied as a meeting gift. Watching the two get along so well made Liu Xiaoyu strangely uncomfortable, and she immediately interrupted. Blushing, she commented that Jieti had excellent talent and great potential, making her a worthy student. So becoming her master's wife was not entirely impossible. Hearing that, Jieti happily rushed over and hugged Liu Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Ye Gulu finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his little life was safe for now. Sometime later, Jieti opened the secret manual she had just received and started reading. She read while deep in thought. Behind her stood a large screen. Behind that screen, the other three were secretly discussing something. Liu Xiaoyu angrily pinched Ye Gulu's cheek and said there were still 2 debts to settle. But first he had to explain that Fianfi disciple. Ye Gulu finally admitted that Jieti was the hero they had met before. After hearing that, Yun Yu wondered whether Jieti now counted as an official disciple of their Mu Xian sect. Ye Gulu could only sigh because the story was rather complicated. He began explaining how they had once faced a legendary beast king, and that he had no choice but to borrow the Harris holy sword to defeat it. But unexpectedly, there was no sword spirit inside the holy sword, only the soul of a real person. After many twists and trials, Ye Gulu finally obtained her power, but afterward she introduced herself once again, as if she wanted to reaffirm her existence. Her name was Luo Yi Nishi Wei a following saint hero who once led a team to defeat the dark-faced lord. That enemy was unimaginably powerful. Even after fighting to their last drop of blood, the best they could achieve was mutual destruction. Before her death, her husband, the archmage Andong Niao, desperately preserved her soul within her sword. He then teleported the sword and all her belongings to their young daughter, Jieti. Before closing his eyes, Luo Yi Ni's husband left behind only one message. At least their daughter would still have her mother by her side while growing up. After that, he lost his life completely. The sword that was teleported back then was the very holy sword now in Jieti's possession. As for the belongings Luo Yi Ni left behind, aside from a few miscellaneous items, there was only a bedtime book titled The Humiliating Forbidden Adventure of the Female Hero. When he first heard this, Ye Gulo was extremely confused. A great hero like Luo Yi Ni should have left behind useful equipment or treasures for her daughter instead. But Luo Yi Ni explained that it was her favorite book, the one that brought her endless joy, so she wanted Jieti to feel that too. Ye Gulu was speechless. If he did not know the content, he might have mistaken it for a real holy relic. Right then, Luo Yi Ni's voice echoed again, saying that it was not a book. It was a sword. The Holy Sword Supreme Flame Lord was itself a sacred relic. It also had another name, Flame Sacred Relic A17. Unlike the unique Beastman relic, flame relics existed in many forms, and Supreme Flame Lord was just one of them with code A17. Yi Gulu knew the church had always been secretly collecting relics, and even the Templar Knights hunted him for the Beastman relic. Only while Luo Yi Ni remained inside could she hide its aura. But after so many years, her soul was now like a candle in the wind. If she went all out again this time then. Once Luo Yi Ni disappeared, the sword's relic nature would be fully exposed, and she feared the church would come after her daughter. Yi Gulu frowned and said that registering as an adventurer or hero should make relic ownership legal. Could the church still interfere? Luo Yi Ni gave a cold laugh. Those public rules were just decoration. For the church, killing quietly and taking the sword was never difficult. That was why. If Yi Gulu agreed to help her with 2 things, she would lend him the power of Supreme Flame Lord. Yi Gulu gestured for her to continue. First, whenever he used the sword, he had to let his opponent know its true name. For Luo Yi Ni, that was the last pride of a great hero. As for the second condition, he had to take her daughter as a disciple and protect her until she could stand on her own. Hearing that, Ya Gulu asked about the second condition again. Then he fell into silence. After a while, he asked Luo Yi Ni if she had considered that without lending him her power, Jieti herself would fall into danger. In other words, helping him was something she had to do to protect her daughter. If that was the case, then was he not the one losing in this deal? Unless Luo Yi Ni offered some extra benefit. Hearing that, Luo Yi Ni burst into laughter. She said she expected that reaction. It seemed the mysterious hermit she met years ago was truly extraordinary. Yi Gulu's expression instantly changed at that mention. Luo Yi Ni explained that long ago, a mysterious hermit had taught Andong Niao how to anchor her soul to the sword. They were merely strangers passing by, yet that person willingly shared the secret art, and left behind words that sounded like prophecy. The hermit said that when Luo Yini faced a fear worse than death, she would meet a man just like Ye Gulo, white hair mixed with black, looking like a shameless flirt on the outside but only pretending. The hermit also said that if Luo Yini mentioned her name, Ye Gulu would definitely agree to help. That name was Lucky. The moment he heard it, Ye Gulu was shaken to the core. Luo Yini smiled and said the hermit was truly remarkable. Even his current shock had been predicted. But there was one more message she had to pass on. Everything ahead was extremely complicated, and before reaching the Ascension Realm, he must not seek her out. Even so, their fates would cross again in the future. Ye Gulu remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly said he understood and would see Luo Yini's matter through to the end. But at that moment, Luo Yini showed a rare trace of embarrassment and hesitated. She hoped that if possible, Ye Gulu would not tell Jiedi about the things she wants. Before she could finish, Ye Gulo agreed immediately. He promised to keep it secret, and in the eyes of the world, the great hero Luo Yini Shiwei would always be fighting on the front lines, never gone. Her journey would therefore never truly end. Hearing that, Luo Yini looked slightly surprised. Beside her, Granny Shishao spoke up to thank Ye Gulu. It seemed Luo Yini truly kept her word and genuinely lent Ye Gulu her power. Back in reality, Yun Yu's voice carried deep loneliness. After all those long years, only the sword had remained by her side. Even sadder, her daughter never knew her mother had always been there, protecting her while slowly fading away, yet unable to hug her even once. Hearing this was heartbreaking, so they all decided to take care of the little hero together. Yun Yu seriously declared that she would become a proper master's wife in the future. As for Lu Xiaoyu, she was practically drooling. Both Yun Yu and Ye Gulu looked at her in confusion. Then Lu Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears, saying Jieta's fate was just too tragic. From now on, she also wanted to help raise the girl. After a while, Yun Yu suddenly remembered something about their Grand Master and asked, if ascended people could meet again, then did that mean Senior Lu Qi also existed in this world, and should they look for her? Ye Gulu said it was better not to act rashly for now. Even their Grand Master warned that this place was extremely complicated, which proved the world was far from simple. From what they had seen so far, this place was full of powerful figures and tangled forces. So the most important thing for Team Cutback right now was to raise their cultivation first. Lu Xiaoyu asked if they would keep taking missions at the Adventurer Knight Guild, and Ye Gulu nodded. With more members now, they could even form an official squad. Right then, Yun Yu raised her hand to speak. She admitted she had always acted alone, so technically she was still an unregistered succubus. In other words, she had never been officially certified, and joining the guild like this could cause trouble later. So the first thing she needed to do was go to the succubus hall to complete certification. After getting the certificate, they could talk about the rest. And just like that, the group set off together. Their destination was the famous Dream Demon Hall known as Dreamlike Time. The four stood at the entrance, but clearly only the foolish master and disciple Ye Gulu had sparkling eyes of excitement. Suddenly, Ye Gulu turned serious and asked Jiedi if she was really familiar with places like this. Jiedi kept a straight face and confidently said she came to places like this all the time. Then she boldly stepped forward and declared she would lead the way. But right after saying that, she bumped into something soft. It was a giant friendly slime reminding her that this was the staff entrance and guests should use another door. Hearing that, Jiedi was so embarrassed, she dragged the three white-haired fools away without looking back. After entering inside, a luxurious space unfolded before their eyes. Every detail was exquisitely decorated. The moment they walked in, four beautiful succubi warmly welcomed them, promising to fulfill any dream. The three first-timers froze on the spot. Just then, another succubus suddenly rushed over. She wrapped her arms around Jieta's neck and teased that her sword was huge, then asked if this was her first time at the succubus hall. Jiedi panicked and ran away, shouting for her not to play with her sword. Ye Gulu was not doing any better. Two blue-haired succubi clung to him, praising his hidden aura and offering to serve him on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu hurried over to stop them. But before she could rescue anyone, a succubus hugged her tightly from behind. The succubus gently asked if this was Lu Xiaoyu's first time and offered to take good care of her. Lu Xiaoyu's mind went blank and her face turned bright red. She was being called Little Sister. While the others were in total chaos, Yun Yu remained calm. Then she lightly cleared her throat. She explained that there was a misunderstanding. They were not here to have fun. She came to take an assessment. Hearing that, Lu Li looked slightly surprised. Yun Yu smiled and said she was here to obtain her official succubus certification. At that moment, Sui said she was lucky because the president of the Succubus Association, Saint Ai Day, happened to be inspecting the branch today and could personally conduct the assessment. Hearing this, Ye Gula's eyes widened in shock. Right then, another succubus showed up. She was surprised too. She didn't expect to find a newcomer here for the test during a routine patrol. That made it hard for her to refuse this time. This guild president had an incredibly cool aura, but her body was unusually small. No, tiny would be more accurate. Even Yi Gulu couldn't help noticing her unique size. The president quickly began explaining that dream-weaving succubi rely on understanding a guest's inner desires. Their core ability has two parts. First, they must uncover the deepest wishes hidden in a guest's heart through sharp observation and analysis. Second, they must choose the right method to deliver that dream. Every succubus has her own style, but results are what matter most. In the middle of her speech, the president suddenly stopped. Not a single person was actually paying attention. She immediately got annoyed and demanded that everyone listen properly. Clicking her tongue in frustration, she muttered that they never listened unless she switched forms. Just as expected. A moment later, her normal form appeared before everyone, with a stunning figure and breathtaking beauty. Yi Gulu froze for a second when he saw Jinzi like this. She looked like a true great demon. Jinzi laughed at his reaction and teased that he seemed to prefer the mature type. Yi Gulu seriously replied that his master taught him to eliminate demons, so of course he had to handle a monster like her personally. In other words, he wanted to take care of her himself. Jinzi laughed even harder and praised his looks, saying serving him personally wasn't impossible. Yi Gulu immediately acted like a righteous hero and declared that if he didn't enter hell, who would? Then he told the demon to show her tricks. Liu Xiaoyu rushed over and smacked him on the head for talking nonsense. After the commotion settled down, the group was led to a more formal area. Jinzi finally asked who wanted to take the test, and Yun Yu instantly raised her hand. After one glance, Jinzi praised her talent, making Yun Yu beam with joy. Then Jinzi unexpectedly walked over and patted Liu Xiaoyu on the shoulder. She asked if Liu Xiaoyu wanted to take the test too, startling her. Liu Xiaoyu hurriedly explained that she wasn't a succubus at all. Jinzi looked genuinely disappointed. With that face and figure, she would have been a top-tier prodigy among succubi. Yi Gulu's eyes widened again. His mind instantly imagined a succubus version of Liu Xiaoyu. The result was predictable. His nose started bleeding like a fountain, and Tai Ti could only sigh at the sight. Sometime later, Jinzi turned serious and explained that a succubus duty is to provide dream experiences. Everything happens within an illusion and has nothing to do with reality. However, every test needs a clear evaluation standard. The question was how to measure dream satisfaction. The answer was the device before them, Dream Gauge Model 7. It evaluates a guest's experience and displays a score from 0 to 100. The higher the percentage, the more successful the dream. After explaining that, Jinzi called Ma Sui forward for a demonstration. Ma Sui immediately dragged Tai Ti inside, leaving her completely confused. The curtain in front of them was quickly closed. The three people outside could only wait. A short while later, the dream gauge began rising and stopped at 85. After waiting a little longer, the curtain finally opened. Tai Ti was carried out looking absolutely exhausted, with blood still dripping from her nose. Even while dazed, she kept mumbling for them not to touch her or her sword. Hearing that, Ye Gulu immediately became agitated. He couldn't believe these demons had targeted his disciple. He stepped forward dramatically and demanded they release his disciple and let him take her place. Liu Xiaoyu immediately smacked Yi Gulu on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense about replacing anyone. Jinzi frowned slightly. If Yi Gulu couldn't join, who would cooperate for the test? After a brief thought, she turned to Liu Xiaoyu and suggested she give it a try. Hearing her name, Liu Xiaoyu froze. When she realized they were serious, she panicked even more. Blushing hard, she waved her hands and refused again and again. To save herself, she shoved Yi Gulu forward, saying this idiot could go since it was all for Yun Yu anyway. Yi Gulu instantly put on a righteous face and declared that slaying demons was his duty. Lianzhong dragged him inside at once, teasing if it was his first time, but Ye Gulu coldly told her not to pity him. After a while, behind the curtain, Lianzhong took on a seductive pose and asked Yi Gulu for guidance. Outside, only Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu were left waiting. Soon, the dream gauge stopped at 33. Jinzi couldn't believe her eyes. The curtain was quickly pulled open. Ye Gulu walked out calmly and asked if that was all they had. Jinzi's expression darkened immediately. She called Liao Li and Yingdu up together. The two exchanged a meaningful glance. Then they dragged Yi Gulu inside, gently promising to take good care of him. The curtain closed once again. The atmosphere outside turned tense with anticipation. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu kept waiting for the result. After a while, the gauge rose to 55. Jinzi began questioning her entire existence. The curtain opened again. Yi Gulu stepped out with slightly messy hair, but otherwise completely fine. Ma Sui noticed Jinzi's face growing darker. She, on the other hand, found this quite entertaining. So Ma Sui suggested sending all 4 succubi in at once. Ye Gulu was immediately carried inside like a pig to slaughter. The curtain dropped again. What happened inside was left to imagination. This time, the 4 girls clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. Outside, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu patiently waited. Then the dream gauge suddenly shot up to 70. The curtain was pulled open once more. Ye Gulu appeared with messy hair and red marks all over his body, yet he still claimed it wasn't intense enough. This time, Jinzi truly lost her temper. She couldn't believe her 4 trump cards still couldn't defeat Ye Gulu. Jinzi snorted coldly and said it seemed she had to step in personally. But before she could finish, someone gently tapped her shoulder. Yun Yu smiled and reminded her that Today's main candidate was her. Jinzi narrowed her eyes and asked if Yun Yuyu had planned this all along. Yun Yuyu calmly replied that she just wanted to try, since she was new after all. Jinzi finally agreed. She also began looking forward to Yun Yuyu's performance. The curtain dropped once again. Inside, Ye Gulu suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he asked in confusion why this was happening during Yun Yuyu's test. Just then, Liu Xiaoyu also stepped inside. Yun Yuyu laughed and told Ye Gulu to stop pretending. For something like this. Of course, it's more interesting when the real person sees it with their own eyes. With that, Yun Yu used Mirror Flower Watermoon to transform into Liu Xiaoyu. In a seductive tone, she asked Ye Gulu if this was what he wanted. Ye Gulu instantly turned red, mouth open, completely speechless. At that exact moment, the dream gauge exploded on the spot. Jinzi was so shocked she froze. She immediately pulled the curtain open to see what was going on. But the moment she saw the scene inside, she froze as well. What level had this even reached? After a short while, loud celebratory fireworks echoed from inside. Jinzi smiled brightly and announced that Yun Yuyu had officially earned her professional certification from the AD City Succubus Association. Not only that, due to her outstanding performance, she was directly granted an advanced certificate and wished great success on her future path as a succubus. At the same time, Jinzi congratulated Liu Xiaoyu for earning unanimous recognition from all of them. Liu Xiaoyu just stood there in shock. Then she exploded, yelling that she had said 100 times she was not a succubus. Jinzi calmly explained that a succubus is not just a race, but also a temperament and a unique spirit. And since the final test was completed by the two of them together, the result spoke for itself. Jinzi sighed that it had been years since the dream gauge exploded like that, and it would be a waste if Liu Xiaoyu did not walk the succubus path. Still, she knew forcing someone meant nothing, so she eventually gave up. Then she smiled and reminded the group to settle the bill at the counter. Ye Gulu froze and Liu Xiaoyu looked just as confused. Jinzi quickly took out the invoice and read it clearly. 1 person, 2 sessions, 1,888 gold coins each. 12-person session, 4,888. 4-person package, 12,888. The total came to 21,552 gold coins, and she politely asked if they would pay cash or card. Ye Gulu fell silent. The next second, he turned and ran without hesitation. But it was not that easy. The succubi blocked his path, smiling as they asked if he planned to enjoy everything and run, while Ye Gulu desperately claimed it was all a misunderstanding. With no other choice, Ye Gulu turned to Liu Xiaoyu for help. The moment he tried to borrow money, her face darkened, and she felt not beating him to death was already mercy. Seeing that fail, Ye Gulu switched targets to his disciple. Right then, TT woke up. The first thing she saw was her master's desperate face, begging for help. After a while, Jinzi was smiling brightly, while TT was the one in tears, because she was now completely broke. Just then, someone rushed in shouting Tai Ti's name. It was Xiao Ai. The moment she saw TT, she looked relieved, but also confused why TT was here. Tai Ti was surprised too. She had planned to visit the Adventurer Night Guild, so something must have happened. Xiao Ai grabbed her hand and urgently reported that a Grandmaster-level monster had appeared outside the city. Ye Gulu, standing nearby, began to sense something was off. Xiao Ai urged Tai Ti to hurry and subdue it. Tai Ti nodded immediately and said she would bring her master and martial aunt along. But Xiao Ai leaned closer and whispered if the two of them could go alone, since a Grandmaster-level monster was too dangerous for newcomers. Tai Ti confidently smiled and said it would be fine because her master was very strong. Xiao Ai hesitated, seemingly wanting to mention the reward. But Tai Ti did not care at all. She laughed and said the reward meant nothing, since her money was her master's money anyway. With that, she ran out and called Ye Gulu to follow. After a while, led by Xiao Ai, the group arrived at a deserted area. Tai Ti looked around in confusion and asked where the monster was. At that moment, Ye Gulu suddenly entered battle mode. Xiao Ai was still standing with her back to them. Ye Gulu drew his immortal sword and warned everyone to be careful. Right then, Xiao Ai suddenly dashed straight at him. With a single kick, Ye Gulu was sent flying. Liu Xiaoyu panicked at the sight. As for Xiao Ai, a massive axe had appeared in her hand. Seeing Liu Xiaoyu in danger, TT rushed forward without hesitation and pushed her away. She took the full blow herself. The power of the strike sent chills down their spines. A moment later, the axe slammed heavily into the ground. Tai Ti lay motionless in a pool of blood. The destructive force split the ground around them in two. On Xiao Ai's side, She saw countless sword chi rushing toward her. With a few casual flicks of her hand, she shattered all of Ye Gulu's swords. Taking that chance, Ye Gulu charged forward, and once again summoned his immortal sword, and he slashed straight at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai only frowned slightly. The axe in the distance instantly flew back to her hand. It blocked Ye Gulu's strike head-on. Her face was now completely emotionless. Ye Gulu was immediately suppressed. The next second, he threw Dong Tian aside. He ordered Liu Xiaoyu to take TT inside and use the Heaven Restoration Talisman to save her at all costs. Liu Xiaoyu held TT tight and nodded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ye Gulu was forced back again and again by relentless attacks. He quickly asked Yun Yu to deploy the Thorn Steel Formation and the Unbreakable Formation. Yun Yu obeyed instantly. Formation circles appeared beneath Ye Gulu's feet. Yun Yu added that she would use heavenly interval threads to support him. But at that moment, Ye Gulu suddenly grabbed her shoulder. He told her to enter Dongtian and retrieve a sword from the southeast cottage. Yun Yu agreed at once and rushed inside. The moment she entered Dongtian, Ye Gulu cut his fingertip and let his blood drip down. Using his blood, he drew a strange rune on Dongtian. It was the Heavenlock Life Talisman, a secret art used to seal Dongtian. Inside Dongtian, Yun Yu was running toward the room. But when she saw the blazing red seal appear, she froze in shock. Outside, Ye Gulu directly recalled Dongdian. Xiao Ai coldly said that doing this would not change anything. Ye Gulu stared at her with a deep frown. She was at the Kangqing rank, wielding an axe, 5 major realms above him. No matter how he looked at it, he had no chance of winning, but at least he had tricked Yun Yu into Dongtian and protected the girls for now. He suddenly asked why Xiao Ai was not surprised to learn TT was a girl, and what her real goal was. Xiao Ai slowly removed her glasses. Her hair began to change. Even her clothes dissolved and transformed into a new outfit. A blinding light burst from her body. Today she would advance toward the love god and offer her entire self to the deity. Her true identity was a pontiff knight. Ai Li Ti could be dust beneath the god's feet, or a blade that purifies the world. It seemed Lu Ni was right. Without her hiding the holy relics aura, the church would have found them sooner. Ai Li Ti's icy voice echoed as she warned Ye Gulu to listen carefully. He must hand over the flame holy relic A17 from that hero and kneel to atone for insulting the church. At the same time inside Dongtian, Tai Ti was still fighting for her life. Liu Xiaoyu continuously healed her wounds. After a long struggle, sweat soaked Liu Xiaoyu's body, but TT finally survived. If that idiot returned with spirit medicine, her flesh might still recover. But her foundation was almost completely shattered by the fatal blows. Liu Xiaoyu gently stroked Tai Ti's forehead, not knowing how she would live like this. Tai Ti ended up like this saving her, so maybe she should let the girl cultivate immortality with them. But that would make her the official martial aunt for real. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyu's pupils shrank. She shot to her feet and spat out a mouthful of blood. She frowned at the blood on her hand. Forcing healing at Kaiguan realm was still too much. Outside, a massive disturbance suddenly erupted. Liu Xiaoyu looked into the distance, but had no idea what was happening beyond Dongtian. As for Yun Yu, she was still exhausting all her strength, trying to break that cursed Heavenlock Life Talisman. Yet, no matter how focused she was, she could not break the seal. As the light gradually dimmed, Yun Yu collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Her eyes were filled with fear. She could not believe she was completely helpless. Meanwhile outside, Ye Gulu was silently assessing his opponent. He had to admit the church uniform was totally his type. But ambushing innocent people like this, is that really how your church operates? Ai Li Ti stayed ice cold. As long as the holy mission is fulfilled, the method does not matter. Ye Gulu shot back immediately. Then stop pretending to be some perfect, compassionate divine child. Do you not see how filthy that fake mask of yours is? Ai Li Ti's anger flared. He actually dared to insult the divine child. Ye Gulu's eyes turned cold as well. That's right, I insulted it. So what? The air around Ai Li Ti instantly grew dark and oppressive. In the name of a pontiff knight, she declared she would execute the blasphemer on the spot. Ye Gulu sneered. Who are you trying to scare? A surging power suddenly erupted. Sword intent wrapped around Ye Gulu's entire body. Just a pontiff knight. He had cut down higher ranks before. He openly declared war and told her to taste his great sword. The moment he finished speaking, his flying sword shot out. Its target was Ai Li Ti. She calmly watched it approach, thinking he was just provoking her with childish tricks. She tilted her body slightly and dodged. At the same time, she predicted his next move. And she was right. Ye Gulu had indeed hidden a second strike. Another flying sword lunged forward. Ai Li Ti let out a cold snort. She controlled her axe to intercept it. But the flying sword was incredibly agile. It slipped through the gaps in the axe, and she sensed something wrong. That sword had already closed in. The blade released terrifying pressure. Ai Li Ti was forced to retreat. Ye Gulu laughed in excitement. Not bad reflexes. But the next second, his body suddenly fell backward, and turned into a substitute puppet. Ailitis' eyes flickered in shock. Before she could react, Yegulu had already circled behind her. Got you. It was said that Murong use of the 5 poison sect once created a bizarre poison after countless efforts. No one could even explain how it worked. Anyone struck by it would fall into a blank state, almost stripped of thought itself. In Murong Yuse's view, all human suffering comes from overthinking. Only without worry or thought can one be truly free. So he named the poison, carefree without thought. But later, a petty thief sneaked into the forbidden grounds of the 5 poison sect. He casually stole that precious vial. After learning its effect, he gave it a shameless new name, like still water. Back to the present, Yegulu opened the vial. He confidently claimed that even a land immortal would be stunned for days if hit by Murong Yuse's creation. Then he flung the liquid straight at Ailitis' face. Yegulu. He planned to interrogate her while she was unstable and find out what happened to the church. Oh right, one more thing. He even planned to steal the church's outfit design while he was at it. Though Ailiti was briefly startled, she quickly regained her composure and wiped the liquid off her face. Yegulu's expression changed instantly. The poison personally refined by Murong Yushe was completely ineffective. Ailiti lowered her head slightly and began chanting to control the sacred martial pure truth, activating flawless divine purity, granting immunity to all negative effects. Yegulu clicked his tongue, so that was the rule-level ability of the sacred armament. Without hesitation, he activated the burning talismans around him, the Samadhi talisman flames, and launched them all at once. Ailiti was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. After a moment, the flames faded and black smoke lingered. The sacred armament showed only minor scratches. Ailiti was almost unharmed and coldly mocked him for being all flash and no substance. Right then, Yegulu pulled out several more talismans. He keeps activating them, because all he needs is a little more time. The moment he finishes speaking, Yegulu bolts. His figure vanishes from the current space. He reappears in a world swallowed by pure darkness. Yegulu aches over the 10 heaven-tier talismans he just burned, but as long as he runs far enough, he can still buy time. Then he suddenly senses something wrong. The surroundings snap back to how they were before. Yegulu panics and turns to the side. Ailiti is still standing right there. At first he thinks she caught up, but then it hits him. She did not chase him. He never escaped in the first place. Ailiti's icy voice echoes. Once my prey is locked, escape is impossible. As she finishes speaking, a chain of light emerges from her chest. It connects straight into Yegulu's chest. Turns out Holy Pure Truth has 2 abilities. One is defense. The second is called admiration. Once a target is locked, within 50 meters, there is no escape. At the same time, inside the inner cave realm, Liu Xiaoyu is breathing heavily. Yun Yu is not much better. Both of them collapse onto the ground, surrounded by piles of talismans. Yun Yu cannot understand it. Liu Xiaoyu forcefully broke through to save someone earlier, so why is she this weak now? Breaking through is not the issue, but damaging the soul and foundation brings devastating consequences. Liu Xiaoyu's voice grows faint. Even so, she believes there must be a solution. Yun Yu frowns. Yegulu is far stronger than them. This is also his life mansion, and they have already used every method but still cannot open it. The only thing left to rely on is minor heaven-peaking art. The two decide to gather every last bit of strength. At the very least, they need to see what is happening outside. Liu Xiaoyu nods without hesitation. Then they begin. They reach out and hold hands, and activate the heaven art together. Soon, streams of light start to gather. They form a massive circle in the air. Yun Yu does not even have time to celebrate before her face turns pale. The image shows Yegulu beaten to the ground by Ailiti, covered in blood. Liu Xiaoyu goes completely numb. She is so choked up she cannot even cry. Meanwhile, at the Night Adventurers Guild, the arrival of one person throws the entire place into chaos. It is the female knight from the Queen's Knight Order who received the distress signal. Leo cannot help but sigh in amazement. Who would have thought that famous mech knight is such a beauty? The moment he says that, Beila and Qiao each smack him on the head. The 2 girls storm off, leaving Leo holding his head in awkward confusion. The bunny-eared maid smiles and apologizes to the guest, saying the rescue situation has already been handled. They even offer to prepare a room for her after the long trip. But the female knight simply presses her lips together, then suddenly dashes off like the wind. The burst of force is so strong, it blasts a hole straight through the floor. She shoots out of the guild and heads straight toward the wilderness. The 3 adventurers stare in shock. They did not expect the mech knight to still head to that area. At the same time, Yegulu's situation turns extremely grim. He is almost completely suppressed. Ailiti lightly touches the scratch on her face. She admits Yegulu is truly strong. Despite the huge gap and Holy Pure Truth protecting her, he still managed to wound her. If he had not shown disrespect to the Divine Sun, she might have even recruited him. Yegulu just sneers and mutters a reply. Ailiti narrows her eyes. She leans down closer to hear what he said. and Yahello calmly repeats that he does not care at all. Ailida's gaze turns ice cold. She declares that if that is the case, she will personally dig out the secret he is hiding. As for him, there is only one ending: death. But right at that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly sweeps in. It rushes toward Yahello, then abruptly changes direction. The impact is so violent that the surrounding ground explodes. Mubai swings his sword across the air and knocks the giant axe flying. It crashes down and buries itself into the ground. Mubai's entrance is insanely cool. Even Ailiti and Yahello freeze for a few seconds. Mubai then introduces herself. She is Snow White, a mech knight of the Queen's Knight Order, and if Ailiti dares touch Yahello again, she will cut her down. Hearing that title, Ailita's expression shifts. In just half a year, Mubai became a legendary mech knight famous everywhere for her swordsmanship. While Ailiti analyzes her identity, Yahello only catches one detail: half a year. Mubai has been here for 6 months, while Xiaoyu only 3. Everyone entered at different times. Ailiti coldly demands to know if stopping her means the Queen's stance. The Queen. Is she declaring war on the church? Mubai immediately denies it, saying this is her personal decision and has nothing to do with Her Highness. But one thing is clear: Ailiti is not allowed to touch Yahello. While they face off, Yahello heals and studies her carefully, asking if she is Mubai. Under his gaze, Mubai stays silent for a long moment, then blushes and shakes her head, saying she is not. She does not know him, either. Yahello feels even stranger. Just as he is about to ask more, his eyes drift to the tail behind her. He falls into thought, even with a tail. This familiar feeling cannot be wrong. Mubai notices his stare, and her ears turn red in embarrassment. She suddenly whips her tail straight into his face and warns him not to stare at it again. Yahello frowns in confusion. She speaks normally to others, but becomes shy whenever facing him. Mubai grips her sword tighter and reminds him the enemy is still right there. She tells Yahello to stay put while she holds the opponent off, then dashes forward. Her sword slashes toward Ailiti, but the attack is blocked in time. Behind her, Yahello may be weak, but his mouth is not. He keeps cheering her on. He even gestures wildly, giving her combat advice, and keeps shouting for her to dodge left and right. After watching closely, Yahello becomes certain, no matter how she hides it, that sword style is the one he personally taught. There is no way he is wrong. Meanwhile, the battle between Mubai and Ailiti grows fiercer. Suddenly, Ailiti swings her battle axe forward, forcing Mubai to retreat. Yahello freezes at the sight, not even able to shout in time. The next second, Mubai is knocked flying toward him. She crashes down and lands right on his face. Mubai instantly turns bright red. She scrambles up and awkwardly asks if he is okay. Yahello sits up at once, blood all over his face, pretending nothing happened. Mubai explains the axe is heavy, has wide range, and carries 2 types of rule power, making it extremely hard to deal with, so maybe. Before she finishes, Yahello already has a nosebleed and tells her to just aim for the center of Ailita's body. Mubai looks at him helplessly, then pulls out a handkerchief and coldly throws it into his face. Yahello holds the handkerchief, still stunned. Mubai turns away and continues denying that she is Xiaobai, but it is obvious she understands what Yahello is implying. After saying that, she rushes forward again and resumes fighting Ailiti. But when her sword clashes with the battle axe, cracks immediately spread across the blade. The recoil is overwhelming, and Mubai is blasted backward again. Yahello narrows his eyes. His gaze fixes on her cracked sword. He coldly concludes that if this continues, Mubai will definitely lose. Mubai remains silent. After a moment, she turns to look at him. But the moment their eyes meet, she blushes and quickly looks away. Right then, Yahello suddenly grabs the tail behind her. Mubai jumps in shock. Yahello calmly says a swordsman must be honest. Hiding like this is pointless. Then he draws his immortal sword. The next second, he presses his blade against the crack on her sword. Mubai's sword. Yahello tells Ailiti to open her eyes and watch closely. Soon the cracks spread even further. He says he personally gave her this sword, so how could he not recognize it? As he finishes, the disguise shatters, revealing a light blue flying sword inside. Yahello steps behind Mubai. He reaches out and holds her hand, and adjusts her grip, guiding her sword technique himself. He softly asks if she remembers what sword style they once trained. The commoner sword, also known as the killing sword. Yahello raises his immortal sword. The tip points straight at the enemy. Mubai of the Mountain Sword Sect. Follow me into battle. At the same time, inside the inner cave realm, Yun Yu and Lu Xiaoyu were crying their eyes out just moments ago. But now they look extremely uncomfortable, because they both finally realize something. Yun Yu thinks in shock that even Lu Xiaoyu noticed it, despite the awkward viewing angle. Lu Xiaoyu can hardly believe it either, but from this angle, she cannot be mistaken. She is just surprised Yun Yu figured it out without even seeing the full face. Yun Yu nods. The figure and that familiar feeling are enough. She does not need to see the face to know it is Mubai. Yun Yu clicks her tongue. then forces a smile and teases Liu Xiaoyu for paying close attention to that area to notice so fast. Liu Xiaoyu instantly looks annoyed. She snaps back that Yunyu should reflect on herself. Wasn't she the one bragging that Yi Gulu liked her proud feature the most? Lost confidence now? The two girls glare at each other, sparks flying, neither willing to back down. Yunyu's mind fills with question marks. None of this makes sense. Since when did Yi Gulu change his type? He always liked small and delicate girls, so why is he staring there now? Liu Xiaoyu is overthinking too. She has no idea what is wrong with that idiot Yi Gulu today. Normally he overreacts just seeing her change stockings, but now he keeps staring at that spot. Unacceptable. In the end, they reach the same unbelievable conclusion. Thinking back to when the three were together before, the thing Ye Gulu paid most attention to was actually, so his real type is curves? Yunyu's lips twitch awkwardly. Liu Xiaoyu wears the exact same expression, but after sizing themselves up, both regain confidence. In that department, they are not lacking either. Meanwhile, on Yi Gulu's side, the immortal sword has shattered into pieces, and the holy armament is pinned to the ground. Mubai stands in front, her sword still pointed at Ai Liti. Ai Liti breathes heavily. She has to admit these two are stronger than expected. Yi Gulu smirks and says it is not that they are strong, but that she was too careless. Ai Liti cannot understand. Their killing intent was overwhelming, and they launched countless flying swords. Yet their true target was the holy armament. Knowing it protected her, they aimed at the weapon instead. But what was that formation that completely severed her link to it? Even the church's strongest knights might fail. Yi Gulu smiles faintly and says it is nothing special, just a small sword formation. Its name, Dragon-Slaying Sword Formation, Dragon-Binding Array. Hearing that name, Ai Liti's expression changes drastically. Yi Gulu keeps smiling. He says it was created by his grandmaster and improved twice by him. If it can seal even a divine continent, a mere holy armament is nothing. Still, it stings. There was once a foolish girl who got tricked and used this very sword formation against the one who taught her, truly betraying her master. Ye Gulu turns and smiles at Mubai, asking if he is right. Caught off guard, she flinches. Old memories flood back, and she is so embarrassed she wants to dig a hole and hide. Mubai stammers. In the end, she can only shout that she knows nothing. On the other side, Ai Liti grits her teeth in fury. She coldly calls them heretics. Yi Gulu sighs and tells her to calm down. Since she is done asking, now it is his turn. From now on, she must tell him everything about the church. No secrets. Hearing this, Ai Liti lowers her head. A faint sound escapes her lips. Then she suddenly grips the sword in front of her. Yi Gulu frowns, thinking she plans to kill herself. The next second, she drives the sword straight through her own body, blood spraying everywhere. The ground is dyed red. Even while dying, Ai Liti shows a twisted smile. She truly wants to die. Yi Gulu cannot believe it. She is completely insane. Mubai is thrown into panic, not knowing what to do. Ai Liti exhales her final breath. Yi Gulu instantly senses something wrong and shouts for Mubai to be careful. But it is too late. Ai Liti makes that familiar prayer gesture again. Now the entire city will witness the true descent of the divine sun. As she finishes, a massive pillar of light falls from the sky and engulfs Ye Gulu. Mubai angrily demands to know what she did to him. Ai Liti only curls her lips. With an empty smile, she says they already lost long ago. Mubai grows frantic, shouting where Ye Gulu is. Ai Liti laughs coldly, slowly pulling the sword from her body and telling her not to rush. It will all end soon. At the same time, Yi Gulu is dragged back into that space. The surroundings tremble violently, as if about to collapse. Yi Gulu coughs up a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the pressure crushes him to the ground, body covered in blood. The divine sun stands ahead with a cold smile, remarking how quickly they meet again. But this time, Ye Gulu is far weaker than before. In her eyes, he is nothing but an ant. Yi Gulu barely opens one eye and still curses her ancestors, saying he is just not in good shape today. Sooner or later, he will split her in half. The divine sun glances at him indifferently. Last time his sword felt familiar. Now it is too weak to matter. Then she suddenly senses something, and her lips curl in interest. Oh, someone dares to spy on this place? Inside the inner cave realm, Yun Yuyu and Liu Xiaoyu are indeed watching through the heaven art. When they meet that icy gaze, Liu Xiaoyu's legs tremble. Yun Yuyu is no better. They both realize they have been discovered. Cracks begin spreading across the observation circle. Within seconds, it completely shatters. A moment later, Yi Gulu is violently thrown out of the pillar of light back into reality. He looks like someone crawling out of hell, covered in wounds and barely breathing. Mubai's face turns pale. She rushes over to support him. His injuries are far too severe. Thankfully, he still has a bit of consciousness. With trembling hands, he gives her several talismans and leaves only one word: run. At that moment, the divine sun steps out of the pillar of light. Terror flashes across Mubai's eyes. To save both their lives, she can only follow his words. The two quickly disappear from the area. The divine sun does not even bother chasing. She calmly walks forward, toward where Ai Liti lies. The moment Ailiti sees the divine sun, it is like seeing salvation. She drags her bloodied body forward in misery. Ailiti never imagined she would one day kneel at the divine sun's feet. She even feels guilty for failing her mission. When the divine sun's feet touch the ground, Ailiti grows even more panicked, blaming herself for everything. She clings to the divine sun's leg and begs for punishment, but the divine sun simply lifts her foot and walks past, leaving Ailiti sitting there in a daze. Watching that back, tears stream down Ailiti's face. Praise or punishment would both be fine. The most hopeless part is that in the divine sun's eyes, she never existed. Is this really the love the divine sun once spoke of? While Ailiti falls into despair, the divine sun calmly keeps walking. After a while, she coldly says, "So it was you." At the temporary base of the Queen's Night Order, Mubai has brought Yahello back. His injuries leave her completely shaken. After fumbling for a while, Mubai finally manages to take off his shirt and gently lays him on the bed. Not long after, Mubai personally wipes his body and treats his wounds as best as she can, but she keeps searching everywhere for something. Soon, she pulls out a legendary-grade healing potion. Without hesitation, she drinks it herself. Then she returns to Yahello's bedside. Mubai leans close to his face and feeds him the medicine mouth to mouth. After doing that, she is too shy to look at him. Her fingers touch her lips, face burning red. But after taking the potion, Yahello's condition becomes strange. His hand tightens into a fist. Then he suddenly coughs up a large mouthful of blood. Mubai panics even more. Her mind drifts back to Yunlai continent years ago. Back then, Yahello asked if she wanted to learn anything besides swordsmanship. Spells, talismans, formations, alchemy, healing skills. He offered to teach her for self-protection, but Mubai just kept shaking her head. Yahello frowned, asking what she would do if she got hurt. Mubai simply pointed at him and softly said he would save her. That answer left him stunned. Then he reached out and patted her head, sighing helplessly at this girl. Back to the present, Mubai carefully wipes the blood from his body, but her tears keep falling, as if she were the one injured. After a moment, Mubai bites her lip and makes a decision. She removes her wristband and turns 2 fingers into a blade of light, then decisively cuts her own arm. Drops of pale blue liquid slowly flow out and fall into Yahello's mouth. His body immediately reacts. Strange light flickers in one of his eyes. Mubai is overjoyed. She lets him drink more of her blood, but suddenly Yahello grabs her arm tightly. Mubai lets out a soft cry of pain. After Struskrulinkin for a while, she finally frees herself. Yet seeing his condition, she is still deeply worried. Right then, Yahello suddenly opens his eyes. He breathes in heavy gasps. The wounds on his body begin to fade. But without warning, he pulls Mubai onto the bed and pins her beside him. Mubai freezes in shock. She flusters and tells Yahello not to do this. Her expression says her mind is in total chaos. In the end, Mubai blushes and throws a punch straight at his face. In his current state, he cannot block it. Yahello is knocked to the side. Mubai instantly sits up in panic and hurriedly checks if that idiot is hurt. Pain is clear in her eyes. Her memories drift back again to Yunlai continent years ago. After an intense sparring session, they finally stop to rest. Fei Hong nods at Mubai, admitting her sword skills improved fast. Now every spar with her requires full focus, and the gap between her and that realm is no longer far. Hearing that praise, Mubai cannot hide her joy. Fei Hong then turns to leave, saying that is enough for today. Seeing her talent, Fei Hong still has not given up on dragging her to learn fist techniques instead. But Mubai immediately shook her head, firm and decisive. Fei Hong sighed, then explained that relying only on a sword has limits, and sometimes you need to fight barehanded. So she decided to teach Mubai a fist technique for self-defense. Before Mubai could react, Fei Hong wrapped an arm around her waist. The sudden touch made Mubai flinch hard. Then Fei Hong grabbed her hand and adjusted her stance and punch. She explained that before striking, the body must stay relaxed, but the moment the punch lands, the force must explode like steel. Meanwhile, Mubai stood stiff as a board, clearly awkward. Seeing that, Fei Hong asked if Mubai hated being touched on the waist. Mubai just bit her lip and stayed silent. Fei Hong laughed helplessly and said she was just teaching, so stop overthinking. Back to the present, Mubai quietly sat beside the unconscious Yahello. Then she slowly clenched her fist. Determination flashed in her eyes. The next second, she pulled her arm back and slammed a punch straight into Yahello's face. She didn't stop there and followed with several more hits. When she was done, Yahello's face was so swollen it was almost unrecognizable. Blood poured from his nose like a faucet. Yahello lay there, completely confused about what just happened. Mubai still felt her anger boiling inside, but in the end, she reached out and helped him up. She laid him on the bed, only then noticing her clothes were covered in blood. So Mubai stepped outside to clean up. Some time passed. Yahello was lying still. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he sat up. Right after that, he immediately used a spell to check his internal foundation. His pupils glowed in two completely different colors. His injuries were almost fully healed, but a strange new bloodline had appeared inside him. Yigulu realized this bloodline never existed in Yunlai continent. It was likely a beast bloodline from this world. If Mubai created it, then it should be safe. His body was fully healed, which meant they were in a secure place. The only strange thing was that Mubai was nowhere to be seen. Since everything seemed stable, Yegulu wanted to see Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu to reassure them and explain what happened. Back then it was too dangerous, so he had no choice but to seal them inside the blessed cave heaven. With that thought, Yegulu took out the blessed cave heaven and removed the seal. In an instant, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu rushed out. Yegulu looked at the two of them and smiled softly, like it had been ages since they last met. But before he could finish speaking, Liu Xiaoyu raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Yigulu didn't get angry. He just softly called her name with guilt. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes were already red from crying. After a long silence, Yegulu finally apologized. The moment she heard that, Liu Xiaoyu threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Yegulu hugged her back and gently comforted her. He promised he would never take such reckless risks again. Meanwhile, Yun Yu had been quietly watching the whole time. Only now did Yigulu turn to look at her. Yun Yu gave a faint smile, then suddenly leaned down and kissed him right in front of them. After quite a while, they finally pulled apart, almost out of breath. Yun Yu turned away and softly said she had finally absorbed some of Yigulu's essence. She was starving to death. Only then did Yigulu remember she was a succubus and was about to say something. But Yun Yu cut him off, saying she didn't blame him. Being sealed inside the blessed cave heaven was something she accepted. Even being trapped while his life and death were unknown, she held no resentment. Because in her heart, Yegulu was always the strongest. But at that point, her emotions finally broke, and she burst into tears, unable to bear the fear she felt back then. Seeing her like this, Yegulu's heart ached. He reached out and took Yun Yu's hand, then pulled both girls into his arms. And after some more time passed, once everyone finally calmed down, Yun Yu suddenly remembered something. She curiously asked if the sword Yigulu mentioned inside the blessed cave heaven was real or fake. Yigulu scratched his head and admitted there was no sword at all. He lied just to trick Yun Yu inside, and the real swords were all in the Kunlun sword box. Liu Xiaoyu then asked if it was because his realm dropped, so he couldn't take most of the swords out. Yegulu immediately protested, saying don't hit a man in the face or expose his weakness like that. Yun Yu still wouldn't let it go, and demanded to know what was actually hidden inside his blessed cave heaven. Yigulu quickly said there was nothing important, just a few random ancient books. Hearing that, Yun Yu pulled out a book and asked if he meant this one. Yigulu's eyes went wide. The cover clearly read, "This sect master is a little spoiled." Yegulu panicked and asked where she even found that. Yun Yu honestly said that while trapped inside, she and Liu Xiaoyu searched the entire place out of worry. So all his so-called unimportant books were basically exposed. And that wasn't even all. There was also one called Junior Sister, Please Spare Me. Yigulu instantly yelled for them to stop reading. Liu Xiaoyu got furious, shocked that he liked such weird stuff. Yun Yu pouted, saying he already had her, so why did he need those books? Yigulu stared at them in disbelief. He shot back, saying they invaded his space and now blamed him instead. Looks like he needed to punish them this time. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu instantly changed expressions. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. All three froze on the spot. The door slowly opened. Mubai walked in, still looking a little sleepy. The atmosphere turned ice cold. Yegulu reacted first and hurriedly told everyone to calm down and listen to his explanation. But Mubai directly raised her fist, and Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu did the exact same thing. Seeing that, Yegulu quickly raised both hands in surrender. Before getting beaten to death, he said he had something extremely important to mention. He asked if all three of them had learned fist techniques from Fei Hong. Yun Yu immediately recalled begging Fei Hong to teach her before. Liu Xiaoyu also remembered Fei Hong holding her waist to adjust her stance. Seeing their silence, Yegulu understood everything and spread his arms wide. He boldly said if they wanted to fight, then come at him together. And they really didn't hold back. He got completely beaten up. After quite a while, Yegulu stood there with panda eyes. Wiping blood from his face, he sighed and told them to look carefully. He wasn't lying. Mubai had already explained that she used dragon blood to save him. Now that strange bloodline was clinging tightly to his innate sword body. Since Mubai also had an innate sword body, her blood naturally resonated more with that part inside him. The key point was that he was unconscious during the transfer, so there was no guidance. The blood fused only with the sword body, leaving the primordial Tao embryo untouched. As a result, the dual cultivation cores inside Yegulu had lost their balance. Mubei's face instantly turned pale. Tears welled up as she asked if she had harmed him by accident. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu quickly comforted her, saying it wasn't her fault. Back then, it was the only way to save him. Yi Gulu then seriously explained it wasn't hopeless. They just needed to stop hitting him. Every punch made the strange blood boil violently inside him. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu blinked in confusion. Did that mean they couldn't hit him anymore from now on? Seeing things going south, Ye Gulu hurriedly waved his hands, saying it was only temporary. It's not like he was banning them forever. Later on, they could hit him all they want, like an old married couple. The moment he said that, Liu Xiaoyu charged at him again, saying, "Who wants to be an old couple with you?" In her eyes, this guy was shameless beyond belief, so she tried to pull Yun Yuyu and Mubai to her side. But Yun Yuyu only gave a teasing smile, while Mubai sat there lost in thought. Liu Xiaoyu moved closer, desperate to find an ally. Seeing no one backing her up, she gave up and told Ye Gulu to just continue. Ye Gulu frowned and said the most urgent matter was stabilizing the dual cores inside his body. Otherwise, he would undergo dragonification and eventually explode to death. Hearing that, both Yun Yuyu and Liu Xiaoyu were shocked. Then they subconsciously imagined Ye Gulu turning into a dragon. Yun Yuyu blushed and held her cheeks, saying she might still accept that. Liu Xiaoyu immediately objected, saying that version wouldn't be handsome at all. Meanwhile, Mubai's eyes sparkled like she discovered a new world. She blushed, imagined something wild, and even started drooling, leaving Ye Gulu speechless. Ye Gulu helplessly stressed that the scary part wasn't dragonification, it was exploding and dying. Liu Xiaoyu then asked straight up, "So what's the solution?" Ye Gulu and Yun Yu suddenly shared the same serious expression, and calmly said two words that froze the room: dual cultivation. Liu Xiaoyu instantly got angry and pulled Yun Yuyu back, telling her to stop siding with Ye Gulu or she'd get corrupted sooner or later. But Ye Gulu continued explaining seriously. He compared the two cores in his body to two lakes, and right now, the innate sword body side had way too much energy. To rebalance them, both sides must have equal power. The only way was to use the strange blood, plus Liu Xiaoyu's Kai Guang cultivation, Yun Yuya's Kai Guang cultivation, and Muba's divine transformation cultivation to balance it out. In simple terms, still dual cultivation. Liu Xiaoyu frowned suspiciously, saying this explanation sounded familiar. Was he just trying to drain their cultivation again? Ye Gulu quickly protested and told them to check his meridians if they didn't believe him. Liu Xiaoyu immediately opened her Dharma eye to inspect his foundation. After checking, even she had to admit he wasn't lying. This was truly the only option. On top of that, a divine son could show up at any time. Emotionally or logically, this was their only path. But still, no matter how she thought about it, she felt like she was about to get tricked again. He still hadn't returned the cultivation he borrowed last time. The moment that was mentioned, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu jumped in and beat him up again for borrowing without repaying. While the three were still in chaos, Mubai's voice suddenly rang out firmly. She said she agreed to help Ye Gulu get through this. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu walked over and placed their hands on her shoulders. They sighed, saying Mubai was still too naive. Once a certain Master Yi took her cultivation, chances were it would never come back. They clearly remembered handing over their nascent soul cultivation last time, and Ye Gulu used it all up with a single slash, just one slash. Yun Yuyu seriously advised Mubai to think carefully. Years of sword cultivation weren't a joke. If Ye Gulu drained it all, her hard work would vanish completely. Mubai fell into deep thought. After a while, her expression suddenly changed in shock. She looked at Ye Gulu with disbelief. But the next second, her eyes lit up as if she had a new idea. Mubai said she had a better solution. Ye Gulu listened attentively. Mubai seriously proposed that Ye Gulu should just explode and die. Then she would place his remnant soul into the Longhu Yanxian sword, let him cultivate inside for 5,000 years, and only return after reforming a human body. Hearing that, Ye Gulu went completely silent. Even Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were stunned speechless. After a while, they finally said there was no need to be that extreme yet. As for Ye Gulu, he felt pure despair, like a filial disciple trying to send her master off early. Only then did Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu start caring about his feelings. Liu Xiaoyu sighed and said she didn't know what to do either. If he really died, the nascent soul cultivation he owed them would be gone forever. Just then, Yun Yuyu leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. She turned back to confirm what Yun Yuyu just said. A moment later, Liu Xiaoyu took out the 8 Immortals brush. Yun Yu brought out a Nuwa stone tablet. The two lowered their heads and began writing on it. The content was full of debt agreements from Ye Gulu, along with terrifying penalty clauses if he broke his promise. When they finished, Liu Xiaoyu called Ye Gulu over to sign. If he signed, they would consider lending cultivation again. Ye Gulu agreed instantly without hesitation. Yun Yuyu eagerly handed him the tablet and urged him to sign before Liu Xiaoyu changed her mind. Ye Gulu picked up the brush and carefully read the contents. But near the bottom, he saw a shocking clause stating that from now on, he could only love Yun Yu alone. Yi Gulu froze on the spot, and Liu Xiaoyu. Even Mubai stood frozen after hearing that clause. Seconds later, both of them exploded at Yun Yu for secretly adding such a condition. After another round of arguing, the Nuwa stone tablet was finally revised, and Ye Gulu officially signed it. Only then did he let out a long breath, feeling things were finally stable. But before he could say anything else, Yun Yu had already started preparing everything carefully, laying warm jade on the bed, and placing several warm jade pillows. She even scattered Hihuan flower petals everywhere, clearly putting in serious effort. Liu Xiaoyu blushed seeing this, feeling Yun Yu was way too proactive. But Yun Yu seriously asked whether Liu Xiaoyu planned to dual cultivate or not. She had waited a long time. If Liu Xiaoyu wasn't ready, she could go first with Ye Gulu and return Liu Xiaoyu's cultivation later. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu's face turned bright red, and she started stuttering. Yet Yun Yu insisted on a clear answer. In the end, Liu Xiaoyu shyly asked for more time to think. After a while, Liu Xiaoyu fixed her hair and gently reassured Mubai not to be nervous. She said it was just like practicing swordsmanship, not as hard as it seemed. Besides, she and Yun Yu would guide Mubai carefully. Yun Yu finished preparations and reminded Yi Gulu that this was Mubai's first time with the color pearl technique, so he must not rush and had to guide her step by step. Yi Gulu nodded in understanding. Soon after, Liu Xiaoyu, Yun Yu, and Mubai were all fully prepared. Yi Gulu then activated his young spirit external incarnation. A tiny version of Ye Gulu appeared and cheerfully waved at Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu like old friends. He also warmly welcomed the new member Mubai. Yun Yu explained to Mubai that this was the young spirit external incarnation created through Yi Gulu's color pearl technique. Mubai listened carefully, observing like a model student. Then she leaned over and whispered something to Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu instantly frowned and broke into a cold sweat because Mubai was seriously asking why it was so small. Yun Yu burst out laughing and explained there was no need to worry. The young spirit external incarnation could change size freely. But first, she wanted to teach Mubai a secret acupoint technique from Muxian sect. It was mysterious and profound, able to open meridians, balance yin and yang, and lift the spirit to blissful heights. First, they told Mubai to completely relax her body. Then they guided spiritual energy through acupoints like Woi, Yangshuang, Shenfeng, and Bulong, using gentle motions while slowly channeling energy inside. Time continued to pass. The energy then flowed through Qimeng, Tianxi, and Tianqi, with careful control to stimulate her meridians. Throughout the entire process, Yi Gulu observed everything in secret with extreme focus. Meanwhile, his young spirit external incarnation gradually grew bigger, so much that Liu Xiaoyu had to remind Yun Yu not to bully Mubai too much. Yun Yu only smiled calmly. She told Mubai to look for herself. The acupoint care was done, and Yi Gulu's incarnation was ready too. Mubai looked completely stunned. The next second, she reached out and firmly grabbed the mini Ye Gulu in her hand. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu jumped in shock, telling her to be gentle or things would go wrong. But Mubai studied it seriously and casually said she wanted to try drawing the sword. Hearing that, Ye Gulu froze stiff. Mubai's eyes shone brighter and brighter, like she found something fascinating. Yi Gulu instantly sensed danger and yelled that this wasn't a real sword and absolutely couldn't be used that way. But Mubai had no intention of stopping. Her grip even tightened further. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu rushed to stop her, insisting that if she wanted to try, she had to be gentle at least. The whole room instantly turned chaotic. After struggling for a while, the three girls finally stopped to wipe the sweat from their faces. Yun Yu seriously reminded Mubai again that no sword could be drawn from there. Something else would come out instead. Liu Xiaoyu then teased Ye Gulu, saying he screamed in pain but maybe he actually enjoyed this weird hobby. Ye Gulu looked like he had melted into a puddle, feeling like half his life was gone. Just then, Liu Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. She brushed her hair aside and told Mubai to watch her carefully. She explained that the young spirit external incarnation was linked to the true body. The head was where spiritual energy gathered the most, and stimulating it properly would improve circulation greatly. Mubai and Yun Yu watched in shock. Yun Yu was speechless. Liu Xiaoyu was usually shy, yet at a crucial moment she became this bold. Thinking that, her competitive spirit flared up, so Yun Yu immediately joined in. She even deliberately displayed her most alluring posture for Mubai to learn from. Yun Yu explained that even as cultivators, they began as mortals. The lower body formed the foundation of cultivation. Guiding spiritual energy from there would enhance circulation even more. Mubai's mind nearly shut down hearing that. Her eyes gradually turned blank, clearly struggling to process all this new knowledge. Liu Xiaoyu then asked if Mubai had observed enough and understood. Yun Yu followed up, telling her to try experiencing it herself. Mubai stayed silent for a long time. Finally, she nodded with determination. More time passed. With guidance from her two teachers, Mubai slowly gathered the courage to step forward. She leaned closer to Ye Gulu. Liu Xiaoyu secretly blushed, thinking that Fool was getting all the benefits. Mubai was so shy she tightly shut both eyes. Yun Yu kept encouraging her to relax. The distance between Mubai and Ye Gulu grew smaller and smaller. Ye Gulu looked full of anticipation. But the next second, Mubai suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on his head. Ye Gulu turned to stone instantly. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu were equally frozen. Then Ye Gulu's miserable scream echoed everywhere. While Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Dudu were still worried that Ye Gulu might be seriously bitten, Mubai had already jumped off the bed, trying to sneak away after causing chaos. But suddenly, her tail was grabbed from behind. Mubai instantly frowned in pain. Before she could react, she was dragged right back. Ye Gulu lifted her and threw her onto the bed, asking if she really planned to run after biting him. He declared that today he would properly teach Xiao Bai a lesson. What followed was another round of pure chaos. Ye Gulu reached out and grabbed Mubai's hair. Outside, Liu Xiaoyu subconsciously held her own hair, her face tense. Then Ye Gulu's hand moved to Mubai's tail. Yun Dudu, who also had a tail, suddenly felt nervous. Meanwhile, Mubai stayed silent the entire time. But the onlookers were red to their ears, especially seeing dragon horns and dragon tails entwined. In a scene no one could stay calm watching. Ye Gulu and Mubai began activating the different dragon body to assist their cultivation. Yun Dudu watched in amazement, then realized she also had horns and a tail. So she boldly announced she wanted to join the dual cultivation. Once Yun Dudu joined in, only Liu Xiaoyu was left outside, blushing hard as the sounds inside made it impossible to stay calm. Liu Xiaoyu at this moment was almost at her limit. She bit her lip and stared at the three of them. As the Grand Celestial Master of the Heavenly Master Mansion, she felt she was about to lose control. But she convinced herself this was just research on cultivation with the different dragon and the succubus, and understanding the human microcosm was part of the Tao. Once she justified it, Liu Xiaoyu jumped straight into the chaos as well. After a full day and night, a peaceful morning finally arrived. Ye Gulu looked completely fine and was even the first to wake up. He calmly changed his clothes, while the three girls were still fast asleep. Then he quietly left the room. In the next second, Ye Gulu stepped into the air and shot straight into the sky. He had now reached the nascent soul realm, and it was already at peak level. The only regret was lacking a suitable sword. Meanwhile, at the base, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Dudu stared in shock at the green bloodstain left on the sheets. Mubai stretched lazily after the long chaotic night. Just then, a voice transmission called out to her from outside. Ye Gulu said he wanted to borrow the Long Yuan sword for a while. Before Mubai could respond, he used spiritual power to pull the sword toward him. Mubai panicked and grabbed the hilt tightly, refusing to let it be taken. She protested that he had already promised to give her the sword. Ye Gulu was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he explained he was only borrowing it and would return it soon. But as he finished speaking, his spiritual power surged and the Long Yuan sword flew out of Mubai's grasp. Watching Ye Gulu openly snatch the sword, Mubai collapsed on the ground crying and rolling in protest. Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Dudu hurried to comfort her, saying they would make him give her another immortal sword from his Kunlun sword box. Hearing that, Mubai's eyes instantly lit up. Just thinking about that pile of swords improved her mood. Meanwhile, the sword arrived in Ye Gulu's hand. He casually gripped the hilt and practiced a few basic swings in midair. Soon after, bold, provoking words appeared in the sky, clearly saying, "Anyone who wants to die, come." At the same time, at the headquarters of the Sky God Temple, numerous divine envoys appeared as projections. Not just one, but enough to make anyone feel pressure. A white-haired beauty smiled with interest. The corner of her lips curved in mockery. Just moments ago, Ye Gulu had been beaten miserably, yet now he was back in full spirit. A toy like this only made her more addicted the more she played with it. She even wanted to drag him out for a few more rounds. But right then, a hand suddenly landed on Natir's shoulder to stop her. She froze for a second. In the blink of an eye, Natir was pulled into a separate space where only two people existed. One was her. The other was Lucky. Natir coldly asked what Lucky was doing showing up now, and whether she planned to ignore what was happening above. Lucky just smiled and said holding her back for a moment would not change anything. Natir frowned, annoyed that Lucky barged into her temple and dragged her away, then acted like she was teaching her a lesson. But Lucky kept that calm smile. She simply did not feel like explaining, and there was nothing Natir could do about it. Strangely, after that line, Natir really stopped moving. Lu Chi quietly thought she could still release another avatar like last time. Natir snapped back that she was not stupid enough to hand free experience to her enemy. But midway through her sentence, she suddenly went silent. Her whole body froze in place. A moment later, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Then she shouted, asking Lu Chi if next time she could at least let her finish speaking before leaving. Meanwhile, in Jiudi, Mubai finished adjusting her clothes. She sat beside the other two, while Liu Xiaoyu looked deeply worried about Ye Gulu. Yoon Dudu comforted her, saying with the combined cultivation of the three of them, Ye Gulu had at least reached peak nascent soul and could dominate this world. But Liu Xiaoyu was still uneasy, because last time they had caught the attention of a divine envoy. She said the envoy's true realm was peak land immortal, and even as a projection, Ye Gulu had cut him down back when he was only golden core. Now he was already at peak nascent soul. Thinking about it, Liu Xiaoyu grew even more anxious, fearing the real body might appear this time. Her words made the other two girls uneasy as well. After a while, Mubai suddenly spoke. She wondered how long it had been since Ye Gulu used the nascent soul realm to draw his sword. Up in the sky, Ye Gulu had been waiting since early morning, until sunset. Even under a sky full of stars, he kept waiting into the next day. Finally, he realized something. He had been stood up. Still, one thing was certain. A sword strike packed with that level of killing intent could not be hidden. There were rumors of a sword intent sealed in its scabbard so deadly that once drawn, heaven and earth would change color. On Yunlai continent, two people once used this style to kill a land immortal despite lower realms. The first was Lu Qi. The second was obvious. The very name now on the screen, and Ye Gulu was truly losing patience. If he did not release this sword today, the sword intent would backlash on him. So Ye Gulu started scanning for a suitable target. After a while, still sulking, Yoon Dudu turned to look outside. The sight instantly froze her. Ye Gulu was grinning brightly, carrying a gigantic monster on his back. The three girls rushed out, and Liu Xiaoyu stared at it, asking if this was the divine envoy. Ye Gulu lied without blinking, saying the envoy could transform into anything, so this was him. But before he could continue bragging, Yoon Dudu exposed him, recognizing it as Yanmu Lord Ba Leituo, the great demon ruling the extreme north, just half a step from Saint level. This demon was infamous for brutality, and his legion forced northern nations to sacrifice countless soldiers every year, so Ye Gulu killing him was a huge favor. Hearing that, Ye Gulu paused, then nodded and admitted it was true. Leaders in the north once competed to marry their daughters to him, but he rejected them all. Liu Xiaoyu looked unconvinced and teased that Master Yi was truly impressive, slaying demons and attracting beauties at the same time. Ye Gulu quickly turned to comfort her, insisting he had refused every single one. Before he could finish explaining, Mubai shot him a murderous glare. After a moment, she coldly told him to give it back. Ye Gulu looked completely confused. Mubai repeated herself and demanded the Long Yuan sword. His expression instantly turned awkward. He put on a pained face and said he had accidentally broken the sword while slaying the demon. Mubai froze as if struck by lightning. Then she burst into tears and demanded he compensate her. Seeing her overreact, Ye Gulu laughed and took the sword out, saying he was just joking, and a weapon like this would not break so easily. The moment Mubai saw the intact Long Yuan sword, she stopped crying and noticed his smug face. That only made her angrier, so she snatched the sword back and smacked him once. Not long after, the group returned to the base. Ye Gulu suddenly brought up Tieti, the little hero. Liu Xiaoyu sighed, saying Tieti was not in danger, but her strength was almost completely gone, and she was now like an ordinary person. Still, her character was good and her talent decent, so Yoon Dudu suggested recruiting her into Muxian's sect to teach her cultivation. Ye Gulu agreed, but wanted to ask Tieti first, then opened his inner world, and called her out. Tieti appeared covered in sweat, because she had been training her body non-stop. As soon as she stepped out, she sensed the strange atmosphere and stood there stunned. The next second, she rushed straight into Ye Gulu's arms. Mubai widened her eyes at the sight. After hugging Ye Gulu, Tieti jumped into Liu Xiaoyu's arms, and then hugged Yoon Dudu as well. After the enthusiastic greetings, Tieti happily said her injuries had fully healed, and even though most of her power was gone, she had been practicing the fist art and mental method her masters left behind. Ye Gulu was dumbfounded, wondering what fist art and mental method she was talking about. Liu Xiaoyu explained that the fist art was Fuhu Fist, meant to strengthen Tidus meridians and build a foundation. As for the mental method, it was the dual cultivation technique Yoon Dudu had mentioned before. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu's eyes went wide. She immediately chased Yoon Dudu around in anger. Meanwhile, Tieti noticed a completely unfamiliar face. She and Mubai stared at each other. After a moment, Tieti curiously asked who she was. Mubai quickly ran over and wrapped her arm around Ye Gulu, declaring he was her master, then asked Tieti who she was. At first, Tieti did not react, but then her eyes lit up. She rushed forward, hugged Mubai, and happily called her senior sister. After a while, Yoon Dudu felt everything was settled, so she asked Ye Gulu to return their cultivation. Liu Xiaoyu quickly stopped him, saying he would return it eventually, but her waist still had not recovered. Mubai nodded, saying her legs were still sore and she needed a few more days. Yoon Dudu looked at them with pure disdain. She declared she would go first, then jumped in and hugged Ye Gulu tightly. Liu Xiaoyu and Mubai immediately accused her of trying to monopolize him. In no time they were tangled together in chaos, while Tieti stood outside confused. She had no idea what her master and senior sisters were doing, but it looked fun, so she excitedly joined in as well. Right then, the door was kicked open violently. A white-haired girl rushed in, shouting about saving little Snow White Knight. But the moment she saw the scene inside, she went speechless. The person behind her shoved her aside and asked why she was blocking the door. A fierce blue-haired girl, with deer horns, declared they were here to back up little Snow White and warned anyone bullying her. Yet when she saw the scene clearly, she froze too, mouth wide open. Not long after, another girl showed up, shoved the two in front aside, and complained they were too slow. She introduced herself as a princess, boldly declaring she came to rescue the little knight, and even asked Mubai if she would reward her with a lap pillow after this. But the moment she stepped in and saw the scene, she froze on the spot. There was Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Dudu, plus Mubai and Tieti, all clinging to Ye Gulu like they wanted to swallow him whole. Even without seeing clearly, Ye Gulu sensed something was off and politely greeted the new guests. The princess snapped back to reality, her face turning bright red. She stammered, asking what on earth they were doing. Ye Gulu awkwardly smiled and said it was all a misunderstanding. But halfway through, he realized the more he explained, the worse it sounded, so he quickly pushed the girls off him. Then he seriously asked who they were. Soon the group moved outside to talk. After introductions, Ye Gulu learned the girl was Princess Ao Daily. She came to arrest him for surrounding himself with beauties, especially Snow White Knight, her favorite. She advised him to surrender peacefully. Ye Gulu was speechless. He turned to his so-called harem for help. Liu Xiaoyu just giggled. Yun Dudu happily watched the drama unfold. Mubai clearly understood everything, but pretended to be clueless. And Tieti simply had no idea what was going on. Ye Gulu stood there in despair, realizing no one would save him from this mess. In the end, he cleared his throat and regained his composure. He said he acknowledged her status as princess, but this was his private space, and everything here was consensual. So what did it have to do with Ao Daily? The princess snorted coldly. She reminded him this was originally the safe room of the Queen's Night Order, not his private territory. So now he was also charged with trespassing on royal property. Framed again, Ye Gulu turned to Mubai for help, but she ignored him and even added fuel to the fire, and only then did he realize she was still mad about the Longyuan sword. Ye Gulu sighed helplessly. In the past, countless emperors had bowed just to earn a glance from him, and now he was being bullied by a little princess like Ao Daily. Hearing his tone, Ao Daily grew furious and ordered the Queen's Night Order to act. The two girls behind her immediately stepped forward. The moment the princess shouted to capture him, the gray-haired girl named Mila charged first, arrogantly declaring she would make Ye Gulu regret being born. But just a few seconds later, Mila was flat on the ground, unable to move, while Ye Gulu sighed and asked for the next one. The blue-haired girl beside her criticized Mila for being lazy and eating too many sweets. She introduced herself as Horned Knight and rushed forward with killing intent. Yet, in less than a minute, she was also knocked flat, and Ye Gulu sighed again, asking if there was anyone else. Just as he finished speaking, Mubai suddenly drew her sword. She declared White Sparrow Knight would fight on behalf of the princess. Ye Gulu immediately flicked her forehead and angrily asked why she was joining the fun. Mubai held her head and burst into tears. Seeing her subordinates defeated, the princess's eyes turned red. Her whole body trembled in anger. Then she suddenly broke into loud sobs, accusing Ye Gulu of bullying her knights. The crying was so loud it gave Ye Gulu a headache. He truly could not understand how someone so fierce moments ago was now crying like this. Liu Xiaoyu sighed helplessly and called Ye Gulu a scumbag for making her cry. Yun Dudu watched with a smirk, amused that Ye Gulu could be this ruthless. Tieti, however, was shocked, convinced this was the legendary dark transformation, and that Ye Gulu had truly turned evil. As for Ye Gulu, he was completely stunned. A giant question mark practically appeared over his head, and he had no idea what was going on. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. He could not understand why he ended up locked in this place. All he could do was sigh and explain the whole story, which was exactly why he was now imprisoned. The black-haired girl beside him nodded as if she understood. If that was the case, then Ye Gulu was now her cellmate. Ye Gulu was slightly surprised and did not know why he had just spilled everything to this girl. But thinking about it, chatting with a cellmate seemed normal enough. After a while, he curiously asked why she was locked up. She introduced herself as Alice Dade, a fashion designer for the Night Order, imprisoned for opposing the rule that all knights must wear white. Even though she designed their uniforms, she hated white, so she was thrown in here. Ye Gulu widened his eyes, thinking she was not exactly innocent, and wondering why he had to share a cell with someone this dangerous. But Alice Dade kept talking, saying the Night Order needed more variety, not just white all year, maybe black outfits or even barefoot styles. Hearing that, Ye Gulu began to feel something was off, realizing her tastes were surprisingly bold. She went on enthusiastically about different stockings, from knee-high to special strap designs. At that moment, Yahello quickly cut her off. He seriously said that someone so devoted to art deserved respect, and he admired her courage to speak openly. Alice Dade was deeply moved, saying she never expected to find a kindred spirit here, and that Yahello clearly was no ordinary man. Flattered, Yahello began bragging about how he once dominated the world, led the righteous path, and even saved someone considered a global enemy. But midway through, he suddenly paused, not understanding why he kept blurting everything out. Just then, someone called his name from outside. Mila complained that Yahello was too loud, and she could hear him clearly even from far away. Yahello glanced at her indifferently and said it was the bear he defeated, and Mila angrily corrected him that she was the Gray Bear Knight. Then she turned serious and announced that Snow White Knight had vouched for him, so he was being released. Yahello immediately grinned, knowing Mubai would not leave him locked up, and proudly asked if they knew his relationship with Snow White Knight, and Mila said they already did. If he had said earlier that he was Snow White Knight's stable hand, he would not have been locked up so long, and Yahello instantly froze. A stable hand? Before he could process it, Mila dragged him out while he kept shouting in denial. After his noisy protests faded, Alice Dade sighed, saying he was truly an interesting research subject. But if she remembered correctly, he carried a scent of cucumber mixed with He-Yan. Sometime later, at the stables, Yahello had already gotten used to taking care of the warhorses. Yet inside, he was full of disbelief, a peak nascent soul who could kill land immortals now reduced to raising horses. Just as he was sulking, Yun Dudu appeared with a teasing smile, asking if he had suffered enough. Liu Xiaoyu stood beside her, mocking that he had lost all dignity, and reminding him that his peak nascent soul power was borrowed from them anyway. Yahello helplessly explained he had planned to return it earlier, but the princess caused chaos and delayed everything. Liu Xiaoyu and Mubai only snorted in dissatisfaction. Especially seeing Mubai still sulking, Yahello finally snapped, complaining that he only borrowed her sword for a moment, so why was she holding a grudge this long? Yahello burst out laughing, saying if his master got dragged off to be a stable hand, wouldn't Mubai just turn into a horse too? But instead of getting mad, she stuck out her tongue and teased him back. That's when Yun Yu calmly told Yahello not to rush. The princess was close to Mubai and clearly targeting him, so being assigned to this stable was actually exactly what they wanted. Yahello blinked, completely lost on what Yun Yu was hinting at. Then it hit him. Was she planning to return their cultivation right now? Liu Xiaoyu and Mubai were stunned. They had no idea Yun Yu had been planning this all along. Yahello thought it over and realized it made sense. The stable was rarely visited, and with a soundproof barrier plus perception distortion, it was the perfect place to restore cultivation. Liu Xiaoyu blushed and stammered, wondering if Yun Yu had deliberately sent Tiepti away so the three of them could come here. So she had arranged everything from the very beginning. Yun Yu just smiled mysteriously. Then she calmly admitted Liu Xiaoyu was right. Not long after, she cast the Cloud Radiance barrier and sealed off the entire area. Liu Xiaoyu panicked, asking if she was crazy to actually do this here. But Yun Yu didn't care, saying if Liu Xiaoyu didn't want to go first, she could start instead. After all, returning Liu Xiaoyu's cultivation later wouldn't change anything. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu was speechless with anger. Meanwhile, Mubai decided to join in. She wrapped her soft tail around Yahello. Blushing, she softly urged him to give her cultivation back already. Liu Xiaoyu watched the scene and felt completely defeated. It was seriously infuriating. Then she rushed over too, pushing Yahello and complaining that it was always like this, so she might as well give up. This dumb Yahello. Seriously, so annoying. Hurry up and return their cultivation already. Just as the atmosphere heated up, a voice suddenly echoed in the stable, and the horse nearby told them to keep it down. All four of them turned in shock toward the source of the voice. It was the horse. And it didn't stop there. The horse stood upright on its hind legs, making their eyes go wide. The horse peeled off its disguise while grumbling that she already found it suspicious how Yahello obediently accepted being sent to the stable. Sure enough, this group had been plotting something from the start, acting all sneaky. So they were gathering here to practice wrestling, huh? The four of them froze on the spot. Then the horse suddenly remembered something. Audeli realized she hadn't even taken off the horse head yet. After removing the disguise, the princess put her hands on her hips and proudly announced her identity. She warned them not to underestimate her. On the western nomadic plains, there was a famous sport called wrestling, and she knew all about it. Yahello was completely speechless. He and Yun Yu could only silently give the princess a thumbs up. Only Liu Xiaoyu and Mubai stood there, totally confused. Seeing that, Yahello started making things up, claiming they really were from that western nomadic tribe, and wrestling was their specialty. Audeli nodded in satisfaction, saying she knew it, so this was a foreign custom. Then she seriously asked Yi Gulu if he had used wrestling techniques to defeat her 2 female knights earlier. Ye Gulu recalled the scene. He fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded and admitted it was true. Yun Yu quickly played along, saying this wrestling technique was actually a secret art never passed outside their tribe. But since the princess had fate with them, she could reluctantly lend a few manuals for reference. With that, she took out 5 books. But right then, one suddenly slipped to the ground, and the title clearly read 9 Generations of the Spring Palace. Yun Yu immediately let out a fake gasp. Before she could pick it up, Ao Daily had already grabbed it. The princess opened it and found pages full of strange poses and bizarre movements. She instantly misunderstood, thinking this was the tribe's secret wrestling art. Such a precious manual, recorded in such detail. As a tribute, it would barely meet the standard. Not bad at all. Hearing that, Yun Yu gave her a strange look, as if she wanted to say something, but held it back. Meanwhile, Ao Daila's face grew redder and redder like a ripe tomato, looking as if she had discovered some incredible secret. Before long, she even started breathing heavily. Then she turned to Yun Yu and asked why reading it made her body feel so hot. Without missing a beat, Yun Yu made up a story, saying that was the amazing part of the wrestling technique. It not only made people stronger but also improved the body in every way. The princess's current reaction was simply her blood circulation improving, which was excellent for beauty and skincare. After hearing that, the princess was completely hooked. She even held up the book and proudly told Yi Gulu that she would make her 2 female knights practice this wrestling technique. Once they mastered it, she would come back and challenge him again. When this technique spread everywhere, she wanted to see how he would explain himself then. Yi Gulu only frowned slightly. To him, it really wasn't a problem. He even acted noble, saying he was willing to use himself as an example to promote his tribe's secret art. The princess became even more confident, insisting her 2 knights learned incredibly fast and telling Ye Gulu to prepare himself. After saying that, she dragged Mubai away with her. Along the way, she kept studying the book while walking. The remaining 3 just stood there, their minds spinning as they tried to figure out what had happened. But right then, Ye Gulu suddenly felt 2 murderous gazes locking onto him from behind, sending chills down his spine. Sure enough, Liu Xiaoyu immediately grabbed him by the collar and kept bringing up his comment about sacrificing himself to spread the wrestling technique. Ye Gulu panicked and quickly begged for mercy, explaining that he was only playing along with the princess and meant nothing by it. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu immediately turned to blame Yun Yu, asking why she had given such a suspicious book to the princess. Yun Yu raised her hands in surrender, saying it was completely an accident, but at least it conveniently got the girl out of the way. Besides, in her opinion, Mubai and those 2 female knights were adults already, so nothing major should happen. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, the moment the princess returned, she handed the book to her 2 female knights and had them start practicing right away. She even stood beside them, cheering enthusiastically, while Mubai watched the whole thing and felt it was beyond saving. After a while, the 3 finished their first round of practice and headed off somewhere together. On the way, the princess complained that she still hadn't seen Knight Bai Shui. Mila replied that Mubai was currently with Tiepti, who was apparently once a very famous hero. Seeing Tiepti's impressively endowed figure, Mila felt she probably wasn't that strong, while Himu believed someone with such a generous heart couldn't possibly be ordinary. Because of their differing opinions, the 2 glared at each other. Right then, the princess suddenly got an idea and wanted Mila and Himu to have a sparring match. Mila immediately got excited and asked whether the princess truly intended to stay neutral, since they were obviously on the same side. The princess instantly protested, telling Mila not to slander her, because she still had plenty of room for growth. After hearing that, Mila and Himu both stared at the princess. Whatever they imagined made the princess smugly ask if she was simply too charming. But after thinking it through, both of them felt the idea actually didn't sound that bad. A little later, the princess curiously asked how far the 2 had progressed with the wrestling technique. Mila looked confused and said she had tried practicing with Himu, but aside from blushing, a racing heartbeat, and feeling hot all over, she noticed no other effects. Himu nodded in agreement and added that if those were the only results, then sleeping in Bai Shuiji's arms felt far more effective. Hearing that, the princess and Mila felt like they had just uncovered a shocking secret. The princess immediately reasoned that if that succubus-like older sister knew Bai Shui, then Bai Shui was probably a foreigner too. That would explain how she became famous in only half a year. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became that she was right. In her view, Bai Shui was so powerful because she also knew the wrestling technique. That was why everyone felt flushed, excited, and overheated whenever they slept in her arms, just like the blood circulation effect Yun Yu had described. Now that they had identified the cause, they were determined to master this technique no matter what. With that thought, The princess quickened her pace, determined to find Yi Gulu and get her revenge. But suddenly, she slammed into something invisible. The impact knocked her to the ground, and she clutched her face in pain. Furious, she jumped up and shouted, demanding to know who dared bump into her. Seeing she was almost in tears, Mila and Himu rushed over to check on her. The princess immediately complained that someone had just run into her. But when all three looked ahead, there was no one there. The air around them suddenly felt eerie. At that same moment, a familiar figure slowly emerged from the shadows. She realized the princess was able to touch her, which meant she had finally found a suitable body to use. Judging by the princess's outfit, Murong Yus guessed she belonged here, so there was no need to rush. After all, the scent of Ye Gulu was getting closer and closer, and this time she would never let him escape again. Just then, Murong Yusei heard footsteps echoing from afar. The steady sound of high heels approached step by step. A cold female voice rang out, saying she had finally found Murong Yusei, and this time, she would never let her escape again. Murong Yusei looked confused, not understanding why Alicida Day was so obsessed with chasing her. Alicida Day listed strange codenames like Poison HTO2, HF79, HVKO5, and HI17, then asked how many holy relics Murong Yusei's body had fused with. Murong Yusei calmly replied that it was simply the Great Tao returning to one, and those relics had chosen her on their own. Alicida Day let out a cold laugh, calling that claim a ridiculous joke, but said she had always found someone like Murong Yusei extremely unpleasant from the start. Murong Yusei responded that people like her were hardly rare in this world. Yet the other woman kept targeting her. As she spoke, she licked her fingertip, and her entire arm transformed into a weapon filled with deadly poison. Alicida Day stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking. Maybe the reason was simple. Murong Yusei's personality was just that terrible. Murong Yusei raised her poisonous arm, clearly done with talking. She declared she would go all out to kill Alicida Day, then unleashed 100 poisons form the city, toxic mist spreading like a swarm of eerie butterflies. Alicida Day smiled in return, saying she would seriously send Murong Yusei on her way, then activated the 13th Scarlet Red Law, a bizarre technique that manipulated red threads. Meanwhile outside, the princess led her two female knights back to the stable to find Ye Gulu. Ye Gulu and the two girls beside him looked at her aggressive posture and asked what she was plotting now. The princess proudly declared that her two knights had mastered the wrestling technique and had come for revenge. Ye Gulu could only let out a confused huh. Yun Yu clutched her stomach, barely holding back laughter. Liu Xiaoyu just stood there with a look that said, "What on earth is happening?" Ye Gulu held back a laugh and asked the princess again if she was really sure about this. Seeing his doubt, the princess became even more arrogant, clearly refusing to be looked down on. She immediately ordered Mila and Himu to demonstrate on the spot and open Ye Gulu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the two female knights struck an unbelievably bizarre pose that left everyone speechless. Ye Gulu's group froze instantly. Shocked, Ye Gulu was about to rush forward to stop them when the princess mistook it for fear and smugly said they had learned more than just one move. Then she urged the two knights to continue. Sure enough, the two coordinated flawlessly. Within a few moves, they formed blush-inducing poses that were honestly too much to handle. Ye Gulu and the two girls beside him turned red as they recognized those exact positions from last time. But the princess still wasn't satisfied and told them to keep demonstrating even more. Right then, Ye Gulu suddenly felt something was wrong. He sensed Murong Yusei's familiar aura coming from the princess. Meanwhile, deep inside the palace, countless blood-red threads were tightly wrapping around Murong Yusei's body. At this moment, Alicida Day was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Murong Yusei slowly raised her hand. She lightly touched the red thread in front of her and said coldly that Alicida Day really wasn't good at direct combat. The poison instantly began spreading along the red thread. In a blink, the entire binding was corroded and snapped apart. Alicida Day frowned slightly but did not argue. She knew very well that in head-on combat, almost no one could surpass Murong Yusei. Murong Yusei landed on the ground, then suddenly kicked straight at her opponent's face. She even stepped down on Alicida Day coldly, as if crushing her completely. It looked like she was about to finish her off for good. But strangely, even at the brink of death, Alicida Day kept that eerie smile. At that exact moment, green spheres suddenly burst out from her body. In an instant, they shot straight into Murong Yusei's mouth. And somehow, Alicida Day was already behind her, smiling mysteriously. She leaned close to Murong Yusei's ear and whispered that yes, she wasn't strong in combat. But when it came to deception, she could easily play her to death. After saying that, Alicida Day reached out and grabbed the sphere lodged in Murong Yusei's mouth, then forcefully pulled it out. A long cord connected to the sphere was dragged out along with it. One by one, more spheres were yanked from Murong Yusei's body. Her entire body trembled violently, completely out of control. Only when the final sphere was fully removed did Murong Yusei gasp in agony. Alicida De looked at the spheres in her hand and counted 4 different types of poison. Then she smiled with clear calculation in her eyes. Murong Yusei could only glare at her with extreme hatred. Alicida De slowly stepped closer and said she knew exactly why Murong Yusei had been desperately collecting holy relics. Once she lost their support, her soul body wouldn't last much longer. If she couldn't find a suitable host to possess, her only end would be complete soul destruction. With a satisfied look, Alicida De turned and left, having reclaimed all the holy relics. So her true identity was a sacred relic hunter. Her body gradually faded into space as if she had never existed. At the same time, the red threads wrapped around Murong Yusei slowly disappeared. Murong Yusei now looked like someone drained of all life. Because her body was slowly disintegrating, she gritted her teeth in hatred, while elsewhere, Ye Gulu was still carefully observing the young princess. He stayed silent, thinking for a long moment. Then he asked Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu if they sensed anything strange. But both were only at Foundation establishment, so they noticed nothing. Thinking about it, Ye Gulu felt that was normal. He then opened his spatial artifact and began searching inside. After a moment, he took out 2 eye-opening talismans. He directly stuck one onto Yun Yu's forehead, and the other onto Liu Xiaoyu. The 3 of them then looked toward the princess. A few seconds later, Yun Yu and Liu Xiaoyu saw traces of Murong Yusei's poisonous aura lingering on the princess. Right then, something flashed past the princess at incredible speed. Ye Gulu instantly became alert, because he knew that thing had finally appeared. A beam of light suddenly shot straight into the princess's body. It was too fast and too blinding. No one around could react in time. Only Ye Gulu sensed the overwhelming danger, because that thing was forcibly seizing the princess's body. Ye Gulu immediately rushed forward to stop Murong Yusei, but unfortunately, the possession was already complete. The moment she saw Ye Gulu charge, Murong Yusei unleashed a wave of poison at him. Ye Gulu had to block it with his immortal sword. He tried to close the distance, but he was completely powerless, as Murong Yusei had reached the level of a land immortal. The gap was far too great. The poisonous smoke slowly dissipated. Murong Yusei, now in her new body, calmly looked at everyone. Ye Gulu confirmed her identity and urged her to leave the princess's body immediately. But Murong Yusei only glanced at them coldly, utterly indifferent. She first examined Ye Gulu, who was only at nascent soul. Then she looked at Yun Yuyo and Liu Xiaoyu, both merely at Foundation establishment. The more she looked, the deeper her frown grew. She directly asked where their original cultivation had gone. Ye Gulu coldly reminded her of her old promise that she would never harm innocents. But Murong Yusei ignored it and realized that after ascension, what they lost was their cultivation. While she had lost her physical body entirely, the strongest among them was now just nascent soul, and the other 2 were only Foundation establishment. How the tables had turned. Ye Gulu lost his patience and pointed his sword straight at her. He demanded she leave the princess's body immediately. Murong Yusei calmly asked if he really wanted to fight her. Ye Gulu did not hesitate. He said he would not hold back anymore. Murong Yusei fell silent for a few seconds, then let out a cold laugh and asked if he was threatening her. Ye Gulu only frowned in response. Meanwhile, behind him, Liu Xiaoyu began to suspect something was off about Murong Yusei's state. Yun Yu also felt that her aura was like when they first met, completely different from before. At the same time, Ye Gulu had secretly deployed his immortal sword formation and activated multiple talismans. He stared at Murong Yusei and asked if she had ever truly beaten him before. Murong Yusei replied calmly that they had never really fought. As for events like the Immortal Assembly, Broken Sword Peak, or the Wenshu Secret Realm, before he could finish speaking, she reminded him she was a poison cultivator. Maybe she couldn't kill him, but wiping out this entire city would be easy. Even Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu would not survive. Ye Gulu's expression changed as he shouted if she was planning to release 6-star poison. Had she gone insane? Murong Yusei coldly told him to come with her. From now on, he would stay by her side. If he refused, she would poison everyone here without hesitation. Yun Yu finally snapped and asked what she actually wanted. Was she just bullying others with her higher realm? To their shock, Murong Yusei openly admitted that was exactly what she was doing. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu felt regret, thinking she should have led the Celestial Master Mansion to destroy the 5 poison sect earlier. But Murong Yusei shook her head and said the one truly at fault was herself. Ye Gulu was slightly surprised by that. He thought if she admitted fault, maybe they could talk it out, but first she had to leave the princess's body. Murong Yusei paused briefly. Then her expression turned terrifying as she coldly said she should just kill everyone, keep Ye Gulu, and refine him into a poison puppet. No need for pointless talk. That pushed Ye Gulu to his limit. He angrily told her to stop this madness. But Murong Yusei had already begun condensing a sphere of poison in her palm. Yun Yu and Liu Xiaoyu panicked at the sight. Ye Gulu wasted no time and shot his immortal sword toward her. But at that very moment, Murong Yusei released a wave of poison, forcibly blocking the immortal sword, and began corroding it at an alarming speed. Yahello immediately told everyone to retreat, then quickly activated another talisman. The 5 Thunder Righteous Law seal descended from above, instantly striking ManhwaCapped's position. The ground where she stood was blasted into ruins in seconds, but terrifyingly, the attack barely injured her. Moments later, ManhwaCapped slowly walked out of the rubble, mentioning the 5 Thunder Righteous Law with a meaningful tone. It seemed Liu Xiaoyu had even taught Yahello this technique. Right then, several red threads suddenly shot in and wrapped tightly around her arms and her legs. Yahello pulled hard, trying to restrain her, but ManhwaCapped's state was extremely unstable today. What she hated most was being bound by threads, especially being restrained from behind. As she spoke, she condensed yet another poison sphere. In that critical moment, Yahello opened his grotto heaven. He charged straight forward, forcibly pushing the grotto heaven gate against ManhwaCapped's body. A huge explosion suddenly echoed out, but the shockwave vanished almost instantly. Yahello and ManhwaCapped disappeared from the outside world. He forcefully dragged her into the cave heaven, because if that poison mist stayed outside, countless lives would suffer. Seeing this, Liu Xiaoyu froze. Even Yun Yuyu couldn't hide her worry for Yahello. The princess's 2 female knights started to panic. They just realized the princess was gone. Right then, Mubai arrived at the scene. The group gathered together, completely confused, trying to figure out what happened. Meanwhile, inside the cave heaven, ManhwaCapped was the first to wake up. Possessing a body weakened her for now, but she was still shocked that Yahello could force her into his cave heaven. This guy was clearly not simple. At this moment, Yahello was still unconscious. ManhwaCapped climbed right on top of him and saw he wasn't moving. To her, this was the perfect chance. She just had to turn Yahello into a poison puppet and end it. With that thought, she leaned her face close to his, and, in the next second, their noses lightly touched. Yahello suddenly opened his eyes and clamped a hand over her mouth. The 2 of them rolled across the ground. Yahello barely managed to steady himself. He was already breathing hard from exhaustion. He looked down and saw ManhwaCapped on the ground. Her face was slightly flushed. He forced himself to calm down and quickly backed away. ManhwaCapped slowly sat up and muttered that this wouldn't work. This body was completely unstable. Yahello stared at her in shock. He quickly explained that he didn't mean what she was thinking. Even if she was using someone else's body right now, even if it were her real body, he still wouldn't lay a hand on her in this state. After all, she was. Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed poison energy quietly surrounding him. That was when he realized he had been fooled. Her shy act was just a distraction. The poison mist surged in like tidal waves. Yahello barely dodged the first fatal strike. When the second attack came, he drew his sword to counter, but ManhwaCapped suddenly appeared right above his blade. In a split second, she slammed the sword straight into the ground, and she showed no mercy. She followed up with a brutal kick. Yahello was sent flying like a sandbag, but mid-air, he vanished and reappeared elsewhere, holding a heaven-grade, divine talisman that erased his presence. Using that brief window, he searched for a way to restrain her without hurting her. ManhwaCapped looked around for him. Then she let out an annoyed snort. She lightly stomped the grass beneath her feet. The entire ground began to quake violently. Soon, massive green masses spread across the area. The chunks floated into the air, then slowly pressed toward Yahello. Watching this, Yahello could only grit his teeth. The talisman in his hand was losing its effect. In the end, he called out and revealed his location. He reminded her this cave heaven was hard to maintain and told her to stop destroying it, but she coldly shot back that he shouldn't have hidden. Yahello let out a breath and finally stopped dodging, saying he would fight her head-on. But if ManhwaCapped lost, she had to leave the princess's body immediately. He sensed her soul was unstable, and she had even lost parts of her memory, but that could be solved later. ManhwaCapped narrowed her eyes and asked what if he lost. Yahello answered without hesitation, saying she could deal with him however she wanted. She found it amusing, since he was only at the nascent soul realm. He had to cross 3 major realms to fight her, and his right hand was crippled, so how exactly did he plan to win? Yahello froze for a second. What did she mean his right hand was crippled? The sword in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground. He quickly tried to sense his body again. Sure enough, his right arm had completely lost feeling. The strange part was his body didn't even notice it, which meant the poison had seeped straight into his soul. He then realized ManhwaCapped wasn't using her real body, so the innate poison body was attacking his spirit directly. At that exact moment, ManhwaCapped smiled and asked if she could really do whatever she wanted to him if she won. Yahello calmly snapped his fingers and opened his spatial treasure. He rummaged through it for a bit, then took out a special medicine bottle with a lipstick mark on it, clearly something personal. He tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Seconds later, his right arm recovered, and the poison was fully cleansed. Murong Yus couldn't believe it, since her innate poison should have been impossible to cure. Yi Gulu smiled and admitted that was normally true. That was why she had once refined this universal antidote for him, able to cure almost any poison except Juxian powder. Murong Yusei flushed in anger, unable to accept that she had ever made an antidote for him. Yi Gulu narrowed his eyes at her. His voice turned serious. She had truly forgotten too much. Murong Yushi slowly licked her finger. Her arm instantly turned into pure toxin, and this time she planned to use Juxian powder. She coldly told Yi Gulu to walk closer. Yi Gulu went silent. At this distance, Juxian powder couldn't hit him anyway. He shouted back, asking if she expected him to walk over and die on purpose. Seeing he refused, she threatened to kill the princess whose body she was using. In the end, Yi Gulu had no choice but to step closer. Once the distance shrank, Murong Yusei flicked out a drop of poison. The droplet slowly drifted toward Yi Gulu. She warned him not to dodge, or she would kill the girl. Yi Gulu simply nodded and said he understood. But as the poison drop moved, closer and closer to him, Yi Gulu suddenly snapped his fingers. A tiny object shot into the poison droplet. The small golden fragment was instantly swallowed by the toxin. Only then, Yi Gulu spoke, saying she had forgotten too much, including something she once told him. Juxian powder was originally a part of her body, so this time, let him help her. If she couldn't remember, he would make her remember everything. Meanwhile, outside, after hearing Yun Yuyu's analysis, Liu Xiaoyu and Mu Bai realized Murong Yuche had truly lost part of her memory. Judging by her behavior, it was almost certain. Most likely, she had forgotten everything after leaving the Yunshu secret realm. Everyone knew that after Yunshu's secret realm, Murong Yus of the Five Poisons sect changed drastically. Yun Yu fell silent, because this was personal, and Yi Gulu had never told anyone else. Liu Xiaoyu and Mu Bai looked at her with envy, clearly knowing she was close to him. Yun Yu felt satisfied, and finally decided to tell the story. Back then, inside Yunshu's secret realm, Murong Yusei planted something on Yi Gulu, the strongest love poison in the world. At the same time, inside the cave heaven, Yi Gulu was quietly waiting for Murong Yusei to regain her memories. And the story returned to Yunlai continent years ago, at Yunshu's secret realm. The one who appeared back then was Murong Yusi of the Five Poisons sect. This all happened on Yunlai continent a few years earlier, when the path to Yunshu's secret realm first opened. Rumor said an immortal spirit lived inside, and anyone aided by it could ascend in a single step. But it was also said a dark entity devoured living souls there, so entering meant almost certain death. Even with endless danger, Yunshu's secret realm remained the ultimate training ground for countless cultivators. Liu Xiaoyu of the Heavenly Master Mansion once summoned heavenly lightning to cleanse the East Sea. Yun Yu of Muxian sect stood within dark tides and raised a Bagua formation to block the underworld forces. Mu Bai of Shushan Sword sect still hasn't let go of his old obsession. And Fei Hong of the demonic sect hid in ancient war-torn caves to cultivate. Yet among all these great figures, only Yi Gulu of Muxian sect truly entered the secret realm. Murong Yuzuo, leader of the Five Poison sect, born with an innate poison body, defeated countless experts to earn her spot. Rumor said her relationship with Ye Gulu was far from simple, and some even claimed she entered the realm just for him. Inside the Black Cloud Fallen secret land, Murong Yuzuo noticed signs of a fierce battle, proving the rumors weren't completely fake, but her goal was already achieved. She slowly glanced over. Yi Gulu was struggling to stand in front of her. Calm and cold, she told him to stop wasting effort. The poison had already sealed his meridians. Ye Gulu gritted his teeth and said from the moment he entered Yunshu's secret realm, she had secretly poisoned him. And that strange feeling inside him was clearly love trigger poison. Unlike what people imagined, this wasn't some cheap lust drug from the Hewan sect. Those crude aphrodisiacs only caused brief loss of control. Love trigger poison was different. It hooked straight into the heart. Once poisoned, the victim would devote everything to the one they loved, even their true heart. This poison was extremely rare. Only top poison masters could refine it, and it only activated on the chosen target. The reason was simple. It wasn't mere desire, it was forced emotion. The victim would slowly develop deep obsession and feelings for the caster. Murong Yuzuo stepped closer. Yi Gulu. She bent down and asked how he felt about her right now. Sweat poured down his body. He had no idea what she meant. She asked more directly, did he find her attractive? Yi Gulu panted heavily, but still couldn't understand her intention. Murong Yuzuo narrowed her eyes. He was still resisting, but right now, he was fish on the chopping board. A satisfied smile slowly formed on her lips. She gently pushed him with her foot, forcing him onto the ground. Yi Gulu was still confused about what she planned to do. Meanwhile, Murong Yuzuo was already calculating her next move, ready to do what only lovers would dare to do. After that, everything would naturally fall into place. It wasn't the cleanest method, but she didn't care about means. She was determined to claim this man. This plan was exactly the kind of tactic the Hehuan sect specialized in, and she had even bought all their manuals from the past decade. She had studied countless records and methods just for this day. She even endured things most people wouldn't dare to imagine. Just like right now, anyone who dared to stare at Murong Yuzuo with filthy eyes would be eliminated before they even understood what happened. She was extremely intelligent, which made many people pay attention to her. But what truly drew the eye was her flawless white legs. According to the Nangshen sect's records, the human foot is formed by dozens of bones and complex joints. For upright beings like humans, the feet are the very foundation that supports the entire body. Because of that intricate structure, it was often called a masterpiece of creation. For immortal cultivators who purified themselves with spiritual energy, their feet seemed as flawless as polished jade. But Murong Yuzuo never cared about beauty. She only cared about one thing, whether it worked or not. After preparing for 3 whole years, she was determined to make Yi Gulu fall this time. With that thought, Murong Yuzuo slowly raised her foot, then pressed it down without hesitation, right onto Yu Gala's most vulnerable spot. Seeing him grit his teeth and endure it, a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes, so he was no different from other men after all. Before Yi Gulu could explain, Murong Yuzuo frowned in annoyance. She claimed he didn't like it, yet she deliberately increased the pressure, making the situation even more awkward. In the end, she even called Yi Gulu shameless and perverted, despite being the one who started everything. By now, Yi Gulu was reaching his limit. Chaotic energy began surging through his body. Then suddenly, Yi Gulu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Murong Yuzuo was startled. She had no idea what went wrong. None of the Heiwan sect books mentioned symptoms like this. Right then, Yi Gulu suddenly vanished. And that definitely wasn't recorded in any Heiwan sect manual. Because the real reason behind his condition was pure young art. The love trigger poison had indeed made him develop feelings for Murong Yuzuo, and what happened earlier truly shook his composure. But if he kept giving in, the pure young art would backfire and kill him. Then again, not many people could stay calm when a woman like her approached them. But for cultivators, whether seeking ascension or freedom, survival came first. That was why Yi Gala's survival instinct now outweighed every other impulse. If he wasn't bound by that cursed pure young art, he might not have resisted at all. But he quickly stopped that thought and suspected the poison was affecting him. He had finally entered the secret realm, so why was he thinking about romance? To him, Yunshu's secret realm was the real priority. Neither immortals nor ancient demons could make him retreat. Just then, he noticed someone approaching from afar. The distance between them steadily closed. Once he got a clear look, he realized it was Liu Xiaoyu. Yi Gulu was shocked. Wasn't she supposed to be guarding the East Sea? Liu Xiaoyu's face turned bright red. She brushed her hair aside and quietly asked why Murong Yuzuo could do it while she couldn't. Before Yi Gulu could react, she pushed him down. He immediately fell flat onto the ground. Liu Xiaoyu removed her high heels, then slowly lifted her foot and stepped down toward his weak point. Yi Gulu tried to stop her, but Liu Xiaoyu ignored him and pressed harder. Another mouthful of blood burst out and splashed across her face. Liu Xiaoyu froze on the spot. She didn't say a single word, then slowly disappeared into the thick fog. Yi Gala's mind was in complete chaos. Before he could recover, another figure emerged from the mist. One glance was enough for him to recognize Yun Yu, but she should have been back at Muxian's sect. Yun Yu let out a soft sigh and admitted she was jealous of how close Yi Gulu was to the others, while she was always alone. Yi Gulu immediately tried to explain, but Yun Yu had already moved close without giving him a chance to speak. Yi Gulu was pinned down, like a fish stranded on land, yet he couldn't resist at all. And then the most terrifying thing finally happened. Returning from the mist, Yun Yu appeared covered in blood, creating a truly shocking sight. She stepped inside once again, as if nothing had happened. The entire area was still shrouded in thick fog. Only then did Yi Gulu realize something was seriously wrong. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that those women were not his real junior sisters. The scary part was that their cultivation, techniques, and physiques were identical to the originals. Not long after, another figure slowly emerged from the mist. Yi Gulu immediately frowned in caution. One glance was enough for him to recognize Fei Hong, yet she said nothing. She suddenly formed a strange hand seal. In the very next moment, more arms began growing from Fei Hong's body, and it was clear something was off. Yi Gulu froze on the spot. His face turned red as he coughed awkwardly because the sight was beyond imagination. He had only joked about it before, but she actually did it. The one suffering most was Yi Gulu's little brother, which had nowhere to escape this time. His scream echoed through the area, like a pig being slaughtered. A moment later, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Fei Hong's expression never changed. Once she was done, she calmly turned around and left. It took a while before Yi Gulu managed to sit up again. He had a headache because only Fei Hong and the demon sect leader on the Yunlai continent could pull off such a technique. That made him start doubting his own identity. Before he could think further, another person appeared. Yi Gulu had only just glanced over. His eyes instantly widened in shock, but it did not stop there. He quickly turned horrified because the newcomer was his grandmaster. Yi Gulu was completely speechless since this situation was impossible to accept. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was grinning mischievously. She even lifted her skirt and teased Yi Gulu about how much he had grown. She even asked whether he wanted a hug. Yi Gulu tried hard to restrain himself, but the more he resisted, the worse things became. His body started reacting more and more intensely. Then, in the next instant, both of them suddenly coughed up blood at the same time. Even Lu Qi was stunned speechless. Only then did Yi Gulu remember that Lu Qi had once cultivated the pure yang art. That was the reason behind the reaction. Lu Qi's face turned red with anger as she snorted coldly. Then she turned around and left at once. Yi Gulu remained where he was. He stared into the distant fog. His instincts told him that person was definitely not his real grandmaster. But the truly frightening part was how perfectly the other side had copied the pure yang art. Yi Gulu found the Wenshu secret realm more interesting by the minute because only strong opponents were worth taking seriously. A short time passed. Movement appeared within the fog again. Another figure slowly emerged. The young woman looked extremely annoyed. She could not understand why Yi Gulu refused everything she offered, and she was even badly injured after turning into Lu Qi. Still, she quickly moved on and decided to try a different approach. Time rewound slightly as Murong Yuzuo sat alone in a quiet place. Her face was filled with sorrow as mocking words echoed in her mind, saying Yi Gulu belonged to the righteous path and could never be with a woman from the Five Poison sect. Yet Murong Yuzuo still believed Ye Gulu was not that kind of person. In her eyes, he had been different from the people of the Muxian sect for a long time. Many years ago, there was an event called the Immortal Exchange Gathering, where cultivators from both righteous and demonic factions traded treasures and information. While the elders attended the gathering, the younger disciples would play behind the mountain. And that was where it happened. A group of children kept throwing stones at a little girl. She was isolated by everyone because she was born with a poisonous physique. The children had heard adults say anyone who touched her would rot to death, so they treated her like a monster and kept throwing stones. Murong Yuzuo could only raise her hand to catch one of them, but the moment the stone touched her hand, it instantly corroded and melted away. The sight frightened the children. Even so, they kept attacking her and hurling cruel insults. Murong Yuzuo could only beg them to stop. But the brat leading them got even bolder, thinking no one would defend a poison freak like her. Back then, Murong Yuzuo was incredibly weak. She could only curl up and shield her head. The other kids thought she was about to fight back. Fear filled their eyes. Then they started shouting to attack her together. A green-haired boy even pulled out a divine striking whip. The whip instantly extended in midair, and it lashed straight at Murong Yuzuo. In the very next second, she was knocked off the cliff. Murong Yuzuo fell into complete despair. Tears streamed down as her body dropped. Just when she gave up on everything, a hand suddenly caught her midair. Murong Yuzuo opened her eyes in shock. Yi Gulu grinned, shocked that a beauty had literally fallen from the sky. After saving her, Ye Gulu quickly asked if she was hurt anywhere. Murong Yuzuo was too stunned to even respond. It took her a long moment to calm down. She asked if he wasn't afraid to die, since anyone who touched her met a tragic end. Though still young, Ye Gulu stayed calm and said he cultivated pure yang art, so her poison meant nothing. Besides, he was a sword cultivator, and ignoring someone in danger was not his style. Meanwhile, the kids were still staring into the abyss. One even nervously asked if Murong Yuzuo was really dead. Another coldly said a monster like her dying wouldn't matter anyway. The moment those words fell, Yi Gulu hugged her and rode his flying sword back up. Seconds later, they landed safely. As soon as they touched down, Ye Gulu demanded to know if they had bullied Murong Yuzuo. The kids whispered, calling him crazy for touching a monster. Yi Gulu frowned and asked why a bunch of boys would gang up on a weak girl. They shouted back, saying it was none of his business, and even threatened him. His face instantly turned cold. To him, they were just cowards hiding behind numbers. Yi Gulu drew his sword. He declared he was from Muxian sect, then introduced himself as Ye Gulu and issued a sword challenge. But his cool moment didn't last long. The poison suddenly flared up and he collapsed. Sometime later, Lu Qi finally found him and the brats ran off in terror. After hanging the rude kids upside down on trees, Lu Qi even dealt with their noisy masters. Then she carried Murong Yuzuo in one arm and dragged Ye Gulu away with the other. Not long after, Murong Yuzuo returned to her master, who gently patted her head and told her to say goodbye to Ye Gulu. She shyly lowered her head. Ye Gulu, on the other hand, smiled brightly and waved at her. That warmth touched her deeply. After a while, she showed a rare smile, and softly waved back. Back to the present, Murong Yuzuo sat alone in silence. The memory made her lips curve into a faint smile. But suddenly she sensed movement nearby. She turned toward the mist and saw a figure approaching. Yi Gulu stepped out of the fog, smiling, saying he had returned. He gently called her Murong Yuzuo Meimei. She froze in shock. Yi Gulu only smiled warmly. He told her not to worry. The feelings she had for him. He understood them all, and gently touched her face. Then Ye Gulu slowly moved closer, as if he wanted her to belong to him completely. But before anything more could happen, he suddenly coughed up blood. Murong Yuzuo could only watch him helplessly. Ye Gulu wiped the blood from his mouth. Then he smiled again like nothing had happened, stubborn as ever. But at that moment, another Yi Gulu suddenly appeared and slammed a knee into the imposter. The fake was sent flying and revealed a pair of eerie eyes. Anyone could see he was furious. Even so, he slowly retreated back into the mist. Ye Gulu stared ahead cautiously and warned Murong Yuzuo not to leave because the situation was complicated. He told her to wait there for his return. Murong Yuzuo stood there silently. A moment later, her face reddened as she softly agreed. Then Yi Gulu continued deeper into the fog. He carefully watched his surroundings with every step. But before long, something strange happened. He somehow returned to the exact spot where Murong Yuzuo was sitting. Yi Gulu fell into thought. It seemed the spatial laws here were completely distorted. Before moving again, he reminded Murong Yuzuo to wait for him. Just then, a gentle voice called his name from behind. She softly asked if he could stay instead of leaving, because she was truly afraid right now. Yi Gulu froze after hearing that. In the end, he softened and stayed by her side. He comforted Murong Yuzuo, saying there was no need to worry and that he would deal with the demon as long as they held firm to their Dao heart. Murong Yuzuo looked up and quietly asked, what if her Dao heart could no longer hold on? Her voice was filled with unease. After thinking for a moment, Ye Gulu mentioned the clear heart mantra, a simple technique that was especially useful now. He reassured her that he would find the demon sooner or later, and she only needed to endure a little longer. Even then, Murong Yuzuo remained uneasy and asked if he would truly protect her. This time, Ye Gulu hesitated before answering. Suddenly, Murong Yuzuo moved closer and kissed him before asking again. The atmosphere instantly became strange and ambiguous. But the next moment, she suddenly grabbed Ye Gulu's head. At the same time, she locked his body in place. In an instant, Ye Gulu was completely restrained. Only then did he realize the person before him was not the real Murong Yuzuo. The imposter sneered and said that if she couldn't break his Dao heart, then killing him directly would be much simpler. Just as she prepared to cast a spell and finish Ye Gulu, another twist suddenly occurred. His body turned into a substitute puppet and vanished. The fake Murong Yuzuo froze in shock. At the same time, countless flying swords shot toward her, yet she dodged every attack with ease. A while later, Ye Gulu stepped out of the mist. He calmly said that, just as expected, the laws of this secret realm were clearly favoring her. The fake Murong Yuzuo looked annoyed after realizing she had been tricked. In her eyes, Ye Gulu was truly fascinating, strong and unwavering in his principles. Every woman who appeared was supposedly his ideal type. They even recreated the deepest desires hidden in his heart. Countless great cultivators had failed before reaching the third illusion, yet he was completely different. She genuinely couldn't understand how he had done it. Ye Gulu simply smiled and said, maybe he was just gifted, then asked if she really thought he enjoyed all this. The fake Murong Yuzuo let out a cold laugh. She said she had discovered that Ye Gulu was afflicted by a love poison, and its owner was that very woman. In that situation, she wanted to know how he planned to resist the desires amplified by both the poison and immortal arts. As soon as she finished speaking, the fake Murong Yuzuo began removing her outer robe. Ye Gulu immediately turned away and closed his eyes. He even let out a helpless laugh that sounded slightly unhinged. That only made the imposter more irritated. After a while, Ye Gulu slowly asked how much she truly understood about love. In his eyes, she was never a real human. Thinking she could move his heart just by copying someone's appearance was incredibly naive. Meanwhile, in the distance, the real Murong Yuzuo had already witnessed the entire scene. She instantly realized that person was the demon, pretending to be her. At the same time, the fake Murong Yuzuo grew even more confused. She couldn't understand why her beauty trap had completely failed. But right then, Ye Gulu secretly peeked with one eye. The moment he looked, his face turned bright red. Even knowing it was fake, the sight was way too overwhelming. And the familiar scene happened again as blood sprayed from his mouth. After that, Ye Gulu wisely shut his eyes tight and decided enough was enough. He said that Murong Yuzuo's gentleness and adorable awkwardness were impossible to imitate. When she was little, she was tiny, a bit clumsy, pitiful yet incredibly cute. Later, she devoted herself to studying and researching everything she could. Now she was even the leader of a sect. She looked cold and ruthless, but was actually very adorable. Hearing those words, the real Murong Yuzuo immediately blushed and could hardly believe her ears. Yigulu let out a soft sigh. He told the imposter to return to her true form so he could finish this quickly and spare her unnecessary pain. She dared to impersonate the woman he treasured most. That was basically asking for death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Yujua's heartbeat grew faster as the love poison inside her became unstable. Love poison was the strongest poison born from affection, but it had one fatal weakness. The poison's owner could never develop feelings for the target. Otherwise, the backlash would strike immediately. Back in reality, Murong Yujua couldn't believe she was truly suffering the backlash. All because she overheard Yi Gulu's conversation with the demon god and believed his words were sincere. Yi Gulu immediately denied it. Murong Yujua remained silent. But because the demon god suffered backlash, its power weakened, allowing Ye Gulu to face it alone. Before that, the demon god had transformed into 308 different great cultivators, yet all were cut down by Ye Gulu's sword. In the end, it had no choice but to become Ye Gulu himself and fight using his cultivation and techniques. For some reason, Ye Gulu suddenly unleashed sword chi and tore apart her clothes on the spot. By then, Murong Yujua had no strength left to resist because the backlash had fully erupted. She wanted nothing more than to poison him to death, yet when she looked at his back, he never even turned around once. Right after that, the demon god copied his actions. But before it could do anything, it was heavily wounded. Its ending was simple. It died beneath Ye Gulu's sword. Ye Gulu stayed silent for a moment before slowly nodding. In truth, the moment the demon god died, the entire secret realm began collapsing. Murong Yuzhuo possessed a divine body immune to countless poisons, yet a poison master like her was defeated by a love potion. The whole thing sounded completely contradictory. The reason was that her unique physique transformed the spreading love poison into an entirely new poison, never seen before. As a result, even she could no longer stabilize her mind or spiritual veins. After everything, her body began showing signs of fading away. But Murong Yuzhuo barely remembered that period, because she had already lost consciousness, and her body activated some kind of protective mechanism. Then Murong Yuzhuo suddenly collapsed to the ground. Ye Gulu was stunned by what he saw. Her body had started shrinking, compressing into an extremely condensed state. Yet no matter how much it shrank, the dissipation never stopped. With no other choice, he sacrificed an entire cultivation realm and refined half of the Yunshu secret realm to stabilize her body. Hearing this, Murong Yuzhuo couldn't hide her shock, because Ye Gulu had never mentioned it all these years. She always thought his cultivation drop came from severe injuries after the life and death battle with the demon god. It turned out she was the one who owed him. Ye Gulu only smiled faintly. To him, it was never worth mentioning. Afterward, he used the remaining half of the Yunshu secret realm to refine returning void energy, and used the demon god as a medium to create a memory archive. Thanks to that, Murong Yuzhuo finally learned what had really happened back then. After leaving the Yunshu secret realm, she changed in a very strange way, especially her small body, which became a mystery across the cultivation world. They originally thought they would travel together for a very long time, until she stood with the others to stop him. She even poisoned him herself. Hearing that, Murong Yuzhuo could only pretend not to understand, avoiding Ye Gulu's gaze with an awkward smile. A while later, Ye Gulu shifted his attention to her current condition. He opened his storage space and searched for something. Before long, he took out the divine child statue from before. Murong Yuzhuo looked at it in confusion, not knowing its purpose. Ye Gulu casually replied that it was a long story, but the puppet seemed like a better vessel. Murong Yuzhuo examined it carefully and had to admit it was quite useful. After saying that, she directly left the princess's body. As for her soul, it transferred into the statue. Murong Yuzhuo looked over her new body. Her face was filled with surprise. But what puzzled her most was why she alone had lost her physical body after ascension, while everyone else only lost cultivation. After thinking for a long time, Ye Gulu said the matter was extremely complicated. Not only had their cultivation changed, but even Yun Duda's clan showed strange abnormalities, and no one had found the pattern yet. Murong Yuzhuo lowered her eyes slightly, remembering that Liu Xiaoyu was now only at Foundation Establishment Realm, and told Ye Gulu to treat her well. Hearing that made Ye Gulu feel even guiltier. Their original cultivation had actually been much higher, but it was all because of him. Before finishing, he suddenly fell silent. Murong Yuzhuo looked at him in confusion. The atmosphere between them instantly became quiet. In the end, Ye Gulu decided to confess that he had once used the pearl harvesting art to borrow cultivation from them. Murong Yuzhuo was visibly stunned. Ye Gulu quickly explained that she didn't need to worry, as it was only a normal cultivation exchange technique. But having studied countless Hehuan sect manuals, Murong Yuzhuo immediately recognized it as extremely similar to a special dual cultivation technique. Ye Gulu could only smile awkwardly after being exposed, and admitted it was indeed somewhat similar. Murong Yuzhuo frowned and insisted on finding out whether it was dual cultivation or not. Yi Gulu awkwardly replied that saying so wasn't entirely wrong, but Murong Yuzuo still wasn't fully convinced. Then suddenly, she remembered that both Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Dudu had completely lost their cultivation. So could it be that the three of them had all? Hearing that, Ye Gulu broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly explained that it hadn't happened with only 3 people. The moment he finished, Murong Yuzuo's gaze turned icy, leaving him with nothing but an awkward smile. Murong Yuzuo stayed silent for a long time, clearly unhappy. After a while, she slowly brought up the past and asked whether he had once used sword chi to tear her clothes apart. Ye Gulu was instantly speechless because it was true. Murong Yuzuo continued asking whether he had seen her entire body back then. Ye Gulu could only sigh and admit it. After hearing that, Murong Yuzuo finally lost her composure. He had done that to her first, yet ended up becoming close with others before her. She simply couldn't accept it. Deep down, she had always believed she was the first person by his side. Ye Gulu awkwardly explained that the situation back then was completely different. They were facing powerful enemies, and he had no choice. Without borrowing their cultivation, they might all have died long ago. Just then, Murong Yuzuo suddenly made her move, using poison power to lock down both of his arms and both of his legs, completely restraining Ye Gulu. She pinned him directly onto the bed. Then Murong Yuzuo began removing her outer robe and casually picked it up, tossing it straight onto Ye Gulu's face. Ye Gulu immediately panicked and told her to calm down. But Murong Yuzuo completely ignored him and continued removing layer after layer of clothing, then casually grabbed them and threw them all onto him. Ye Gulu was nearly buried beneath the pile of clothes. Meanwhile, Murong Yuzuo's eyes looked no different from a great demon lord. Borrow cultivation, huh? Fine. After all, he had sacrificed an entire cultivation realm to save her back then. Then, today, she would repay every bit of that debt to him. Meanwhile, at the Holy Sun Temple headquarters, Nadir sat calmly while listening to Livia's report. Seeing Nadir's divine presence in person filled Livia with awe, but this time she came to admit her failures. She felt she had failed her duty as a church knight. Not only had she failed to find the owner of the Axe of 10 Judgments, but church casualties kept rising. The axe vanished, Lady Lidi was crippled, and even the balance holy art was lost. Nadir simply listened in silence. After a long pause, she finally said those issues had already been resolved. She even praised Livia's performance and decided to promote her as a new church knight. Livia was stunned by the announcement. Her first instinct was to refuse, but Nadir believed this was Livia's chance to make up for her mistakes and began considering which holy art to grant her. Right then, Nadir's body suddenly trembled violently and her face twisted in discomfort. Seeing this, Livia immediately asked if she was all right. Nadir shook as she insisted she was fine, yet her lower body kept spasming and sharp pain continued to spread through her. Realizing Livia was still watching, Nadir gasped for breath and ordered her to leave at once. At this point, she could not even stand up anymore. When Livia hesitated to leave, Nadir immediately became furious and drove her out directly. Livia had no choice but to obey. Meanwhile, Nadir was still trembling non-stop. Her entire body burned with heat, and faint moans escaped her throat. Her thoughts were fixed on that puppet and where it might be. Even though it had been sealed and drained of power, leaving her unable to track it, part of its senses remained linked to her. At that moment, a strange sensation suddenly appeared in her mouth, leaving her shocked and confused. At the same time, in the palace on the other side, Liu Xiaoyu stood staring at the pocket realm ahead. She could not help worrying about Ye Gulu, who had been gone for far too long without any news. Suddenly, Yun Yu waved for her to come closer. Liu Xiaoyu walked over. Yun Yu immediately activated a magic formation beneath them. Then she lifted Liu Xiaoyu's chin and kissed her directly. The sudden attack left Liu Xiaoyu blushing fiercely. By the time she was almost out of breath, she finally shoved the grinning Yun Yu away. Liu Xiaoyu angrily demanded to know what she was doing, but she quickly noticed something strange. Her cultivation had increased slightly. Yun Yu smiled proudly. She explained that she had combined the jade refinement method, the succubus physique, and a magic formation to transfer cultivation through a kiss. She proudly called it the exclusive jade refining studio technique that only Ye Gulu's wife could invent. Liu Xiaoyu was speechless. The name sounded ridiculous, but she had to admit the demon sect was incredibly creative with cultivation methods. Ignoring Liu Xiaoyu's disapproving stare, Yun Yu excitedly went to find Mu Bai for another test. After saying that, she targeted the innocent little dragon and quickly set up another formation. She then launched another surprise experiment. Afterward, Yun Yu left looking extremely pleased, while poor Mu Bai sat there completely confused and on the verge of tears. Yun Yu even returned to proudly show off her results to Liu Xiaoyu. What troubled Liu Xiaoyu most was that almost nobody in their group still had much cultivation left. Suddenly, Yun Yu turned toward her with a calculating look. The moment Liu Xiaoyu saw that expression, she knew Yun Yu was planning something again. Right after that, Liu Xiaoyu brought the two young knights to another corner. Then she tried persuading them to help save the princess. The three of them looked at one another for a while. Soon after, they began carrying out the plan together. The discussion continued without delay. Before long, Liu Xiaoyu's cultivation increased noticeably. Yun Yu then looked toward Mu Bai and asked Liu Xiaoyu how she felt now. Yun Yu seriously concluded that her cultivation had reached the peak of the first level. Liu Xiaoyu feels this setup is good enough for now. So Yun Yu decides the three of them will enter the cave realm together. Meanwhile, inside the cave, antidotes are scattered everywhere. All kinds of poison are spread across the ground. Murong Yusei is breathing heavily, and Yahello lies in a pool of blood, looking absolutely miserable. Even Murong Yusei cannot understand how things ended up like this. Right then, the trio rushes in. The moment they see the scene, Liu Xiaoyu explodes when she sees Yahello lying motionless. Her eyes turn icy as she glares at Murong Yusei. Murong Yusei hurriedly explains she has no idea what happened, but Liu Xiaoyu refuses to believe her, since poison cultivators are cruel by nature. Murong Yusei's eyes turn red with anger. She immediately fires back. She was the one who arrived first, yet they dare to blame her. Mu Bai checks Yahello and finds chaotic pulses, unstable physique, and spirit veins on the verge of shattering. Liu Xiaoyu breaks down in tears and warns that if Yahello dies, the entire Celestial Master Mansion will never spare Murong Yusei. Furious, Murong Yusei shouts for them to get out, or she will use the immortal curse powder. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu panics, afraid Murong Yusei will turn Yahello into something worse. Just as the tension is about to explode, Yun Yu suddenly yells for everyone to be quiet. She says there is still one way to save Yahello. They must perform dual cultivation together. Yun Yu sets up a formation to stabilize his Dao body. Then the four will balance his bloodline and spiritual energy through joint cultivation, with Murong Yusei and Yun Yu transferring power, while Mu Bai and Liu Xiaoyu keep it stable. Everyone knows this will not be a short process. In his coma, Yahello slightly frowns as if he can hear them. After everything is prepared, they blindfold and tie up the princess so she sees nothing. What happens next is obvious. At that moment, Yahello slowly opens his eyes. After a few blurry seconds, the figures of his four wives beside him gradually become clear. After this, the story shifts to the legend of Dao Yang. Long ago, there was a cultivator named Ho Bi who roamed the world with a sword on his back. Rumor says the golden sword behind him was mysterious, rarely drawn except at critical moments. Whenever the blade flashed, golden light burst out like endless tidal waves. Some called it Stored Energy Jade Blade, others sealed Jade Art, but only Ho Bai knew its true name was Restraining Blade. His fame attracted the Kong Ren, who surrounded him with excited eyes. Just one look at them revealed madness and cruelty. They treated torture as entertainment. Anyone could tell this fight would not be easy. But Ho Bai never retreated. He immediately drew the golden jade sword. He knew he could not reveal the sword's full secret, since the real weakness of the Kong Ren voidworms lay deep in their nest. So he fought, while waiting for a chance to pierce their nest and unleash the long-charged restraining blade. One perfect strike would decide everything. But he did not expect the Kong Ren to have unnaturally soft fingers, like willow branches. Their movements were almost impossible to see, and they instantly locked onto his vital weakness. Their jade-like legs move even more wildly. Some of them even signal with seductive eyes. Then they launch an even fiercer assault. Not only that, they coordinate perfectly with each other. Step by step, they push Ho Bai into a tight siege. Endless attacks and waves of pain make him struggle even more. Even in extreme danger, he grits his teeth and endures. The golden jade sword is finally ready to strike back. He prepares to pierce the deepest cave and shatter their core weakness. Hubei enters the first cave, so narrow it is almost impossible to pass. He forces the sword forward with all his strength and twists his body to squeeze through. In that instant, he confirms the true weakness lies deep inside. After a long probe, he finally feels a satisfying breakthrough. Without hesitation, he unleashes a decisive strike. Then he moves to the second cave, rough and filled with sharp edges. Yet what draws him in is its strange inner structure. The terrain is so unique he must advance, while carrying the sword behind him. Winning this battle becomes an unforgettable experience. After what feels like ages inside the second cave, he fully regains control of his sword. Then comes the third cave, different from the brutal clashes before. It feels like a maze submerged in cold water. Still, Ho Bai thrusts his jade sword into the vital point. After several more fierce pushes, he secures his third conquest. The fourth cave is strangely quiet. As if alive, it resists and fights back intensely. For a moment, even Ho Bai doubts whether he can conquer it. But that challenge only fuels his fighting spirit, and he vows to complete the fourth conquest. After a long, brutal clash, the hidden restraining blade remains intact. It seems the Kong Ren are still not satisfied, which means Ho Bai's battle is far from over. Meanwhile, at the Holy Sun Temple, streams of liquid slide down from the throne of Natinier. Her face is red as if it might burst into flames. Her body is already at its limit. In pain, she trembles and begs the other party to be gentler. But something pierces into her again, forcing Natinier to cry out uncontrollably. On Yi Gula's side, everything has finally ended, and the four girls are still catching their breath. Murong Yusei suddenly remarks that rumors say the Grand Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion is a white-haired, re-dyed beauty as cold as an immortal. Liu Xiaoyu immediately shoots her a glare. Murong Yus continues, saying that from her observation, that woman is not cold at all but surprisingly passionate. Liu Xiaoyu's brows instantly tighten in anger. She fires back, saying people claim Murong Yus, the 5 poison sect leader, is heartless and cruel like a venomous monster. Yet just now she was as soft as a little girl, crying beautifully and acting spoiled, which is completely unbelievable. Murong Yusi is instantly enraged after being exposed. But Liu Xiaoyu is not done. She even imitates Murong Yuse's pitiful crying from earlier. That nearly makes Murong Yusei explode. She warns that if Liu Xiaoyu dares to spread what happened today, she will not let it slide. Liu Xiaoyu shrugs it off since none of them are any different now. The two fall into a cold war, refusing to even look at each other. Yun Yuyu watches helplessly, her eyes full of disdain. She thinks it is better to learn from Mu Bai, who has already eaten, slept, and is now snoring loudly. Even in her sleep, Mu Bai mumbles that she still wants to continue with Ye Gulu. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu turns to Yun Yuyu and says she is clearly the one who benefited the most from all this. Murong Yusei immediately agrees, saying aside from Liu Xiaoyu, Yun Yuyu gained the most. Liu Xiaoyu blushes and snaps back, asking what nonsense she is talking about and why she is excluded. Murong Yusei narrows her eyes and says she is not wrong, since those two clearly had the most rounds. Liu Xiaoyu bristles and reminds her that Murong Yusei had Ye Gulu all to herself before they even arrived. Right then, half asleep, Mu Bai suddenly mutters that next time she does not want to join the sisters, she only wants Ye Gulu and Xiao Bai. That innocent line freezes the other three on the spot. Then they all blush and start scolding Mu Bai at once. After the chaos settles, everyone begins putting their clothes back on. Liu Xiaoyu suddenly realizes their cultivation has not fully recovered. Murong Yusei nods and explains her current foundation establishment realm was only stabilized by Yi Gulu. Mu Bai's power is still inside him, and Yun Yuyu kept only the strength of 2 little knights. In other words, all the trials and disasters they faced have pushed Yi Gulu back to the land immortal realm. Soon after, the group leaves the cave realm. Yun Yuyu also returns the cultivation to the 2 little knights. After finishing everything, she smiles in satisfaction, princess handled and power restored. The 2 knights feel their strength return and look completely stunned. They quickly ask about the princess. The princess lowers her head shyly and says she remembers loud noises but saw nothing because she was blindfolded and tied up. She assumes they were just wrestling for training. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyu and Murong Yusei join forces to lecture Yi Gulu for daring to do that with others before them. Suddenly, the sky turns dark. Yi Gulu narrows his eyes and looks up. He senses a great battle approaching. Yun Yu asks if he needs help, but Yi Gulu refuses. Even when Mu Bai offers the immortal sword Longyuan, he shakes his head. Murong Yusei asks again if he truly needs no support. Yi Gulu answers firmly no. Liu Xiaoyu just tells him to finish quickly and come back. After all, in his eyes, the opponent is only a peak land immortal, so the fight will not take long. Moments later, Ye Gulu shoots into the sky. Natinier sees him and instantly recognizes the man she has been searching for. She demands he return that thing. Yi Gulu looks confused. Natinier stammers awkwardly, but cannot bring herself to say it. Yi Gulu squints in thought, then suddenly lets out a knowing "oh." Natinier grows furious and declares that no matter who stands in her way, she will capture him. Before she can finish, Yi Gulu cuts her off and tells her to hurry since he does not want to miss breakfast. She grits her teeth, feeling completely belittled. She raises her hand to the sky. A massive beam of light descends, enveloping them both. In the blink of an eye, they return to the sacred domain of black and white. Natinier is about to speak, but Yi Gulu snaps his fingers. Instantly, countless immortal swords fill the space. Natinier is stunned, then suddenly spits out golden fluid. Her body goes limp as she collapses. She cannot believe that inside her own sacred domain, Ye Gulu forced a sword formation mark and suppressed her spirit body so painfully. Yi Gulu's eyes light up as he asks if she has ever heard of the immortal slaying sword formation. Natinier can only stare up at him in shock. Yi Gulu smiles faintly and tells her to remember it well. Next time she sees someone with white hair, she better show respect. But at that moment, a giant arm suddenly tears through space. The giant hand grabs Yi Gulu, and Li Sita de coldly says she failed to recognize him in the dungeon before. But now things are different. She has finally caught this outsider. With that, she vanishes on the spot, taking Ye Gulu with her. leaving Natinier frozen in shock. She cannot believe those beings actually appeared here. It seems that thing has finally shown itself. Meanwhile, inside the mini Penglai cave realm, the beauties around Yi Gulu are relaxing in a bath. Even after cleansing with sweet rain wood, they still want to wash again thoroughly, especially Yi Guala's scent. His smell lingers strongly in their hair and underarms, and even Murong Yushe is surprised at how casually they discuss it. The others curiously ask why she switched to a condensed body form today. She calmly explains that her puppet body can expand or shrink at will. Van Zulu looks confused since she used a different form before. Murong Yusi raises a brow. She says it is obvious. That form is bigger, and she refuses to lose to a certain Grand Celestial Master, leaving Lu Xiaoyu speechless. Lu Xiaoyu glares around, annoyed at being the smallest. She argues loudly that bigger is troublesome and only makes shoulders sore, but Yun Yuyu coldly adds that Yi Gulu prefers them bigger. Mu Bai jumps in, saying he also loves squeezing them. Murong Yusei continues, saying he even likes burying his face in them. Lu Xiaoyu is completely stunned. She realizes painfully she is not big enough for either. Seeing her aggrieved look, the kind little sister gently says, small can be cute too. Even Murong Yusei admits smaller means less shoulder pain, while Mu Bai cheers her on. But Lu Xiaoyu still loses it on the spot. After the chaos, the topic finally changes. Liu Xiaoyu worries about Ye Gulu, but Morong Yuche says he's escaped 5 land immortals before without fighting back. Mu Bai agrees, saying with his medical skills and unique artifacts, he will not lose easily. Yun Yuyu is even more confident, since Yi Gulu has stepped into the land immortal realm, and the opponent should be the one afraid. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Gulu silently observes his opponent. Li Sida Da managed to interfere in a land immortal battle and ambush him successfully. She even dragged him into her own small world, which is clearly no simple feat. That confirms she is far from ordinary. Still, he plans to break this place with his sword formation, and as he speaks, he casually snaps his fingers. Yet the space remains eerily silent. Suddenly, red notifications appear. This area forbids divine domains, realms, formations, and cave worlds. Yi Gulu stares at the floating red text, and lets out a surprised sound. He thinks for a moment, then realizes this is the enforced rule of this small world. A place that seals spells so completely is indeed interesting. He takes out several talismans to test further, but after activation, nothing happens. The red text appears again, banning teleportation, spatial shift, ground shrinking, and cloud somersault. Yi Gulu finally feels a headache coming. Looks like that move is sealed too. Refusing to give up, he pulls out more talismans, and directly casts a spell. The 5 Thunder Righteous Law is summoned, aimed at shattering this space. But the result is still completely ineffective. The red text reappears, stating that magic, witchcraft, Dao arts, and sword techniques are also forbidden. Yu Gulu stands silent for a long time, then suddenly laughs, so that is how it works. With that, he slowly raises his hand. What he summons is the sword case Gulun. The light around him begins to gather, slowly condensing into form. The figure of a young girl appears. She bows respectfully and asks Yi Gulu for orders. His eyes turn cold as he says only 3 words, 99. She looks stunned for a second, but quickly obeys her master. She lifts her head. A sword suddenly pierces out of her body. Then countless flying swords burst out and fill the sky. Not long after, all the swords line up neatly behind Yi Gulu. Meanwhile, the red error messages keep flashing non-stop. At that very moment, Yi Gulu clenches his fist. All the flying swords converge into one point and fuse into a single massive blade. The surrounding space trembles violently. Error warnings spam the sky like crazy. Seeing this, Ye Gulu smirks in satisfaction, as if telling the space to stop resisting. Since Alicita deactivated this world, all formation links were cut off. Even talismans became useless. Only the 5 Thunder Righteous Law had slight effect, but its damage was limited. So he realizes this small world is not invincible. Alicita De can seal formations and teleportation, but she cannot block pure destructive force. The moment he says that, the red text glitches wildly. Soon it even shows a helpless emoji, then a twisted cat face icon, and finally a crying expression. Yi Gulu laughs in amusement. He admits this trick is quite interesting. Then he says coldly, now take my sword. The giant blade tears through the air toward a corner of space. Upon impact, cracks spread across the dimension. The barrier shatters, revealing Alicita De behind it. But the sword does not stop. It locks onto her and charges forward. Alicita De trembles as tears fall. She covers her face and begs for mercy. Yi Gulu silently watches her act. The next second, she licks her lips excitedly. She forms a hand seal and uses the 36th move, Mirror Reflection. Instantly, Yi Gola's position begins to shift. In the blink of an eye, the sword locks onto him instead. Only then does he realize the trap was to force his full power and reverse it onto him. But what shocks him more is that this is not a simple reflection but a direct swap of their circumstances, meaning he now must take the unavoidable strike himself. Alicida smiles in satisfaction, believing a man strong in offense must be weak in defense, like a beast with deadly claws that never needs heavy armor. So now he should endure his own blade. How will Yi Gulu handle this? He presses his lips and suddenly laughs. He looks at Alicida and says, "If you know this is my full power, then you must have heard of the innate sword body." As he finishes, he raises his hand to block the blade. The sword energy immediately begins to disperse, then shrinks into a small mass. Seconds later, it obediently returns to his side. Witnessing this, Alicida turns pale. Yi Gulu smiles faintly and says he never needed defense, because no one in this world can seize control of his sword, and those people are not qualified either. With that, he lifts his hand again and launches another attack. The sword becomes a streak of light, shooting toward Alicida, who panics since mirror reflection cannot be used again yet. At that critical moment, someone suddenly catches the blade between two fingers. Alicida escapes death by a hair. The one who showed up was Lu Qi, and she casually praised Yi Gulu's sword. Then she looked at him and asked if he still remembered who she was. The moment Yi Gulu saw that face, he was stunned. She seized that instant. Lu Qi directly took his sword away, while Yi Gulu was still confused. She calmly explained that carrying too many swords would attract trouble, so she would keep it for now and return it once he was strong enough, then gently patted his head. Yi Gulu instantly blushed and muttered that he was already a land immortal. Lu Qi just laughed, saying that level was barely retail tier in her eyes. Yi Gulu went silent, completely embarrassed. Right then, Lu Qi opened a spatial rift to look for something. After a while, she pulled out a candied haw skewer. She held it right in front of Yi Gulu, and he awkwardly said he was not a kid anymore. Lucas' face turned cold as she asked, "So you are not eating?" And just like that, Yi Gulu obediently took a bite while Lu Qi smiled in satisfaction. A moment later, Lu Qi sat down and told Yi Gulu to sit beside her. As soon as he sat down, he curiously asked what she was planning. But Lu Qi seemed to be secretly channeling a technique and told him to just keep eating. After some time, Yi Gulu began to sense something was wrong. His cultivation was being drained bit by bit. Seeing his confusion, Lu Qi calmly told him to sit still. Yi Gulu felt unwilling, since she once said he could find her after reaching Land Immortal. Lu Qi glanced at him and said his realm would not last anyway because he broke through too fast. It was fine against small fry, but real experts would easily cause disaster. As she spoke, she continued pulling his cultivation away. His face turned pale and his head started spinning. After a long while, it finally ended, and Ye Gulu opened his eyes again. Lu Qi sighed and said his cultivation was a mess, asking if he used the Hihuan Sec's dual cultivation method, which shocked him. At first, he tried to deny it, but under his master's piercing gaze, Ye Gulu finally admitted he did it just to survive. Lu Qi nodded as if she understood. Still, she warned that borrowed cultivation was unstable, and things should follow fate. Yi Gulu could only sigh and obediently listen. Then Lu Qi added that in life and death situations he could still use it, leaving Yi Gulu frozen in shock. One smiled knowingly, while the other stood there, holding his candy like a statue. Ye Gulu then worried about how to explain to the girls he borrowed cultivation from. Lu Qi asked back if she gave him such a big candy just for him to eat alone. He could share it with them, and if they were still unhappy, that was not her problem. At that moment, Lu Qi suddenly remembered something. She lightly snapped her fingers. Instantly, Gu Lun appeared, the Lightborn girl smiling brightly at Lu Qi. Lu Qi patted her head and said she had drained her disciple's cultivation, asking her to watch over him. Gu Lun happily agreed. After handling everything, Lu Qi suddenly recalled. There was still someone else here. Alicida stiffened and forced a smile, repeatedly thanking Lu Qi for saving her life. But right then, Lu Qi drew her sword. In a flash, she stabbed Alicida and coldly warned her not to act familiar, because others might not kill her, but she could. Alicida spat out blood and collapsed to her knees in pain. Lu Qi then leaned down slightly. She quietly warned Alicida to stay away from her disciple and those girls. Alicida only sneered, saying Lu Qi was truly ruthless. Then she said, "Mountains and rivers are long. We will meet again," and directly cast a spell, and vanished from the area. With everything finally over, Lu Qi narrowed her eyes. She let out a relieved sigh, as if a burden had been lifted. Before leaving, she told Ye Gulu to keep cultivating, saying she would wait for him above. She still had many things to handle and had to go first. Ye Gulu watched her back and obediently replied with a yes. Hearing that, Lu Qi could not hide her smile. Before disappearing, she waved goodbye and called him her favorite disciple. Ye Gulu smiled so hard his eyes narrowed, though he still felt his master was way too unpredictable. Only then did he realize Lu Qi had truly left. At the same time, inside the Blessed Realm, Ye Gulu's harem was still chatting away excitedly. Liu Xiaoyu curiously wondered whether Ye Gulu would return the cultivation he borrowed from them. Yoon Yu was completely relaxed and said he could keep it for as long as he wanted. Murong Yuje felt the same way and said he could do whatever he liked. As for Mu Bai, she was focused on cultivating and barely paid attention. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and reminded them how thrilled that idiot Yi Gulu was when he got that cultivation. Yoon Yu thought that was normal. Even if Yi Gulu did anything shady, he never deliberately hid it from her. Murong Yuje nodded in agreement since Ye Gulu had saved her many times before. Mu Bai remained indifferent and did not care much either. Liu Xiaoyu was about to keep complaining, but Yoon Yu spoke first and said Liu Xiaoyu used to be Yi Gulu's enemy, so it was normal for her to dislike him. Liu Xiaoyu instantly blushed and hurriedly explained that was not what she meant. But in the end, after thinking it over, Liu Xiaoyu could only drop the topic in frustration. Just then, Murong Yuje suddenly had a strange idea. She leaned close to Yoon Yu and whispered that Liu Xiaoyu seemed awfully interested. Could it be she was actually serious? Murong Yuje was not quiet at all, leaving Liu Xiaoyu so embarrassed she nearly burst into flames. Even Mu Bai, who had been practicing her sword, stopped because she was too curious. She looked at Liu Xiaoyu in surprise. It seemed she was starting to think that way too. Under the relentless teasing, Liu Xiaoyu was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. She quickly denied everything and asked what nonsense they were talking about, only making things sound even more suspicious. Yoon Yu let out a long, meaningful "oh." Then she said if Liu Xiaoyu was being so serious, Yi Gulu could just return the cultivation. Murong Yuje nodded and said she had no objections. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu immediately exploded and said she did not want that at all. Yoon Yu grinned mischievously. If she did not want it, then the others could have it. Unexpectedly, Liu Xiaoyu reacted at once and said if anyone did it, they would do it together. She would never let Yoon Yu have him all to herself. Yoon Yu laughed and asked who was the one claiming she did not want it a moment ago. Even Murong Yuje burst out laughing. Liu Xiaoyu's mind was a complete mess and she was left speechless. Then Mu Bai looked at her in shock and said she never expected the quiet Liu Xiaoyu to be this bold. This time, Liu Xiaoyu truly suffered a complete defeat and had no strength left to fight back. After all the commotion, Liu Xiaoyu suddenly frowned. She looked at the strange clothes Yoon Juju had collected and cautiously suggested everyone try them on. The first outfit Yoon Juju wore left everyone stunned and blushing. Murong Yuje could not believe it was even called clothing. It looked more like a tiny strap. Then Yoon Juju changed into the second outfit. Everyone was so embarrassed they did not know where to look. This outfit even required something to be fitted inside it. Thankfully, Mu Bai's tale made it seem slightly less strange. But Yoon Juju was not done yet and moved on to the third outfit. It was a tight leather suit covering the entire body, yet it was covered with zippers in extremely questionable places. Liu Xiaoyu was horrified and wondered who would design something so bizarre. Yoon Juju still kept going and pulled out another outfit, leaving the girls completely dazzled. This one only covered the face while almost everything else was exposed, making them wonder if proper clothes even existed. Finally, Yoon Juju proudly brought out the last item. It was an incredibly strange outfit, and its exact name would soon become clear. Just then, Ye Gulu returned. He looked around the blessed realm, but could not find anyone, even though he had clearly sensed their presence in the divine garden earlier. Could they be inside? At that moment, the door suddenly opened. The first person to walk out was Yoon Yu. Ye Gulu instantly froze, his eyes widening in shock. Yoon Yu called out to him and casually leaned against Murong Yuje. Liu Xiaoyu and Mu Bai both blushed and shyly welcomed Ye Gulu back. Seeing his harem dressed so revealingly, Ye Gulu turned to stone on the spot. But then he remembered something important and asked if they knew who he had just met. Before he could finish speaking, one of the girls grabbed him and demanded that he return their cultivation. And just like that, a full day and night passed. The five of them crowded onto a single bed. Sitting in the middle, Ye Gulu kept glancing around awkwardly. He even swallowed nervously, again and again. Liu Xiaoyu coldly told him to explain himself. Where was that cultivation now? Ye Gulu stayed silent for a moment. Then he calmly explained everything that had happened. A while later, all five of them sat down for a serious discussion. Yoon Yu spoke first and said that, if their master was responsible, then there must be a reason, so she had no objections. Murong Yuje agreed with her. Mu Bai was still a little confused about the situation. Even Liu Xiaoyu eventually let the matter go out of respect for senior Lu Qi, but she still blamed Ye Gulu for not mentioning the lost cultivation sooner. Ye Gulu helplessly explained that he had planned to say it, but they rushed him before he got the chance. Hearing that, the girls immediately ganged up on him for daring to blame them instead. Ye Gulu was beaten so badly it was hard to watch. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. He took out the candied haw skewer and said his master told him to bring it back and share it with everyone. The moment they heard there was a gift, the girls instantly gathered around him. Meanwhile, at the Divine Sun Temple, Nadir was still trembling non-stop, and it had already lasted an entire day and night. Even she had lost count of how many times this had happened. A strange, numb and sore feeling spread through her body, to the point that she wondered if her body could still feel anything at all. Right then, a black-haired figure slowly approached. The moment she saw that face, Nadir was instantly alarmed. Blushing in embarrassment, she quickly stopped Lu Qi and told her not to come any closer. But Lu Qi curiously sniffed the air, then asked what that strange smell was. Nadir was still numb and sore, and when she saw Lu Qi moving closer, she shouted for her to stop and wait a moment. After some more time, Nadir finally recovered enough to ask why Lu Qi had come. Smiling, Lu Qi asked her to protect her disciple for a while. Nadir's face immediately filled with disgust. Lu Qi's disciple was a monster just like her and strong enough to beat her up any time, so why would he need protection? Lu Qi laughed and explained that Yi Gula's cultivation had been reduced, or as they would say, downgraded. The moment she heard that, Nadir's eyes lit up with excitement as she saw a perfect chance for revenge. Not attacking him herself was already generous enough, so there was no way she would protect him. Seeing that Nadir refused to cooperate, Lu Qi took out a strange red object. The instant Nadir saw it, her expression changed completely. Lu Qi lightly tapped it, causing the object to crack apart. Then she broke off a small fragment, and said she would give it to Nadir if she agreed. Nadir could hardly believe her ears and asked if she was serious. Lu Qi simply nodded. Then she directly placed the fragment into Nadir's mouth. She immediately swallowed it, then slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, she suddenly opened them in shock. Her voice trembled with disbelief, because what she saw was the scene of ascension and the world above. At the same time, inside the blessed realm, Liu Xiaoyu kept staring at the candied haw skewer in her hand. After thinking for a while, she felt it was definitely no ordinary item, though she could not see its secret yet. When she asked, she learned that Yi Gulu had already eaten one piece. Mubai's eyes lit up as she asked what it tasted like. Yi Gulu gently patted her head and said it was delicious, the kind of snack kids would love. But Murong Yuje was more curious about its effects, and asked how it felt after eating it. Yi Gulu simply shook his head and admitted he was not sure. He was certain the skewer hid some kind of secret, but he could not sense it yet. To put it simply, his current realm was not high enough to understand it. Liu Xiaoyu looked at Yun Yuyu suspiciously, and guessed it might be related to cultivation realms. Murong Yuje grew even more curious. She directly picked one off the skewer. Then, without hesitation, she popped it into her mouth. As she ate, she carefully tried to sense anything unusual. After swallowing it, Murong Yuje calmly remarked that it was not poisonous at least, so they might as well keep eating. Hearing that, Yun Yuyu picked one up too, believing that anything from their grandmaster could not be ordinary. Even Liu Xiaoyu took one and said they should thank Senior Lu Qi. Then, Yun Yuyu and Liu Xiaoyu both started tasting it. As for Mubai, she had already been eating for a while and looked completely satisfied. While eating, Yun Yuyu commented on how good it tasted. The only issue was that it was a bit oversized. Mubai happily kept eating, but the moment she swallowed it, her pupils suddenly contracted. A strange scene appeared before her eyes, where she was fighting countless demons and monsters. Yet after only a few exchanges, every one of them was wiped out. Seeing Mubai suddenly freeze, Yun Yuyu and Liu Xiaoyu quickly asked if she was okay. Mubai snapped back to reality and shook her head, but she remained puzzled by what she had just seen. Sometime later, out on the streets, JT was sprinting toward them. The moment she saw Ye Gulu, she jumped onto him with her full weight. Murong Yuje frowned and snorted in annoyance. She immediately pulled out poison and warily asked who this girl was. Yun Yuyu casually explained that she was Yi Gula's disciple. By then, JT had already noticed Murong Yuje's dangerous gaze. The moment she met Murong Yuje, she inspected her from head to toe and curiously asked if this was her new master's wife. It had not been long, yet the lineup of master's wives had gained another member, though this one looked pretty young. In JT's eyes, her master was the type who could bring anyone home, and she bluntly said it right to their faces, making Murong Yuje furious. Yi Gulu quickly stepped in to calm things down since she was still his disciple. But wife outranked disciple, so he casually tossed Jai Tai back into the Blessed Realm to continue training. In his view, the group should focus on getting stronger and searching for more opportunities. Murong Yuje curiously asked where they planned to start. Hearing that, Mubai immediately suggested going straight to the royal palace. Yun Yu clapped her hands, finally remembering they had that connection. So the group decided to follow Mubai into the palace. Not long afterward, the five of them arrived at the palace looking rather messy, while the princess listened seriously as they asked to use the Royal Intelligence Network to investigate recent strange events in the kingdom. Yi Gulu openly admitted they had come to ask for her help. The princess agreed without hesitation. Compared to the wrestling manual he had given her before, this favor was nothing. Besides, the group had arrived at the perfect time, because she had just heard a major piece of news from the queen. The news was this. the divine son of the Fitbit kingdom, had entered their territory. And when it came to this person, even though the princess had never met him, the rumors alone were enough to know he was one of the fiercest and most ruthless divine sons of the last century. He was famous for his love of battle, his unpredictable temper, and the countless terrifying legends surrounding him across the continent. The most famous story came from a war between the Fitbit kingdom and a neighboring nation, where a noble dared to insult this divine son. In response, he did not even use a divine artifact. He simply grabbed a bone and crushed the entire battlefield. After that battle, the divine son charged straight into the enemy palace and forced the king to surrender before stopping. After hearing the story, Yahello felt something was off because the man did not sound as cruel as the rumors claimed. After all, the noble insulted him first, and when he retaliated, he only targeted the king. That hardly sounded like someone out of control. Hearing that, the princess immediately asked if he knew where that bone came from. She then mentioned the Adventurer Handbook, published by the guild, which even had a section about encountering the divine son of Fitbit. The book listed many different scenarios. For example, if the divine son of Fitbit appeared with a blank expression, then congratulations, because you would almost certainly be beaten to death on the spot. If he looked slightly angry, then it was better to end things yourself first, because falling into his hands would be even worse. The most terrifying situation was when the divine son of Fitbit was truly furious and had already caught you. In that case, the only option was to shout that you were under the protection of Nadir, the divine son of the Alyssa kingdom. Since he hated other divine sons, he would instantly kill you, making it a quicker death. Yahello was left speechless since every outcome still ended in death. After chatting for a while, the five returned to their rooms. Speaking of the divine son of Fitbit, Yahello explained that every kingdom on the continent had its own sect and divine son. They were currently in the Alyssa kingdom, whose divine son was named Nadir. Hearing that name, Liu Xiaoyu immediately remembered the statue and asked if it was the same person. This was also the original owner of the body Murong Yuje was using, and the enemy from Chuzhong that Yahello had mentioned before. Yahello nodded and confirmed it, but Nadir had already been dealt with, and a single sword strike was all it took. Mu Bei's eyes sparkled as she thought her senior brother was truly unbeatable. Yun Yu, however, was curious whether anything unexpected happened back then. Yahello recalled the past and said they only fought and never truly killed each other because someone interfered at the end. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and pointed out that they had lost all their cultivation. If Nadir came for revenge now, they would be finished. Yahello simply laughed and said he had beaten her so badly before that she probably would not dare come looking for him. Besides, even without his cultivation, he still remembered Nadir's aura. If she came close, he would notice immediately, and everyone could run. But the moment he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He immediately told everyone to prepare formations and defensive weapons. Right then, the door was suddenly pushed open. The person who entered was none other than Nadir. Yahello instantly frowned and stared at her. Nadir gritted her teeth for a long time, as if even speaking was difficult. Only after a while did she blush and quietly say that she had come to greet her master. Yahello froze on the spot. Not just him, everyone behind him was equally stunned. Meanwhile, Nadir forced herself to remain calm and sat down properly. Yahello tilted his head in confusion. Even that small movement was enough to make Nadir visibly nervous. Then she suddenly spoke and said that from now on, they could call her Chunmei. Yahello tried to stay serious and even pretended to compliment the name. But deep down, he only wanted to ask what had happened to her. After all, the person in front of him was clearly the divine son Nadir. Nadir swallowed hard and tried to remain composed. Then she calmly explained that Nadir was indeed her real name, but after receiving guidance from Lu Qi, she had gained tremendous benefits. Lu Qi even gave her the name Chunmei and ordered her to change her outfit. From today onward, she would be Chunmei, the personal maid serving Master Yahello. Later that night, Yahello's wives were already fast asleep. The whole room echoed with loud snoring. Outside, Yahello stood there with a dark expression, warning Nuotir not to come any closer. But she was wearing an extremely revealing outfit. Nuotir shyly explained that the book said this was the proper next step. Yahello was speechless and seriously wondered what kind of books Lu Qi had given her. Nuotir pulled out a book titled From the Heavenly Empress to the Bridal Maid, and seriously said Lu Qi told her to follow it. The moment he saw the cover and the eye-catching illustration, Yahello instantly grabbed his head in pain. He immediately recognized it as one of those questionable books, and had no idea whether his grandmaster was messing with Nuotir or with him. After thinking for a while, Yahello sternly said that if she considered herself a maid, she had to obey her master, and his order was to leave now and stop reading that book. Before he could even finish speaking, Nuotir threw the book straight onto the ground. Yahello was left speechless and reminded her not to do that again since a child might see it. Nuotir suddenly held her chest. She spoke with difficulty and said all her clones had been destroyed. At the same time, somewhere else, Nuotier's clones were being wiped out one after another. It wasn't just one or two. The number was unbelievably high. As for the mysterious figure, he looked at the fallen clones scattered across the ground with disdain. To him, these clones were pitifully weak. Even the divine children here were not worth his attention. Back on this side, Nuotier suddenly collapsed to the floor. Her breathing became rapid. Her face was filled with disbelief. Even she seemed unable to understand what had happened. Yi Gulu watched her closely, but he instinctively waved it off and suspected it was another trick she learned from that book. Leaning weakly against the wall, Nuotier shook her head. She insisted that all her clones had truly been destroyed. That was why her main body had become so weak. As soon as she finished speaking, she completely lost her balance and fell over. A tired breath escaped her lips. Ya Gulu glanced over, but her posture left him completely stunned. His face darkened as he hurriedly pulled something from his spatial treasure, apparently a scripture. He immediately opened it and covered his head. He even grabbed a string of prayer beads and started chanting, determined to protect his Tao heart. At this moment, Ye Gulu seriously announced that he was about to recite scriptures and asked Nuotier to return to her room. After saying that, he sat down on the spot. Although he acted indifferent, Ye Gulu secretly paid attention to Nuotier's increasingly weak breathing. He didn't believe anyone could act this convincingly. Had something really happened? If it involved Nuotier, could his junior sisters handle it? But after some thought, Ye Gulu decided that protecting his Tao heart was more important and continued chanting. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fei Hong raised her hand and activated a technique. Streams of light began emerging from the destroyed clones. Nuotier immediately reacted violently. A painful groan escaped her mouth. Startled, Ye Gulu even knocked off his head covering and nervously asked why she was shouting. If this kept up, he would have no choice but to drag her outside. But the moment he reached toward her, he became cautious again, worried it might be another trick, so he decided to avoid unnecessary contact. At the same time, Fei Hong had completely absorbed the streams of light. She looked at her hand. The amount of power gained was small, but its purity was astonishing. Meanwhile, Ye Gulu began rummaging through his treasures. After searching for a while, he pulled out an upgraded Rui staff. He seriously told Nuotier to stop shouting, because he would use this to help her break through, though the wording sounded incredibly misleading. Nuotier was drenched in sweat but remained silent. Yi Gulu knelt before her and warned that it might hurt a little, so she should endure it. But Nuotier still showed no response. He awkwardly explained that he never meant to give her the wrong idea, but the situation was special, so he had no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he got to work. The Rui staff immediately extended. Yi Gulu carefully adjusted the angle so it could brace the door without hurting her, secretly thinking the plan was perfect. But at that exact moment, something went wrong. The sudden extension threw off the balance and shifted the angle downward. By then, it was already too late to stop. Yi Gulu instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Nuotier's face flushed bright red, and her body visibly trembled. After a few soft groans, Ye Gulu was sweating cold bullets. He hurriedly ordered the Rui staff to retract. Unfortunately, the staff's command system misunderstood him and only made things worse, causing Nuotier's reaction to intensify. Seeing everything spiral out of control, Ye Gulu frantically told it to shrink. Nuotier gritted her teeth and endured it. But the more Ye Gulu spoke, the more the staff misunderstood. He was nearly driven insane by the stupid treasure and kept insisting that wasn't what he meant. In the end, Ye Gulu finally shouted for it to stop at once. Yet the scene before him only looked more suspicious. Ye Gulu was so desperate, he almost cried as he kept giving orders while the staff randomly extended and retracted. Nuotier even trembled slightly when she heard him. After a long struggle, Ye Gulu finally managed to retrieve the Rui staff. While wiping it down, he complained that it only understood the words extend and retract, while anything more complex completely confused it. After dealing with everything, Ye Gulu looked up and realized Nuotier had fallen asleep. He let out a tired sigh, feeling completely out of options. Then he walked over, helped Nuotier up, and opened the door. After that, he carried her inside to rest. But after only a few steps, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. He slowly turned around. Just as expected, Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were standing there watching him. Murong Yuje was beside them, and so was Mu Bai. Every one of them stared at him with obvious dissatisfaction. Yi Gulu immediately froze, but he quickly forced out an extremely awkward smile and greeted the fairy ladies. Liu Xiaoyu smiled dangerously and asked if he had anything to explain. Yi Gulu pushed his brain to the limit, trying to come up with a believable story. After a while, he claimed that Nuotier had entered the wrong room and fallen asleep, and he was only bringing her back. Murong Yuje looked at him like a condemned criminal because Nuotier looked completely exhausted. Yun Yu smiled brightly, but her words were full of danger. She said that even she and Liu Xiaoyu had never been left unconscious by Ye Gulu like that. Hearing that, Ye Gulu knew he couldn't argue his way out. So he turned to Mu Bai for help and asked if she believed him. To his surprise, Mu Bai said nothing and simply drew the Long Yuan sword, her gaze icy cold. Ye Gulu hurriedly explained that anyone would misunderstand from their perspective, but he truly hadn't crossed any lines. Still, he said they should let Nuo Tier rest first, and they could punish him afterward if they wanted. Liu Xiaoyu glanced at him suspiciously and asked whether a land immortal like Nuo Tier could really catch a cold. Ye Gulu felt like crying and begged them to go easy on him. Yun Yu smiled again and asked if he really thought a beating would settle everything. Ye Gulu immediately fell silent. The group then dragged him away and slammed the door shut. As for what happened inside that room, only one word could describe it: brutal. After everything ended, the area finally became quiet, though someone's condition still looked far from good. The next morning, the door slowly opened. Everyone else was already awake, while Nuo Tier was still sleeping soundly. There was even drool at the corner of her mouth. Seeing that, Ye Gulu kindly patted her shoulder to wake her up. But in her sleep, Nuo Tier mumbled, "Don't extend it anymore," then suddenly sat up and immediately called Ye Gulu her master. Ye Gulu looked at her suspiciously and asked what had really happened last night. A moment later, Nuo Tier finally explained that all of her clones had been attacked and completely absorbed. And the culprit was actually someone from the foreign Divine Child faction. And that person most likely came from the kingdom of Fitbit. Not only that, Nuo Tier could sense the opponent slowly approaching this place. From the looks of it, a major battle was unavoidable. Nuo Tier immediately urged Ye Gulu to leave first while she tried to stall the enemy. Ye Gulu frowned. If even Nuo Tier wasn't confident, then things were serious. Yun Yu curiously asked if they were really planning to run. Thinking about it, this felt like fate knocking on their door. First a divine child turned maid, now an enemy chasing after them. She suggested preparing first and retreating if needed. At least that way they would survive. Ye Gulu then asked Nuo Tier how long before the enemy arrived and how much time they had. Nuo Tier slowly raised 5 fingers. Ye Gulu froze, thinking it meant 5 days, hoping it wasn't 5 months. But Nuo Tier folded 1 finger down. Ye Gulu instantly broke into a cold sweat. Then she folded another finger. Right at that moment, 2 figures shot down from the sky at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the house was completely destroyed. The group had no time to react. Everything happened too fast. Fei Hong narrowed her eyes and looked toward them. A moment later, a mysterious smile curled on her lips. She seemed to be in a very good mood. The story now rewinds a few years back to Yunlai continent. The Qingxian sword tore through the air. Its target was Fei Hong ahead. She used her giant hands to block it and was pushed back across the sky. But in the next second, she forcefully snapped the sword in half. Ye Gulu was slightly surprised. Anyone who could block his sword like that was no simple opponent. Suddenly, Fei Hong appeared beside him like a phantom, then unleashed a powerful strike. Ye Gulu was blasted straight into a distant mountain. Meanwhile, at the floating tavern, Fuyun residence, guests heard the terrifying noise and asked the beautiful owner what was happening. She took a drag from her pipe and calmly replied, "Just 2 big shots fighting over the Guanshangguan Ming record." The guests looked confused and asked who these big shots were. After all, the one who showed up looked like a young girl. The owner rolled her eyes. Just because she's young doesn't mean she's not a big shot. What narrow vision. That night, Ye Gulu and Fei Hong stood atop a mountain. Fei Hong looked at the candied hawthorn in her hand, then asked Ye Gulu why he had held back during their fight. Ye Gulu, with a bruised eye, calmly ate his candy and said he hadn't held back, she had simply won. But Fei Hong felt that his final sword strike had clearly been angled away on purpose. Ye Gulu remained relaxed. To him it was just a spar, not a life and death battle. Risking his life over a Guanshangguan Ming record was not worth it. So when he was forced to use that final strike, he had already accepted defeat. Fei Hong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. She openly admitted that she liked Ye Gulu. Ye Gulu froze mid-bite for several seconds, then hurriedly explained that he was a cultivator who focused on cultivation, and as for romance. Before he could finish, Fei Hong cut him off and asked if he wanted to be her little brother. Ye Gulu froze for the second time, and of course he immediately refused. A few days later, Yunlai continent was hit by days of heavy rain. Floodwaters poured down from above, as if to swallow everything. That night, Ye Gulu and Yun Yu joined forces to set up a formation to block the flood. But Yun Yu worried because she knew it wouldn't last long. Ye Gulu understood. The formation of Muxian's sect was never meant for flood control. If people from Shiling's sect arrived, their mountain-moving technique could easily build barriers. At the mention of Shiling's sect, Yun Yu gritted her teeth. Their sect master held a grudge against this region and chose to ignore their fate. According to Yun Yu, Shiling's sect would definitely not come to help. Yi Gulu frowned, then let out a mocking laugh, and they still dared call themselves a righteous sect. But their formation was about to collapse, and Yun Yu told him to retreat while she held the line. Yi Gulu refused immediately and said she should be the one to leave. Even if he fell today, he would stop this flood no matter what. Right then, Ye Gulo sensed something and looked up. The two of them stared at the sky, and they saw Fei Hong carrying an entire mountain toward them. Yi Gulu recognized her at a glance. Fei Hong then threw the mountain straight into the raging flood below. A few hours later, the rain finally stopped. When everything settled, Ye Gulu couldn't help feeling grateful that the one who saved them was Fei Hong. But Fei Hong stayed calm and said she was just passing by and helped out along the way. Ye Gulu felt a bit guilty because the world always looked down on the demon sect. Before he could finish, Fei Hong cut him off and coldly said she didn't care what the world thought. She saved who she wanted. Ye Gulu was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said she was seriously cool. This time Fei Hong was the one who froze. Just one compliment made her awkwardly turn away and pretend it was nothing. In the days that followed, Yi Gulu and Fei Hong often went up the mountain to hunt great demons. They trained together every single day. Both of them were extremely hardworking. Sometimes they sparred, and most of the time Ye Gulu ended up getting completely crushed. At night, they would sit under the bamboo forest, drink wine, and talk about everything. Until one day, they received an invitation from the imperial palace, and the emperor himself came to greet them, kneeling the moment he saw them. Yi Gulu immediately told him to stand up. The emperor kept thanking him, and said he would never forget Yi Gulu's grace in saving the people. Ye Gulu calmly replied that they never wanted to interfere with mortal affairs, but since cultivators were involved, they had to step in. The emperor grew even more respectful and offered to open the entire treasury for him to choose anything, but Ye Gulu firmly refused. The emperor laughed at himself and praised them as heavenly immortal masters, even calling them a perfect Taoist couple and saying he would build statues for people to worship. He even suggested carving statues of them as a pair, and Fei Hong started to feel embarrassed. But Ye Gulu quickly stopped him and seriously said that Fei Hong was just his good brother, not his Tao partner. He emphasized that their bond was deeper than life, not that kind of romantic relationship. But those words made a trace of hurt flash in Fei Hong's eyes. A strange feeling rose in her heart after returning to Fuyun residence. The beauty Shangguan Minglu told Fei Hong that she wasn't some pure official at all. She was originally from Hehuan sect and had only used that identity to gather information. Fei Hong immediately looked at her seriously and asked to be taught. Shangguan Minglu wanted to refuse, saying Fei Hong's demonic art was nearly complete and she didn't need Hehuan sect techniques. But Fei Hong cut her off and said what she wanted to learn was how to dress and apply makeup. Shangguan Minglu was shocked. Then she let out a long, meaningful laugh. It seemed little sister Fei Hong had someone in her heart. Hearing that, Fei Hong rarely showed a trace of awkwardness. 1 month later, Shangguan Minglu clapped proudly and announced it was done. Even after a month of training, Fei Hong's aura barely changed, still overwhelming as ever. But Shangguan Minglu didn't mind, and said with that heavenly face and perfect figure, any man who dared complain would be dealt with, especially Fei Hong's rare wheat-colored skin. After careful styling, that so-called good brother would definitely be stunned speechless. Fei Hong looked doubtful and stared at herself in the mirror for a long time. Seeing her silent, Shangguan Minglu asked if she was satisfied. Fei Hong shot her a side glance, then slowly said she had one more favor to ask. She hoped Shangguan Minglu could help her one more time. She wanted her to invite that person here to meet her. Not long after, Fei Hong finally forced herself to calm down and sat at the reserved stage area. She looked composed on the surface, but inside she was restless about this meeting. Just then, the tavern door suddenly opened. Fei Hong immediately looked over, but the one who walked in was not the person she was waiting for, but a stranger who turned pale the moment he saw her. He pointed at her with a trembling hand, then shouted out her location and called for his companions to rush in. In the next instant, people lying in ambush inside the tavern swarmed out like hornets. Outside, Shangguan Minglu stood watching. Her heart turned cold as she thought Fei Hong shouldn't blame her. After all, those righteous sects were major clients of Hehuan sect. Still, hearing the world praise Fei Hong as the strongest demon sect leader in 500 years made her curious to see the truth. Just like that, chaos erupted. After a fierce battle, Fei Hong had exhausted too much strength and collapsed to the ground. Even so, her eyes remained fierce as she stared at the crowd. The people around her mocked her, saying resistance was useless. With so many experts present, one person was enough to finish her. A gray-haired elder stepped forward, eager to claim the credit. But before he could act, another old man pushed ahead and mocked him for trying to grab easy merit. The old man holding a bottle spoke up, telling them to settle grudges later. If they killed Fei Hong, he would share the Nanlu Yang tonifying pill with the elders present. The one-eyed man seemed dissatisfied and said the reward was too little. The elder in yellow stroked his beard and said everything could still be negotiated. Inside, Shangguan Minglu clenched her fists in anger. They had said they would only teach Fei Hong a lesson, but now they truly wanted her dead. She cursed them for deceiving her, but after thinking it through, she decided she had to save Fei Hong. Unfortunately, the moment she tried to step out, she was blocked. The one standing before her was Sect Master Yang. Only then did she realize the strongest expert had been waiting to stall her. He looked at her and smiled calculatively. He warned her not to even think about rescuing Fei Hong. He might not defeat her, but he could delay her. On Fei Hong's side, after reaching an agreement, the old man with the bottle told the others to step back so he could act. He drew his sword, ready to end Fei Hong's life. But at that moment, someone else spoke up, saying that although Fei Hong's skin was slightly dark, her beauty was undeniable. Killing her so quickly would be a waste. Before he could finish, Ye Gulu's icy voice rang out, asking what he planned to do next. Then Ye Gulu boldly walked straight through the crowd. His appearance made everyone instantly wary. The elder in yellow frowned and said the elders were eliminating the demon sect today. So was this brat here to claim a share too. Another old man waved dismissively and said it wasn't Ye Gulu's place to interfere, claiming to be half his granduncle in seniority. But Ye Gulu coldly replied they weren't even from an immortal sect, so they had no right to that title. Hearing that, the old man exploded in anger and accused Ye Gulu of disrespect, insisting they were all righteous cultivators, and he should act like a junior. Even the elder in yellow chimed in and said Ye Gulu should at least call him martial uncle. Ye Gulu simply raised an eyebrow. He gave a faint smile and said that sounded interesting. Since all his so-called granduncles and martial uncles had gathered here today, then he would have to be rude for once. Not long after, Ye Gulu rode his sword away with Fei Hong. On the way, he even laughed and asked if she had been scared being surrounded by so many people. Fei Hong widened her eyes and immediately said she wasn't scared at all. Ye Gulu smiled lightly and said if she wasn't scared, then why was her whole body trembling? She wasn't scared, just nervous. Ye Gulu looked confused, not seeing any reason to be nervous. Fei Hong gathered her courage and said she had something to tell him. When she openly confessed she liked him, Ye Gulu froze for a second, then flashed a charming smile and joked if she wanted him to keep being her little follower. Right then, Fei Hong slowly raised her hand. Her fingertips gently touched Ye Gulu's face. With a serious gaze, she told him to become her man. Then the scene suddenly snapped back to reality. Fei Hong looked at the naked crowd in front of her, and her heart ached. She let out a cold laugh as killing intent filled her eyes. Looks like they were playing pretty wild. Seeing Fei Hong arrive, Ye Gulu quickly grabbed her shoulders and said she didn't need to handle this herself. Nadir pouted unwillingly, since she was technically Ye Gulu's maid right now. Ye Gulu frowned and told Fei Hong to leave it to him, because if she acted, things would only get messier. Fei Hong glanced at the group as if weighing her options. Meanwhile, they all stared back at her without blinking. Sensing trouble, Ye Gulu cleared his throat to gather courage. He hurriedly asked Fei Hong to listen to his explanation first. But Fei Hong had no intention of listening. In her eyes, how people chose to play was their own business. Ye Gulu instantly turned pale and waved his hands in panic. Too bad Fei Hong had already clenched her fist. She coldly said if that was his freedom. Then punching him was hers. The next second, Fei Hong charged in with fists and kicks flying. The entire space turned into a battlefield. Ye Gulu's face twisted as he took hit after hit. He covered his head and endured it, only managing to scream after a while. Ye Gulu shouted for everyone to get away. But before he finished, a storm of punches swept through the whole group. Liu Xiaoyu was unlucky and got blasted face first into the ground. Yun Yuya's huge body made it worse. She crashed down hard and hit the dirt head-on. Rubbing her body, she couldn't believe Fei Hong hit this hard. She was truly furious. Murong Yuzuo wasn't any better. The fall made her land hard on her butt. It hurt so much she almost cried, shocked that Fei Hong showed no mercy. As for Ye Gulu, his face was completely swollen, ready to curse the heavens. But suddenly he remembered something. Thinking back, getting beaten up by his wives wasn't exactly rare. So he turned around and complained that they never went easy on him either. In the end, only Mu Bai was the best. At least she didn't hit him when they first met. After mentioning Mu Bai, Ye Gulu realized she was nowhere to be seen. He looked up and saw Mu Bai happily running toward Fei Hong. She even rubbed against her affectionately. Fei Hong hugged Mu Bai back, looking just like close sisters. Ye Gulu froze on the spot. He quickly reminded Mu Bai to remember who her master was. But before he could finish, Fei Hong shot him a dangerous glare. She even said the last punch didn't count and she could hit him again. Ye Gulu held his head in despair. His allies had all switched sides, and this time he was truly doomed. Just then, Murong Yuzuo remembered something important, saying Fei Hong was afraid of blood, so Ye Gulu could use that weakness. Ye Gulu shook his head, saying that trick stopped working long ago. Fei Hong had already fixed it. Now she could punch someone into fine dust without spilling a drop of blood. or move so fast her fist generated heat that instantly evaporated all the blood. In other words, anyone thinking of exploiting Fei Hong's weakness would only make her attacks even more ruthless. Hearing that, Morong Yuzuo rolled her eyes and said all that talk just meant he couldn't win. Yi Gulu slumped, admitting at his current level he really stood no chance. Morong Yuzuo was speechless, not sure if this self-awareness was good or bad. But seeing how dangerous things were, she decided to slip away first for safety. She even switched sides on the spot and stood with Fei Hong. Not stopping there, Morong Yuzuo put on a pitiful face and started accusing Yi Gulu. She claimed he once forced her. Hearing that, Yi Gulu almost choked. He shot back, saying she was the last person qualified to say that. He quickly explained that Morong Yuzuo had tied him up with poisonous tentacles and forced him instead. Lu Xiaoyu raised her brows in shock, so that really happened. Yun Yu sighed, saying it seemed Yi Gulu had unlocked quite a few weird tastes by accident. Yi Gulu panicked and kept explaining that things were not what they imagined. Fei Hong looked at him meaningfully and asked, "Was it really not like that?" Yi Gulu dug his own grave, blurting out that Morong Yuzuo did use tentacles and even took the top position. Liu Xiaoyu gave a sly smile, so that was when he awakened a new hobby. Even Yun Yu joined in, saying no wonder he liked letting them take control later. Ye Gulu could only howl in despair. There was no washing this clean. Right then, Fei Hong suddenly spoke, saying that was enough. She pulled the two girls to stand beside her, then firmly declared she believed Morong Yuzuo completely. Yi Gulu was utterly speechless. He turned to Liu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu, begging them to say a few good words for him. Liu Xiaoyu loved her man but not enough to save him, telling Fei Hong to hit harder. Yun Yu immediately agreed, saying there was no need to hold back. Facing this entire harem, Ye Gulu finally shrank back, shocked at how fast they sold him out. Even Nadir, watching from the side, found their relationships unbelievably messy. Ye Gulu still tried every possible explanation, but even he had his limits. In the end, he stopped explaining and pulled out a talisman. Yi Gulu declared that as a disciple of Mu Immortal Sect, he would go all out today. He even politely apologized in advance for any offense. But then the situation flipped again. Liu Xiaoyu pointed at the talisman and exposed him, saying that aura was clearly a fleeing talisman. Yun Yu added it was the Cloudlight Array from Mu Immortal Sect, used to blind enemies and buy time to run. Morong Yuzuo stared at him and revealed his glowing eyes were just night glow flower powder. In short, this guy was preparing to bolt. Just seconds ago, he acted like a hunting shark. Now he shrank into a tiny fish caught red-handed. He rolled on the ground whining, saying he would never bring them along again. What kind of teammates expose you before a fight? Fei Hong coldly reminded him that the farther he ran, the heavier her punch would be. Yi Gulu was completely silenced. He lay there motionless, like all hope was gone. But then his body began to glow. Yun Yu covered her eyes, clearly the effect of the cloud light array. Liu Xiaoyu worried he might really escape this time. Fei Hong radiated killing intent, saying that low-level escape talisman could not withstand a single punch from her. Even just watching, Nadir felt chills from the pressure of that punch. Fei Hong had not even thrown it yet, and the aura was already terrifying, making her wonder if Yi Gulu would survive. Then Fei Hong finally threw her punch. The space went silent for a split second. But at that moment, Ye Gulu suddenly dove down from the sky. Nadir stared in shock. He had not fled. He used a teleport talisman to rise high, and since Fei Hong focused her power forward to avoid harming the others, the close-range threat was mostly the shockwave. So at that distance, the scariest thing left was the fist wind. But what exactly was Yi Gulu planning to do with it? A Feng Lai Xuan Yi stone appeared in his hand. For low-level cultivators without storage artifacts, most hide items and weapons under their robes. The Feng Lai Xuan Yi stone had a special effect. It made clothes within range extremely easy to be blown away by wind. That way, the user could expose hidden weapons or artifacts and gain the upper hand. Of course, later people found plenty of more questionable uses for it, you can imagine. Right then, the stone began to glow. A violent gust swept across the area. In an instant, the girl's clothes were blown high into the air. But what stunned Yi Gulu was that even his own pants got blown away too. Fei Hong looked up and froze on the spot. A few seconds later, blood started flowing from her nose. Feeling something wet, she subconsciously wiped her face. When she saw the blood on her hand, her calm expression instantly changed. Her vision blurred and her head spun violently. Then with a thud, Fei Hong fainted. Mu Bai immediately panicked. She rushed over and kept calling Fei Hong's name. Fei Hong lay still for a moment, then simply turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The whole group gathered around her, completely speechless. After checking, Ye Gulu confirmed she had truly passed out. Liu Xiaoyu frowned, so the rumor about the demon sect leader fearing blood was actually true. Even Yun Yu was shocked. She had not fully overcome it. Mu Bai puffed her cheeks in anger, feeling Ye Gulu went too far. Ye Gulu could only sigh. Without this trick, he had no other way to survive. Murong Yuzuo looked disappointed, saying Fei Hong was not even serious, otherwise he would already be dust. Yi Gulu obediently nodded, admitting that was true. But then he suddenly fell silent. His face slowly turned red. Liu Xiaoyu deliberately looked away to avoid the awkward mood. Sadly, that did not help much. Even Yun Yu and Murong Yuzuo began feeling embarrassed. Only Mubai kept staring innocently at that spot. Then she suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Gula's sword directly. Yi Gulu had no time to react. Mubai even curiously shook it a few times. Murong Yuzuo immediately scolded her, asking how she could be so bold. Yun Yu rushed over as well, unwilling to let Mubai monopolize the view. Only Liu Xiaoyu remained frozen, wondering if they were serious or joking with an outsider still present. Yi Gulu was pulled back and forth in panic, shouting for them to stop fighting over it. The already chaotic scene became even more outrageous. Nadir watched in disbelief, unable to understand how she lost to such a bizarre group. After a while, Yi Gulu started discussing something with Nadir. Liu Xiaoyu wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, then asked how they should handle this next. Mubai suggested waiting for Fei Hong to wake up, but Murong Yuzuo felt that was too risky if she attacked again. Yun Yu turned to hear Yu Gula's opinion. Right then, Ye Gulu looked at everyone. He said he told Nadir to leave first, since Fei Hong's original target seemed to be her. Liu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, and recalled Fei Hong did appear because of that divine son. Yun Yu guessed that Fei Hong might actually be the foreign divine son they mentioned before. Even Mubai looked curious. Yi Gulu summed it up. After ascending, they all faced different fates. He and Liu Xiaoyu lost all cultivation. Yun Yu and Mubai even changed races, while Murong Yuzuo lost part of her memory. So he really wanted to know what Fei Hong had gone through. Murong Yuzuo analyzed that Fei Hong likely did not lose her memory, since her personality barely changed. And maybe that was exactly why Ye Gulu ended up suffering this badly. Yun Yu agreed. With Fei Hong's temper, Ye Gulu was definitely not escaping this beating. Yi Gulu could only cough helplessly. He knew that himself, but he was focused on something else, asking if they remembered someone standing beside Fei Hong earlier, a person with very long white hair. Ye Gulu said he felt a familiar pressure from that person, but then they vanished like they never existed. Before he could finish, that very person appeared right behind him, and without a word, threw a punch. In that instant, Ye Gulu felt a terrifying fist intent almost identical to Fei Hong's. With no time to think, he used his body to shield the girls behind him, so he took the full force of the blow. It was a full power strike at Earth Immortal level. The girls behind him could not believe what they were seeing. Yi Gulu only gave a faint smile, saying he was still fine. Luckily, he still had one last defensive treasure. His body burst into golden light, the 100,000 golden armor, forged from the armor of a legendary army, enough for a mortal to block one Earth Immortal strike. Sadly, he only had one set. After saying that, he turned to the girls and sternly told them to leave now. Liu Xiaoyu took a few steps, then suddenly stopped. She coldly called Yi Gula's name, asking how long he planned to keep playing the hero. She pulled out a talisman and activated it on the spot. In an instant, the 5 Thunder True Law was summoned. Yun Yu also stared coldly at the white-haired figure, saying that aura might resemble Fei Hong's, but it was not her, so this time she would not hold back. She immediately deployed a formation to prepare for battle. As for Mubai, she summoned the Longyuan sword. Her eyes turned sharp and serious. Murong Yuzuo bit her finger lightly. Within seconds, poison began spreading around. She even signaled Yi Gulu to step aside. The rest she would handle. Yi Gulu looked at the 4 of them, then sighed helplessly. He knew they would never listen. But the opponent was a true Earth Immortal. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and shot back. So what if it was Earth Immortal? Did he look down on 4 people who once stood at that peak? Yi Gulu calmly looked at the enemy and softly told them to behave. He would be fine, while secretly activating several talismans behind them. Those talismans quietly stuck to each of their backs. Only then did Liu Xiaoyu realize he had prepared this the moment he pushed them away. Yi Gulu smiled at the 4 of them, said see you again, and instantly teleported them away. After sending them off, he finally felt a bit relieved. He knew they were strong. But facing Earth Immortal, with only Foundation Establishment strength, was a gamble he would rather shoulder alone. Yi Gulu then faced the mysterious figure directly. He coughed and tried to sound friendly, asking who she was and why she attacked so fiercely. Maybe they could talk first. But she clearly had no interest in talking and punched again. A terrifying fist intent pressed straight toward him. The next moment, Yi Gulu's figure appeared in midair. He let out a breath of relief, then quickly realized that peak Earth Immortal strike was not meant for him, but to shatter space, and he almost cried thinking his golden armor was wasted. Right then, she appeared behind him again. Yi Gulu turned around, still calm, asking who she really was. The mysterious figure slowly raised her hand to her veil and gently removed it. Yi Gulu stared without blinking. The moment he saw her face clearly, he froze in shock. The girl softly called Yi Gulu's name, then smiled and said she truly missed him. Yi Gulu froze for a few seconds, then desperately searched his memories. He stammered out guesses, thinking she was Shicheng, then guessed Malua Mountain, even jumped to Chenyuan and Earth Saint Lier. The more he thought, the more hopeless he felt. He could not remember her at all, yet her expression was so sincere it did not look fake. While he was confused, a finger suddenly reached out, gently touching his hair. Yi Gulu glanced over and suddenly stiffened. A name flashed in his mind. Could she be Ren Tuoluo? He immediately thought of sword spirits, since some special physiques could see and talk to them, meaning they truly existed. But he had never heard of a cultivation body forming a spirit, let alone splitting into an independent entity, and now it even looked like a young girl. Before ascending, Fei Hong had mastered the demonic art 20 Heavens Ren Tuoluo. Realizing this, Ye Gulu blurted it out loud. He suspected that after ascending, Fei Hong's cultivation body separated and became its own being. He called out Ren Tuoluo's name, and the girl who had been dozing off suddenly woke up, still looking a bit dazed. She replied with a soft huh. Ye Gulu asked when she gained the ability to leave Fei Hong's body freely. Ren Tuoluo honestly said she could do it since arriving in this world, but leaving would strip Fei Hong of her cultivation body, so she stayed hidden. Yi Gulu frowned. If she simply stayed merged, then nothing would change, so why appear now? Ren Tuoluo quietly said Fei Hong no longer needed her. Yi Gulu nodded slowly, since even separated, Fei Hong still had at least Earth Immortal level power, which made no sense. He truly had no idea what happened. Ren Tuoluo said that was exactly why she sought him out alone. Yi Gulu looked at her suspiciously. After a moment, Ren Tuoluo told him to follow her. She led him to a hidden location. Upon arrival, she called for the others to come out. Hearing her signal, several strange figures revealed themselves. One by one, they stepped forward, each carrying a unique aura. The first was Floria from the Elf Death Kingdom. The second was Sigis from the Dwarf Death Kingdom. The third was Yi Kong from the Catfolk Death Kingdom. The fourth was Feng Lai representing the Frost Beast Kingdom. And finally Boyo from the Slime Kingdom. Yi Gulu was stunned by the sight. Ren Tuoluo then introduced their identities. All of them were divine sons. Not long after, Boyo happily latched onto Ye Gulu like they were old friends, even hugging him tightly. Yi Gulu laughed and patted her head, saying he missed her, and wondering how she rose to divine son so quickly. Boyo excitedly told her story in her unique language. Strangely, Ye Gulu understood everything. She kept encountering lucky chances, her cultivation soared, and she eventually became a divine son. Boyo nodded happily as she confirmed it. Ye Gulu smiled along, feeling she was still as adorable as before, until Ren Tuoluo coughed to remind them of the main topic. Luckily, he remembered and turned serious again. He asked if these divine sons were all defeated by Fei Hong. Ren Tuoluo nodded, saying Fei Hong defeated them one by one and even absorbed their power. Yi Gulu was shocked. No wonder Nadir looked half dead when her clone was destroyed. It turned out Fei Hong drained all that power directly. But what caught his attention more was their clothing, clearly styled from their old world before ascension. Everyone dressed like this, simply because Fei Hong liked it. Da Gu Lu could hardly believe it. He could only sigh to himself. Fei Hong was still as domineering as ever, and her status at home was unquestionable. But after thinking about it, defeating others and taking their power didn't really sound like her style. So he immediately asked what was really going on. Yin Tuoluo lowered her voice and explained that it was all that senior's idea. That person was Mu Xianmen, the one Da Gu Lu had mentioned before. Senior Lu Qi. The moment he heard that name, Da Gu Lu looked confused. After all, his Grand Master had once taken away his cultivation too. What exactly was she planning? And that was also the reason Yin Tuoluo came to find him. She wanted to free those people. After all, Yin Tuoluo and Fei Hong were two consciousnesses sharing one body. She couldn't oppose Fei Hong at all, let alone persuade her. So even with power, she couldn't accomplish anything alone. Da Gu Lu immediately understood. To speak to Fei Hong as an equal, he needed matching strength. That was exactly her style. But then he suddenly realized something important. He looked at Yin Tuoluo and asked about her true intentions. Yin Tuoluo nodded. She wanted to give her power to Da Gu Lu and have him persuade Fei Hong, because she knew very well that Da Gu Lu would never harm Fei Hong, making him the safest choice. Da Gu Lu fell into thought. He understood her intention, but his body had its own problems. Inside him, two cultivation bodies already existed. Taking in more cultivation recklessly would definitely break the balance, and might even make him explode on the spot. But Yin Tuoluo shook her head. What she wanted to give him wasn't cultivation, but a cultivation body. Da Gu Lu was genuinely shocked. He never expected it to be a cultivation body rather than pure power. If it was a new independent cultivation body, things would be different since it wouldn't directly disrupt the balance of the two original ones. but forcibly stripping a cultivation body usually caused devastating damage to a cultivator, almost impossible to recover from, unless… Yintuoluo immediately continued, unless she herself was originally a cultivation body. As soon as she finished speaking, she used a spell to remove her outer clothing, and that wasn't all. She directly pushed Da Gulu to the ground. Caught completely off guard, Da Gulu stammered that he understood her plan, but didn't understand why she had to take off her clothes. This situation had completely blindsided him. Blushing, Yintuoluo asked if he knew the Joyous Union's sect secret art called Dragon Water Technique. Da Gulu shut his eyes and admitted he did. He even possessed a higher-level method called Pearl Gathering Art. But what confused him was why Yintuoluo knew so much about these techniques. Hearing that question, she immediately looked embarrassed. Her body felt hot, but she still explained that Fei Hong had studied many Joyous Union sect secret arts, and she had learned quite a few from her. The distance between them had become impossibly close. Even Da Gulu's body temperature began rising. Yintuoluo softly told him to leave everything to her. The two spectators nearby were so awkward, they didn't know where to look. Floria was stunned. She never expected Yintuoluo to be this proactive. Meanwhile, Feng Lai felt Da Gulu being pinned down the whole time was a little embarrassing. Da Gulu took a deep breath. He admitted that being passive felt surprisingly exciting, but there was a limit, so this time he decided to change the situation. As soon as he spoke, he firmly pulled Yintuoluo toward him. Then he immediately took the initiative. Yintuoluo was so surprised that her whole body trembled. The two spectators instantly widened their eyes. Yintuoluo bit her lip and told him to slow down because that thing was already starting to spread. Only then did Floria realize that Da Gulu wasn't weak at all. Even Feng Lai had to admit the guy was pretty formidable. Yintuoluo ran her hand across Da Gulu's muscles. Patterns from his cultivation body and mutated arms gradually appeared across his body. More and more changes became visible. Da Gulu immediately realized the plan was nearly successful. A thrilled smile slowly appeared on his face. Right after that, he began controlling the newly formed arms, making them move with increasing ease. Yintuoluo's pupils instantly shrank in shock, but even that was still not enough to make Da Gulu stop. Biting her lip, Yintuoluo let out a soft moan and struggled to tell him not to use so many arms at once. Floria watched from the side with her jaw dropped. This was way beyond anything she expected. Nikon's face turned bright red. She imagined her ears and tail being attacked at the same time, along with several other spots. She figured she'd probably melt on the spot. Even Boyo was stunned by what he was seeing. It completely exceeded his imagination. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Liu Xiaoyu frowned uneasily. She had no idea whether that idiot was in danger right now. Just then someone gently patted her shoulder. Wen Duyu comforted her, saying Da Gulu was strong enough to handle himself. Even so, Liu Xiaoyu remained worried because this opponent was far too powerful, while Da Gulu had lost all his cultivation. Murong Yuzuo coldly remarked that if he couldn't handle something this simple, then he deserved whatever happened. As for Mu Bai, she firmly believed her Da Kaka was the strongest in the world. Liu Xiaoyu lowered her voice and said none of them could imagine what Da Gulu had gone through at the hands of that girl. As she spoke, she even acted it out with exaggerated gestures. The group immediately became tense. But Liu Xiaoyu wasn't finished yet. She continued describing how that woman had treated Da Gulu afterward, angrily slamming her hand into the ground as jealousy showed all over her face. After hearing that, Wen Duyu frowned and felt she was the only one allowed to treat Da Gulu that way. Still, they wondered if they should go look for Fei Hong since that person seemed to be one of her subordinates. Murong Yuzuo agreed. If they found Fei Hong, they would likely find both that person and Da Gulu. The moment Mu Bai heard that, she eagerly wanted to leave at once. Without wasting time, Liu Xiaoyu quickly cast a tracking spell. In an instant, she locked on to Fei Hong's location. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great yet. If they moved fast, they could still catch up, and Fei Hong had probably awakened already. Hearing that, Mu Bai immediately shouted, "Long Yin sword, come here." Then she jumped straight onto the sword. After that, she waved everyone else over. Wen Duyu laughed. It had been a long time since she last flew on a sword like this. Then she stepped aboard as well. Afterward, she turned and called for Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and warned them not to fly over crowded areas, or her identity might be exposed. With that said, she climbed onto the sword too. Then they called for Murong Yuzuo. Murong Yuzuo looked speechless at the sight of everyone squeezing onto a single sword. But in the end, she stepped on as well. The four of them lined up on the sword like a tiny train, looking both funny and adorable. The weight was probably too much, so Mu Bai had to pour in a huge amount of spiritual energy. Only then did the sword barely lift off the ground. The moment it started moving, everyone on top nearly lost their balance. Thankfully, things stabilized after a while. After flying for some time, Murong Yuzuo began wondering if they were moving a little too slowly. Mu Bai immediately fell silent. A moment later, she blushed and admitted her cultivation level was still too low. Being able to fly the sword at all was already her limit. After quite a long journey, they finally returned to the previous location. But then, Wen Duyu quickly realized they were too late. Fei Hong had already left. Meanwhile, back with Da Gulu, he and Yintuoluo still hadn't stopped, though both were clearly exhausted. Even the two spectators, watching the entire time, were starting to feel embarrassed for them because it had gone on for far too long. If it were them, they would have given up long ago. Only then did Da Gulu ask Yintuoluo if it was almost finished. Yintuoluo gently nodded. But at that very moment, she suddenly cried out as a brilliant light burst forth below them. Right afterward, the door was pushed open. Fei Hong had returned. She looked inside. First, she saw the ministers staring at her with bright eyes. But when she looked farther in, she immediately spotted Da Gulu and Yintuoluo. Breathing heavily, Yintuoluo told Fei Hong that she was one step too late. As soon as she finished speaking, Yintuoluo's body transformed into streams of light, right before Da Gulu's eyes. All of that light rushed straight into his body. Seeing Fei Hong steadily approaching, Da Gulu quickly scrambled to his feet. Holding up his pants, Da Gulu hurriedly told Fei Hong to hear him out. He truly wanted to explain everything. But right then, half of his body suddenly smiled and said there was no need to explain. Da Gulu froze on the spot. Instinctively, he reached up and touched the other half of his face. Yintuoluo continued, saying she and Fei Hong shared one original body, so she could never resist her. Now that she was inside Da Gulu, yet separate from both him and Fei Hong, she finally belonged to no one and had gained her freedom. Da Gulu still looked confused. If she was free, why enter his body at all? He honestly couldn't keep up. Yintuoluo fell silent for a moment. Then she reminded them that she had said before she wanted a serious talk with Fei Hong, so she borrowed Da Gulu's body to do it. Fei Hong stared coldly and demanded Yintuoluo leave his body immediately. Yintuoluo refused, saying only in this state could she speak to Fei Hong as an equal. Fei Hong's expression turned even colder as she ordered her again. But in the next second, Yintuoluo directly controlled Da Gulu's body and threw a punch. The terrifying force blasted Fei Hong far away. She slammed hard into the ground. Not giving her time to react, Yintuoluo rushed in again. The next punch went straight for Fei Hong's face. Luckily, Fei Hong tilted her head and dodged in time. She countered instantly with a kick aimed at the opponent's knee, then used the opening to flip her over the shoulder and slammed her straight into the ground. Fei Hong was about to follow up with another punch, but suddenly stopped midway. Even so, the shockwave still sent Yintuoluo flying. She braced herself against the ground to steady her body, then angrily demanded to know if Fei Hong was really attacking her for real. Her eyes were already red, on the verge of tears. Seeing that reaction, Fei Hong hesitated slightly. Yintuoluo smashed her fist into the ground, sending debris everywhere. She accused Fei Hong of being inconsistent and launched a flurry of punches. Chunks of earth shot toward Fei Hong like cannon fire. Fei Hong charged forward, shattering every piece of debris midair. At that moment, Yintuoluo suddenly emerged from the dust to ambush her, but Fei Hong instantly switched direction and counterpunched. As the attack threw off her balance, Yintuoluo kicked hard at Fei Hong's thigh, locking her leg in place, then used force to slam Fei Hong down. Yet Fei Hong managed to brace with both hands and stop the fall. Yintuoluo grew more furious and rushed in again. Fei Hong alone restrained 3 of her arms at once, then gathered full strength and threw her again. The violent slam drove Yintuoluo straight into the ground, but Fei Hong gave her no time to recover, immediately following up with another strike to the face, relentlessly overpowering her with brutal throws, forcing Yintuoluo flat against the ground, and then continuing the barrage of blows. But right at that moment, Yintuoluo suddenly drove her foot hard into Fei Hong's back, knocking her forward off balance. Feeling wronged and furious, Yintuoluo accused Fei Hong of lying. She said Fei Hong once claimed she wasn't close to those ministers, yet now she was fighting for them. Fei Hong firmly insisted she was innocent and told Yintuoluo to trust her. But Yintuoluo refused to listen and locked Fei Hong's arm, then slammed her down once more. In a burst of jealousy, Yintuoluo rained down punches, declaring she no longer believed Fei Hong and would defeat her and kill those people. Her jealousy had completely exploded. Fei Hong let out a soft sigh, then unleashed a kick so powerful it felt like space itself was being crushed. In that instant, Yintuoluo's gaze froze, because Fei Hong's punch had stopped right beside her. Yintuoluo's pupils shrank in terror. She unconsciously stepped back. When she turned to look behind her, she saw that the force had opened up an entire inner realm, but soon realized it wasn't just a normal inner realm, it was the void realm. With a single strike, Fei Hong had pierced through the great world itself. Fei Hong slowly stood up, her eyes fixed forward. At that very moment, Da Gulu's consciousness regained control of his body. He stared blankly at Fei Hong. because her power now had far surpassed the peak limits of the immortal continent. Not only that, she had even gone beyond the Ascension realm itself. Yintuolu silently bit her lip. A moment later, unwillingness appeared on her face. She angrily shouted that she hadn't lost yet. This had to be a fluke. She would definitely defeat Fei Hong. Come again. Hearing those words, Fei Hong walked over and slapped her, then coldly told her to stop causing trouble. Yintuoluo glanced at Fei Hong. Her heart felt deeply hurt. Fei Hong had actually struck her, and she had done it because of those ministers. Dagulu was completely confused, while Yintuoluo suddenly burst into tears, accusing Fei Hong of spending every day with the ministers, and even letting them wear nice clothes. The two of them used to be inseparable, so she hated those people and didn't want them around. Only then did Dagulu finally understand. Yintuoluo never wanted to save the ministers at all, and it was obvious those ministers adored Fei Hong. So Yintuoluo wanted to defeat Fei Hong and drive them all away so nobody could stay by her side. It was pure jealousy. If she had just said that from the beginning, things would have been much simpler. Meanwhile, the four beauties were elsewhere. Wen Duyu discovered traces left behind from opening an inner realm. That meant they had most likely entered it already. Liu Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said that even if that was true, their current cultivation wasn't enough to forcibly open someone else's inner realm. Wen Duyu narrowed her eyes and said there might still be a way. She then asked Murong Yuzuo whether she still had the 6 Dazer's poison that could temporarily boost cultivation. Murong Yuzuo nodded, but reminded everyone that the side effects were well known. This poison temporarily sealed emotions and desires, allowing the user to enter an extreme Dao heart state and gain a huge boost in cultivation. But once the effect ended, those suppressed desires would rebound and drive the user insane. Liu Xiaoyu was startled and asked Wen Duyu how confident she was. Wen Duyu quickly calculated that with Liu Xiaoyu's tracking talisman, her formation array, and Mu Bai's Longyuan sword, they still had a chance. Hearing her role in the plan, Mu Bai immediately got excited. But Wen Duyu also made it clear that she could only guarantee success if their cultivation was strong enough. Liu Xiaoyu immediately asked how much they were still lacking. Wen Duyu raised one finger and said only a tiny bit. Liu Xiaoyu began hesitating, but Murong Yuzuo felt the problem was manageable. She suggested diluting the 6 Desires poison and letting everyone take some. That would make up the difference without pushing them into madness. Liu Xiaoyu curiously asked what the side effect would be after dilution. Murong Yuzuo coughed awkwardly before answering. At worst, their bodies would feel a little overheated. Hearing that, Liu Xiaoyu immediately agreed. Wen Duyu and Mu Bai didn't object either. Meanwhile, back with Dagulu, Fei Hong was still demanding that Yintuoluo leave his body. But Yintuoluo stubbornly refused, and even declared that she still wanted to kill those ministers. A few head pats wouldn't change her mind. Fei Hong's expression instantly turned cold. She warned Yintuoluo to stop committing pointless acts of violence and come out immediately. But Yintuoluo remained defiant. She claimed that through dual cultivation she had taken control of Dagulu's body, and unless she left willingly, even Fei Hong couldn't force her out. Fei Hong's gaze darkened. She calmly replied that if she continued dual cultivation with Dagulu, she could naturally force Yintuoluo out of his body. Both Dagulu and Yintuoluo were stunned by that statement. Dagulu hurriedly tried to stop her, telling Fei Hong to calm down because dual cultivation wasn't something to do casually. Yintuoluo snorted and said she was the one controlling this body now. If she didn't agree, Fei Hong couldn't do anything. Fei Hong said nothing. She simply waved her hand, and the last remaining piece of clothing on Dagulu instantly shattered. The two consciousnesses sharing the same body immediately panicked. Then Fei Hong raised her hand once more. A chair suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Then ropes materialized out of nowhere, locking Dagulu firmly onto the chair. Embarrassed and flustered, he begged Fei Hong not to act impulsively. But Fei Hong ignored him and slowly removed her high heels, then stepped closer and firmly pressed down, right on his most sensitive spot. The two consciousnesses in one body let out a moan at the same time, and the sound only grew louder. Fei Hong found the expression amusing. Weren't they the ones claiming she couldn't force anything? Looks like it wasn't that simple after all. Humans really are strange creatures. The more they're suppressed, the more they want to resist. The more they're pushed, the stronger their will becomes. Some say it's just instinct. Others believe that just the right amount of pain brings a thrilling pleasure. Either way, the result was obvious. A real man often rises even harder when pressured the most. Yintuoluo, however, clearly wasn't enjoying this. Completely opposite to the smiling Fei Hong. Blushing, she told Dagulu that his body was way too strange. Dagulu could only laugh helplessly. He even gave an especially annoying grin. Still shocked, Yintuoluo asked why he reacted like that when Fei Hong applied so much force. It was obviously not normal. Dagulu froze for a few seconds. then remembered Yin Tuolua was sharing his body, meaning she felt everything too. He immediately denied it, saying she was framing him, and he wasn't like that at all. But Yin Tuolua exposed him instantly. Sharing one body meant she knew every reaction clearly, and when Fei Hong stepped on him like that, she admitted it actually felt a little good. Da Gu Lu was completely stunned. Turns out he found someone with the same taste, a rare soulmate indeed. Even though his mind was running wild, he kept a serious face. Then he looked at Yin Tuolua and asked, did she want to try something even more exciting? A dangerous smile curved on his lips. He turned to Fei Hong and deliberately provoked her, asking if she was too weak to use more strength. Or maybe she hadn't eaten today? Fei Hong paused slightly. She pressed her lips together. Then her cold gaze slowly scanned Da Gu Lu from head to toe. What followed escalated to a terrifying level. Da Gu Lu trembled all over, but he had to admit Fei Hong was overwhelmingly strong. No wonder she secretly studied the Joyous Union Sect's secret arts, and she was also a top-tier body cultivator. The scariest part was her perfect control, delivering just enough pain to feel real while blending it with extreme pleasure. Not too much, not too little. For Da Gu Lu, it felt like ascending on the spot. If he hadn't previously endured the combined assault of Liu Xiaoyu, Wen Duyu, Mu Bai, and Murong Yuzuo, he might have collapsed already. But it wasn't only Da Gu Lu reacting. Even Yin Tuoluo trembled non-stop, feeling like she was about to lose control. Only then did Da Gu Lu remember she was still inside him. If Yin Tuoluo couldn't hold back now, then he'd be done for too. Just as he shouted for her to endure it a bit longer before he could finish, Yin Tuoluo lost control, causing Da Gu Lu's body to release instantly. In the next second, everything shot forward, landing directly on Fei Hong's face. Fei Hong narrowed her eyes, showing clear disdain. So that was all? Da Gu Lu went completely silent, then cried out that it didn't count and wasn't his fault. He wasn't the one who lost control. But right at that moment, the four beauties successfully entered the inner realm. The moment Da Gu Lu saw them, half his soul nearly left his body. Even Fei Hong paused her movements. Liu Xiaoyu, Murong Yuzuo, Mu Bai, and Wen Duyu all stood frozen on the spot. None of them expected Yi Gu Lu to be into something this weird. Yi Gu Lu quickly explained that it wasn't what they thought. He begged everyone to hear his explanation first. But Liu Xiaoyu was already furious and raised a talisman to make him suffer. Just as she was about to strike, Wen Dudu rushed over to stop her. Liu Xiaoyu was so worked up that she pointed at Wen Dudu too. Wen Dudu immediately pulled her aside and whispered her analysis. If Yi Gu Lu really liked this kind of thing, then why not play along and do it the way he likes? The girls froze after hearing that suggestion. Then even Liu Xiaoyu and Mu Bai started going along with it. Only Murong Yuzuo still felt a little embarrassed. But to fit the mood, she eventually joined in too. She even altered her body to match the situation. It looked like things were really about to begin. The four of them stared at Yi Gu Lu like predators ready to pounce. Yi Gu Lu was so scared his heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly told them to think this through. This was practically an attack on a fellow righteous cultivator and their senior brother. Liu Xiaoyu and Wen Dudu only glared at him coldly. Yi Gu Lu desperately warned them there would be no turning back after this. But Mu Bai and Murong Yuzuo only looked at him with dangerous eyes. He kept explaining that if something went wrong, how would they cultivate together later? Before he could finish, all four attacked at once, and his cries echoed through the realm. Yi Gu Lu's voice rang everywhere as if it could shake the entire space. A long while later, he finally sat down again. Liu Xiaoyu stood frozen in place. Murong Yuzuo wasn't much better. Even Mu Bai looked completely stunned. Only Yun Dudu kept her mysterious smile. Liu Xiaoyu frowned and called her out directly. So what Yun Dudu mentioned earlier, was this? This was the so-called satisfaction? Hearing that, Yi Gu Lu instantly pretended not to understand anything. Even Yun Dudu didn't expect things to turn out this way, but the others hadn't gone easy on him either. Still, nobody could have guessed that this guy would be into something like that. Liu Xiaoyu suddenly had no idea how to handle the situation. At that moment, Fei Hong spoke up and told them to move aside so he could cultivate with Yi Gu Lu. Murong Yuzuo was immediately shocked. Fei Hong explained that he needed to force the cultivation energy out of Ye Gu Lu's body, but Yun Dudu stopped him and said he still didn't understand the fool's condition. Yi Gu Lu couldn't dual cultivate normally and could literally explode if pushed too far. Fei Hong looked at him with doubt after hearing that. Liu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and decided to let the matter go. After all, things had already reached this point. Yun Dudu even coughed meaningfully on purpose. Murong Yuzuo also declared that nobody was leaving her out. Mu Bai was extremely excited about practicing swordsmanship with everyone. Only Fei Hong stood there confused about everything. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lu Qi chuckled and said Yi Gu Lu was about to cause trouble again. Natir frowned in confusion. If Lu Qi knew it would end like this, why had she stopped her disciple before? Lucci laughed because she knew any warning would have been useless. Natir didn't know that the group had cultivated pure yang arts before, yet those women only wanted Yi Gu Lu. That frustration had built up since before their ascension. Natir still didn't understand, so why forbid him at all? Lucci smiled and said she didn't truly understand Yi Gu Lu. That guy was actually a lot like her. The more people told him not to dual cultivate, the more he wanted to know why. The more they forbade him from provoking higher beings, the more curious he became. Even if they told him not to pierce the heavens, he would still wonder why he couldn't. Both of them followed their hearts. Lucci alone, even with her sword, might not be enough to break the deadlock. But if Yi Gu Lu joins in, then anything can happen. Suddenly, she remembered that ManhwaCapped was still using Natir's clone. Hearing that, Natir instantly turned pale. Lucci calmly said the clone would definitely react soon. Natir was so embarrassed she almost ran away. But Lucci grabbed her before she could move. She even gave a dangerous smile, clearly not letting her escape. Back on Yi Gu Lu's side, he was already breathing heavily. When he saw the bare legs in front of him, his eyes locked in place and refused to look away. ManhwaCapped quickly told him to stop staring, or she would shrink from embarrassment. Yun Dudu bluntly asked if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Liu Xiaoyu threatened to settle the score later, while Mu Bai wondered if he could handle it. Fei Hong looked even more confused, feeling that none of this was normal. Surrounded by all those questions, Yi Gu Lu gave only one answer. He shouted in pure excitement that he had finally waited for this day. From early morning, it rolled like thick clouds. By evening, it turned into a long storm. Since ancient times, the bond between man and woman has been praised as one of life's greatest joys. Countless beautiful words were written to glorify it. But in the world of cultivation, things are completely different. On the surface, it looks like pure chaos. In truth, it is a natural circulation of cultivation. It seems like soul and body becoming one. But beneath that surface, it feels more like a clash between yin and yang. In the eyes of male cultivators, there are countless weapons. Some legends even speak of 99 different styles. But for most men, the most direct and familiar one is the flexible, soft sword. It moves smoothly, hard to defend against, specializing in wrapping and suppression. There is also the on-finger strike, precise and deadly, ending the fight with a single hit to the weak point. Then comes the two-finger technique, focused on control, tightening down until the opponent cannot resist. The five-finger form is different. It represents the complete state, combining press, stroke, grip, and crush. Of course, there is also the spear of pure yang, known as the king of weapons, fierce and overbearing like a dragon diving into the sea. For female cultivators, however, their most unique weapon is the twin peaks before their chest, capable of crushing and locking an enemy in place. What was mentioned next was the secret treasure pagoda. This treasure sucks in enemies or their weapons, and forcefully refines them, especially restraining the spear of pure yang, but at heavy cost to the user. And just like that, the battle officially began. This time, the battlefield was inside the cultivator's inner realms. Though the scene inside was intense, deciding a true winner was still far away. Yi Gu Lu was defending tightly. The problem was, he was outnumbered. And on top of that, Rentuoluo kept interfering. Yi Gu Lu could only click his tongue helplessly. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on external help. Thinking of that, he immediately took something out. It was that talisman. The moment Liu Xiaoyu saw it, she was shocked. She frowned and demanded to know where he got it. Yi Gu Lu smirked and asked if she once wondered why it suddenly disappeared. Turns out he had casually taken it when visiting the Celestial Master Manor. He even teased that a Grand Celestial Master secretly drawing such strange talismans in her private chamber sounded suspicious. Exposed like that, Liu Xiaoyu was too embarrassed to speak. Yi Gu Lu seized the chance to counterattack. Yun Dudu instantly realized he was targeting Liu Xiaoyu's inner vineyard within her twin Luan realm. Once it hit, her sensations would be amplified tenfold. Yun Dudu only clicked her tongue in disdain. Right then, Mu Bai suddenly tried to report the situation. Because Yi Gu Lu had already launched the spear of pure yang straight into Liu Xiaoyu's secret domain. Yun Dudu and ManhwaCapped were both stunned. Fei Hong could only sigh, because it was already too late to stop it. The battle fully erupted, and soon after, Liu Xiaoyu went completely limp. She could only blame that fool Yi Gu Lu, because he did not even give her a moment to rest. Yun Dudu could only sigh at the sight. If this continued, things would get out of control. After thinking for a while, she took out the twin wind hammers. Her aura flared as she charged straight at Yi Gu Lu. Mu Bai, Fei Hong, and ManhwaCapped all told her not to push herself and just team up instead. But Yun Dudu refused. She said it was time for everyone to witness the true power of a succubus. With that, she rushed forward and warned Yi Gu Lu to be careful. Yi Gu Lu instantly grew serious. The pressure this time was immense. However, he was still hiding one more move, his own secret weapon. At the same time, elsewhere, Natir was breathing heavily. Her body was almost completely drained. Lu Qi stood beside her smiling and praised her for enduring silently the whole time. Natir lowered her head in embarrassment, since it was not even her turn yet. Lu Qi laughed, surprised her reaction was already this intense. Natir turned her face away in shame. Just then Lu Qi sensed something unusual. The surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. She looked up to observe. Strange arms suddenly appeared and touched her face. Lu Qi let out a soft sigh, but her eyes showed surprise. She did not expect the other party to arrive so soon, and immediately summoned her immortal sword. The moment the sword appeared, inside the inner realm, Mubai, Fei Hong and Murong Yuzhua looked at Yun Dudu with deep expressions. Only Lu Xiaoyu showed pure disdain. Clearly Yun Dudu had lost completely. Yi Gu Lu had officially won. Seeing that, he stepped forward. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Yun Dudu looked at him speechless. Then Yi Gu Lu lunged forward. He grabbed her horns directly. Next, he leapt high, raised the staff in his hand, and brought it down with full force, aiming straight at the vital point. The direct strike left Yun Dudu completely unable to resist. Even the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Mu Bai and Fei Hong had no idea what was happening. Murong Yuzhuo explained that it was Yun Dudu's twin Luan storm inner realm, and once it shook, the impact was terrifying. And indeed, it was just like she said. Liu Xiaoyu at that moment was nearly blasted away by the shockwaves. Meanwhile, on Lu Qis' side, she had just slain that thing. Looking at the scene before her, she felt like they were deliberately stirring up trouble, and their methods were honestly boring. But then she sensed something was wrong. Soon after, space gradually stabilized. Lu Qi looked ahead. Sure enough, Natir had been ambushed and struggled to ask what was going on. Wasn't Lu Qis' rank even higher than Ali Sidade? Then how could she still invade this domain? Lu Qi coldly demanded to know why Ali Sidade attacked Natir. Ali Sidade smiled faintly and said it was simple, because Natir was temporarily standing on Lu Qis' side. Lu Qis' gaze turned icy. In her view, Natir had never pledged herself to her, but Ali Sidade was the one bowing to someone else. Hearing that, Ali Sidade smiled even brighter, saying if she could appear here, then Lu Qi should already know who stood behind her. But what Lu Qi did not understand was that Ali Sidade had once stepped into the myriad realms. Yet now she was still willing to carry the name of a fraud. Or was she planning to be someone else's dog forever? Ali Sidade only sneered. In her eyes, Lu Qi had no chance of winning. Lu Qi calmly asked whether she was now qualified to be their opponent, since she had a disciple she cherished deeply. But Ali Sidade believed Yi Gu Lu alone was still not enough. Even adding Lu Qi would not change the outcome. Lu Qi gave a faint smile. In her eyes, it was Ali Sidade and those behind her who were not qualified. Ali Sidade narrowed her eyes and suggested they clash right now. Lu Qi immediately locked eyes with her. Meanwhile, Natir was still trapped in Ali Sidade's grasp, struggling and screaming. Annoyed, Ali Sidade activated a spell. Strange arms appeared and stroked across Natir's face. Then they sealed her mouth shut and slowly tightened, aiming to crush her life away. Lu Qi frowned and closed her eyes, clearly unwilling to watch. Golden blood from Natir splattered everywhere. Ali Sidade even tasted it like she was savoring fine wine. Then she smiled and said they would meet again. Lu Qi coldly told her to get lost. Ali Sidade did not get angry and vanished on the spot. After a while, Lu Qi planted her sword into the ground, using it to steady her body. Even just a fragment of Ali Sidade's soul had injured her badly. Inside the inner realm, Mu Bai and Fei Hong were watching the battle nervously. The entire place looked like a battlefield in flames. Murong Yuzhuo even doubted her own eyes, because Yi Gu Lu was terrifyingly aggressive. Fei Hong broke into cold sweat, realizing Yi Gu Lu's body techniques were no joke. Liu Xiaoyu, however, focused on how Yun Dudu kept provoking him and secretly planned to try that herself next time. Mu Bai nodded, treating it as handsome combat experience. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from above. It covered Murong Yuzhuo. Her body unexpectedly split into two. Murong Yuzhuo and Natir stared at the other figure in shock. She could not believe another consciousness had been hiding inside her body. Natir awkwardly told her not to look like that, since all her previous clones had already been destroyed, and the one who destroyed them was Fei Hong. Called out suddenly, Fei Hong tried to recall the past. Soon he remembered. Natir really was unlucky. Her clones shattered by Fei Hong, and her true body just destroyed, leaving this final fragment. Realizing the situation, she blushed and asked what exactly these people were doing. When she saw Yun Dudu lying weakly nearby, her eyes widened in panic. Yun Dudu weakly admitted that Yi Gu Lu was truly formidable. Just then, she trembled, because Murong Yuzhuo had been grabbed by someone. Even Natir began to panic. Murong Yuzhuo was directly dragged away. Yi Gu Lu revealed a sly smile. In the past, the two of them were always the ones in control. He slowly drew out his weapon. This time, it was finally his turn to counterattack. At just the first move, Murong Yuzuo could not hold back a cry. Even Natir felt the same sensation. By the second move, both of them were trembling too hard to stand. Yi Galu's battle spirit was fully ignited. It did not take long. Murong Yuzuo and Natir were already begging him to stop. But as a true man, once he made a move, there was no stopping halfway. Murong Yuzuo's eyes were already misty with tears. Natir blushed and asked why Yi Gulu was even using his legs, saying it was too much. The others outside stared without blinking. Even if they had seen this before, it still felt outrageous every time. In just a moment, the volcano erupted. Fragments scattered everywhere. Natir asked with a trembling voice if Yi Gulu was done yet, and if so, to hurry to the next step. Two souls sharing one body was an extremely rare state. Even on the vast Yunlai continent, there were only a few records of it. But in this chaotic situation, one body holding two souls at once was beyond special. They were not torn apart. They did not go insane. And they did not explode from overload. All because their synchronization was incredibly high. The same preferences, the same alluring temperament, even the same sensitive points. And that was the miracle of two souls in one body. The pleasure it created was not simply doubled. It multiplied layer after layer. So after that fierce battle, calling it mutual satisfaction would not even be accurate. In reality, both of them passed out completely, while the others stared without blinking. Yi Gulu casually glanced over, and that alone made the whole group tremble. Then he reached out again, and grabbed someone else by the wrist. Two more were dragged into the chaos. Taking on two at once made the scene even wilder. Mubai could only sigh at how fierce Yi Gulu was. Fei Hong, on the other hand, felt this training was extremely effective. Hearing that, Yi Gulu felt even more fired up and charged back in. Before long, those two could not endure anymore either. And just like that, it lasted a full day and night. Finally, Yi Gulu opened his eyes. He had awakened. He sensed the cultivation flowing inside his body. The result shocked him. He had returned to the land immortal realm, but that made no sense, because he had surpassed ascension long ago. Moreover, he now carried an entirely different state. Fei Hong had already dressed neatly again. She said Lu Qi once told her to gather divine power for Yi Gulu's sake. Hearing that, he froze and asked if she meant through dual cultivation, no, multi-cultivation? Fei Hong blushed and admitted there were other methods. But honestly, this multi-cultivation method was not bad at all. Yi Gulu sat there blankly, recalling how after triple cultivation with Xiao Yu years ago, he was so embarrassed he could not lift his head and even got beaten up by her. Fei Hong was different. As someone of the demonic path, her mindset was far more open. But soon Yi Gulu sensed something was off. His grandmaster once warned him never to dual cultivate or touch higher tier power too early. Could the reason be? His thoughts drifted back 1,000 years to the Yunlai continent. Back then, Lu Qi took Yi Gulu to see a bird. It was injured in one eye. Yi Gulu stared at it for a long time, then asked if he could release it. Lu Qi curiously asked why. Yi Gulu said the bird looked pitiful, trapped in a cage and hurting itself. Lu Qi handed him some healing elixir. Yi Gulu immediately followed her instructions. He dropped the medicine onto the bird's wound. In an instant, the injury disappeared. The bird recovered and chirped happily again. Just then, a voice called out from behind. They turned to see Yun Dudu running over. She was holding the image pearl and said news from Chao Tian's sect had arrived. Lu Qi reached out to take it. She suddenly remembered that today was the day Chen Laozong would ascend. Yun Dudu smiled and said before the ritual, Chen Laozong had entrusted everything to Lu Qi. Lu Qi understood that he wanted her to witness it personally. If the world's vital energy showed no great disturbance, then something was definitely wrong. Thinking that, she called the two children over. Yi Gulu and Yun Dudu looked up at once. Lu Qi smiled and told them to watch the image pearl. Soon after, a massive pillar of light shot into the sky inside the orb. A figure stood within it. For 1,000 years, no one on Yunlai continent had ascended. But today, Chen Changqing of Chao Tian's sect would use the land immortal realm to break the heavens for the mortal world. After saying that, he raised his hand toward the sky. His eyes were filled with emotion, like a final farewell. Not long after, Chen Changqing's figure turned into light and vanished. Yi Gulu and Yun Dudu were completely stunned seeing this for the first time. Yi Gulu asked if Chen Changqing had truly ascended. Lu Qi simply gave a soft confirmation. But Ye Gulu felt Chen Changqing seemed afraid at that moment. Lu Qi looked slightly surprised. Then she laughed, and softly affirmed again. Yi Gulu lowered his voice, and asked if Chen Changqing would never return to see them again. Lu Qi knocked him lightly on the head, and said since he joined, Chen Changqing had only visited once, yet he still could not forget him. Hearing that, Lu Qi let out a quiet sigh. She muttered that Chen was the kind everyone loved, but saying she broke the sky for the world was too much. Honestly, saying she did it for some handsome immortal sounds more believable. Seeing Lu Qi's expression, Ye Gulu grew uneasy and asked softly, Is Chen Changqing already dead? Lu Qi fell silent for a long moment. Then she said, "If fear still lingers in your heart, you will never walk out of that place." Yi Gulu was even more confused. To him, Chen Changxing was always brave, so he didn't like hearing that. Lu Qi gave a helpless smile and said fine. She would stop speaking ill of his Chen, then walked to the bird cage. She gently activated a spell. The cage vanished instantly. The bird inside looked around in confusion. But when it didn't fly away, Yi Gulu asked why it was still there. Lu Qi patted Yun Yuyu's head and said the pill do only heals flesh wounds. For 1,000 years no one ascended, and even the former sect master of Chao Tian sect failed. For Chen Changqing, that cage had always existed. Yi Gulu asked, "So fear is the cage?" Lu Qi looked up at the sky. Birds are trapped in cages, and people are trapped in the mortal world. But it doesn't matter, because she would personally shatter this sky curtain. For 1,000 years, no one on Yunlai continent ascended, until Chen Changqing, at peak Earth immortal level, forced open the sky for the world and died when she failed. That same year, Lu Qi of Muxian sect continued the ascent and broke through the sky herself. From that moment, the cage over the mortal world cracked open, and more ascenders began to appear. Yi Gulu never understood before, but now he realized his Grand Master's ascension was truly outrageous. Sadly, after breaking one cage, another appeared behind it. Even now, he still doesn't know what this so-called cage really is. Yi Gulu kept thinking while Lu Xiaoyu slowly woke up. She groggily asked what nonsense that idiot was overthinking now. Yun Yu guessed Yi Gulu must have gained another insight. Hearing that, Mu Bai looked at him with pure admiration, like a sword aura hidden yet fierce. Murong Yuzuo noticed his cultivation had returned to peak land immortal, but Fei Hong corrected her, saying Yi Gulu had already surpassed that level. While everyone was discussing, Yi Gulu guessed he might have entered the Ascension realm. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. Did he absorb all of Fei Hong's cultivation? Fei Hong nodded and said this had been arranged long ago by Senior Lu Qi. But the more she thought about it, the less it made sense. Lu Qi once warned Yi Gulu never to dual cultivate or touch higher powers, yet she secretly prepared divine-level power for him. She had arranged this strength for him far in advance. Murong Yuzuo felt someone like Lu Qi would never contradict herself. There had to be another reason. Mu Bai agreed. Liu Xiaoyu believed even more that Lu Qi wouldn't make mistakes. If something felt wrong, they just hadn't understood yet. Yi Gulu sank back into thought. But in the end, he decided asking his Grandmaster directly would be faster than guessing. A short while later, Yi Gulu changed into a completely new outfit. His aura was nothing like his usual lazy self. He called Gu Lun, and she appeared the moment he finished speaking. Yi Gulu glanced at his harem behind him and said he would be back soon. They nodded in response. He then asked Gu Lun to take him to see his Grandmaster. As he finished speaking, their figures slowly disappeared. At the same time, on a snow-covered mountain peak, Lu Qi was already waiting there. Not long after, Yi Gulu appeared behind her. He softly called out to her. Lu Qi responded in a calm tone. Yi Gulu didn't waste time and asked what the cage really was. Lu Qi smiled and said, if he still doesn't know what the cage is, then to him it has never existed. After hearing that, Yi Gulu frowned and started thinking. Then he shot back. A bird in a cage may not know what a cage is, but it still can't fly out. Ignorance doesn't make it disappear. Lu Qi smiled and praised him for finally making some progress. But Yi Gulu asked again, what exactly is this cage? Lu Qi looked up at the sky and said slowly, the cage is the countless forms of the mortal world. Yi Gulu was still confused. Lu Qi gave a faint smile and continued. Some people are bound by blood ties. Some drown in the pain of love. Some spend their whole lives crushed by survival. Others are buried by time itself. Many can't even escape the fear inside their own hearts. There are endless examples. You could talk about it forever. What Lu Qi wondered was how much Yi Gulu truly understood. He admitted honestly that he understood none of it. Lu Qi laughed and said that's why the cage barely exists for him. But Yi Gulu refused to believe it. A cage doesn't vanish just because the one inside can't see it. Lu Qi let out a long breath, as if this was the moment she had been waiting for. Even now, Yi Gulu had kept his original heart, truly impressive. She once thought his memories would make things troublesome, but forgetting everything turned out to be better. Still, what exactly is this cage? Yi Gulu began piecing everything together again. Maybe his path had been too smooth, so nothing ever bound him. That's why ascension felt easy. But thinking deeper, that didn't seem related to the cage his Grandmaster broke on Yunlai. From Beastman to Jiao sect to Divine Sons, he advanced without obstacles. Yet no one in this world had ever ascended, because his Grandmaster still existed, meaning the cage was still intact. So, in the end, the cage never disappeared. He just couldn't see it. Then why couldn't he see it? Was his life simply too smooth? He recalled the one moment he had ever tasted failure. And suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Lu Qi simply smiled, as if she knew he would figure it out. Yi Gulu looked at her in shock. The cage was Lu Qi, or rather his Grandmaster herself was his chain. Lu Qi clapped happily, and praised him for guessing perfectly. but her eyes suddenly turned cold as she asked what he planned to do next. Almost instantly, Lu summoned his immortal sword. He stared at her and asked if she was in the Ascension realm. Lu Qi admitted it calmly and said she was only slightly stronger than him. Lu nodded, as if confirming his guess. Then, he said nothing more. He simply lowered his sword. The blade stabbed straight into the ground. Lu Qi was briefly surprised. She asked if he wasn't going to fight her, but Lu sighed and said, "Why bother?" Lu Qi was stunned. Wasn't she the cage trapping him? Lu replied calmly that yes, Lu Qi had stopped him from many things. But everything she forbade, he did anyway. No dual cultivation, he did it. Not just one, but multiple. Didn't want him to rise in realm. He still reached Ascension, closing the gap with her. Told him not to attract those beings outside. Now he not only wants their attention, he plans to seek them out himself. So that cage, he shattered it with his own hands long ago. Hearing that, Lu Qi smiled in satisfaction. He had finally met her expectations. But Lu still had one question. He connected every other clue except the candied hawthorn. He didn't know its real purpose. Lu Qi answered directly. Inside it was intent, and without it, he could never ascend again. Lu was surprised. Was that intent hers? Lu Qi only smiled gently. Long ago, Lu lent her that intent. Now she was simply returning it to its rightful owner. After hearing that, Lu honestly admitted he had no idea what she meant. Lu Qi didn't care. She said one day he would understand. Lu nodded and asked directly, "So this time, who are we dealing with?" Lu Qi kept that mysterious smile. She slowly pointed to the side. Space tore open like water, and Alicine Jaduk stepped out. She even winked playfully at them like an old friend. Lu Qi assigned the target. That one was for Lu. As for her, she would hunt the bigger prey. The moment she finished speaking, she vanished. Lu Qi appeared in a completely different space. It was dark and eerie, a world of only black and white. She looked forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. This time she had only one goal: cut it down. The thing binding the entire world. The cage called the Mortal Realm. The Ascension Realm. A level beyond all supreme beings. Unlike Earth immortal battles that shatter mountains, their battlefield exists inside worlds they create themselves. Though Ali Si Daduk and Lu were equal in level, once he was dragged into her domain. Then, in this place, she was absolute ruler. But Lu stayed calm. He said a cave heaven world isn't real, just rules and cultivation shaped by its master. Sure, Ali Si Daduk was gigantic here, but big doesn't always mean useful. Then he gave a wicked grin and dove straight into her pant leg. Ali Si Daduk frowned at the strange ticklish feeling. Meanwhile, Lu climbed upward along her leg. He even muttered that the scale was truly massive. Well, since he was already here, he dove straight inside, bold as ever. Ali Si Daduk froze on the spot. She quickly tried to stop him, but she couldn't resist at all. Lu caused chaos inside, smug like he'd already won. But suddenly, Ali Si Daduk appeared right behind him. She laughed and asked if this was really how he imagined defeating her, making him pause. He turned and realized he had fallen into an illusion, and worse, he didn't know when it began. More terrifying was how something could affect even an Ascension Realm cultivator. Ali Si Daduk smiled and said it wasn't an illusion, just forcing him to experience a possible future between them. She teased that she didn't expect him to imagine, shrinking down and tormenting her like that. But the show was over, because the moment he stood frozen was enough for her to finish everything. She had prepared it long ago. Countless strange threads shot from the void and wrapped around Lu. They tightened, locking him in place, then pressed him flat onto a sheet of paper. His body shrank into an image inside it, falling to the ground before she picked it up. She looked at the trapped version of Lu, smiling with satisfaction, saying she told Lu Qi he wasn't that impressive. But right then, Lu's voice sounded behind her. He laughed coldly, finally understanding her method. He raised one finger toward her. Ali Si Daduk turned sharply. In front of her was Lu's eerie face, ready to crush her with a single finger. She stiffened, fear flashing in her eyes. But at that instant, she raised her hand and blocked his finger. Now it was his turn to be surprised. Ali Si Daduk frowned at him like scolding a naughty child, asking what he planned to do to a little girl like her. As if he were the unreasonable one. Lu stood silent for a few seconds, then sighed helplessly. He looked at her in frustration. He planned to settle this with Dao, but she wasn't weaker at all. So who was she really? By his standards, she was just a busty glasses girl. Lu felt that answer made zero sense, but it didn't matter. If Dao couldn't decide the winner, then they would switch to martial force. The moment he finished speaking, he summoned his immortal sword. In an instant, countless sword marks pierced through Ali Si Jaduk's body. She was gravely wounded, blood spraying everywhere. Even she couldn't believe what just happened. Lu walked forward calmly and said an Ascension Realm sword cultivator isn't just for show. Ali Si Daduk frowned. This was her domain. How could his sword be that fast? Lu shook his head. It wasn't that the sword was fast. He had skipped the act of drawing it entirely. In his view, the peak of martial Tao is only about results. Flash of power and insane speed are just appearances. When he strikes, he only cares about achieving the goal, and this time, the goal was to cut her. So now, it was truly over. Ali Sin Da Duk stayed silent for a long time. Then she slowly spoke. She said yes, it should end, and instantly the world changed. Yi Gulu now wore a patient gown, holding a ruler pointed at her. She looked at him coldly and said he had been telling this story for 3 years. It was time to stop. Yi Gulu stared at the ruler in his hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Where is this?" Ali Sin Da Duk said he had been lost in delusion for too long, so of course this place felt unfamiliar, because this was the real world. Yi Gulu's face turned pale. His hands trembled, and the ruler fell to the ground. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in panic, unable to accept the truth. Everything, from himself to those girls, had never existed as he believed. He was never a genius cultivator, never practiced pure yang art, never ascended. He was simply a complete failure. He couldn't adapt to real society. After suppressing himself for too long, his mind broke. Yi Gulu was actually a patient of Ali Sin Da Duk, and now she would reintroduce herself. Her real name was Li Xiaozhen, his attending psychiatrist. He could just call her Dr. Li. Even the name Yi Gulu didn't exist in reality. His real name was. Hearing this, despair flooded his heart. He couldn't believe everything was fake. Ali Sin Da Duk knew exactly what he was thinking, especially about the girls. But she said they weren't fake. Based on his stories and her online research, those people truly existed in real life. Liu Xiaoyu is the center of the rising girl group Pink Pheromone, cute yet bold. With hit songs she produced herself. A true star of Murong Entertainment. Wen Juju is a trending illustrator online, famous for drawing popular light novels. Talented and charming, with a rapidly growing fan base. Mu Bai is a best-selling light novel author who knows exactly what male readers want. People once thought the author was a man, until she revealed herself as a quiet, beautiful girl. Her popularity exploded, and she often collaborated with Wen Juju. Murong Yuzuo is the CEO of Murong Entertainment. After taking over from old master Murong, she pushed Pink Pheromone to the top. Once low profile, she shocked everyone at a press conference with her stunning beauty. Her fan club now has over 10 million members. Fei Hong is a female MMA champion with countless gold belts. She now runs a private security company, reportedly handling Murong Yuzuo's protection. There are even rumors she's close to Liu Xiaoyu. Ali Sin Da Duk could see clearly that these women were real and famous. The only problem was, none of them knew Yi Gulu. To her, it was both tragic and laughable, a complete failure comforting himself with fantasies about extraordinary women. He even built 2 massive worlds just to keep that dream alive. In other words, Ye Gulao's imagination was terrifying. At first, Ali Sin Da Duk planned to play along with his story, but he dragged it on for 3 whole years. She didn't want to waste more time, so this time she chose the cruelest way to crush his illusion. Only then could Yi Gulu return to reality. But suddenly, Yi Gulu stood up, his finger twitching. He raised both hands in front of him, as if recalling every curve and position of each body, from Liu Xiaoyu to Wen Juju. He even muttered about how exaggerated their proportions were. He said every touch felt unbelievably real, like those bodies had always been ready. And Mu Bai was no less impressive, perfect in size but uniquely special. Then he described Murong Yuzuo's figure. Fei Hong gave off a completely different sensation. At that point, Yi Gulu suddenly laughed. He said the human brain and divine sense can't fabricate details never truly experienced. The smooth skin, the warmth, the scent, even the tremble at every sensitive touch, all too real. Every tiny detail was carved deep into his memory. Suddenly, cracks spread across the surrounding space. Yi Gulu sneered. He refused to believe all of it was just imagination. He mocked her. Did she think he was some lifelong loser who had never touched a woman, yet could imagine this clearly? They were obviously real. In that instant, the fabricated memories began to shatter. The entire illusion collapsed, leaving only Ye Gulu and Ali Sin Da Duk facing each other. Ali Sin Da Duk looked at him with disdain. She didn't expect him to use such crude desire to break her trap. Yi Gulu only smiled faintly. Crude. To him, mountains are mountains. Water is water. If you live in this world, you look at what you want and love what you truly desire. A swordsman can't just carry a sword in his heart. He must hold one in his hand. If he wants to cut something, he must truly swing. If you can't face your own desire and true nature, how can you talk about cultivation? If you don't even have the courage to live by your own will, then life itself is wasted, let alone becoming immortal. Ali Sin Da Duk stared at him, confused. Same mountains, same water, yet his Tao was completely different from ordinary people. In the end, she had to admit that in terms of Tao heart, Ye Gulu surpassed her. Finally, she accepted the truth. This time, she had lost. Not long after, Yi Gulu returned to the familiar snowy mountain. But he froze. The entire mountain had been flattened. Right then, Lu Qi appeared behind him, as if she had been waiting all along. Yi Gulu turned and asked if she had finished on her side. Lu Qi simply smiled and answered calmly. He said things were chaotic inside the domain and wondered how much time had passed outside. Lu Qi estimated around 30 days. Yi Gulu scratched his head. He could accept his own battle dragging on, but she fought the final boss and ended that fast? Lu Qi thought for a moment and said simply, she found him, gave a warning, didn't let him speak, drew her sword and cut him down. That was it. Yi Gulu stood there speechless. As expected, his grandmaster kills without any extra moves. They chatted a little longer when a pillar of light suddenly descended over Lu Qi. She looked up and said the mortal cage of this world had been destroyed. Looks like it was time to ascend again. Then another beam of light fell onto Yi Gulu. It seemed they were about to leave this world. No one knew what the next world would be like. Lu Qi didn't seem to care. To her, the world itself never mattered. What truly matters is who you walk with. As she spoke, she turned her head toward the distance. Yi Gulu's harem was charging toward them. The moment he saw them, Yi Gulu couldn't help but laugh. He even thought about destroying all his cultivation to drag them up with him. But before he could finish, another pillar of light shot down from the sky. This time, it wrapped around Lu Xiaoyu. Then 4 more beams descended onto the other 4 girls. Yi Gulu froze on the spot, and the next second, shock hit him. He never expected them to ascend on their own. Lu Qi laughed and said all 5 of them had 6 immortal aptitude, so of course they could. She had already shared the will inside the candied hawthorn with them, and Fei Hong delivered it for her. Only then did Yi Gulu finally understand. Lu Qi had known about them all along, and she knew Ye Gulu made his choice long ago. Ye Gulu looked at the girls. Then he smiled softly and nodded. He slowly raised his hand, like he was saying goodbye, and promising to meet again in the next world. But right then, Liu Xiaoyu suddenly called out to stop him. There was one last thing that had to be settled. Mu Bai, Yun Dudu, Murong Yuzhuo, Fei Hong, and Liu Xiaoyu all wanted the same answer. Who did Yi Gulu truly love the most? Yi Gulu's face instantly stiffened. He didn't expect to face this deadly question at the very end. Sometime later, in Spirit Village, the village chief was hugging a doll of Ye Gulu while sleeping peacefully, until the sunlight hit her face, and slowly woke her up. She looked down at the silly face of the Ye Gulu doll, and couldn't help but smile. A moment later, the village chief carried the doll outside, and gathered all the villagers. She told everyone to take a good look. This was the hero who saved Spirit Village, and at the same time, today's archery target for the entire village. Once everything was ready, the village chief and the female archers took their positions. As soon as the command was given, they fired together, and just like that, Ye Gulu continued to serve his purpose in Spirit Village, unbelievably tragic. Meanwhile, somewhere else, inside a tavern, a girl was panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat as she walked toward the door. It was former church knight Ashier. After working the fields, she just wanted a cup of milk. The woman cleaning inside the tavern suddenly paused at the sound. When Ashier looked up, she immediately recognized that familiar face. It was former church knight Lidi. The two quickly recognized each other and happily sat down to drink milk and chat. Ashier even promised to bring her own watermelons next time. Meanwhile, in another place, church knight Livia had just woken from a long sleep and realized the divine sun still hadn't returned. She could only sigh. She once thought she was about to get promoted, but now she was basically unemployed. So today, she went back to sleep again. Inside the pocket realm, Tiepi was still working hard, never stopping, training diligently every single day. She didn't even realize how strong she had become. Sadly, her master and mistress still hadn't come to check on her, so she decided to train even harder. While Tiepi was practicing, a figure quietly appeared behind her. It was her mother, Loi Ni. She looked at her daughter with gentle love. Thanks to Yi Gulu's group, her spirit could now remain in the pocket realm and watch her daughter grow. As for the trio of adventurers, Bela, Leo, and Xiao, they continued facing new challenges as usual. The Divine Suns group had no idea Fei Hong had taken them to another world. Everyone continued their own journey forward. The Adventurer Guild was still lively, with newcomers every day. The villains finally received the endings they deserved. But Alasiduo Day was still inside the private space she created. She adjusted her glasses and smiled. She may have lost that fight, but tricking Lu Qi into battling Yi Gulu made it worth it. And now that the mortal cage of this world had been shattered by Lu Qi, then that authority no one has ever claimed. She will take it for herself. Meanwhile, in another forest, a massive pillar of light suddenly descended. Inside it was Shangguan Minglu of the Hequan sect. She slowly opened her eyes. After everything, she had finally ascended. Ye Gulu, oh Ye Gulu. This time she won't let him escape again.